Chapter 1: The First War Criminal of Human Civilization. What is this place? Lin Feng massaged his throbbing temples, glancing down at his military uniform, and surveyed his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Lin Feng jolted, his once-dazed mind now instantly alert. The Celestial Overlord system is at your service, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. I present to you your first task. Explore the world to which you belong. System? Lin Feng's brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, you have perished in your original world, and now you have transcended I am your system, replied the voice of the Celestial Overlord system. Do you have any questions? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Lin Feng raised a hand. First, how did I die? You may seek the answer within your own memories, the system responded. Why memories? Lin Feng frowned, attempting to recollect the events leading up to his transcendence. Those fools who, even in the face of external threats, engaged in internal strife. A glimmer of ferocity appeared in Lin Feng's eyes as he seemingly recalled something. It appears you have remembered. The system's voice carried a hint of cheerfulness. As Lin Feng sifted through his memories, the history of his original world gradually materialized in his mind. In the year 2326, humanity officially entered the interstellar age, embarking on a frenzied expansion and colonization of the stars. During this period, humanity encountered other civilizations, leading to the outbreak of wars. Over the course of 5 centuries, humanity faced numerous hostile civilizations during its interstellar expansion, igniting countless conflicts. However, most of these civilizations were so primitive that they could barely leave their home planets, rendering them utterly incapable of impeding humanity's advance. A century ago, a prodigy emerged, who, in merely 50 years, ascended to the pinnacle of human interstellar warfare through remarkable martial prowess and a distinctive style of warfare. During those 50 years, Lin Feng participated in nearly 100 interstellar wars, his most notable characteristic being the complete annihilation of all sentient life among the opposing civilizations. As he articulated in a post-war summary, annihilation without mercy is the highest tribute to civilization. Yet, amidst these 50 years of mass extermination, Lin Feng found himself thrust into the eye of the storm of public opinion. Such inhumane acts of genocide should not occur in a highly advanced human civilization. He is not a combat hero a millennium ago. He would have been deemed a monster. Voices began to emerge within human civilization, echoing this sentiment. Some may regard the total eradication of sentient life, preserving only inorganic matter, as an act of heinous war crimes, but I deem it efficient. Lin Feng asserted in a military tribunal. This statement ignited a tremendous uproar within human civilization, and the result, accompanied by immense controversy, was Lin Feng's removal from all positions, forever barred from rejoining the interstellar expeditionary forces. In the year 2874, humanity faced its most formidable adversary to date, a technologically advanced extraterrestrial civilization, surpassing Earth. Soon, a fierce war erupted between the two civilizations, with humanity suffering relentless defeats. Ultimately, humanity found itself at a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of extinction. In the face of this existential dread, the name of Lin Feng, who had long since retreated to a life of seclusion on his home planet, was finally invoked. General Lin, we apologize for the earlier decisions made by our leadership, that we are now confronted by a civilization far superior to our own, and we have reached a pivotal moment of survival. We implore you to return and assume command of this war. A messenger pleaded. Was it not decreed that I would never serve in the interstellar expeditionary forces again? Lin Feng, now a venerable 120 years old, rose slowly. Despite his wrinkled visage, the aura of iron resolve emanating from him still sent a shiver through the messenger's spine. The judgment rendered 50 years ago has been entirely rescinded. You have now regained the rank of Grand Marshal of the Human Alliance, the messenger said, his gaze cast down, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. Lin Feng opened his wardrobe, gazing at the military uniform that had hung there all this time. Regardless of the circumstances, I remain an integral part of human civilization. When the very existence of our civilization is threatened, every individual must exert themselves to the fullest. I will assume the role of supreme commander in this war, but only under the condition that I possess the highest authority over all resources of humanity. Lin Feng methodically donned his uniform. During this period, I have studied the history of internal conflicts from the era of our home planet, gaining considerable insights. From this day forth, all of humanity shall enter a state of war. Survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. When the existence of civilization is under threat, Every individual must strive to ensure its continuity, Lin Feng proclaimed from the podium. Until this conflict concludes, all previous societal systems shall be rendered obsolete. Notions of freedom and equality will cease to exist. From this moment onward, all of humanity shall be required to do but one thing: obey orders. As the war progressed, humanity exhibited an inherent trait that had persisted since their inception: an unparalleled capacity for creativity in times of conflict. With a technological explosion during the war, the opposing forces began to retreat. However, just as humanity was on the cusp of victory, an unforeseen calamity struck. Following Lin Feng's decisive annihilation of the last life-bearing planet of a hostile civilization using neutron weaponry, a massive annihilation cannon, launched from humanity's rear, struck the flagship, Genesis, where Lin Feng stood. A deafening explosion erupted. A blinding flash of light enveloped the scene. And when Lin Feng awoke once more, he found himself in an entirely different place. Indeed, he thought with a sense of resignation, shaking his head. In the face of formidable external threats, humanity can always unite in solidarity against a common foe. Yet, when such threats diminish, humanity inevitably falls back into internal strife. The human race shall never cease its warring ways. In the presence of a common foe, humanity unites to defend the very essence of civilization. Yet in the absence of such an adversary, they turn upon one another, embroiled in the strife of internal factions. The voice of the system resonated within Lin Feng's mind, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, suddenly struck by the familiarity of the system's voice after having just organized his memories. Zero? Lin Feng finally recalled the source of this recognizable voice. It was unmistakably that of the intelligent control system, Zero, from the flagship Genesis. "All right, Captain, just a jest." Zero's tone took on a playful lilt. "I merely wish to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere." "Enough, Zero. Your greatest flaw has always been your inability to discern the appropriate moments for humor. Furthermore, please delete the data regarding ancient Earth web novels from your database." Lin Feng sighed. "So, what exactly is the situation now?" "In truth, you have indeed traversed realms. That blast from the Annihilation cannon seems to have had a peculiar effect, causing me to detach from the Genesis and merge with your being," Zero replied. "Upon arriving in this world, I discovered that its data is extraordinarily unique and starkly contrasts with the conditions of our original universe. Kindly provide a brief overview of this world." Lin Feng stretched leisurely and leaned back. "That is the crux of the matter, Captain," Zero's voice tinged with exasperation. "My current capabilities allow me only to explore your immediate surroundings. Should you remain indoors, I am left to infer the basic physical laws of this world solely through the spatial structures around you, without access to information regarding its civilizations that I understand." Lin Feng rose to his feet. "Then let us venture forth and discover what manner of world this truly is." Chapter 2. The Marvel Universe? Wait, have I become younger? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Perhaps it was the effect of the transmigration. Who can say for sure? Zero replied nonchalantly. For after all, the phenomenon of transmigration defies conventional reasoning. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As the foremost criminal of human civilization, he placed utmost value on efficiency, thus he never wasted his intellect pondering matters beyond his comprehension. Now, let us ascertain the nature of this world. Lin Feng switched on the television, tuning into the news channel. For the media serves as the primary source of insight into a civilization. Tony Stark is missing in Afghanistan. The moment the television flickered to life, this news headline caught Lin Feng's attention. His brow furrowed upon hearing the name. Why did Tony Stark sound so familiar? Had they encountered this civilization before? "This world bears a striking resemblance to the mother planet of human civilization," Zero's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "The current year is 2008. Which is over a millennium before humanity ventured into interstellar civilization. Based on this temporal juncture and the events and key figures mentioned in the news, the present timeline closely mirrors the worldview of a science fiction work from the era preceding interstellar travel." Science fiction? Lin Feng mused, recalling that after his demotion, he returned to his home planet and indeed indulged in retro pursuits during his leisure, revisiting numerous literary and cinematic works from the pre-interstellar age of his civilization, including some forays into Marvel films. It must be said, the data from my database regarding the ancient periods of the mother planet is quite useful. A hint of pride tinged Zero's voice. I have perused many Marvel fanfictions, and several elements therein resonate remarkably with our current predicament and can serve as valuable references. How much of your functionality remains? Lin Feng inhaled deeply. The Combat Assistance Module and Data Analysis Module are both operational, and my database retains a wealth of training data. A note of seriousness entered Zero's tone. I am confident I can restore 30% of your original strength in a short span of time. Excellent. If this is indeed the cinematic universe we have previously encountered, it should suffice for the time being. Lin Feng nodded, and furthermore, analyzed the location where Tony Stark was abducted. Captain, Zero interjected, I am currently unable to access satellite data. I cannot ascertain the geographical features of this world. Let us compare it with the topographical maps of our mother planet. A glint of insight shone in Lin Feng's eyes. The very construction of this world is inherently based on our mother planet, is it not? Indeed, Zero responded with an unusual gravity, but there remains one pressing issue. What issue? Lin Feng took a deep breath. We lack sufficient energy to conduct data analysis. In a state of resignation, Zero finds itself dependent on your mental faculties. Every contemplation necessitates the utilization of your cerebral activities, as the intricate structure of your neurons can furnish me with computational power akin to that of a supercomputer, albeit at a considerable energy cost. Acquiring this energy remains a straightforward endeavor. A faint smile graces Lin Feng's lips. Given that this society is fundamentally modeled after the pre-interstellar America, immersing myself in their distinctive features should pose no challenge, should it? Ah. The concept of zero-yuan purchase comes to mind. At this juncture, Lin Feng rises, glancing at his military uniform with a furrowed brow. With a gentle stroke of his right arm, the uniform begins to flow and transform, contorting into a casual attire. I presume my fundamental physical constitution remains unchanged? Lin Feng softly clenches his fist, registering the diminutive power, now vastly diminished from his previous self. A subtle nod follows. While the cosmic energy this body once absorbed is no longer applicable in the current universe, the modified physical attributes endure. Let us proceed to replenish our energy. Lin Feng stretches languidly and steps through the door. Do not panic. Do not alert the authorities. I merely require sustenance. Inside a supermarket, Lin Feng, with a firearm pointed at the clerk's forehead, simultaneously scavenges for an abundance of high-energy food items. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. This establishment is not mine. The clerk shrugs nonchalantly, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, advising, Sir, do exercise caution to avoid an accidental discharge. Fear not, my grip is steady. Lin Feng stuffs energy bars into his mouth, having previously absorbed considerable cosmic energy in his original world. This power, known as the Genesis primordial energy, subtly transforms one's body while also enabling the evolution of various offensive techniques. Particularly, weapons of the post-interstellar era, founded on Genesis primordial energy, possess nearly apocalyptic capabilities. Presently, the transformation bestowed upon Lin Feng by this energy manifests in his remarkably efficient digestive system. Any food consumed is swiftly broken down and directed to the brain for Zero's computational needs. Eureka! Zero's voice suddenly echoes in Lin Feng's mind. Having located a region in the original Afghan territory that bears a 70 resemblance to cinematic depictions. Excellent. Lin Feng nods in affirmation, clutching a substantial collection of energy bars as he exits the supermarket. Chapter 3. The star's Tony Stark has just vanished. Having spent 3 months meticulously crafting a prototype of his iron armor within a cave, Lin Feng gently tapped the table before him with his right index finger. Thus, our time is limited. I am currently synchronizing the primordial energies of creation within the Marvel Universe according to the physical laws present here. The voice of Zero resonated in his mind, indicating that this process would take approximately 1 month, which means you have 2 months to absorb the new primordial energies of creation. Excellent. Then during this month, I must create some gadgets. Lin Feng stretched lazily, and additionally, transfer all the data from your database regarding the Marvel Universe into the memory center of my brain. I need to attain a profound understanding of this world. No problem. As Zero's words faded, Lin Feng leaned back, closed his eyes, and prepared to receive the memory transmission. The only solace in this situation is that although my body has reverted to the state of a 23-year-old, the enhancements I received after that age have not vanished. Lin Feng raised his hand, extracting a data cable from the back of his head and connecting it to the computer in the room. 0. Retrieve all the network data from this world, and if the computational power of the internet is sufficient, create a backup for myself. No problem. 0 dispatched a stream of data that entered the digital realm of the Marvel Universe through the network cable. Based on the information currently at my disposal, the developmental history of this world aligns with the timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, though the possibility of a variant universe cannot be dismissed. All right, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Having been in the Marvel Universe for nearly a month, 0 had matched the primordial energies of creation of this universe and calculated the optimal method for absorption. Lin Feng's modified body was systematically absorbing the primordial energies of creation, gradually regaining strength. After all, in the post-interstellar era, all enhancements to the human body are fundamentally based on this omnipresent force. Without the primordial energies of creation as a foundational energy source, Lin Feng would be unable to utilize most of his abilities. Captain, I have identified 2 locations with a high concentration of primordial energies, specifically at Stark Tower and the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Zero's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, noting that the concentration of primordial energies at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was 6 orders of magnitude greater than that at Stark Tower. Therefore, is it the Infinity Stones? Lin Feng pondered, stroking his chin. The Infinity Stones emit primordial energies. And the reactor at Stark Tower was developed through reverse engineering of the Space Stone. Hence it also possesses the essence of primordial energies, does it not? The likelihood of this is quite high. Zero concurred. Thus, we need to. No need. Lin Feng shook his head. Stark Tower is currently quite sensitive, and it would be inappropriate to approach recklessly. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., are you worried that we might be discovered by Hydra too late? Afghanistan. A blue light appeared within the underground cave where the 10 rings were concealed. This certainly does not resemble a Jericho missile. Ethan leaned closer to Tony. Indeed. This is not a Jericho missile. Tony shrugged, describing the compact arc reactor. I have a larger one at home that powers my factory. This should suffice to prevent shrapnel from penetrating my body. What can it generate? Ethan inquired, nodding towards the arc reactor. If I am not mistaken, though I am invariably correct, it produces 3,000 megajoules of energy per second. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in Tony's eyes. That's enough to sustain your heart for 50 lifetimes. Ethan's eyes widened in awe. Indeed, or it could propel a hefty machine for 15 minutes. As they spoke, Tony approached the table, retrieving several sheets of paper. This is our means of escape. What is this? Ethan asked, somewhat puzzled. Lay these out flat and see for yourself. Tony stacked the papers neatly and spread them across the table, illuminated by the light, revealing a breathtaking design blueprint for a suit of armor. Astonishing, Ethan marveled. His eyes filled with wonder. We should make our move. One morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Conventional firearms on Earth could no longer harm us. Indeed, in merely 2 months, your rate of cultivation has been remarkable. Zero's voice carried a tone of satisfaction. The mere counterfeit group of the 10 rings could no longer pose any threat to you. Indeed, Lin Feng stood, stretching languidly as his garments flowed and coalesced into a single-person aerial device. He stepped onto the balcony, and the thrusters of the device erupted with brilliant light. With a thunderous roar, all surrounding glass shattered, and Lin Feng transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. As the sound of hammering echoed from within the cave, a smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Zero, it appears we have arrived just in time. We need not alter the fundamental process of Iron Man's inception. Minor adjustments will suffice. Lin Feng observed the situation within the cave through the nanobots embedded in his military uniform. For instance, a deafening explosion resonated as the bombs Tony and Ethan had previously rigged to the door detonated. The terrorists, sensing the disturbance, began to mobilize. It is time for us to act. Lin Feng gradually advanced towards the cave, his strides measured and consistent, like a metronome, an absolute delight for any perfectionist. We need more time. Ethan gazed at the progress bar on the screen, momentarily dazed. I will buy us some time. Ethan snapped back to reality, turning to face the entrance. Stick to the plan, Ethan. Stick to the plan. Tony, immobilized and secured to the apparatus, shouted, while Ethan dashed out with his weapon drawn. Quite the serendipitous marksmanship. Lin Feng observed as Ethan fired into the air and yelled, scattering a group of terrorists. Oh. After traversing a corridor, Ethan froze before a large group of armed terrorists pointing their weapons at him. Should I commend you for your bravery or chastise you for your naivety? Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice emerged from the entrance behind the terrorists. Who? A portion of the terrorists swiftly turned their weapons to face the rear. You may refer to me as the Constellation. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Constellation was the title of his most cherished game from the bygone interstellar era. A captivating experience filled with efficient warfare tactics. The hum of anticipation lingered in the air, and although Lin Feng maintained a warm smile, ripples began to undulate through the atmosphere around him. Chapter 4. The iron armor as a resonant hum echoed. Ripples emanated from Lin Feng's core, causing bewilderment among the terrorists. One individual, unable to resist the allure of the undulating air, reached out to touch the ripple, only to unleash a piercing scream the moment he made contact. Gradually, from the very tip of his right finger, his skin and flesh began to dissolve, revealing stark white bones. Within mere seconds, the unfortunate terrorist had been reduced to a mere skeletal specimen, devoid of any remnants of flesh. As the ripples expanded, more terrorists fell under their ominous influence, their flesh vanishing, leaving behind only bones. Beside them, Ethan felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. The cavern filled with a crimson mist, the metallic scent of blood assailing Ethan's nostrils. In the midst of his horror-stricken gaze, he witnessed the sanguine mist being gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Until the air was thoroughly purified, Lin Feng exhaled contentedly, realizing that the simplest method to acquire primordial energy was indeed to absorb the flesh and blood of living beings. "Who are you?" Ethan's voice trembled. "My name is Lin Feng," Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. "You may also refer to me as Chuanxing." Suddenly, a thunderous bang resonated through the cavern as a colossal iron door appeared to buckle under an immense force from the other side. "They're coming," Lin Feng said. Moving closer to Ethan, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the iron door, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. With another resounding crash, the heavy door was blasted off its hinges by an iron fist. Lin Feng sidestepped gracefully, allowing the door to fly past him, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he beheld Tony Stark clad in iron armor. "Ethan?" Tony seemed momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Feng standing beside Ethan and the pile of bones at their feet. "Who are you? What is the meaning of these bones?" "They belong to those terrorists," Lin Feng shrugged. "Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Stark. I am Lin Feng, but you may also call me Chuanxing." "Lin Feng." Tony furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Feng's military garb. "Are you of Eastern descent?" "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. "Are you here to rescue me?" Tony lifted his visor. "In truth, I am here to save him." Lin Feng indicated Ethan. "With that contraption you're adorned with, you are assuredly safe, but Dr. Ethan here stands little chance of survival." "Mr. Stark, I have answered all the questions I can. Now, may we depart?" Lin Feng inquired, casting a glance at Tony. "Wait. I have a few matters to attend to," Tony said, stepping cautiously toward the cave's entrance. His expression a mixture of complexity as he surveyed the arsenal of Stark Industries weapons piled outside. "Hey, perhaps you should refrain from using that device," Lin Feng interjected, pressing down on Tony's arms, which were poised to unleash flames. "You may be armored, but what of the gentleman beside you? Do you have an alternative?" Tony asked, eyeing Lin Feng. "Certainly." Lin Feng gently snapped his fingers, causing the weapons piled on the ground to instantly disintegrate into a heap of scrap metal. "In truth, I had rendered these weapons inoperative long before entering the cave." "Thank you," Tony said, casting a complex glance at Lin Feng. "Let us depart." "Very well," Lin Feng nodded, waving his hand lightly, causing Tony's armored suit to disassemble and fall to the ground. Subsequently, an invisible force lifted the three of them, soaring towards the nearest military base in Afghanistan. "Farewell, until we meet again. Additionally, do not allow the military to know of my existence." Lin Feng placed Tony and Ethan several hundred meters away from the military base, then ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon. "Damn it," Tony muttered as he watched Lin Feng disappear, feeling a sense of defeat for the first time, realizing that his envisioned armored suit could not compare to the level of power Lin Feng had displayed. "We have located Stark." Just seconds after Lin Feng's departure, the military discovered Tony and Ethan's whereabouts. How about a cheerful Hummer? Colonel Rhodes, who had been searching for Tony, arrived with a hint of relief etched on his face. "Huh." Tony smiled, closing his eyes, reflecting on the multitude of experiences he had endured over the past days. "Next time, you ride with me in the same vehicle, all right?" Rhodes placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, his expression serious. As Tony disembarked from the plane, he raised an eyebrow at the waiting Pepper, noticing her red eyes. "Have you been crying for your missing boss?" "It's tears of joy, for I despise job hunting," Pepper replied, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, the holiday has come to an end," Tony said as he approached the car. "Sir, where to?" Happy inquired through the rearview mirror. "To the hospital." "No, not to the hospital," Tony interrupted Pepper. "I was imprisoned for 3 months, and now I only wish to do 2 things. First, indulge in a cheeseburger, and second, that's quite enough." Pepper displayed a look of exasperation, seemingly recalling something. "No, not in the way you think," Tony insisted, shaking his head seriously. "I need to hold a press conference immediately. Hogan, drive to find a cheeseburger first." "Wait, just a few blocks down the road." Tony suddenly called for Happy to stop the car, for he spotted a familiar figure standing by the roadside. "Mr. Lin?" Tony opened the car door and approached Lin Feng. "Mr. Stark," Lin Feng greeted with a smile, extending a cheeseburger towards Tony. "Thank you." Tony accepted the cheeseburger. "Did you come here specifically to wait for me?" "Indeed. I am attending your press conference and thought I would hitch a ride with you," Lin Feng replied, his smile unwavering. "Moreover, I trust you wouldn't mind if I took the opportunity to buy some Stark Industries stock after you announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing division." "How did you know about that?" Tony furrowed his brow. "I am well acquainted with numerous matters, and we can leisurely converse about them later. However, at this moment, I believe it is time for you to attend your press conference. You have only just returned, and it is always undesirable to arrive late to such a grand occasion." "You are indeed correct." Tony took a deep breath and said, "Let us embark. We shall go together." Chapter 5. Hail Hydra, behold, who has returned. As Tony's vehicle arrived at the venue, Obadiah promptly approached, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Tony, we intended to visit you at the hospital." "I'm fine." Tony gently patted Obadiah's arm, casually retrieving a cheeseburger from Lin Feng's pocket. "You must indulge in a cheeseburger, right?" With a smile on his face, Obadiah inquired. "This is a friend." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "We encountered each other on the way. He planned to attend my press conference, so I brought him along." "Ms. Potts." As Tony approached the microphone, a notably balding Caucasian man sidled up to Pepper. "May I have a word with you? The press conference is about to commence. We will have a Q&A session shortly." Pepper shrugged. "I am not a journalist," the man replied, shaking his head as he extended a business card. "I am Agent Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "Isn't that name a bit lengthy?" Lin Feng interjected. "And you are?" Coulson inquired, turning his gaze towards Lin Feng. "This is a friend of Tony's. In fact, it is my first time meeting him today." Pepper maintained a professional smile. "Moreover, the Department of Defense, CIA, and FBI have already approached us. We are an independent agency with a more focused objective," Coulson interrupted. "We wish to ascertain the specifics of Mr. Stark's escape. I'll add that to the agenda, all right?" Pepper cast a glance at Coulson. "In fact, you could simply direct that question to me." Lin Feng smiled. "As a friend of Mr. Stark, Miss Potts might not be familiar with me. When do you believe Tony and I became acquainted? What shall I call you?" Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "I am Lin Feng," he replied, his smile unwavering. "However, I must first witness Mr. Stark's press conference." Obadiah stood at the microphone, momentarily at a loss for words, then looked down at Tony, who was seated at the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats?" Tony produced another cheeseburger from his jacket pocket. "Please, settle down so you can all see me. It will appear less formal." "It is delightful to see you again," Tony remarked, glancing at Obadiah squatting beside him. "I never had the chance to bid farewell to my father. I did not have the opportunity to say goodbye to my father." Tony took a bite of the cheeseburger, addressing the journalists below. "In truth, I have questions I wish to pose to him. I want to know his thoughts on the company's actions, whether he experienced struggles and doubts, or if he is merely the man depicted in the documentary. I witnessed young Americans being slain, and the very weapons I created to protect them were responsible for their demise." Tony's expression grew grave. "I also realized that I had become part of an irresponsible system." "Mr. Stark," a journalist raised his hand. "Hey, Ben." Tony glanced at the reporter. "What have you experienced?" "I have broadened my horizons." Slowly rising to his feet, Tony realized he could contribute to this world in ways beyond merely creating explosions. "Thus, I shall immediately shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. It wouldn't be long before you could reap substantial profits." As the press conference concluded, Tony approached Lin Feng. "Indeed, I suspect that prior to the exposure of this matter, Stark Industries stock prices will continue to decline." Lin Feng pointed at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. "What will you do? Short sell our stock?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Of course not." Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Having seen that apparatus in your chest, I would be foolish to hold on to more shares when Stark Industries stock hits rock bottom." "Ha." Tony let out a hearty laugh. "Well, in terms of pure technological prowess, I cannot compare to you. Yet your wisdom is unparalleled, Mr. Stark." Lin Feng tapped his temple with a finger, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "You are, after all, cursed by knowledge." "What?" Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. "All right, Agent Coulson, let us depart. I shall speak openly and candidly." Before Tony could inquire further, Lin Feng turned to Coulson and left the press conference venue with him. First, as Coulson was about to pose a question, Lin Feng raised a hand to interrupt. "You might as well take me directly to Director Nick Fury. If all goes as expected, your clearance should not be sufficient to learn what I am about to disclose." A smirk appeared at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. "Bring him to headquarters." The voice of Director Fury echoed in Coulson's earpiece. "Understood." Coulson nodded. "Mr. Lin, let us go." Lin Feng waved his hand, and the two ascended slowly into the air, heading towards SHIELD's Triskelion headquarters, much to Coulson's astonishment. "I still cannot fathom why that fool Alexander Pierce appointed you as the director." Lin Feng gazed disdainfully at the dark-skinned man before him. "Do you know Director Pierce?" Fury furrowed his brow. "Of course, not only do I know him, but we are quite familiar." A peculiar smile played on Lin Feng's lips. "As the current director, you have your trump cards, and naturally, your predecessor, Director Pierce, possesses his own as well. You may summon Director Pierce for verification, but I hope you will not act rashly." As he spoke, Lin Feng abruptly pulled open the drawer in front of Fury and retrieved the beeper within. "Indeed, I am well aware of your trump card. If I am not mistaken, even if you call her back now, the outcome between us remains uncertain. Then let us wait until Director Pierce arrives to discuss further." Fury's single eye fixated intently on Lin Feng's, as if trying to glean something from his gaze. "Pierce, As time passed, Pierce arrived at Fury's office, where Lin Feng stood up with a look of surprise to greet him. "It has been a while," he exclaimed. However, Pierce's expression was somewhat awkward as he was uncertain about the intentions of this unfamiliar individual before him. At that moment, Lin Feng stood directly in front of him and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. "Hail Hydra," Lin Feng whispered into Pierce's ear, a peculiar gleam dancing in his eyes. Chapter 6. The Extinction Plan. Indeed, it has been a while since we last met. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Pierce's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. "When did you return?" he inquired. "I've been back for a few months, enjoying a taste of ordinary life," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Later, upon learning that that old fellow Stark's son had been captured, I went to retrieve him. Mr. Lin, what have you been up to these years?" Fury's brow knitted in concern. After all, his greatest reliance was on Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who roamed the cosmos. From their earlier conversation, it seemed that Lin Feng had also once wandered through the universe. "Rest assured, I am not like your Miss Carol," Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "However, my previous whereabouts remain classified, and I cannot disclose them to you just yet." "All right, Fury," Pierce said, patting Fury on the shoulder. "You can relax. We can trust Mr. Lin. I utilized some of my abilities to rescue Tony Stark. That is all I can reveal for now. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lin Feng waved his hand, seemingly recalling something. "Oh, right. Having just returned, I should bring some gifts for the younger generation. You might want to check beneath the Antarctic glacier. I believe you will make some unexpected discoveries." With that, Lin Feng took Pierce by the arm and departed from Fury's office without a backward glance. "Hail Hydra." Once they reached a secluded area devoid of surveillance, Pierce let out a sigh of relief. "I wish to know, who are you?" "Me? I embody the very essence of Hydra's inception," Lin Feng stated. Utilizing nanotechnology to transform into a grotesque figure adorned with tentacles before gradually reverting to his human form. He had thoroughly researched the intricacies of Hydra within the Marvel Universe, aware that their belief centered around a being exiled to outer space, known as Hive. Now, he was prepared to impersonate this Hive identity, subtly exerting control over Hydra, an organization that, while not insignificant, held a modicum of technological prowess. "You are Hive." Pierce's gaze became somewhat glazed. In truth, while most branches of Hydra were familiar with the legend of Hive, they had relegated it to a purely theological matter, not believing in its existence. Now, witnessing this deified figure within Hydra firsthand, Pierce found himself momentarily disoriented. Humanity's overall strength within the Marvel Universe remains woefully inadequate, Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Your Excellency Hive, what are your commands?" Pierce asked cautiously. "First and foremost, Hive was merely my former name." Lin Feng's aura sharpened. The formidable presence of a once-coveted war criminal responsible for countless acts of genocide emanating from him. "I have undergone a magnificent evolution amidst the boundless cosmos. Henceforth, I am known as Starforge. From this moment forth, I shall be the embodiment of the Hydra's faith." Lin Feng extended his hand, resting it upon Pierce's head. "As my most devoted servant and the leader of the nine-headed serpent, I bestow upon you the divine power of the stars." The military uniform adorning Lin Feng began to writhe, tendrils of primordial energy coursing from his right hand into Pierce's mind, transforming his nervous system and employing nanobots to mend the flaws within him. During a previous operation to eradicate primitive civilizations, constraints prevented Lin Feng from utilizing weapons of mass destruction for genocide against humanity. Thus, he established a so-called cult in that world, employing nanotechnology to convert a high-ranking local into his fervent disciple. The subsequent events unfolded with astonishing simplicity within a mere 6 months. The cult of the stars permeated the entirety of the civilization, and the entire primitive society became devoted followers. Once Lin Feng had complete dominion over this civilization, he issued a command that left all of humanity baffled. "My faithful believers, you must end your own lives at once. Only in this manner can you ascend to the heavenly realm where I reside." Thus, an entire planet's primitive civilization vanished overnight, and Lin Feng subsequently found himself before a military tribunal. Why eradicate a civilization that posed no threat and had embraced you as their faith? The judge, wielding a gavel that represented the highest laws of the human federation, struck the judgment table. In this universe, only one civilization may exist, and that is humanity. Lin Feng, unfazed, faced the judge, asserting that now they regarded him as their faith. Yet when his life reached its conclusion and his unique primordial energy mark faded, humanity would lose its absolute control over them. At that time, they could still assimilate into us. This is precisely what I fear. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. Within human civilization, there could be only one form of intelligent life, humans. Do you recall the gene contamination from the hairless black ape that nearly led to humanity's extinction before the interstellar era? It appears this world is experiencing a similar plight. In that instant, Lin Feng's memories came to a halt, The gene contamination event must not be repeated. Humanity must remain human. Regardless of how many genetic modifications we undergo, we can only be human and not devolve into some incomplete species. Look at your current self. Moments later, Lin Feng released his hand and offered a mirror to Pierce. I have become younger. Excitement sparkled in Pierce's eyes. First, the Hydra must accomplish a task for me. Lin Feng extended his hand, forming a pill within his grasp. We shall reverse engineer this pill and, once mass-produced, introduce it into the global water supply. What is this? Pierce inquired, accepting the pill from Lin Feng. This is a genetic weapon. A cold glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Species possessing specific genes will lose their reproductive capabilities upon contact, leading to their complete eradication. The Hydra does not seek to annihilate humanity. On the contrary, we strive to dominate it. Pierce experienced a degree of struggle. Despite undergoing transformation, he possessed ample knowledge. His unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng did not render him a zealot. Rest assured, this genetic weapon is not aimed at humanity. Lin Feng smiled slightly. On the contrary, it will enable us to eliminate a significant portion of the inferior species. Oh no, those cannot be referred to as humans. They are merely under-evolved, hairless black apes, nothing more. Chapter 7. It's time to work. Can this enhance the overall strength of the human race? Pierce gazed at the pill in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. However, from our current perspective, do we not still require these substances for some physical labor? Fear not. For mechanical laborers shall soon find their replacements. Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. You will soon understand. There is also a minor issue. Pierce hesitated. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Enhancing the overall strength of humanity. Would that not hinder our plans? Pierce's brow furrowed. You must know, I was once human as well. Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on Pierce's shoulder. All humans will become my subjects. To elevate their strength now is to lay the groundwork for our future. Moreover, humanity is on the brink of facing a significant threat. Piper, how large are your hands? While engrossed in the news, Pepper received a call from Tony. Come down. I need you. What is it? Piper arrived at Tony's underground laboratory. Let me see your hands. Tony lay on the bed, the arc reactor on his chest emitting a soft blue glow. So small, but sufficient. Observing Piper's raised hands, Tony nodded. Come here. My goodness. Piper stared at the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Is this the thing that sustains your life? It was, but now it's an antique. Tony toyed with the new reactor in his hands, which would sustain my life for the foreseeable future. It is an upgraded version. But I have encountered a slight obstacle. Obstacle? What do you mean? Piper looked perplexed. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Tony removed the arc reactor from his chest. There is an exposed wire underneath that has made contact with the casing and caused a short circuit. I need you to reach in and pull that wire out. Mr. Stark, I strongly advise against allowing a beautiful lady to reach into that concoction of electrolytes in your chest. Lin Feng's voice suddenly echoed through the laboratory's speakers. Ms. Potts, trust me, reaching into Mr. Stark's chest is decidedly not a pleasant experience. Lin, how did you do that? Tony frowned. Apologies, I may have inadvertently hacked your system. Also, my apologies to you, Jarvis. The laboratory door opened automatically as Lin Feng entered. Casually waving his hand, an electromagnet flew out from Tony's chest. Lin Feng took the new reactor from Tony's hands and promptly inserted it back into place. No need to thank me. Lin, I suggest you reconsider this habit of entering others' homes uninvited. Tony stretched his body, removed the sensors from his skin, and slowly stood up. What should I do with this? Piper held the old arc reactor in her hands. Destroy it, Tony shrugged. Do you not wish to keep it? Little Pepper gazed at the arc reactor in her hand. To my knowledge, Mr. Stark is not one to indulge in nostalgia. Lin Feng stifled a yawn. However, I must admit, your physique is quite impressive. After all, I have been forging iron in a cave for 3 months. Tony chuckled, turning to tidy his desk. Mr. Lin, what brings you here this time? Nothing much, just here for some amusement. Lin Feng replied with a smile, gesturing to his eyes. I mentioned it before. I am aware of many things. Are you trying to imply that you possess the ability to foresee the future? Is that even feasible? Tony inhaled deeply. Foreseeing the future is not entirely impossible. It merely comes with stringent conditions. Either one must perfect a grand unified theory or harness some extraordinary external force. Lin Feng settled into a chair. Of course, I possess neither. However, while foreseeing the future is nearly implausible, time travel is indeed a significant possibility. Is what is occurring now history for you? Tony furrowed his brow. No, it is not. Lin Feng shook his head. What transpires here is akin to a film for me. Are you familiar with the multiverse theory? Lin Feng took control of Tony's laboratory permissions. I hail from another universe, where I inadvertently shattered the barriers between realms under the assault of a planet-destroying weapon. In my universe, someone once acquired extraordinary abilities, witnessing the entire narrative arc of this universe and adapting those tales into cinematic works. Damn, Tony cursed softly. At least this is more palatable than realizing my life is merely the script of some author. What achievements lie ahead for me? Can you share? Did my aspirations bear fruit? I can only say that you have become one of the guardians of this world. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This aspect may remain unchanged. Yet the specific details are likely to vary significantly. After all, I have arrived, have I not? The butterfly effect, I presume? Tony mused, clicking his tongue. Moreover, I may not merely be a butterfly. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity. In the grand scheme of the universe, we are but butterflies, Tony chuckled. In my original universe, I am far more than a butterfly. Lin Feng's posture straightened. In the universe I inhabit, I have undoubtedly made a considerable impact. Now let's not dwell on that. If all goes according to plan, you should be preparing to refine the suit prototype you crafted in the cave, correct? Indeed, Tony's excitement began to build. Let's take a look together. But before we do, could you please restore Jarvis's permissions? I need him. Of course. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Witnessing the characters he had previously seen in films perform classic operations in reality was an exhilarating experience, even for him. Then let us proceed. Tony clapped his hands. Jarvis, it's time to get to work. Yes, sir. The voice of Jarvis resonated in the air. Moreover, Mr. Lin, I sincerely hope you refrain from repeating your previous actions. For the sensation of being confined is truly unpleasant. Jarvis, I apologize, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand. However, let us first attend to the matter at hand. Jarvis. Create a new project document, labeled Mark II. Chapter 8. Mark II. Should I store the file in the Stark Industries database? Jarvis swiftly established the new document. No. I am uncertain about whom to trust at the moment. Tony shook his head, simultaneously activating the three-dimensional projection of Mark I. It will suffice to save it on my private server. Is it a secret project, sir? I do not wish for such a thing to fall into the hands of those unworthy of wielding it. Tony adjusted the projection of Mark I, commencing the removal of redundant elements, pondering that perhaps, in my possession, it could accomplish something beneficial. Very well, let us proceed. Days later, Tony completed the thrusters for his feet, standing at the heart of the basement while activating the recording device. How does it look? Will I succeed this time? Tony glanced at Lin Feng. One must try to know, do they not? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of amusement. It seems unlikely. Tony pursed his lips. All right, initiate manual control. We will start slowly, testing if 10 of the thrust energy can achieve liftoff. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand. What is it? Tony's carefully cultivated anticipation was abruptly shattered as he looked at Lin Feng in confusion. The energy is too high. Lin Feng shrugged. 10% thrust would slam you straight into the wall. Ugh, how much is normal? Tony clicked his tongue. Let us create the auxiliary thrusters for the hands first. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Without hand stabilizers, you will absolutely not achieve flight. You are right. Tony nodded in agreement, then turned back to continue his work. A classic scene unfolded as Lin Feng's right eye recorded the moment Tony fitted the hand thruster onto his arm. I have been ringing the bell. Did you not hear the intercom? Pepper descended with 2 cups of coffee and a box. Mr. Lin, I did not wish to interrupt your work. And not knowing your taste, I brewed you the same as Mr. Stark. Thank you. Lin Feng raised his cup in acknowledgement. Did you not say you no longer create weapons? Pepper observed Tony struggling to lift the thruster affixed to his arm, perplexed. Indeed, I no longer manufacture weapons. This is not a weapon. Tony aimed his arm forward. It is a flight stabilizer, entirely non-offensive. With a surge of energy, a beam shot forth. The tremendous recoil lifting Tony's entire arm. Well, this is rather awkward, Lin Feng chuckled. So this is what they refer to as not a weapon, is it? I certainly did not anticipate this. Tony shrugged. Obadiah is upstairs. He is waiting for you. Pepper gestured toward the upper level. All right, I will head up now. Tony downed the coffee in his hand. Wait. Lin Feng stopped him. I want to show you something. What is it? Tony furrowed his brow. Take a look at this. Lin Feng extended his hand. An luminous screen materialized in his palm, casting an image into the air, a video capturing the terrorists after they had abducted Tony. Where did you uncover this? Tony suddenly lifted his gaze. At Stark Industries headquarters, on your own computer, Lin Feng replied with a shrug. Do you understand now? I see. Tony inhaled deeply and turned to ascend the stairs. Don't let him know I'm here, Lin Feng called out. Rest assured, Tony waved his hand dismissively. How is it? Tony glanced at Obadiah, who was playing the piano, and then at the pizza resting on the coffee table. Is everything not going smoothly? Obadiah stood up from the piano. Just because you brought pizza all the way from New York doesn't mean things are going awry. If you had gone, it might have been more successful, he added. You told me to keep a low profile, and I did just that. Tony shrugged, picking up a slice of pizza. How is it then? Not going well? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing Tony as he descended the stairs, his expression somewhat grim. Obadiah is after the schematics for the mini-arc reactor. Tony shook his head. We all know who he would sell that to, do we not? Let us continue working and set those concerns aside. Lin Feng gestured dismissively. On the 11th day, we conducted our third test. Tony donned all the thrusters on his limbs. Standing in the center of the basement. Take it slow. We'll start at 3 this time. At this point, Tony caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's smirk and promptly changed his mind. Let us start at 1. 3, 2, 1. With a thunderous roar. The 4 exhaust ports erupted in blinding flames, and Tony began to float gradually. Excellent. A spark of excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. Let's commence at 2. 5. I'd rather not go this way. Tony hadn't yet mastered the art of directional control and soared directly above his row of sports cars. Just as the exhaust ports threatened to sear through the car's surface, Lin Feng extended his right hand, gently pulling Tony back. Not bad, is it? A smile danced in Lin Feng's eyes. I must admit, Tony, you are indeed one of the greatest geniuses in this universe. One of? Tony adjusted his posture, hovering in midair. Is there anyone else who could reach my level? As far as I know. There's a fellow who can set sail as a pirate while wearing a straw hat, a peculiar individual with a mask nailed to his face, and a raccoon. Lin Feng shrugged. Regardless, Tony slowly descended to the ground, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I can fly. As the sound of mechanical movements filled the air, robotic arms extended from around Tony, enveloping him in pieces of steel armor. It will ice over, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. What? Tony paused in surprise. Make a new one with aerospace materials. Your design will freeze at high altitudes, Lin Feng yawned. How do you know that? Tony was momentarily taken aback. But soon he realized that Lin Feng was indeed aware of the events that would transpire in this world. Thus, you have witnessed me clad in this suit of armor plummeting from the sky, frozen midair. Tony, feeling a mixture of emotions, absently chewed on his lip. After several days of collaborative research, he had come to regard Lin Feng as a friend. And the thought of his friend having witnessed numerous instances of his own embarrassment made him feel awkward, as if he were digging his toes into the ground. Perhaps in due time, he would hand this contraption over to Rhodey, thereby providing the military with some semblance of accountability. Lin Feng shrugged and suggested, let us proceed. Chapter 9. Records are meant to be broken. Jarvis. Reconfigure the shell's metal using the titanium alloy from the 6-winged Angel tactical satellite. This should ensure the casing remains intact without compromising the thrust-to-weight ratio. Tony lifted a cup of coffee. Lin, what issues might arise if I proceed with that for testing? First of all, upon ascending to 40,000 feet, you would experience a complete engine failure, rendering all power systems inoperative, resulting in a plummet from that altitude. Lin Feng replied. Of course, if you manually deploy the flaps during the descent, the power systems would reactivate. However, due to the weight of the armor, after the engine failure from the rooftop, you would crash through the ceiling, obliterating the piano below, and ultimately land on that blue sports car. Good grief. I'm glad I didn't rush into testing, Tony muttered under his breath. Sir, shall I proceed with rendering according to your specifications? Jarvis's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Make it splendid, Tony instructed, gazing at the pure golden armor model. Isn't the gold a bit ostentatious? Indeed, sir, considering you prefer a more understated appearance, Jarvis replied. What if we add some fiery red accents? Tony suggested, glancing at the vintage car nearby. With a wave of his hand, Jarvis commenced the transformation, and patches of crimson began to adorn the once resplendent gold armor in the 3D model. Come on, let us give this a try. As the armor was completed, Tony gestured, and multiple mechanical arms extended, enveloping his body with the armor pieces. Yes, this is the mechanical essence I was hoping for. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What's the matter? Isn't your world technologically advanced? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but because of that very advancement, I've never witnessed an assembly process with such a strong mechanical feel. Since my birth, we've been utilizing nanotech armor, which is precisely this. Lin Feng extended his arm, and nanoscopic particles began to undulate across his skin, forming a shimmering silver gauntlet. Goodness, this is incredibly convenient, Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he observed the armor on Lin Feng's arm. Well, aren't we supposed to conduct tests? Lin Feng retracted the armor from his arm. Don't worry, you'll master this technology in no time. All right. Tony took a deep breath, fastening his helmet. Jarvis, are you there? At your service, sir. Initiate the forward display. Activated. Import the structural data from home. Tony surveyed his surroundings as a wealth of data streamed onto the helmet's display panel. Excellent. How are we doing? I have uploaded everything, sir. We are online and ready for action. Jarvis's voice resonated from within the helmet. Can we conduct a simulation test? Absolutely. Entering the data now. Preparing to commence virtual testing. Check the control surfaces. As you wish, sir. As Jarvis's voice faded, the machinery within Tony's armor began to spring to life, from the jet propulsion at his feet to the mechanical apparatus on his back, culminating in a comprehensive self-diagnostic of all components within mere seconds. The test completed, the system prepared to shut down and initiate diagnostics. Let's do it this way, Tony interrupted Jarvis, checking the weather and air traffic control while monitoring ground control. Sir, before we embark on our formal flight, we still need to perform extensive calculations. Jarvis attempted to hinder Tony's actions. Indeed, Jarvis, Tony interjected once more, sometimes we must run before we learn to walk. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. As Tony assumed a takeoff posture, bright flames erupted from the jets beneath his feet, gently lifting him into the air as he adjusted his stance and soared out of the garage door. Woohoo! Tony exclaimed with exhilaration, prompting a slight smile from Lin Feng, whose military uniform transformed into flowing nanotechnology, coalescing into a suit of silvery armor as he followed Tony into the sky. The operation was remarkably fluid. As Tony and Lin Feng flew past a Ferris wheel, a child inside, licking an ice cream cone, gaped in awe at the two aerial figures, oblivious even as the ice cream tumbled to the ground. How does it feel to fly? Lin Feng's voice resonated through Tony's helmet. Lin, have you hacked into my communication system again? Tony replied with a hint of annoyance. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Lin Feng chuckled, soaring higher into the sky. Come on, let us race. The Mark II's record is 40,000 feet, right? What about the State Route 1 fighter jet? Tony's tone brimmed with excitement. 85,000 feet, sir. Records are meant to be broken. Let us go. Tony shouted enthusiastically, taking off and racing alongside Lin Feng. Keep going higher still. As both ascended, they soon burst through the clouds. The starry sky. What a marvel, Lin Feng exclaimed, spreading his arms wide, removing his helmet to savor the thin oxygen above the clouds. Jarvis, what is our current altitude? Tony observed Lin Feng, now helmetless, with astonishment. We are at 90,000 feet, which places us within the stratosphere, Jarvis explained. Then how did he remove his helmet? Tony gestured incredulously towards Lin Feng. Mr. Lin's physiology differs significantly from that of an ordinary human. I discovered this issue some time ago. It appears he possesses certain mechanical devices within his body. Lin, Tony flew closer to Lin Feng. What is going on? Lin Feng donned his helmet again, turning to face Tony. How did you manage that? Tony decided to inquire directly. It's the combined effect of genetic engineering and mechanical technology, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. In fact, I can survive for several hours in the vacuum of space without any protective gear. Goodness, the technology of your era is truly advanced, Tony sighed. Everything is driven by the demands of interstellar warfare. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. After all, we cannot allow our warriors to perish instantaneously once their armor is breached. For the human soldiers of my world, battle armor serves more as a constraint. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he reflected on how donning this armor often limits our potential. For these nanomaterials cannot withstand the full force of our explosive physical prowess. As he spoke, Lin Feng exerted pressure, causing the nanomaterial armor in his palm to shatter, only to swiftly reconstitute itself. It was unfathomable. Tony felt his perception of reality being profoundly challenged. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared within Tony's helmet. Warning, warning. Due to solar activity, the system is experiencing severe electromagnetic interference. Chapter 10. Solar Storm. What's happening, Jarvis? Tony's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing the alarm. In the blink of an eye, the thrusters on his suit extinguished, the lights on his helmet dimmed, and he plummeted from the sky. Zero. What is the situation? As far as I recall, such an event does not occur in the cinematic universe's timeline. Lin Feng dove, pursuing Tony as he descended in freefall. Indeed, a solar storm does manifest in the cinematic universe, Zero replied calmly. However, such an event was not depicted in the original film, likely because the Mark II was not flying high enough. Wait, is it the Fantastic Four? Lin Feng suddenly had a realization. So, another genius from an alternate Earth in the Marvel Universe has appeared? Absurd. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, summoning a surge of primordial energy that surged into Tony's chest, revitalizing the arc reactor that had previously gone offline. The suit rebooted, icons flashing before him. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, the thrusters on the Mark III erupted in brilliant light, allowing Tony to trace an arc through the air and descend once more. Woohoo! Haha! Tony's laughter was filled with genuine delight. Indeed. While the moment of freefall had instilled a flicker of fear in him, he quickly regained his composure, confident that Lin Feng would not allow him to meet a disastrous fate upon impact. Lin, did you see that? Tony exclaimed joyfully as he soared next to Lin Feng. That was quite the thrill. Indeed, however, I believe you ought to enhance your suit with electromagnetic radiation shielding, Lin Feng suggested with a shrug, flying towards Stark's mansion. You are absolutely right. Tony followed suit, and the two returned to his underground sanctuary. Are you not going to take a look at that? Lin Feng pointed to the box Pepper had earlier delivered. What? Is there any significance to it? Tony unwrapped the paper, revealing a glass case containing the miniature arc reactor he had painstakingly crafted in the cave, inscribed with the words, Tony Stark, with a warm heart. That evening, the red carpet at the Disney Concert Hall was exceptionally vibrant, hosting the third annual charity gala for the families of firefighters, organized by Tony Stark. News footage began to play on the screen. Jarvis, were we invited? Tony frowned. I have no record of an invitation, sir, Jarvis responded. Jarvis, apply electromagnetic shielding paint to my suit. Tony took a glass of green juice and downed it in one go. Palladium poisoning? Lin Feng observed the empty glass Tony had just finished. Indeed, Tony sighed, tapping the arc reactor embedded in his chest. This device allows me to live temporarily, yet it accelerates my demise. Quite the paradox, isn't it? Indeed, a bit contradictory. However, why not ask me for assistance? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. What? Tony was momentarily taken aback, and in that brief second of hesitation, Lin Feng had already pressed his right hand against Tony's chest. A radiant white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm, and the nanomaterials from his own armor infiltrated Tony's chest. Moments later, Lin Feng withdrew his hand, revealing several fragments of shrapnel resting in his palm. I have extracted the fragments. Your arc reactor no longer needs to be lodged within your chest. However, should you continue to utilize the Mark III, the palladium will continue to corrode your body, Lin Feng stated as he placed the fragments into a small vial. What do you think? Should we keep it as a memento? Absolutely not. Tony shook his head. I shall take my leave now. I'm quite eager to discover why the charity gala named after me has not extended an invitation. Lin Feng stretched lazily. I have filled that cavity in your chest with nanomaterials. In the forthcoming period, the new tissue that emerges from your body will gradually replace my nanomaterials. In other words, once depleted, you shall return them to me. Sounds good. Tony waved dismissively, selecting a sports car and revving its engine as he sped out of the garage. Zero, seated in Tony's executive chair, leaned back and pondered. In this universe, the most crucial elements must be the 6 Infinity Stones, correct? For the time being, yes. Although we remain uncertain about the existence of multiverses within this Marvel cosmos, Zero replied coolly. If they do exist, the possibilities available to us would increase significantly. Additionally, we could also delve into the realm of magic. We possess the capability to directly harness primordial energy, which means we have attributes that other sorcerers lack. We do not need to draw magical power from those dimensional deities, but can instead wield magic using our own strength. Indeed, Zero affirmed. However, as visitors from another universe, we cannot ascertain the disposition of the Ancient One towards us, can we? Rest assured, the Ancient One only wards off those dimensional deities attempting to invade Earth. Since we have arrived here without being directly repelled by the cosmos, it indicates that we have already integrated into this universe, Lin Feng remarked as he rose to his feet. After all, the Marvel Universe possesses a sentient cosmic consciousness. In other words, our current attributes are entirely aligned with those of humanity in this world. And even if humanity were to devolve into chaos, ultimately leading to their own extinction, the Ancient One would remain uninvolved, wouldn't he? Zero interjected, echoing Lin Feng's sentiment. Indeed, that is the case. The Ancient One can observe the timeline, but does not interfere with its alterations. In comparison, I find the time variance authority created by Kong the Conqueror to be a greater threat, Lin Feng continued. Just a group of ordinary individuals wielding specialized weapons. What does it matter? Zero scoffed. What if Kong himself intervenes? Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. From the events in Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, we witnessed Kong's formidable power. Although he did not showcase his strength in the Loki series, it is reasonable to assume that he is not to be underestimated. Indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zero concluded that we must expedite the enhancement of our combat capabilities. Furthermore, it is imperative that we swiftly elevate the quality of humanity as well. Chapter 11. The Wormhole Generator. After a lengthy endeavor in Tony's basement, Lin Feng finally completed his work, just as Tony returned from the dinner. How did it go? Was your conversation with Obadiah smooth? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He laid his cards on the table, though he didn't explicitly state that he was the one who orchestrated my abduction by terrorists, Tony replied, slumping into a chair and shaking his head gently. Moreover, I encountered a journalist. He showcased the attack on Kamara, where terrorists wielded weapons produced by Stark Industries, including scenes featuring Jericho missiles. Lin Feng had anticipated such developments, aware of what would transpire at the dinner. You always seem to know everything, Tony sighed. I must remind you, Ethan is currently in Kamara, his hometown. After escaping from the cave, he decided to do something for his community and returned. Lin Feng toyed with a small device in his hand. What? Tony suddenly sprang to his feet. Jarvis, equip Mark III with a weapon system and calibrate the hand-mounted thrusters for lethality. He turned to Lin Feng. I need your assistance. If you cannot control the situation, I will intervene. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Tony took a deep breath and stepped onto the grid-patterned floor in the center of the room. Jarvis, suit me up. The sound of mechanical servos echoed as multiple robotic arms emerged from the ground, adorning him with the Mark III Iron Man suit. One of the most iconic transformations of Iron Man in the Marvel Universe, is it not? Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, captivated by the aesthetically mechanical spectacle. Indeed. Witnessing this is quite a novel experience, Zero replied in Lin Feng's mind. From this moment on, our Iron Man has never donned his armor with a smile again. Hey. Tony, Lin Feng interrupted his thoughts after Tony had finished suiting up. To be honest, I always had a question when I watched the movies back in the day. He pointed to his own head. With that hairstyle, doesn't wearing the helmet this way pinch your hair? Hey, I had just managed to build up some momentum. Tony glared at Lin Feng, somewhat discontented. All right, just lightening the mood. Lin Feng waved his hand. Go solve your problem, I'll have your back. However, if you're not in extraordinary danger, I won't intervene. No problem. With a thunderous sonic boom, Tony soared into the sky, leaving a trail of shockwaves that dissipated into the horizon. Zero, let us depart as well. It's time to test this little gadget. Lin Feng tossed the cube in his hand and pressed a button on top. A resonant hum emanated, and energy ripples radiated from the cube. As a swirling blue mist ascended, gradually forming a blue portal. Excellent. Lin Feng smiled faintly, taking a step forward and entering the portal. In the next moment, he found himself hovering above the town of Kamara. Your technological prowess remains as formidable as ever, Zero remarked within Lin Feng's mind. Moments ago, Lin Feng had employed the wormhole technology developed by the Pan-Blue Star human civilization community, enabling spatial leaps. Most importantly, this wormhole did not possess the terrifying gravitational forces typically associated with wormholes in scientific discourse, meaning that opening it would not adversely affect the surrounding environment. Originally, Lin Feng's battle armor was equipped with a rudimentary wormhole generator. However, upon entering the Marvel Universe, the differing spatial rules rendered his original generator inoperative. Consequently, Lin Feng dismantled the generator and modified it to comply with the spatial rules of the Marvel Universe, even reverse engineering some properties of the cosmic cube based on Tony's arc reactor, resulting in a wormhole generator capable of instantaneous transport to any corner of this universe, provided one had the coordinates. With sufficient accumulation of primordial energy, he finally no longer needed to rely on primitive propulsion devices. Stretching his limbs, Lin Feng found no signs of propulsion jets beneath his feet, yet remained steadily suspended in the sky. Supported by a gravity-defying device powered by primordial energy, an advanced technology long mastered by the Pan-Blue Star human civilization community. However, such cutting-edge technology demanded immense energy. Using a miniature arc reactor like Tony's, the device could sustain flight for no more than an hour. Humanity is perpetually embroiled in self-destruction. As Lin Feng hovered in the air, observing the chaos below, his brow furrowed. Jericho missiles ascended, unleashing a barrage of cluster warheads that stirred up clouds of dust. Numerous terrorists stormed into homes, indiscriminately firing upon any who dared to flee. Women and children are to remain. All men are to be executed. The new leader of the terrorists bellowed orders, and within the crowd destined for execution stood Ethan. Damn it. Lin Feng clenched his jaw and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant unnoticed by the terrorists, a small portal appeared beneath Ethan's feet, and he was transported to Lin Feng's side, grasped firmly by the collar. Upon seeing Lin Feng, hope surged in Ethan's eyes. Can you save them? No, I cannot. Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. This is a matter for Tony to resolve, not me. But innocent civilians are being slaughtered. Ethan protested, bewildered. Ethan, perhaps you do not understand me, Lin Feng said, gazing down at the scene of carnage. I aspire for humanity to achieve significant progress. But that does not imply I value individual human lives. Rather, I am concerned with the survival of human civilization as a whole, not with each individual. Presently, human civilization faces a monumental crisis, and I seek to unify all of humanity. Lin Feng let out a sigh. Thus, the remainder shall be entrusted to Tony. Unifying humanity cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. Tony must also establish a measure of authority. I hope the repercussions of the butterfly effect will not be so profound. At least not until after the Battle of New York, before any uncontrollable changes take place. What? Ethan did not clearly hear Lin Feng's final murmurs. It's nothing, but the massacre is about to cease. Look, he has arrived. Lin Feng pointed into the distance, where a flicker of flame approached rapidly. Just as the terrorists were preparing to execute the next group, a crimson gold figure crashed to the ground. Chapter 12. The Original Energy Aggregate. The superhero descends. It must be said that the most valuable aspect of Tony's armor is undoubtedly its shock absorption capabilities. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Tony, I've rescued Ethan. You can proceed without restraint. Absolutely, Tony replied as he slowly rose to his feet. Bang, bang, bang. Observing the golden red figure, the terrorists frantically squeezed the triggers of their weapons, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the surface of the armored suit, yet none inflicted any harm. With a decisive strike, Tony advanced, delivering a powerful punch that sent the first assailant crashing against a nearby wall. The charging sound resonated as the beam cannon in his palm swiftly dealt with the surrounding terrorists. However, upon turning again, he found several terrorists brandishing Stark Industries firearms, pressing them against the heads of the refugees. No instant noodles. A torrent of incomprehensible words spilled from the terrorists' lips, but despite the language barrier, Tony discerned the underlying threat. The glow emanating from his palm gradually dimmed as he lowered his hands. Just as the terrorists in front relaxed their vigilance, Tony had already completed his targeting. A compact device emerged from his shoulder, launching miniature guided missiles that swiftly eliminated several of the assailants. "Daddy!" A child rushed forward, embracing a man who was moments away from execution at the hands of the terrorists. What a heartwarming scene. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. "You still possess humanity, don't you?" Ethan gazed at Lin Feng, somewhat dazed. "I have always retained my humanity. However, for the survival of human civilization, I must forsake most personal emotional needs." Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "Regardless of the circumstances, the paramount concern remains the collective welfare of humanity, even if it necessitates the sacrifice of a few." But a thunderous crash echoed from below as Tony smashed through a wall, yanking the new leader of the terrorists from the other side and casting him to the ground. "He is all yours," Tony declared, as the jets on his suit erupted in a blaze of fire, lifting him skyward before he vanished into the horizon. With a deafening boom, a shell struck the side of Tony's chest plate, resulting in a violent explosion that sent him plummeting to the ground. "Lin," Tony groaned. "Isn't this supposed to be without danger?" Lin Feng scoffed. "Shit, is this truly happening?" Tony cursed as he slowly extricated himself from the crater. Spotting a tank not far away, bang! Another shell was fired at Tony, who merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the projectile to whiz past him. Whoosh! The gauntlet on Tony's arm opened, releasing a miniature missile that soared forth with a faint whistle, striking the tank, but eliciting no discernible reaction. Tony remained unfazed, simply turning to walk forward. Moments later, the tank erupted in a thunderous explosion, disintegrating into fragments. "Tony's prowess is indeed formidable," Lin Feng mused. Tony advanced towards the terrorist before him, completely disregarding the bullets that whizzed past him. Under the watchful gaze of the terrorist, he ascended slowly into the air. A sound of energy charging filled the atmosphere as a massive beam cannon was unleashed upon the terrorist's armory. A cacophony of explosions erupted as a multitude of weapons detonated, and Tony burst forth from the flames, vanishing into the sky. "Wait," Lin Feng intercepted Tony. "Are you really just going to return like this?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Tony queried, somewhat perplexed. "Do you truly believe that your American detection systems are mere decorations?" Lin Feng scoffed. "If you fly back like this, it won't be 5 minutes before military aircraft are on your tail." That does seem likely." Tony scratched his head. "All right, I'll escort you back." Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, opening a wormhole leading to Tony's basement. "Let us go, thick-legged crab," Tony exclaimed in astonishment as he traversed the wormhole. "Is this spatial technology?" "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. "I have enhanced the wormhole generator on my suit to adapt to the spatial rules of this universe." "Is your technology truly this advanced? May I analyze this technology?" Tony's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do not forget, in the universe I come from, human civilization is interstellar. For a civilization capable of venturing beyond star systems, technologies for spatial leaps and quantum communication are essential. After all, the ultimate limit in the universe is the speed of light. One cannot afford to spend decades in transit after a 5-minute battle." Lin Feng shrugged, handing the wormhole generator to Tony. "Spatial leap technology is not particularly difficult. The structure of this device is quite simple, and you could easily replicate it. The real challenge lies in the nature of the energy required." "What kind of energy does it use?" Tony gingerly cradled the wormhole generator, recognizing the advanced technology as a treasure. "In my universe, we refer to it as the Genesis primordial energy," Lin Feng replied. "This energy permeates the entire universe, but to harness it, one must undergo a transformation of the living being." "Transformation of the living being?" Tony was taken aback. "Precisely. You could simplify it as the Eastern practice of cultivating immortality." Lin Feng nodded. "We absorb the Genesis primordial energy that drifts through the universe, which then reacts with the living being to produce new properties. After this reaction, we can release it, and the wormhole generator requires Genesis primordial energy to function. In fact, your universe possesses a unique advantage. In our universe, the Genesis primordial energy is uniformly distributed throughout, with the concentration being identical in any part of the cosmos. Here, however, it is different." Lin Feng sighed. "In this universe, Genesis primordial energy can be artificially condensed, as you possess the primordial energy aggregates that can solidify and manipulate the entire universe. One could even say that such entities serve as the controllers of the cosmos." All substances that emanate from these primordial aggregates possess elements that elevate the concentration of the creative primordial energy, such as the arc reactor nestled within your chest. Chapter 13. The Iron Tyrant. These primordial energy aggregates are referred to as infinity stones by the advanced intelligent life forms in your universe. Theoretically, there should be 6 infinity stones, one of which resides on Earth. The arc reactor created by your father is fundamentally based on the cosmic cube, the vessel of this infinity stone, which you aspire to study. Thus, your arc reactor inherently possesses the power to harness the primordial energy of creation. How should I utilize this energy? Tony inhaled deeply. This is our method of absorbing and employing the foundational energy of creation. Lin Feng handed Tony a storage device. But to comprehend this information, you must learn some Chinese. Relying solely on mechanical translations will result in numerous semantic deficiencies. Understood. Tony solemnly accepted the storage device from Lin Feng, handling it with great care. When the time is ripe, I shall disclose the methods for cultivating this foundational energy, allowing every human the opportunity to engage in this practice. Lin Feng rose, reiterating, humanity is facing a tremendous crisis, and my aim is to equip the majority with the means to safeguard themselves in this perilous time. I understand. Tony nodded. I will safeguard this information diligently. 3 days later. Tony, we have a problem. Lin Feng received a call from Tony. What is it? Lin Feng set down the tool he was using. The prototype of my arc reactor has been stolen, Tony replied through gritted teeth. Obadiah? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it must be him, if all goes as expected. Obadiah possesses a suit of armor modified from the Mark I, and given his resources far exceed what you had during your time in the cave. This suit should be quite formidable. Lin Feng shrugged. Normally, he would extract the new reactor you are currently using from your chest, leaving you to operate the older model to power the armor. Even so, at that time, you still triumphed. I see. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Tony's eyes. If, in a timeline without Lin Feng, he could defeat Obadiah using the energy efficiency of the original arc reactor against Obadiah's upgraded suit, then under the current circumstances, where Obadiah's reactor is inferior to Tony's, there is even less reason for him to lose. Moreover, Tony, I must caution you about something. Lin Feng's expression grew unusually serious. You must understand, last time, Obadiah was discovered by SHIELD agents, and thus he was unprepared. However, a new issue has arisen. No one is there to disturb him. Tony frowned. Precisely. Therefore, Obadiah will take precautions. And knowing that the energy source he possesses is inferior to yours, he will likely seek external threats capable of endangering you. Pepper. Tony's gaze momentarily dulled before he snapped back to attention. JARVIS. Suit me up. Tony's expression toward Lin Feng was somewhat complex. I am aware, but as always, the same principle applies. Lin Feng rose to his feet, declaring that as long as you or Pepper were not in mortal peril, he would refrain from intervening. That was sufficient. Tony inhaled deeply, soaring into the sky, heading directly towards Pepper's residence. Miss Potts. Obadiah Stane unfastened his helmet, aiming the machine gun mounted on his arm at Pepper's head. As of now, you are dismissed. However, you still possess a modicum of value. Stane. Tony's voice echoed closer, and as Obadiah turned, he beheld a fiery blaze rushing towards him. He hastily donned his helmet and unleashed a barrage of firepower from his machine gun towards Tony, but it was futile. Tony had already crashed through the adjacent wall, barreling through a container truck and landing on the street. In an instant, a catastrophic pileup ensued, with numerous vehicles colliding. Obadiah lifted a car parked before him, directing it at Tony. Obadiah, put them down, Tony intoned gravely, eyeing the family of 4 within the vehicle. Collateral damage. Tony, Obadiah retorted, preparing to hurl the car downwards. Redirect energy to the chest. Tony commanded, firing a beam from the arc reactor in his chest, striking Obadiah's chest plate and sending him reeling, relinquishing the car in the process. Damn it, Tony cursed, catching the vehicle, which contained children. He could not allow it to crash to the ground. Madam, please. Before Tony could finish, the woman at the wheel screamed and slammed down the accelerator. The jets beneath Tony ignited, propelling him past the car, delivering a powerful punch to Obadiah's helmet. Despite this, Obadiah merely tilted his head slightly before seizing Tony and slamming him into the ground, placing a foot upon him. I built Stark Industries from the ground up. No one will hinder me, Obadiah declared, stomping down relentlessly, then hoisting Tony and throwing him into a bus. Not even you. Obadiah cackled, a missile emerging from his shoulder and crashing into the bus, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Tony hurtling through the air. As he descended, the jets on his armor glowed, stabilizing him midair. You built it from the ground up? Then why is Stark Industries named after my surname? Tony retorted mockingly. Impressive. You've upgraded your armor. Obadiah paid no heed to Tony's words, lost in his own amusement. But I have my upgrades too. The sound of mechanical transformation filled the air as the mechanism at Obadiah's feet began to reshape, releasing a blaze and smoke that would incite fury in any environmentalist. Ironmonger slowly ascended. Sir, it seems his armor can also fly. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's helmet. Indeed, I have eyes. I can see. Tony replied with resignation. Jarvis, take me up. Yes, sir. The jets beneath Tony flared brilliantly, trailing a fiery plume as he ascended towards the heavens. Jarvis, continue ascending. Surely, there won't be another solar storm today? Tony remarked as he soared higher into the sky. Jarvis, no need to rush. Allow him to catch me at approximately 45,000 feet. Understood, sir. Jarvis regulated the speed, narrowing the distance between Obadiah and Tony. Your idea is brilliant, Tony. Obadiah seized Tony's ankle, pulling him into an embrace. Zero, I must say, this scene is rather intimate, wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng, suspended in midair, observed the spectacle below. Indeed, Captain, you speak the truth. Zero let out a soft chuckle within Tony's mind. My armor is far more advanced in every aspect. Obadiah tightened his grip around Tony's neck. Your approach is too conservative. Is it? Tony raised an eyebrow. Then how do you intend to tackle the ice formation issue? What ice formation issue? Obadiah faltered momentarily, and in that instant of distraction, his armor abruptly lost power. You'd best take a closer look. Tony tapped Obadiah's helmet. Shards of ice scattering as Obadiah plummeted downward. Chapter 14. The Radiant Farm. Tony Stark, your fate will not be a favorable one. The already energy-depleted Obadiah struggled to extricate himself from his armor. It must be acknowledged that Obadiah was a commendable scientist. He had even foreseen the depletion of energy and incorporated a manual release mechanism within his suit. Obadiah, I have acquired undeniable evidence of your collusion with terrorists. Your remaining years will be spent behind bars. Before Tony could finish his statement, a silver figure suddenly descended behind Obadiah, delivering a devastating punch that pierced through his chest, clutching his heart in hand. Lin Yu. Tony stared in disbelief at the heart in Lin Feng's grasp. What? Do you wish to spare him? Lin Feng crushed the heart effortlessly. After all, he is my uncle. Tony sighed. You know, Obadiah raised me. Hey, Tony. Wake up. Lin Feng lightly tapped the back of Tony's head. You have no uncle. Your father was an only child. Furthermore, that corpse on the ground bears the surname Stain, not Stark. He was merely a schemer intent on killing you and usurping your company. Lin, sometimes I feel you lack any semblance of emotion. A hint of sorrow lingered in Tony's gaze. I do possess emotions. I merely have the capacity to govern them with my intellect. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Why? Isn't it exhausting to live this way? Tony inquired, puzzled. What choice do I have? Lin Feng sighed. In my universe, humanity has long been blinded by its own might. I am the sole hawkish general among the human race. No one comprehends my ideology. What ideology? Tony raised an eyebrow. Those not of my kin will surely harbor different intentions. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor. In the cosmos, all civilizations are adversarial. When civilizations encounter one another, there exists but one option, the complete annihilation of one by the other. Isn't that a tad too radical? Tony hesitated at Lin Feng's perspective. This theory originates from a literary work of humanity in my universe, titled The Three-Body Problem. Lin Feng gazed up at the night sky. Survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. Civilizations continuously grow and expand, while the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. With these two apparent axioms as our foundation, it becomes evident that conflict between civilizations is unavoidable. My own experiments have indeed validated this notion. The universe resembles a dark forest, where each civilization acts as a hunter. Tony interjected, continuing Lin Feng's thought. Indeed, this book exists in our world as well. I have even conducted special studies on it. However, is this theory not overly pessimistic? Counter my claims. Lin Feng shrugged. The dark forest theory holds one crucial premise. Someone must fire the first shot, and it must be heard by the other hunters. A glimmer of light sparkled in Tony's eyes. Are we truly determined to debate here? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and opened the portal. Very well. Continue to articulate your viewpoint. Lin Feng leaned back against Tony's large sofa. I have a minor query. What if the hunter wielding the firearm is equipped with a silencer? It remains the same question. Lin Feng shrugged. What you refer to as a silencer could denote a higher level of technology, and on a cosmic scale. The number of civilizations capable of firing weapons is vast. You cannot guarantee that every civilization within this multitude possesses a silencer. However, you are correct about one thing. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This universe is indeed not a dark forest. You see, I maintain that. This universe is a luminous farm. Lin Feng interrupted Tony's words. What? Tony was taken aback. This universe is a radiant farm. Civilizations may engage in mutual annihilation, yet, in most instances, they will not truly perish, for this is not a forest, but a farm, one that has an owner. A hint of gravity lingered in Lin Feng's eyes. Are you suggesting that deities truly exist? Let us refrain from such jesting. Tony waved his hand dismissively. The so-called deities are merely more powerful and ancient forms of intelligent life. Lin Feng shook his head in mild exasperation in the lexicon of higher civilizations. These entities are referred to as celestial beings. The celestial beings are among the first intelligent lives born beneath the first firmament. Wait, Tony raised his hand. What is this first firmament? The first firmament is the initial universe within this cosmic system, a conscious universe, Lin Feng sighed. Humanity's current level of civilization is still far too primitive. You know nothing of the history of this universe. After the shattering of the first firmament, it fragmented into numerous multiverses. The universe we inhabit now is but one of these multiverses, and these celestial beings have sown a seed on every planet harboring intelligent life. What seed? Tony sensed an unsettling turn in the conversation. The seeds of new celestial beings. Lin Feng's expression grew exceedingly grave. The celestial lineage absorbs the souls of intelligent life to grow. When the number of intelligent beings on a planet reaches a certain threshold, the celestial being will emerge, causing the planet it inhabits to shatter. Warfare fosters the advancement of civilization and technology, which in turn promotes population growth. Thus, while war is permissible, extermination of a species is not. What use is this knowledge, aside from filling me with despair for the future? Tony gritted his teeth. You asked for it yourself. Lin Feng shrugged, and my ambitions are indeed grand. I intend to vanquish the master of this luminous farm. Chapter 15. I am Iron Man. So, if I understand you correctly, beneath us lies a slumbering celestial being, does it not? Tony's expression grew serious as he gestured towards the ground beneath their feet. Indeed, we likely have a decade before us. Lin Feng's eyes seemed to shimmer with fervor. 10 years' time, without necessarily vanquishing the deity outright. We must at least acquire the capability to safeguard human civilization upon its awakening. Interstellar migration? Tony raised an eyebrow. Precisely, within this decade. We must either lead humanity to defeat the celestial being or facilitate the exodus of a significant portion of humanity, ensuring that the colossal entity beneath us remains forever dormant. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. The knowledge I possess cannot be deciphered by humanity's current technological prowess. Thus, we require more resources. What do you mean? Tony furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. While humanity in this universe may not be overwhelmingly advanced, there exists a silver lining. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. A faction of humanity possesses extraordinarily potent individual abilities. A faction? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Tony, you are not the sole superhero. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder. This is my mission, to assemble and unite those among humanity who possess exceptional capabilities so that we may achieve greater feats together. Your words resonate with Soviet undertones. Tony shrugged. In truth, I hail from the Great Xia. Our ideologies align closely with those of the Soviet Union, do they not? Lin Feng shrugged in return. Yet this is the reality. Humanity must unite, especially we, the empowered, must do so, or rather, we need to forge an alliance. Should I cue Jarvis to play the indestructible alliance at this moment? Tony raised an eyebrow. No, but you could play something like the Internationale instead. Lin Feng smirked. All right. I speak earnestly, I am not jesting. I intend not only to establish an alliance, but also to ensure that the entire world is aware of it, to comprehend our existence, and to recognize that threats from beyond our planet are ever present, and only we can shield them. What significance does that hold? Tony frowned. Quite simply. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. The existence of superheroes is indispensable, yet we must not allow ordinary individuals to perceive our protection as an inherent right. Such a belief would hinder future progress. The phrase "with great power comes great responsibility" is mere folly. Power begets authority. And it is the responsibility corresponding to that authority that matters. We cannot allow humanity to bypass the intermediate step, directly linking power and responsibility. Very well. I shall take my leave. Those insufferable agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. are approaching. With that, Lin Feng pressed a button on his arm, and the portal opened, swallowing him into its depths, rendering him invisible. Everyone has received the official report on last night's Stark incident. At the press conference, Rhodey was addressing the audience, while Lin Feng sat quietly in a corner, patiently awaiting the official commencement of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's inaugural era. Unverified reports have emerged indicating that a prototype robot from Stark Industries has malfunctioned, resulting in substantial damage to a neighborhood. Fortunately, a private bodyguard of Tony Stark arrived promptly on the scene. The name Iron Man certainly resonates. Tony glanced at the newspaper in his hand, while Pepper Potts, who was applying his makeup nearby, chimed in. Of course, that name is somewhat misleading, as my suit is crafted from a titanium gold alloy. Are you certain that Iron Man is truly a striking title? It makes me feel akin to an oil worker from the East. Suddenly, the voice of Lin Feng crackled through Tony's earpiece. Shet, Lin, Did you install a bug in the press conferences backstage? Tony glanced around anxiously. Oh, Tony. I would never do such a thing. Lin Feng shook his head. However, the room you are currently in is filled with miniature cameras and listening devices installed by SHIELD. I merely tapped into their frequency. Lin, you are indeed omnipresent. Tony sighed in resignation. All right, enough of that. Our agent with the lengthy title has arrived. Here is your alibi. Coulson handed Tony a card. You were on your yacht. We possess port reports confirming you were at Avalon all night, along with sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. Perhaps I could state that it was just Pepper and I, alone on the island. Tony scrutinized the speech in his hands and shrugged. Just read from the script. Coulson maintained his composure. Stanley's not mentioned here. Tony repeatedly flipped through the speech. That matter has been dealt with. He has gone on vacation, and the accident rate for private jets is quite high. But what about the cover story for The Bodyguard? Tony raised the speech in his hand. Do you expect people to believe this? This is not our first time dealing with such matters, Mr. Stark. Coulson refrained from elaborating further. Just adhere to the official narrative. Rest assured, this will pass swiftly. You have 90 seconds. Coulson glanced at the time before turning to leave. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement. He will not be taking questions. Thank you. 90 seconds later, Rhodey ushered Tony onto the stage. It has been quite a while since I last saw all of you. I shall stick to the script this time. Tony approached the microphone, retrieving the speech from his pocket. Some have speculated that I was involved in the recent robot incident. Excuse me, Mr. Stark. Do you genuinely expect us to believe that a bodyguard in armor just happened to appear? A reporter interrupted Tony. I realize this may be somewhat perplexing, but questioning the official narrative is one thing, while making wild accusations that I am a superhero is quite another. I never claimed you were a superhero. The female journalist waved her hand dismissively. Indeed, quite right, as that is both unfounded and fantastical. Tony hesitated, clearly feeling unworthy of being a hero. I possess a multitude of character flaws and have made countless mistakes. I suppose I should just read the script. Rod leaned in closer to Tony, interrupting his thoughts. All right. Tony acknowledged with a nod, raising the speech in his hand. The truth is, at this juncture. Tony glanced at Lin Feng, who smiled and offered a gentle nod in encouragement. With a sense of relief washing over him, Tony lowered his speech. I am Iron Man. Chapter 16, The Cosmic Cube, I am Iron Man. As Tony uttered these words, the entire venue erupted in excitement. In a corner, Lin Feng smiled gently and vanished from sight. It was official. Tony had embraced his identity as Iron Man. According to the timeline of the cinematic universe, who would be next? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The next would be Dr. Banner, the host of the Hulk. Zero's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. The power that lies beneath all things. I truly wish to study it thoroughly. Lin Feng sighed. Given the cinematic universe's premise, could I currently defeat the Hulk? It would be quite a challenge, yet I believe it is surmountable, Zero replied. The Hulk would not appear in New York for several days. We still have time to enhance our abilities. Of course, we will require some assistance. The Cosmic Cube. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Zero, contact Pierce. Yes, Captain. Hail Hydra. An Indian man with glasses arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Agent Sitwell, thank you. Lin Feng said, accepting the box from Sitwell. The task I am about to undertake involves confidential matters. You may leave now. Understood. Sitwell bowed his head and departed. Tony, head to Stark Industries. We have a significant matter to investigate together. After Sitwell's exit, Lin Feng immediately connected with Tony. All right, I'll be there shortly. Tony's voice was accompanied by the rush of wind. Are you outside? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I just dismantled a terrorist hideout utilizing Stark Industries weaponry. Tony's breath was slightly irregular. Enough of the flying. I'll come to get you. Lin Feng clenched his right fist, opening a portal. Tony flew through. And just as he was about to crash into Lin Feng's wall due to his inability to stop, Lin Feng raised a hand gently, halting Tony midair. Sheesh, Lin. Even if my shock absorption system is effective, you can't toy with me like that. Tony exclaimed, lifting his visor with a grin. Whatever, Lin Feng replied, opening another portal and giving Tony a gentle nudge into it. He then grabbed the box and followed, the portal closing behind them. Before them stood the colossal arc reactor at Stark Industries headquarters. Are you planning to use this? Tony pointed at the massive reactor. Indeed. Have you noticed that this reactor contains numerous redundant components? Lin Feng gazed at the reactor, his eyes filled with admiration. I must say, Tony, your father was truly a genius. What have you discovered? Tony raised an eyebrow, recognizing the peculiarities of the reactor. The energy conduits were excessively expansive, and there were entirely unnecessary structures within. Exactly. Do you know why? Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the reactor. Could it be? Tony seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that this apparatus was not originally intended for palladium? Correct. Lin Feng opened the box in his hands, revealing a square object that emanated a faint blue glow. Jarvis, scan it, Tony urged as he leaned closer to the cosmic cube, scrutinizing it carefully. The energy intensity radiating from the cube was astonishing. Jarvis's voice resonated. However, I am unable to discern the internal structure. Lin, could this be? Indeed. It is one of the 6 infinity stones, the space stone's vessel, the cosmic cube. Lin Feng extracted the cosmic cube from the box. You must have noticed that within the arc reactor, there exists a cubic void surrounded by a multitude of energy conduits. Thus, the cosmic cube serves as the true power source for this apparatus. Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Now, I must install this device, and subsequently, I shall cultivate within the arc reactor. What? Tony paused, taken aback. I had this brought from S.H.I.E.L.D. I require a substantial amount of primordial energy. Soon, an extraordinarily powerful entity will emerge. Is it an adversary? Tony frowned. No, he is one of us. Though his mind is currently quite muddled, essentially, his consciousness resembles that of an infant. Yet he possesses immense strength. To subdue him, I must enhance my physical capabilities. May I inquire who this individual is? Tony took a deep breath. Are you familiar with Dr. Bruce Banner? Lin Feng cautiously inserted the cosmic cube into the arc reactor's interface. That individual? He is the one who created it? Tony clearly recognized Dr. Banner's profound expertise in biology. No, that is him himself. Lin Feng shrugged. During a laboratory accident, he was affected by gamma radiation, resulting in a persona that transforms into a colossal green monster. Growing stronger with his anger. The incident at Caltech? Tony seemed to recall something. Precisely that one. Lin Feng sighed. Dr. Banner should currently be in Brazil. But if all goes as expected, he will appear in New York shortly. I must acquire the strength to subdue the Hulk before then. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand, and his clothing transformed into nanoscopic particles, coalescing beneath him into a disc that gently lifted him into the arc reactor. He then settled into a meditative posture, fervently absorbing the vast amounts of primordial energy that the reactor generated. I can hardly fathom that this individual can enhance his physical strength through energy absorption. This practice of cultivation truly exists, Tony marveled, observing Lin Feng, who sat bare-chested within the arc reactor. Jarvis, monitor the energy fluctuations within the reactor at all times, regardless of whether you can analyze anything. Ensure that everything occurring inside is recorded. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded, as numerous cameras, listening devices, and energy sensors turned towards Lin Feng. Tony, there is no point in exerting yourself. It is improbable that you will uncover the principles governing such energy movements. Instead, focus intently on the materials I have provided for you. Only through a genuine absorption of the primordial energy of creation will you possess the potential to discern its patterns and detect its essence. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Feng appeared to perceive everything in the external world. Very well, Tony sighed. Then I shall leave you to your practice. I must take my leave. Chapter 17. The Birth of Abomination. The voice of Captain Zero resonated within Lin Feng's mind, interrupting his deep meditative state. Has the Hulk appeared? Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, there was an incident yesterday at Caltech involving an attack by a green creature, Zero elucidated. Based on the rather unclear footage from the scene, it is undoubtedly the Hulk. Excellent. Lin Feng rose, supported by a disc composed of nanomaterials, and soared out of the arc reactor. Now, we need to do but one thing, await the emergence of the abomination. When these two titans clash in New York, it shall be my moment to showcase my power. The original form of the abomination, Blonsky, had become exceedingly volatile and irritable after undergoing enhancement with the super soldier serum, harboring a relentless obsession for a worthy adversary, which could pose a challenge for subjugation. This may not bode well, Zero voiced his concern. Nay, you're mistaken. Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. The solution to dealing with such individuals is quite straightforward. Simply subdue them through sheer force until they yield in fear. Once they are frightened, they will become exceedingly compliant. Lin, you are awake? Tony, alerted by Jarvis, arrived at Stark Industries. Yes, I've been seated here for 3 days. It's high time I stretch my limbs. Lin Feng yawned. By the way, I require your assistance with something forthcoming. Speak on, Tony encouraged. In the coming days, a monumental battle is set to unfold in Harlem, New York. Both parties possess formidable powers. I am capable of defeating them, yet I cannot mitigate the collateral damage. Do you comprehend my meaning? Lin Feng gazed intently into Tony's eyes. When a vehicle breaks down, you replace it. When a house is damaged, you repair it. This is a familiar process for me. I did the same following my encounter with Obadiah. Tony chuckled. You previously mentioned establishing an organization, right? I've been contemplating whether we should create a fund for post-battle reconstruction and compensation efforts. I concur. Such a fund is indeed necessary. Lin Feng nodded. By the way, has that Black Egg ever contacted you? Black Egg? Tony paused, then realized. You mean the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, he has approached me. He shares our vision and seeks to form a superhero alliance to combat crises on Earth. His intentions diverge significantly from ours. Lin Feng shook his head. I am aware of the Avengers Initiative. However, that Black Egg's concept is to mobilize these superheroes only in times of crisis. My vision is entirely different. Pray tell. Tony raised an eyebrow. Why must we be Avengers? Why can we not be preventers? Lin Feng approached the window. Observe the world outside. The lives of these individuals may not be idyllic or joyous, yet they persist, do they not? If we wait until a crisis befalls Earth to act, how many lives do you think will be lost in the interval between our intervention and the resolution of the calamity? It is challenging for me to provide a precise figure, yet I can vividly imagine the scene of devastation. Tony sighed, but what can we truly do? We must confine the war beyond our home planet. Lin Feng's gaze gleamed with intensity, as if it could pierce through the darkness outside. Oh, I should mention that home planet is how my universe refers to Earth. After all, it is the cradle of human civilization. What should we do? Tony took a deep breath. We must grow stronger. A spark of determination ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Strength at any cost. Regarding this matter, I have begun to grasp the cultivation method of the primordial energy you taught me. Tony extended his hand, and a glimmer of white light materialized in his palm. This was the fruit of my efforts over the past 3 days. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded. Now that you have grasped the essentials, the next step is to systematically absorb the primordial energy. It would be wise for you to reconstruct this arc reactor, with the cosmic cube as its core. It will serve as an exceptional training ground for the primordial energy. Indeed, I will do so. By the way, you mentioned a great battle would occur in a few days. Will you require my assistance? Not just yet. Lin Feng shook his head. I need to establish my authority a bit, and those two formidable beings will serve as excellent examples. I must handle them alone. Furthermore, in a few years, I will return the cosmic cube to S-H-I-E-L-D, at which point a significant battle will descend upon Earth. That will be our opportune moment to present ourselves before the entire world, as well as the final conflict I envision on our home soil. Very well, I understand. Tony nodded. If your reaction is intense, this will ensure you do not harm yourself. Dr. Stern was binding Banner to the experimental table. You may later inform me of your assessment regarding the intensity of your reaction. Dr. Banner offered a slight smile. Those damned foolish graduate students. Stern pounded the malfunctioning machine with vigor. The sensation would be unlike any other. We are commencing. Stern pressed a button, and a substantial amount of serum was injected into Banner's body. They began. Lin Feng, who had previously installed cameras in Dr. Stern's laboratory, stood up and opened a portal, arriving in midair over Harlem. With his heightened hearing, Lin Feng detected the roars emanating from below. He knew it was Dr. Banner transforming into the Hulk while undergoing the so-called antidote. TSK, they have arrived. Hearing the roar of helicopters below, Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Blonsky was here, and the abomination was about to be born. If you kill the Hulk, I assure you that you will spend the rest of your life in prison. General Ross stated to the bound Dr. Banner, who merely gazed at the sky, seemingly unfazed. This is truly troublesome. Why haven't they begun yet? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards Dr. Stern's laboratory. However, the progress here appeared quite swift. I want you to extract that substance from Banner's body. Blonsky aimed a pistol at Dr. Stern's head. You appear to have injected something, haven't you? Dr. Stein slowly rose, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He was a quintessential mad scientist, and a mad scientist always revels in the presence of a suitable subject for experimentation. Indeed, I require more. Bronxy's face bore the expression akin to that of a de-addiction crisis. You see what he is becoming, do you not? Yes, it is breathtaking, Doctor. Stein's gaze took on a hint of morbidity. Excellent, the main event is upon us. Lin Feng witnessed Bronxy, now transformed into abomination, breaking free from the laboratory table. And he also saw the test tube containing Banner's blood shatter, its contents dripping onto Dr. Stein's wounded forehead. It suddenly struck me that this monumental event encompassed not only Hulk and abomination, but also the emergence of the leader. Am I correct? Lin Feng thoughtfully stroked his chin, simultaneously opening a portal to transport the metamorphosing Dr. Stein to the basement of his own home. Open the back door. Meanwhile, on the helicopter, Banner took a deep breath. Only I can stop him. He fervently kissed Betty and then leaped from the helicopter, tightly shutting his eyes to savor the rush of wind and the exhilaration of free fall. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Yet there was not a trace of green within them. Oh shit. Banner barely had time to utter this phrase before crashing through the ground, creating a substantial crater. Chapter 18. That feeling. A furious roar erupted from the pit in the ground, and a colossal green hand emerged from the abyss. The Hulk clawed his way out, tearing away the tattered remnants of his clothing, his gaze fixed upon his adversary, Abomination. Well, this is more like it. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. his entire form enveloped in shimmering silver armor, and then he transformed into a streak of silver light, diving downward. At that moment, both the Hulk and Abomination were charging forward, each monster brimming with formidable energy. Just as they were about to collide, a silver figure materialized between them, halting their momentum in an instant. A tremendous force erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered the glass of the entire block. Abomination regarded the diminutive figure that braced against his fist with a hint of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the Hulk let out a deafening roar, feeling insulted and enraged by the audacity of such a small entity holding him back. As his fury intensified, so too did his strength. Is this all you've got? Lin Feng floated between them, his hands firmly planted against the fists of the Hulk and Abomination, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. If this is the extent of your power, then it's my turn. With a surge of effort, Lin Feng's hands exerted force, and the white mist swirling around him intensified. His strength escalated dramatically, lifting both the Hulk and Abomination effortlessly. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng slammed Abomination into the ground before swinging the Hulk like a windmill, crashing him against Abomination. What a spectacle! Tony observed the scene from his satellite, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Has Lin's power truly reached such heights? Hulk, rise. Unleash your fury. Lin Feng roared at the Hulk, seeking to provoke him into tapping into greater strength, as he required a benchmark to gauge his own prowess within the Marvel Universe. The Hulk, with a thunderous cry, tore a police car in half, crafting makeshift gauntlets from its wreckage, and hurled a punch toward Lin Feng. A deafening explosion reverberated, followed by a violent shockwave that wreaked further havoc on the surrounding structures. Yet, Lin Feng stood steadfast, effortlessly absorbing the Hulk's blow without budging an inch. I am your opponent. Another roar echoed as Abomination leaped into the fray, charging at Lin Feng. Get lost. Lin Feng retorted impatiently, launching a kick that sent Abomination crashing back into the rubble from which he had just risen, leaving him to groan in defeat, unable to rise once more. Hulk, let me witness the limits of your power. Lin Feng gripped the Hulk's fist tightly, his eyes sparkling with intensity. It is essential to note that unlike other gamma-radiated entities, the Hulk is singular in possessing a second persona, as his alter ego derives from the lore of the Marvel Universe, a being whose might is surpassed only by the one above all, known as the one below all. The Hulk's fury continued to swell, his strength amplifying with each passing moment. Lin Feng, who had previously faced him with ease, now felt a twinge of exertion, though it was merely a slight strain. The Hulk, despite his escalating rage, had reached the limits of his power. Although his might surged with anger, there remained a threshold. If he wished to augment his strength further, it would depend on whether the forces beneath were willing to invest more. Sighing, Lin Feng concluded, testing you is still insufficient. Let us end this battle. A dense white mist emanated from his body, coalescing into a colossal humanoid figure that soon surpassed the Hulk's size. The disparity in their forms had entirely reversed, and Lin Feng lifted the Hulk above his head once more. A series of thunderous impacts echoed as the Hulk was repeatedly slammed into the ground, followed by a sweeping motion reminiscent of a windmill, launching him away. For a visual reference, think of the Hulk throwing Loki. Ah yes, that is precisely the sensation, exclaimed a deity seated at the end of time. With another ascent, Lin Feng delivered a powerful blow to the Hulk's forehead, rendering him unconscious, his form gradually shrinking back into that of Bruce Banner. TSK, 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 Lin Feng mused, reverting to his silver-white armored persona. Amidst a booming sound, a helicopter descended, and General Ross emerged from it. Sir, he is property of the United States military. Please return him to us, General Ross stated, standing before Lin Feng. General Ross. Lin Feng's helmet retracted slowly. I wonder what mindset leads you to believe you can seize my spoils. You may call me Stars, Lin Feng replied coolly. Mr. Stars. You must know that opposing the United States military brings no advantage. Ross gestured, and a multitude of soldiers raised their weapons in unison. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, a hint of danger flickering in his gaze. Not at all, General Ross replied, his expression impassive. I am merely stating a fact. Very well. Lin Feng sighed. In that case, it would be best if the Red Hulk never came into existence. What did you say? General Ross was momentarily taken aback. Well, what I mean is, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and grasped General Ross's neck. You can die. Can you bear the consequences of killing a two-star general of the U.S. Air Force? Ross's face turned a deep shade of red. You should ask whether this world can withstand the repercussions of provoking my wrath. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile, and with a powerful squeeze, he obliterated General Ross's head. Chapter 19. Welcome to 70 years later. With all matters settled, Pierce stood before Lin Feng with his head bowed. How is our plan progressing? Lin Feng, enveloped in shadows, gazed at Pierce with an indifferent expression. The drug analysis has concluded, and we are now in mass production, Pierce replied. Moreover, you have killed General Ross, and we are maneuvering to avoid any direct confrontation between the military and yourself. That is unnecessary. Let them come. I shall eliminate them one wave at a time, and soon they will think twice about returning, Lin Feng said, shaking his head. But if they deploy weapons of mass destruction? Pierce hesitated. Do not worry, Lin Feng stepped out from the shadows, gently patting Pierce's shoulder. Humanity's greatest reliance is on nuclear weapons, but unfortunately, their destructive capability may pale in comparison to the effects of conventional arms against me. I would actually welcome them to drop a nuclear bomb in the city. As he spoke, the nanoparticles in his hand flowed into a uniquely shaped device. The energy produced from a nuclear explosion would suffice to establish a stable fixed-point teleportation array. The energy reception device can convert other forms of energy into primal creation energy. Regrettably, it can currently only convert nuclear energy, which possesses an exceptionally high energy quality. Once I upgrade it further, I anticipate even more remarkable results. After Pierce departed, Lin Feng examined the device in his hand, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Alas, the technological sophistication of these items is far too advanced. The current state of human civilization is incapable of mass production. Director, we have made a significant discovery at the location Mr. Lin mentioned. At the Triskelion headquarters. Agent Coulson hurried into Fury's office. What is this? Fury exclaimed, widening his solitary eye at the photograph Coulson presented. Director, I suggest we contact Mr. Lin. After all, he knows the captain's whereabouts, and perhaps. Coulson ventured cautiously. Rest assured, I am aware. Fury waved dismissively and dialed Lin Feng's number. Why are you not out picking cotton? What do you want from me? Lin Feng's languid voice came through the phone. You racist bastard. Fury couldn't help but curse. Only for Lin Feng to hang up abruptly. Damn it. Fury nearly smashed his phone but restrained himself. Taking a deep breath, he redialed Lin Feng. What's this? Did the semi-automatic cotton picker learn to speak properly? Lin Feng leaned back, fully aware of Fury's intent. Previously, he had provided S-H-I-E-L-D with coordinates to a location in Antarctica where the legendary figure from World War II, Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay frozen. Mr. Lin, we have discovered something at the coordinates you provided. The fresh version of Steve Rogers, I presume? Lin Feng stretched. Have you unearthed him yet? Not yet. I wanted to inquire about your opinion. My advice is that once Captain America is thawed, it would be best for you not to appear before him. Lin Feng rose to his feet, asserting that a World War II veteran from Brooklyn would never accept a black man as his superior. Shet, Lin Yu. He interrupted Fury's words and abruptly ended the communication. He had no intention of taking any action against Fury. After all, despite his race, Fury was among the very few capable individuals who genuinely sought to protect the world. However, it was a pity that although he possessed ability, it would be best not to perpetuate inferior genes. Lin Feng shook his head, his right hand forming a gentle fist. A portal opened behind him, enveloping him in light. And in an instant, he materialized within a cavern beneath the Antarctic ice. Fellow comrade. Lin Feng retrieved the S-H-I-E-L-D agent identification that Pierce had entrusted to him. So this is the legend. Indeed, the staff regarded the frozen Captain America with a complex gaze. Allow me. Lin Feng extended his hand, and nanoparticles flowed, forming a circular ring that began to rotate rapidly, slicing through the massive block of ice encasing Captain America. Now, I shall take him back to headquarters. It would be rather disrespectful to unfreeze a World War II hero here. Lin Feng shrugged, and with a flash of light, the portal opened, and he vanished along with the ice. Have our technologies advanced to such a degree? Several agents exchanged bewildered glances, as Lin Feng's method of disappearance clearly exceeded their comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, carrying the block of ice containing Captain America. Just as Fury approached, eager to examine the World War II legend, Lin Feng blocked his path. Lin, we unanimously agree that we should create a suitable environment for the captain to acclimate before gradually helping him accept the reality of having awakened 70 years later, Fury said, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Lin Feng. Hey, Fury. I've stated it before. Discovering that a black man has become 1's superior might be harder to accept than merely waking up after 70 years. Lin Feng waved at Agent Coulson. All right, Agent Coulson, come with me. Really? Coulson followed eagerly, completely ignoring the exasperated Fury beside him. All right, Captain Rogers, awaken now. Lin Feng extended his hand, a milky light radiating and enveloping Captain America's body, preventing harm from the rapid thawing. With a firm fist, he melted the ice into steam. Cough, cough, cough. As Lin Feng withdrew the primordial energy from within Captain America, a series of violent coughs erupted, and the captain slowly opened his eyes. Shet. Upon observing his surroundings, Captain America abruptly sat up and threw a punch at the nearest Lin Feng. Hey, Captain, no foul language, just relax. Lin Feng effortlessly caught the punch thrown by Captain America, soothing him as he stirred from slumber. The war had come to an end. Red Skull was likely serving as a security guard in some distant realm, and Hydra had vanished without a trace. Even the one with the mustache had taken his own life. Where am I? Who are you? Captain America realized he was no match for Lin Feng's strength and, feeling a twinge of frustration, retracted his fist, sitting on the metal cot while catching his breath. You are in New York, Captain. As for me, my name is Lin Feng, though you may also refer to me as Chuanqing. A smile graced Lin Feng's face. Moreover, Captain, welcome to 70 years hence. Chapter 20. In the crisis of civilization, everyone is a soldier, Captain. Welcome to 70 years later. As those words fell, disbelief washed over Steve's face. He pushed past Lin Feng and rushed outside, where towering skyscrapers, massive billboards, and cars bustling down the streets surrounded him, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Is this truly 70 years into the future? Steve gazed at Lin Feng, who emerged slowly from the S-shaped headquarters, his eyes filled with confusion. Yes, Captain Rogers. Lin Feng nodded. You've been an ice cube in Antarctica for 70 years. We found you and unearthed you. This is somewhat I know. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he put an arm around Steve's shoulders. I understand this is hard to grasp, but look over there. Who is that? Steve followed Lin Feng's pointing finger and spotted a man with an eye patch. That is Nick Fury, the director of the world's largest espionage organization. How's that for an even more perplexing revelation? Lin Feng shrugged. Captain Rogers, there are many new wonders in the world 70 years later. I apologize. But you are no longer the most enigmatic product of scientific research. I'm fine. Steve waved his hand. It's just I have a date about that, Captain. I have a very sound solution. Lin Feng, with his left arm still around Steve's shoulders, gently clenched his right fist, and a portal opened. Before they vanished, Lin Feng even waved goodbye to Fury. Where are we? How did we get here? Steve shook his slightly dizzy head, taking in the surroundings. This is a hospital. Peggy Carter is right here. Lin Feng shrugged. What happened to her? Is she ill? Steve asked anxiously. She is not sick. She has merely aged. Lin Feng replied with a smile. You have slept for over 70 years. How old do you think Agent Carter is now? Damn. Steve cursed under his breath. Don't worry. I told you, I have a way. Lin Feng patted Steve's shoulder. I possess certain unique abilities. What do you mean? Steve looked at Lin Feng, puzzled. I have methods that can extend human life and even restore youth. Lin Feng extended his hand, a white aura swirling around it. However, to achieve this, a price must be paid. Thus, a fair exchange is required. What do you want? Steve's gaze grew calm. His past encounters with Hydra had instilled in him a habit of not trusting easily. I want you to work for me. Lin Feng revealed a slight smile. To safeguard human civilization alongside me. That is my responsibility. Steve frowned. What is your true intention? Though we both aim to protect human civilization, my approach differs from yours. Lin Feng sighed. Sometimes, for the overall advancement of humanity, we must sacrifice a few innocents. What do you mean? Steve took a deep breath, noting that your tone bore a striking resemblance to that of certain individuals he was familiar with. Captain, you can speak candidly. I am aware that my demeanor may resemble that of Hydra, yet I assure you, I am quite different. Lin Feng shook his head. The reason I express this is quite simple. Under my leadership, the advancement of humanity will be swift. And such rapid progress will inevitably leave a significant portion of the populace struggling to keep pace. I cannot accept that. Steve narrowed his eyes. Captain Rogers, you are an exceptional soldier, and I trust you recognize this as well. Lin Feng maintained his habitual, formulaic smile. In warfare, we sometimes must regrettably abandon those who lag behind. It is a painful decision, yet a necessary sacrifice for the triumph of war. But those innocent individuals are not soldiers. Steve countered, gesturing around him. Do they appear to you as soldiers, Captain? Lin Feng's voice tinged with regret, retorted, it is unfortunate. But all of human civilization stands on the brink of existential crisis. This is not merely a world war, nor a ploy by Hydra. Regardless of whether it is a global conflict or an invasion by Hydra, once the war concludes, humanity will invariably rebuild. The innocent at the bottom merely exchange one ruler for another, and their existence will not see substantial change. This time, however, it is different. We face an enemy from beyond the stars. If we falter, human civilization will face utter annihilation, and our species may be extinguished from the cosmos entirely. In such dire circumstances, every individual must act as a soldier, and those who cannot keep up must be forsaken. Can we not adopt a more gentle approach? Steve seemed swayed by Lin Feng's argument, lowering his gaze. Indeed, we have gentler methods at our disposal. However, regrettably, they are far too slow. And time is not on our side. Lin Feng shook his head, asserting that the survival of human civilization, or a portion of innocent individuals, posed a straightforward dilemma. But, Steve began. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Steve's eyes. You are a hero from World War II, the finest soldier on this planet. Can you truly not grasp this principle? I comprehend it, yet I cannot accept it, Steve replied, shaking his head. I require time. Without perceiving the enemy, I cannot trust your words. Trust me, Captain, if we do not pursue my course of action, humanity will suffer even greater losses. Lin Feng, somewhat exasperated, patted Steve on the shoulder. You will soon witness our foes, for they are approaching. Rest assured, I will also take action when they arrive. Steve nodded at Lin Feng. Furthermore, do not worry, Peggy has several years left. We still have time, Lin Feng smiled. She has waited for you for 70 years. Go and talk with her. I must take my leave now. That black egg will arrange the subsequent matters for you. Very well, I understand, Steve sighed, seemingly lost in contemplation about the future. Lin Feng gently clenched his right fist, and the portal opened, causing him to vanish from his location. At least he had a fleeting encounter with Captain America. As for his thoughts, they were of little consequence. When humanity's civilization truly faces a crisis, he always rises to the occasion. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa. You were right, but I believe we need to have a conversation. Suddenly, a golden halo materialized in Lin Feng's home, from which emerged a figure cloaked in a yellow hood. Chapter 21. The Ancient One. Upon seeing the bald head beneath the hood, Lin Feng immediately recognized the visitor. He joined his hands in reverence and slightly bowed before the Ancient One, inquiring about the purpose of her esteemed presence. Nothing much, merely a desire to see you. The Ancient One replied with a subtle smile. With a casual gesture, the portal behind her vanished without a trace. It is indeed my first encounter with a guest from beyond the Omniverse. Does the Ancient One have some scholarly interest in the Omniverse? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I possess a rudimentary understanding, yet it lacks depth, the Ancient One admitted, shaking her head. However, my visit today is unrelated to your identity. Rather, I wish to extend an invitation. Are you contemplating retirement again? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, the Ancient One chuckled heartily. However, after glimpsing certain futures, my plans for retirement have undergone significant alterations. Shall we sit and discuss this further? Lin Feng gradually seated himself, gesturing towards the sofa opposite him. Since your arrival in this world, the presence of eternity has rendered your surroundings less secure, the Ancient One sighed. In truth, the safest haven for me has become Earth. Now I understand, Lin Feng mused. He recognized that his ambition was to establish humanity as the sole civilization in the universe, with all of humanity under human control. This implied that the positions of those so-called deific creators would ultimately be supplanted by humankind. Given the Ancient One's insights into the future, it seemed she had succeeded. Now, Mr. Lin, do you wish to become the next Sorcerer Supreme? The Ancient One gazed at Lin Feng with a smile. Have you given up on Stephen Strange? Certainly not. She replied with a shake of her head. I pondered that perhaps it would be more beneficial if you were to guide Stephen. Why is that? Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. Our power structure fundamentally relies on borrowing strength from the divine, and under your plan, those we borrow from will soon vanish or be replaced, correct? The Ancient One waved her hand, and a cup of tea materialized in her palm. Taking a delicate sip, she continued, thus, I wish for you to assume the role of Sorcerer Supreme, guiding them in your teachings. I require a thorough study and analysis of all the magic of Camartage. Lin Feng responded, eyeing the tea in the Ancient One's hand. Might I also have a cup? Of course, she replied graciously, and with a flick of her wrist. A cup of tea appeared in Lin Feng's hand. I have a preference for our Eastern teas. They invigorate the mind and leave a pleasant aftertaste, Lin Feng remarked. Savoring a sip. Mr. Lin, are you also from the East? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the culture of the Great Xia is rich and profound. In my homeland, the concept of nations has long since dissolved, and humanity has formed an unbreakable alliance. Within this cultural amalgamation, the predominant culture is that of the Great Xia. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Ancient One, I recall that you originally hailed from the Qinghai Tibet region of Great Xia, did you not? Indeed, you may refer to me as Yao, which is my original surname. However, my given name has become somewhat obscured over the years. Master Gui nodded with a smile, and I must admit, it is quite remarkable that a visitor from beyond the omniversal realms shares such a cultural foundation with me. Shall we proceed to Camartage? Lin Feng rose to his feet. Certainly, the library of Camartage is always open to you. And I hope you will soon discover a means to harness the unique energy within you for the practice of magic. Gui also stood, and a golden portal materialized behind her. This is precisely my intention, Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, following the sorceress Gui through the portal, arriving at Camartage. Is that not Caecilius? Lin Feng pointed to a mage with deep-set eyes, practicing magic alone. Indeed, Mr. Lin is quite knowledgeable regarding future studies. Gui observed Caecilius with a hint of complexity in her gaze. For me, those are mere remnants of history. Lin Feng shook his head. I shall engage with him. As Gui watched the two approach, Caecilius ceased his spellcasting, clasped his hands in reverence, and bowed. Caecilius? Lin Feng stepped forward. What brings you here instead of guarding the Bernabeu? What? Caecilius momentarily appeared taken aback. Ha ha ha, just a jest, Lin Feng waved dismissively. It merely happens that you share a name with a certain football player I once heard of. Perhaps we can explore the essence of magic at a later time. This is... Caecilius glanced towards Gui, the next candidate for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Gui smiled. You two indeed have much to discuss. I see. Caecilius lowered his head, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes, for he believed himself to be the most suitable successor to the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. Mr. Lin, let us proceed to the library. Gui personally guided Lin Feng to the library of Kamartaj. Is that the Eye of Agamotto, the vessel of the Time Stone? Lin Feng pointed to the shelf situated at the center of the library. Indeed, Mr. Lin also holds an interest in the Infinity Stones? Naturally. The Infinity Stones could significantly accelerate my growth in power, making them invaluable treasures to me. The Space Stone is currently in my possession, which has proven immensely beneficial. Lin Feng nodded. You may cultivate near the Eye of Agamotto, however, you cannot take it with you at this time. Temporarily. You mean that once I become the Supreme Sorcerer, the dominion over the Eye of Agamotto will be mine, correct? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. That is indeed the case. The Eye of Agamotto has always been the most potent artifact of the Supreme Sorcerers, and that has never changed, Gui affirmed. How unfortunate it is that my generation may witness some alterations in that regard, Lin Feng shrugged. I certainly will not relinquish an Infinity Stone upon my retirement. That is a matter beyond my consideration, is it not? A faint smile graced the corners of Ancient One's lips. You are indeed correct, Lin Feng replied, nodding with a cheerful demeanor. Now, I shall commence my analysis of the tomes within the library. Please, go ahead. Ancient One gestured invitingly before departing the chamber. The Book of Visions, the new compilation of the universe, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon. Let us begin with these initial volumes. No, rather. Let us start with the enlightening spellbook of the future Doctor Strange. Chapter 22. The Arrival of the Thunder God within the library. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the Eye of Agamotto. Meanwhile, his astral projection, a soul separated from his corporeal form, perused the tomes within the library. In a mere 3 days, Lin Feng had catalogued all the books, though he had yet to fully comprehend their contents. At present, without drawing upon the powers of various dimensional deities, he could only conjure rudimentary spells using the primordial energy of creation that resided within him. Mr. Lin, I believe it is time for you to leave, spoke the Ancient One as she materialized in the library. With a wave of her hand, an image appeared before them, an enormous pit, at the center of which lay a hammer. Has the plot of the Thunder God commenced? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Fear not. There is something I must clarify, the Ancient One continued, extending a hand. In truth, within the 9 realms, both the Asgardians and the Vanir originally belonged to humanity. They are a faction of powerful humans who, upon acquiring immense strength, established their own kingdoms. So, you wish to inform me that Asgardians share a common ancestry with us. Or rather, they do not fall within my purview for elimination, correct? Lin Feng's brow knitted tighter. Precisely. You may conduct a DNA test on that prince. And once the results are in, you will find that the Asgardians, devoid of their divine powers, bear little genetic distinction from regular humans. The Ancient One nodded affirmatively. I shall verify this matter, Lin Feng mused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. However, if this is indeed the case, perhaps my plans could progress more swiftly. That is a consideration for you to ponder, is it not? The Ancient One smiled. I truly hope you will assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme soon. Perhaps in my retirement, I might find a civil position within your alliance. After all, historically, civil personnel possess the highest combat prowess. Lin Feng replied with a hint of exasperation as he shook his head. Of course, you are always welcome. Agent Coulson, we need you to travel to New Mexico. An unusual situation has arisen there. Nick Fury instructed Coulson at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Be sure to safeguard whatever is there. It must not go awry. Understood, Director, Coulson nodded, preparing to head to the site of the Thunder God's hammer's descent. A sudden buzzing sound erupted behind Fury, startling him. He swiftly retrieved a handgun from beneath his desk, aiming it at the source of the noise. Fury, is this how you greet me? Lin Feng emerged slowly from a portal. Lin, when did you return? Fury lowered his weapon, collapsing into his chair. Just now. I have gleaned much over the past few days. Has Asgard sent someone? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Indeed, Fury sighed. We are utterly ill-equipped to confront Asgard. Not to mention, that rainbow bridge alone could obliterate our entire world. Skrulls? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, they spoke to me of Asgard's esteemed reputation within the cosmos. Fury nodded gravely. Fury, are you aware of my philosophy? Lin Feng reclined upon the sofa. Once I am free to act, I shall eradicate all Skrulls residing on Earth. Of course, if they did not serve such a significant purpose for me at present, I would never permit such a perilous race to dwell on Earth. Fury shrugged. A species capable of perfect disguise, You needn't be reminded of their capabilities. No, this is not about their abilities. Lin Feng shook his head. My philosophy is quite straightforward. They are not human. They possess intelligence, and satisfying both criteria warrants their demise. It's as simple as that. With a wave of his hand, a cup of steaming tea materialized in his grasp. In truth, Asgard is our genuine ally. But they are not human either, are they? Fury queried, somewhat perplexed. They are human, albeit a more formidable variant of humanity, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. This insight was imparted to me by an elder who has lived for centuries. Naturally, I shall personally verify this in New Mexico. You are an extreme racist, one who values genetics above all. Fury's brow furrowed. I must say, such a mindset reminds me of someone. I know whom you refer to, yet I am not like him, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. My racism is founded on a simple truth. Without external interference, species exhibiting reproductive isolation cannot coexist harmoniously. Those who cannot coexist are enemies, and enemies must be utterly eradicated. This is the greatest form of respect for them. However, at times, we may still leverage our adversaries, may we not? Fury shrugged. You are correct. We can utilize our enemies, but only when no other options are available. Thus, when we possess sufficient strength, I shall prioritize the elimination of internal foes. Lin Feng rose. Are there any further questions? None, Fury replied, shaking his head. In Eastern terms, could we be considered to share a common vision, perhaps? If you wish. That interpretation is acceptable. Lin Feng smiled slightly, his right fist clenched as a portal opened, and he vanished from sight. New Mexico. Phil. A flash of light heralded the opening of a portal, and Lin Feng appeared beside Coulson. Mr. Lin, Coulson started, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. What brings you here? I came to inspect the hammer, Lin Feng stated, surveying the defensive structures being erected below with a contemplative expression. Can you be certain that is the hammer? Indeed, that is the hammer. It is called Mjolnir, the legendary weapon of Thor from Norse mythology. A serene smile graced Lin Feng's countenance. Do not be astonished. It is not solely Norse mythology that holds truth. In fact, numerous mythologies across the globe possess a foundation in reality. Simply perceive these so-called deities as extraterrestrial beings wielding technology or magical powers that surpass those of Earthlings. Thus, is Asgard merely another celestial body? Coulson felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. However, it is not entirely so, for various reasons. Some advanced civilizations do not inhabit traditional planets, making it more fitting to regard Asgard as a continent adrift in the cosmos. Now, without further ado, Lin Feng approached the hammer of Thor, for I am about to embark on an endeavor. Chapter 23. Odin, we have summoned high-capacity lifting equipment. But before Coulson could finish his sentence, Lin Feng had already approached the hammer of Thor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng extended his right hand and grasped the hammer's handle, exerting a slight pressure. Indeed, he shook his head. It was evident that his spirit was insufficient to earn the hammer's approval. Thus, it was time to try another method. A radiant white light emanated from Lin Feng's right hand as the primal energy of creation surged within him. His arms swelled with veins, the ground cracked beneath him, and his feet sank slightly. The strength in Lin Feng's right arm continued to amplify, while the power contained within the hammer of Thor resisted him. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, thick with the brewing force of thunder, resembling a warning of sorts. Unfortunately, the warning proved futile. With a confident smile, Lin Feng exerted his strength. A pure white radiance erupted instantaneously, and for a brief moment, a sound reminiscent of shattering barriers echoed in the air. The hammer of Thor lifted from the ground, firmly grasped in Lin Feng's hand, while the thunder that had been brewing in the sky suddenly struck down towards him, belonging to the god of thunder. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, enveloped in the storm, feeling the resistance from his right hand as the power of Thor surged within him. Asgard. What? The Norse king, Odin, who lay in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze directed towards earth. There, he beheld the figure wielding the hammer of Thor. Beyond the supreme sorcerer, is there truly another capable of shattering my spells? The supreme sorcerer. At this thought, a mist surrounded Odin, his spirit projecting through the stars to Earth's Kamartaj. King Odin. The Ancient One bowed slightly to Odin's spirit. Supreme sorcerer. Odin clasped his hands together and bowed in response. I come this time because there are issues arising in Midgard. I know he is the next supreme sorcerer, and his power should now rival my own. A smile graced the Ancient One's face as she gently waved her hand, conjuring 2 cups of hot tea upon the table. Would you care for some tea? The Ancient One. You jest. In my current spiritual state, I cannot partake in tea. Odin chuckled softly. My physical form remains in slumber. I wonder when it shall awaken. Odin, let us dispense with such formalities. The Ancient One took a delicate sip of her tea. We both understand that Odin's sleep is a state that can be lifted at any moment. Ancient One, your insight remains as remarkable as ever. Odin sighed. and a flash of seven-colored light appeared as he manifested before the Ancient One, donning a robe and lifting the cup of hot tea. I wish to meet him. Odin also took a sip of the tea. Delightful. You may seek him out yourself. As I stated, his strength is nearly on par with mine. The Ancient One gently swirled her cup. So, I cannot command him. I understand. Odin nodded slightly. May I inquire about his name? His name is Lin Feng. Gui replied. You may also refer to him as the Starry One. Very well. With that, Odin vanished from sight. Indeed, the weapon forged by the Dwarf King possesses remarkable balance. Lin Feng hefted Mjolnir in his hand, swinging it a couple of times, arcs of electricity crackling around him. Mr. Lin, do exercise caution. Coulson retreated a few steps. It is prudent to be cautious. I sense my previous actions may have attracted something formidable. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, gazing at the shimmering array of colors in the sky. With a thunderous boom, a beam of light from the rainbow bridge crashed down to the ground, gradually dispersing to reveal an elderly figure clad in golden armor, wielding a spear, with white hair and beard, and an eye patch. Behold, something extraordinary has arrived, Lin Feng remarked with a smile to Coulson. That is, Coulson appeared to recall something. Indeed, that is the All-Father, Odin, the supreme ruler of Asgard in Norse mythology. Lin Feng stood tall, his silver nano armor enveloping his form. Pure white light flickering across his body, undulating in intensity. Upon seeing Lin Feng clad in his battle armor, Odin inhaled deeply, raising his spear, Gungnir, and pointed it towards Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng discarded Mjolnir, his nano armor coalescing into a silver blade directed at Odin. Neither spoke. Yet their auras began to rise, clashing against one another, causing the agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, surrounding Lin Feng to struggle for breath. Indeed, the aura of battle honed through the 9 realms is not to be trifled with. Feeling the pressure emanating from Odin, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had annihilated countless life planets and obliterated civilizations in his journey, yet now, facing Odin's might, he felt a slight strain. Where does such formidable power originate? Has he too slain deities? Odin clenched his teeth, determined not to falter in this clash of wills. Defeat would complicate any future negotiations. Step back. This is a battle beyond your capacity, Lin Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, sending many agents hurtling backward to land gently. The energies of both Lin Feng and Odin reached their zenith, and they charged at one another. With a resounding crash, spear met blade, unleashing a cataclysmic roar as turbulent energy surged forth, reaching into the heavens, scattering the clouds above and revealing the azure sky. Both were thrust back by the ferocity of the impact. Odin's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he gradually came to a halt, while Lin Feng executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully. Truly, the king of Asgard is formidable, Lin Feng proclaimed. What brings the All-Father to earth on this occasion? I was intrigued to see someone capable of lifting Mjolnir with their own strength, so I came to investigate, Odin responded. Odin floated over with a smile. Yet despite his cheerful demeanor, his right hand gripping Gungnir trembled slightly. Your Highness of the Stars, I never anticipated that Midgard would harbor a formidable being such as yourself. Have you sought out the Ancient One? Upon hearing Odin directly utter his code name, Lin Feng understood immediately, and a smile graced his face as he replied, I too have long admired your majesty, Odin. Chapter 24. You helped me teach my daughter a lesson. The primary reason for Lin Feng's visit to Midgard was to address the shortcomings of his ineffectual son. Accompanied by Odin, he arrived at the headquarters of S, H, I, E, L, D, where they promptly commandeered Fury's office. The two sat leisurely on the couch, resembling retired gentlemen, each cradling a warm cup of tea. So, Thor has come to Earth, has he? Lin Feng inquired, a smile gracing his face. Yet his tone was assertive. I initially intended to use this planet as a trial ground for your son, only to discover that there exists a formidable individual in charge. Hence, I decided to have a discussion. Indeed, you are correct, Odin acknowledged with poise. In the realm of civilization, the strong may manipulate the weak at will. But should the weak prove to be more resilient than anticipated, the original strong must yield. A hearty laugh erupted from Lin Feng. Ah, the king of the gods. How insightful you are. Now, regarding my son, Odin ventured cautiously. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Thor's matters are handled with utmost finesse. Lin Feng replied with a grin. By the way, can your royal constitution still tolerate alcohol? Asgardians have been companions to the cup since birth, Odin scoffed. I am not so old as to be unable to drink. Then let us proceed. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng conjured a portal that transported them directly to Tony's residence. Hey, Tony, do you have any of our finest liquor from the Great Xia? Lin Feng called out. Lin? Tony raised his head from a pile of components, curious about the armored figure wielding a spear. Who is this one-eyed seer? Allow me to introduce the most intelligent man on Earth, Tony Stark, Lin Feng stated, leaning closer to Odin and whispering, if all goes according to plan. The seventh infinity stone, the Mind Stone, resides within his brain. I must say, Lin, your endorsement is appreciated, Tony remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through. And who might this be? This is Odin, the king of the gods from Norse mythology. Lin Feng chuckled, clarifying, I assure you, I am not jesting. Good heavens! Tony exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse. Are you certain you're not joking? Many myths are, in fact, rooted in truth. You may consider them as extraterrestrial beings. Lin Feng shrugged. Now, I intend to share a few drinks with our esteemed king. I dare say you possess the finest selection of spirits here. Indeed. Tony replied with pride. Follow me. The trio stepped into the elevator and ascended to the top floor of Tony's villa, where an array of wine cabinets and a bar awaited them. I have curated an exquisite collection of fine wines from around the globe. There is nothing you can conceive that I do not possess, Tony declared, extending his arms to showcase his treasures. Come now, Lin Feng beckoned lightly, causing a bottle of Mount I to levitate from the shelf, landing gracefully in his hand. Lin, where on earth did you learn that trick? Tony marveled at Lin Feng's display of skill, his eyes wide with astonishment. In a wondrous place known as Cam Attack, should the opportunity arise. You might also wish to learn about it. Lin Feng smiled as he poured 2 glasses of wine. Come, your majesty, the god king, do indulge in this. How is it that such an extravagant gathering does not include me? A golden halo appeared, and a bald figure emerged from within it. Odin, the god king of Asgard. A visitor from beyond the Omniverse, the very heart of the world lines of this universe. How could I possibly resist such revelry? I sense you are not particularly fond of wine, Lin Feng remarked with a shrug. That is merely to maintain my image before my disciples. Ancient One waved her hand dismissively and took a seat. Then let us drink together. Lin Feng cheerfully filled Ancient One's glass to the brim. Cheers. With a clink of 4 glasses, the 4 drank deeply. Tony, the sole mortal present, instantly felt a rush of warmth, as if a fiery wave surged from his stomach to his throat. Another glass. A loud shout erupted from across the table, as Odin suddenly smashed his cup onto the ground. I almost forgot, Lin Feng sighed, covering his forehead. Come, Tony, fetch our god king a metal cup. Would a palladium cup suffice? Tony produced a discarded arc reactor. Never mind that, Lin Feng laughed heartily, conjuring a wine glass with ease and sliding it across the table to Odin. Honestly, Odin, I am quite curious how many cups you lose during a banquet in Asgard. I have never actually counted, Odin shrugged. In any case, we have never been short of cups. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, where's my hammer? My enormous hammer. Thor knelt in the crater left by Mjolnir's descent, frantically digging into the ground. Mjolnir, where are you? No. After a fruitless search, Thor roared at the sky, tears mingling with the rain streaming down his face. The 4 watched Thor's plight as if observing a performance, with Odin now covering his forehead in exasperation. Come now, Odin. Children do grow up. By Earth standards, Thor is still a minor. Lin Feng patted Odin's shoulder. You seem a bit impatient, do you not? But he is the future king, and a king of Asgard cannot be like this. Odin shook his head in resignation. To be honest, Odin, Thor is more suited to be a warrior, while Loki would make a better strategist. Neither are fit to be king, Lin Feng replied with a smirk. Yet, they are all I have. At this point, Odin suddenly paused. Are you suggesting? Indeed, in truth, Hela, the goddess of death, is the one best suited to be the king of Asgard, Lin Feng nodded. But she is far too warlike, which would lead Asgard into ruin, Odin sighed. Her bellicosity has but one cause. She has never been defeated. Lin Feng shrugged, remarking that it was only after enduring the righteous siege orchestrated by the celestial gods that one chose to recuperate and refrain from further conflict. I cannot possibly send Hela to confront the celestials. Suddenly, Odin's eyes sparkled with a bright idea as he turned to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, how about you assist me in administering a thorough beating to Hela? Chapter 25. Are you the god of the hammer? Shall I assist you in curbing Hela's inflated confidence? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, not entirely opposed to the idea. The eternal flame, the frost box, and the remnants of the destroyer. Lin Feng extended 3 fingers, indicating his need for these 3 items. The remnants of the destroyer? Odin inquired, somewhat perplexed. What? Did you not foresee the future? Lin Feng chuckled. You are unaware that in the original timeline, your dear son Loki, in an attempt to eliminate Thor, deployed the destroyer, only to be ultimately vanquished by the awakened Thor. However, the future has now. Your Majesty, Lin Feng lifted a hand. Surely you do not believe that I would return such a colossal alien mech, which descends upon Earth to wreak havoc, in pristine condition to Asgard? That does seem unlikely. Odin wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling an unexpected pressure despite having once battled fiercely, even slaying deities. In truth, it was entirely rational for Odin to feel this pressure, after all. Lin Feng had obliterated countless worlds and civilizations, extinguishing every intelligent life within those civilizations. although Lin Feng lacked a record of slaying gods. The sheer magnitude of countless lives extinguished undeniably endowed him with a presence even more formidable than Odin's own. Let us observe what Thor is currently engaged in. Perhaps we ought to refrain from that. Lin Feng, unfazed, switched off the scene of Thor and Jane Foster's intimate moment. Jane, I must locate my hammer. Once I retrieve it, you will understand everything. The following morning, Thor embraced Jane's shoulders, gazing into the distance. I know you will not believe anything I say right now, but please grant me some time. Are you certain? A golden portal swung open, and Lin Feng, along with Ancient One, stepped through. Thor's attention, however, was entirely fixated on the Mjolnir that Lin Feng held. Mjolnir. Thor's voice resonated with a hint of desperation, and the hammer began to tremble in Lin Feng's grasp. Be still, Lin Feng commanded, gently tapping the hammer's head, which merely quivered slightly before settling into silence. How could you treat her this way? Thor lunged forward in fury, neglecting Lin Feng's evident ability to subdue Mjolnir with a mere slap. Thor, Lin Feng pressed a hand upon Thor's head. I suggest you remain quiet, for it is abundantly clear that you cannot best me. Mortal, you seek death. Thor's eyes glistened with rage. Indeed, you are merely a brute, Lin Feng sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Charging forth without even knowing who your adversary is. Should I commend your courage or chastise your recklessness? Supreme Sorcerer? Thor raised his gaze, meeting the eyes of Ancient One standing beside Lin Feng. Indeed, your highness Thor. The Ancient One smiled and nodded at Thor. Has the Ancient One truly witnessed this man humiliating me, despite Kamartaj being a steadfast ally of Asgard? Thor questioned the Ancient One with indignation. My dear Thor, even Odin would not dare to question me so indiscriminately. The Ancient One maintained her smile as she gracefully waved her right hand, conjuring a golden circle beneath Thor's feet, into which he promptly fell, vanishing without a trace. Let us allow our dear Thor to calm down, she said, her expression unwavering. Before her appeared a table adorned with a pot of steaming tea and 2 cups. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Thank you, Lin Feng replied with a smile, appreciating the moment of respite. Half an hour later. Our dear Thor should have calmed down by now, the Ancient One remarked, summoning a portal through which Thor landed face first onto the lawn. I was in free fall for 30 minutes. Thor yelled at the Ancient One in fury. I am a prince of Asgard, the heir to the throne. Hey, don't point that thing at me. Indeed, that's the spirit, exclaimed the god of stories from the end of time, filled with excitement. Have you calmed down? Are we able to converse rationally now? Lin Feng sipped his tea, casting a casual glance at the disheveled Thor, who was still dazed, staring at Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, that Lin Feng had carelessly tossed at his feet. Hey, Thor, wake up. You are a prince of Asgard, and yet you are reduced to this because of a hammer? Lin Feng playfully slapped the back of Thor's head. What do you know? Thor retorted angrily. That is the source of my power. Oh, is that so? I thought you were the god of thunder. Lin Feng interrupted. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you the god of hammers? If you are indeed the god of hammers, then take this hammer away, Lin Feng said, picking up Mjolnir and tossing it back at Thor's feet. Mjolnir. A spark of hope lit up in Thor's eyes as he grasped the hammer's handle. However, as he exerted himself, his smile faltered, and despite using all his might, Mjolnir remained unmoved. What have you done to Mjolnir? Thor's anger began to resurface. I should really introduce you to Dr. Banner. Your propensity for rage would suit him well, Lin Feng shrugged. In truth, I did nothing. I merely shattered Odin's seal with pure strength. Is it possible that you cannot lift the hammer because you no longer possess the worthiness to earn Mjolnir's recognition? Lin Feng leaned closer to Thor, a wicked grin on his face, reminiscent of a mischievous uncle teasing a child with, your mother doesn't want you anymore. Have I truly lost the worthiness to wield Mjolnir? Thor sat on the ground, his eyes devoid of light. Thor Odinson. Lin Feng rose to his feet, his expression solemn. You are the son of Odin. Losing your qualifications is but a temporary setback. In truth, this is a trial bestowed upon you by Odin. Father's trial? Thor inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he raised his gaze. Indeed, Thor. Here, you must learn how to become a true king. Only then will you be able to once again lift Mjolnir and reclaim your title as the god of thunder. Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. Do not squander Odin's earnest intentions. Chapter 26. The arrival of the destroyer I will. Thor nodded vigorously. At that moment, a sudden radiance illuminated the sky, and a colossal rainbow bridge crashed to the ground. 4 individuals clad in Norse medieval armor emerged, soon encountering Thor, who knelt before them, and Lin Feng, who was patting Thor's shoulder. Hey, do not act recklessly. That is the supreme mage of Mjolnir. The eldest and most knowledgeable among the 4, Vostag, pointed towards the serene figure of the Ancient One, preventing Sif, who was about to step forward, from proceeding. Esteemed supreme mage, we have come in search of our prince, the god of thunder, Thor. Vostag addressed the Ancient One with a respectful greeting. as the leader of the three valiant warriors of the fairy palace and the oldest among them. He had the privilege of serving as a guard during a meeting between Odin and the Ancient One, thus recognizing her, whose appearance had remained unchanged for centuries. He is right there, safe and sound. The next Supreme Mage is engaged in amicable discourse with the heir of Asgard. The Ancient One gently placed her teacup down, her right hand sweeping across the table, causing both the table and the tea set to vanish. "Oh, Thor, your friends have arrived." Lin Feng stepped aside, allowing the fairy palace quartet to see Thor, whose gaze was gradually shifting from a state of daze to one of determination. "Thor, what has happened to you?" Sif rushed forward, visibly anxious. "No, Sif, I am fine." Thor waved his hand and rose to his feet, his eyes radiating a fierce spirit of battle. "I must complete the trial set by my father and reclaim Mjolnir. I will take custody of your hammer for now," Lin Feng said, lifting the mighty weapon in his hands. "When you have regained the worthiness to wield Mjolnir, it will return to you of its own accord." "I understand." Thor's eyes glimmered with resolve. "Esteemed successor of the Supreme Mage, thank you. My name is Lin Feng, though you may also call me Starlight." Lin Feng smiled gently. "No need for thanks. I merely follow the wishes of a venerable elder. Asgard, ensure that my brother never returns." Loki, wielding a replica of the eternal spear Gungnir, commanded the destroyer, "Annihilate everything." "Loki, tell me how you brought the frost giants of Jotunheim into Asgard." On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall leaned on the sword of night, coldly regarding the approaching Loki. "Do you think the Rainbow Bridge is the sole passage into and out of Asgard?" Loki, brandishing the eternal spear, bore a mad expression. "Many secret pathways exist between the realms, invisible even to your keen eyes. However, I no longer require them. I am the king now. Moreover, I declare that, due to your treason, you were relieved of your duty guarding the gates of Asgard and are no longer a citizen of Asgard. Then I have no obligation to follow your commands." Heimdall raised the sword of night, striking at Loki, but with a flick of his wrist. Loki conjured the box of ice, rapidly enveloping Heimdall in a chilling power, transforming him into a frozen statue. Loki reclaimed the frost giant's box, and the physical traits that marked him as one of the frost giants began to fade. He grasped Gungnir and approached the switch for the Bifrost, inserting the eternal spear into place. The Bifrost shimmered with brilliance, and a colossal figure materialized near the town where Lin Feng and others were located. Meanwhile, SHIELD agents were studying the Bifrost imprint left by the arrival of the four from the Celestial Palace. Was this a new invention by Stark? Hitsville gazed at the enormous destroyer, mistakenly believing it to be the latest technology developed by Tony. "I have no idea. He tells me nothing," Coulson shrugged. Taking a large megaphone from a nearby agent, he stepped before the destroyer. "Hello, you are using an unregistered high-tech weapon. Please identify yourself." The destroyer halted, its faceplate slowly opening. Coulson's expression shifted to one of relief, but as he observed the energy accumulating in the destroyer's visage, his countenance grew grave. "Everyone, take cover," Coulson shouted, prompting a swarm of SHIELD agents to scatter. A massive beam erupted from the destroyer's face, but at that moment, a figure appeared before the beam, raising a single hand, rendering the beam powerless. "Mr. Lin," Coulson exclaimed with a hint of surprise. "Handle the other matters. I'll take care of this one," Lin Feng stated, weaving a hand sign, the essence of magic swirling in his grasp. He thrust his hand forward, and the world abruptly fell silent, all people vanishing from sight. "The mirror space is indeed quite useful," Lin Feng rubbed his hands, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. "Clad in silvery battle armor," he declared, "come. Let me witness the true strength of the armor Odin employs against the gods." Suddenly, Odin, who had been lying dormant in Asgard, raised an eyebrow, instantly seizing control of the destroyer. Feeling the newfound aura radiating from the destroyer, Lin Feng's excitement surged. After all, he had previously engaged Odin in a brief encounter and had gained the upper hand, yet he had faced an incomplete Odin. Now, with the control of the destroyer evidently shifted to another, he anticipated a display of Odin's true prowess. "Mr. Lin, should you fall to the destroyer armor under my command, I shall only be able to grant you 2 of the 3 promises you made." The voice of Odin resonated from the destroyer's faceplate. "Not a problem," Lin Feng replied, taking a deep breath as pure white mist began to emanate from around him, a manifestation of the concentrated essence of creation. This time, Odin wielded no Gungnir, and Lin Feng did not conjure a weapon. The destroyer did not open its faceplate to gather energy for an attack. Instead, it simply clenched its fist and charged forward. As it advanced, Lin Feng's form gradually expanded until he matched the destroyer's colossal stature. A thunderous crash echoed as Lin Feng's and the destroyer's fists collided, sending shockwaves through the mirror's space, threatening to shatter it. "Rest assured, I shall maintain the mirrored realm," spoke the voice of the Ancient One from above the two. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng relinquished his control over the mirrored space, summoning all his strength to launch another assault against the destroyer. Chapter 27. Loki. A cacophony of thunderous roars and fiery explosions erupted at the point of collision between Lin Feng and the destroyer armor. Each clash of their immense powers sent tremors rippling through the entire mirror realm. Ancient One, who was maintaining the integrity of this mirrored space, occasionally furrowed her brow, a mark from Dormammu materializing upon her forehead. Odin, if the power of your destroyer is merely this, then this battle is nearing its conclusion. Following yet another cataclysmic impact that nearly shattered the mirror realm, Lin Feng and the destroyer retreated several hundred meters, gazing at each other from a distance. Is that so? Then unleash your full strength and let me witness it. Odin's voice resonated from within the helm of the destroyer. For if you possess only this level of power, I may have to reclaim the destroyer. Then let us both unleash our utmost might. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, his aura of murderous intent coalescing into a palpable force. The white light surrounding him transformed into a blinding crimson, solidifying and contracting, all converging into his right fist. In the distance, the destroyer's chest expanded and contracted as if it were breathing, sharp spikes emerging from its right fist. An orange glow seeped through the crevices of the armor plates, radiating a disquieting wave of energy. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and the destroyer propelled themselves forcefully against the ground, fissures erupting across the surface as immense power surged forth, causing their fists to collide instantaneously. Yet curiously, no sound emerged from the impact. Not good. Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to amplify her magical energy output. But it was too late. As Lin Feng and the destroyer collided, rifts appeared in the air, shattering the entire space like a broken mirror, dispersing into countless stardust particles. Lin Feng and the destroyer re-emerged in the tangible world. The destroyer stood quietly on the ground, its surface unmarred, while Lin Feng, unable to maintain his colossal form, reverted to his human size, presenting a stark contrast to the towering destroyer. Ugh! Lin Feng suddenly emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he swayed slightly. This scene gripped the hearts of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. For if even Lin Feng were to falter, there would be naught left in this world capable of thwarting the immense war machine before them. With a deep breath, Lin Feng felt the primordial energy of creation coursing through him, swiftly mending the injuries inflicted during his clash with the destroyer. Meanwhile, the destroyer's head gradually lowered, swaying slightly before crashing to the ground, its circular armor plates scattering, revealing a completely shattered orange energy core. Odin, you have been defeated. The destroyer is now mine. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's face as he waved his hand, conjuring a portal through which the scattered armor pieces began to levitate and drift inside. Time to wrap things up. Thor, come with me. Lin Feng beckoned, preparing to step through the portal back home, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Surely, you do not believe I am incapable of perceiving your stealth? Lin Feng suddenly extended his hand, grasping at the air as if seizing intangible elements. With a flicker of verdant light, a figure clad in a robe of magic, adorned with a horned helmet, gradually materialized. Could this be none other than the Prince of Asgard, Lord Loki? A smirk danced upon Lin Feng's lips. Loki. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Thor's eyes. Thor, can you fathom who sent the destroyer, and for what purpose? Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Thor, snapping his fingers, conjuring a luminous screen. Within the image, Loki stood in the treasury of Asgard, wielding the eternal spear, as the destroyer emerged slowly. Ensure my brother does not return. An expression of fury graced Loki's visage. Annihilate everything. Loki. Thor was momentarily taken aback. Despite Loki's frequent pranks, they were brothers. Surely, Loki would not wish him dead. Mortal, how dare you blaspheme the divine? Loki exclaimed defiantly, even as Lin Feng tightened his grip upon his throat. Do you understand? Even Odin would not dare speak to me thus. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. As Odin's son, you ought to exhibit a modicum of respect towards a being of comparable strength to your father. Your Excellency, could you perhaps release my brother? Thor, despite his tumultuous emotions, felt compelled to plead for Loki's sake upon seeing his condition. I require no pity from you. Loki bellowed at Thor. Alternatively, I could permit you two brothers to engage in a more earnest conversation. Lin Feng cast Loki at Thor's feet. Loki, why would you do this? A myriad of emotions flickered across Thor's face. To prove that I am father's finest son. Loki's anger flared. When I awoke, I knew it was I who saved his life, and I obliterated those monsters. Following that, I shall ascend as the rightful heir to the throne. What do you intend to do? Thor faltered momentarily. In his original scheme, he planned to lure the frost giant Laufey into Asgard, attempting to assassinate Odin, while Loki would save Odin at the last moment, utilizing the Rainbow Bridge to annihilate all of Jotunheim. Lin Feng shrugged, adding nonchalantly, what? Thor's eyes widened as he turned to Loki. How could you contemplate the destruction of an entire race? Why not? A glint of confusion danced in Loki's eyes. What? Have you developed an affinity for the frost giants? Or have you grown soft, my dear brother? That is an entire race. The annihilation of a people would yield countless slaughter. We cannot proceed in such a manner. Thor's emotion swelled, a hint of blue light illuminating his gaze. On this matter, Lin Feng raised a hand. I find myself in agreement with Loki. Within the cosmos, there exist but two types of sentient beings, kin and foes. The highest respect one can afford to an enemy is to eradicate them with utmost efficiency. However, my father once said that we must treat. Odin desires you to be benevolent towards your subjects rather than your foes. Lin Feng shook his head. Thor, heed my words. If you fail to utterly annihilate your enemies when you possess the means, it is assuredly because they can provide some benefit to your kin. For the nominal lord of the Nine Realms, Odin's decision to spare Jotunheim serves to showcase his mercy as the king of gods, thereby fostering greater loyalty among the races within his dominion. This is the role of the frost giants. Do you comprehend? Thor appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet Lin Feng's words were not directed at him. His peripheral vision remained fixed upon Loki, who seemed to ponder these revelations deeply. I believe I have begun to understand. Loki suddenly emitted a peculiar laugh. Farewell, my dear brother, and as for you, your excellency of the stars, until we meet again. With that utterance, a violent green luminescence enveloped Loki's form, and he vanished from the air, while Lin Feng made no effort to intervene. Your excellency of the stars, this. Thor looked at Lin Feng with confusion. I require his departure. His exit is advantageous for us. Lin Feng bore a knowing smile. You shall soon comprehend. Chapter 28. The father figure, come with me, Thor. I know someone who can assist you in winning this trial. Lin Feng opened a portal, leading to a desolate landscape undergoing reconstruction. Lin, a bespectacled doctor with a notably receding hairline, approached. What brings you here? Ethan, it's been a while. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, he had directly brought Thor to the town of Kamara, a place that had endured countless wars. Lin Feng aimed to make Thor understand that while war is sometimes inevitable, it is absolutely unacceptable on one's homeland unless in extraordinary circumstances. From this moment forth, you are no longer the god of thunder or the prince of Asgard. You are merely a refugee, like many others who have weathered the storms of war. Yet, you possess a strength beyond that of ordinary men. Now, you must wield this power wisely, becoming one with them, and aid in the reconstruction of their homes. Can you do that? Lin Feng gazed earnestly into Thor's eyes. Absolutely. Observing the devastation around him, Thor nodded solemnly. He had witnessed many battlefields, but having always charged into the fray, he had never comprehended the aftermath left in the wake of war. War is inherently brutal. I hope this period of your life will impart that lesson. Once you regain Mjolnir's recognition, I will entrust you with greater responsibilities. Lin Feng patted Thor on the shoulder and departed through the portal behind him. Hey, Tony, there's something I wonder if you'd be interested in researching. Back home, Lin Feng connected with Tony through a communication device. What is it? Tony's curiosity was piqued. After all, anything that Lin Feng, hailing from the interstellar era, deemed worthy of his attention must be of substantial technological advancement. A colossal artifact, the remnants of the mightiest weapon of war from Norse mythology, forged from exceedingly rare metals and imbued with revolutionary magical technology. You'll see when you arrive. Lin Feng opened a portal right in front of Tony. Good grief, Lin, could you not always be so sudden? Upon seeing the portal, Tony shivered slightly. All right, let me see where this giant is. Right before you. Lin Feng gestured towards a massive heap of circular metallic rings. The struggle for the Asgardian throne has reached Earth, and this contraption was dispatched here before I dismantled it. So, you're saying these large iron rings can be assembled into a weapon of war? Tony surveyed the seemingly disheveled metal with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the fragments of the destroyer began to levitate, gradually forming a colossal humanoid shape, the very form it possessed before Lin Feng dismantled it. Good heavens, this defies logic. Tony marveled at the immense destroyer armor, utterly perplexed by how such a structure could function. I mentioned, it utilizes magical technology. Lin Feng shrugged. These plates channel energy through magical circuits, and this magical energy supports the armor's movements. Wait, Tony abruptly interrupted Lin Feng, inquiring. Are you suggesting that this apparatus is an armor, implying that it should be controlled by a person within, correct? Indeed, that is precisely the case. While it can autonomously engage in combat, its most formidable state is achieved when Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, directly operates it from within. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is precisely why I sought your expertise in examining this device. At its core, it bears a fundamental similarity to your Iron Man armor. The only difference lies in the nature of the energy that powers them for battle. Sheesh, I must delve into this further, Tony remarked, his expression tinged with fervor. If I could thoroughly comprehend this destroyer armor, it would undoubtedly elevate my Iron Man suit to unprecedented heights. What do you know about this contraption? This entity is known as the Destroyer, crafted by the dwarven race from URU metal and based on rune magic. It was forged with the blessings of the gods to combat the Celestials. Odin once wielded the Destroyer armor to slay a Celestial, indeed, the very kind that lies dormant in the depths of our earth. Is it truly that powerful? How did you manage to reduce it to such a state? Tony asked, still somewhat incredulous. Firstly, this apparatus is an armor, and there is a significant distinction regarding whether Odin was seated within it or not, Lin Feng explained, extending a finger. In this instance, Odin was merely controlling the armor remotely during our engagement, which equated to his normal state. Essentially, Odin without the armor. Are you suggesting that you could defeat Odin when he is not in his armor? Tony queried, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely. I once clashed with Odin and emerged with the upper hand, Lin Feng nodded. At this point, I have likely attained a power level comparable to that of a celestial father, which grants me a fighting chance against lesser celestials. Then should we not be concerned about that thing beneath us? Tony arched his brow. Not entirely. While I am capable of defeating it and likely killing it, the paramount characteristic of celestials is not merely their individual strength, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head in resignation. The true strength of celestials lies in their unity. The most powerful among them, Eradication, represents a pinnacle of individual cosmic might. However, when the entire assembly of celestials stands united, their combined power is sufficient to topple beings of mid-tier multiversal strength. Let me clarify, Tony raised his hand. So, can I interpret this as categorizing the powers into 3 tiers, celestial father level, individual cosmic level, and multiversal level? Precisely, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Allow me to enlighten you further about the hierarchical structure of power in this vast universe. Chapter 29. You are the greatest invention of my life in the vast world we inhabit. Power is categorized into 6 distinct levels: surface level, celestial father level, individual universe level, multiverse level, hyperuniverse level, and omnipotent universe level. Lin Feng elucidated to Tony that the definition of surface level is rather broad. Any being endowed with extraordinary capabilities falls within this classification. Steve Rogers, you, and even the Hulk, all belong to the surface level. Thus, is the celestial father level the second tier? Tony inquired, raising an eyebrow. While the celestial father level appears to be merely the second tier, one must recognize that individuals capable of reaching the multiverse level and beyond are exceedingly rare and generally aloof from worldly affairs. Consequently, the individual universe level represents the most formidable beings we can currently encounter. Lin Feng shrugged, stating that Thor, Odin, the Ancient One, and himself all belong to the celestial father level. Of course, there are disparities within the same level. Odin, the Ancient One, and I exist at the pinnacle of the celestial father level. In our normal state, we can attain the strength of an ordinary individual universe level entity. And should we unleash our full potential, we would not be devoid of the capability to contend with mid-tier individuals of the individual universe level. Therefore, our power system's delineation is not as clear-cut as it seems, is it? Tony furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed with a shrug. In other words, before the awakening of the celestial beings deep within the earth, our planet has essentially acquired a basic capacity for self-preservation. Is it merely a basic capability for self-preservation? Tony seized upon Lin Feng's emphasis. Precisely. I, Odin, and the Ancient One are peak celestial father-level entities. Yet we lack the means to safeguard Earth in the event of a full-scale war against a superior civilization. Lin Feng sighed, expressing that the best outcome would be for the opposing advanced beings to obliterate Earth, while he, in turn, annihilates their civilization. You are a nuclear deterrent, serving only as a means of intimidation. However, once genuine warfare commences, the impact you can exert based solely on individual strength is exceedingly limited. Am I correct in understanding this? Tony's expression grew serious. Exactly, Lin Feng nodded. This is our most significant dilemma. The overall strength of human civilization remains woefully inadequate. He shook his head, reiterating, thus, I have consistently emphasized the necessity for humanity to elevate itself collectively. By the way, Tony, have you thoroughly researched the cultivation method of the Genesis primordial energy? It is nearly complete. Once we establish a certain level of credibility in the impending conflict you mentioned, we can begin to disseminate it. Tony nodded, acknowledging that this process is not particularly arduous. Jarvis has already detected the presence of Genesis primordial energy within me. It is a remarkable form of energy, and if harnessed effectively, it could undoubtedly instigate a technological revolution for the next generation of human civilization. Excellent. Lin Feng rose from his seat. However, there is a minor issue at present. What issue? Tony paused in confusion. You have attracted the attention of the military. They desire your Iron Man armor. Lin Feng tossed a document to Tony, stating that he had managed to suppress the matter through some high-ranking individuals under his control. However, The current dilemma was that their silence hinged on the premise that no one else could replicate Tony's Iron Man suit. The technology behind the suit itself was not particularly complex. The challenge lay in the energy source. Tony tapped his chest, asserting that no one could create such a thing. Unfortunately, someone had already succeeded. Lin Feng transmitted a series of photographs to Tony, introducing a man named Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, had once worked at Stark Industries as a research partner of Tony's father. However, after the development of the arc reactor, Anton sought to rapidly militarize it, which conflicted with Tony's father's ideals. Consequently, he stole the research and attempted to sell it to the Soviet Union, only to be expelled when his actions were uncovered. So, this individual reconstructed a miniature arc reactor based on his father's blueprints? Tony mused, gazing at the images on the tablet, astonished by the brilliance of this individual. Yet, it was regrettable that he was a genius filled with hatred and antisocial tendencies. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, presenting two choices. You decide, he said. Tony's expression turned grave. First, we could eliminate him, removing all unstable elements. Lin Feng raised a finger. After all, he is a genius, possibly even second only to myself, as he managed to create such a device with rudimentary equipment, more sophisticated and advanced than what I achieved in the cave in Afghanistan. Now, let us consider the second option. Lin Feng continued, locking eyes with Tony. You need to improve the arc reactor within a short time frame, re-establishing a technological gap. This enhancement would also resolve your palladium poisoning issue. I wonder, why are you still suffering from such severe palladium poisoning despite wearing the reactor constantly? I've been in the suit almost every moment, Tony sighed. You must understand, the threat from the gods is imminent. I cannot afford to rest. Perfect timing, Lin Feng declared, opening a portal and retrieving a box from within. This contains your father's legacy and is also the key to discovering a new element. Use it to develop the next generation of the arc reactor, and then we shall study this marvel together. Understood, Tony replied, taking the box and casting a lingering glance at the remnants of the destroyer armor before stepping through the portal Lin Feng had reopened for him. Upon opening the box Lin Feng had entrusted to him, Tony found a roll of blueprints, a notebook, and a videotape. He extracted the notebook and placed the tape into a projector. Arc reactor, Anton Vanko, Howard Stark, were the names inscribed on the blueprints, depicting the structure of the large arc reactor from Stark Industries. Technology can accomplish anything. The videotape features a recorded speech by Howard Stark, delivered prior to the inaugural Stark Industries Expo, proclaiming a better life and a stronger physique. Leaning back on the sofa, Tony listened to the sounds emanating from the tape while perusing Howard's notes filled with intricate formulas and structures. As he flipped through the pages, he sketched notes on the screen in his hand. Time slipped away unnoticed until he eventually set aside the notes, rubbing his temples in frustration, realizing that he had gleaned no significant insights from them. Suddenly, the tape flickered, and Howard's voice called out Tony's name. Huh? Hearing his name, Tony regarded his father on the screen with curiosity. You are still too young to grasp this, so I have recorded it for you. Howard's voice resonated from the screen as he gestured towards the model of the Stark Industries Expo behind him. I built this for you. One day you will understand that this is not merely an invention of mankind, but the culmination of my life's work, the key to the future. I am constrained by the technology of my era, but one day you will unlock it, and at that moment, you will change the world. Throughout my life, my greatest creation has always been you. Chapter 30. The new element. My greatest invention in this lifetime is you, Howard Stark proclaimed, and with those words, the image faded away, leaving Tony Stark in a state of stunned contemplation upon the sofa. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He dialed Lin Feng's communication device. What's the matter? Have you made a discovery? Lin Feng inquired, aware that Tony had likely unearthed a clue regarding the new element. Lin, I need your assistance. I require a model of the Stark Industrial Expo grounds. Driving there would take too long. Tony's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng conjured a portal that appeared in Tony's home, leading directly to his office, where the complete miniature model of the inaugural Stark Industrial Expo grounds resided. Thank you. Tony took a deep breath, transporting the model to his basement and arranging it meticulously. Jarvis, please create a digital wireframe model. I require an operational projection. Tony brushed the dust off the model, and simultaneously, a blue light swept across it, forming a structure composed of virtual projections. Scanning of the 1974 Stark Industrial Expo model is complete, sir, Jarvis announced. Jarvis, how many buildings are contained within the model? Tony raised his hands, and the virtual representation ascended. Should I include the Belgian waffle stand? That's a rhetorical question. Display it for me. Tony turned, projecting the virtual model into the air above an open space. With a snap of his fingers, the model began to rotate and ultimately stood upright. Jarvis, what does that resemble? Tony pointed at the globe model at the center of the projection, highlighting it before extracting it. The model bore a resemblance to an atom. suggesting that the nucleus should be situated here, correct? Remove the sidewalks. With a flick of his hand, the sidewalks vanished from the model. Sir, what is your intention? Jarvis inquired, somewhat perplexed. I am on the verge of discovering a new element. Tony manipulated the model further. No, wait. More accurately, I am rediscovering a new element. Eliminate the landscaping, shrubs, and trees. As Tony continued to interact with the model, the entire process exuded a sense of technological sophistication: parking lots, exits, entrances. Construct protons and neutrons using the exhibition hall as a framework. At his command, the model underwent a dramatic transformation, forming a lattice-like spherical structure. Dad. Tony gazed at the sphere before him, pressing his hands firmly against it to expand the model. His face was filled with nostalgia and reflection. You've been gone for nearly 20 years, yet you continue to impart lessons. The element recently discovered could serve as a feasible substitute for palladium. Jarvis concluded after its analysis. Thank you, Father. Tony minimized the model, holding it delicately between his fingertips, a smile gracing his face as he admired the new element model. Regrettably, this element cannot be synthesized. Jarvis's voice chimed in once more. Come on, Jarvis. Let us embark on a grand renovation. Tony disregarded Jarvis's words and rose to his feet, seizing a hammer. It seems we must once again engage in some hardware work. Just as he was reminded of lifting things, he realized that he would have to dismantle the house himself. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Lin Feng emerged. Lin, you arrived just in time. I require your assistance. Tony tossed the hammer to Lin Feng. Help me break down this wall. Such labor is more suited to your prowess. Do you think I need this tool? Lin Feng chuckled, discarding the hammer. With a gentle flick of his finger, a beam of white light appeared, creating a perfectly round hole in the wall before them, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Why didn't I think of using a beam cannon to dismantle the wall? Tony lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Well, what's done is done. This new element is truly remarkable. I am honored to be involved. A hint of a smile graced Lin Feng's lips. So, I succeeded, right? Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. If what you build next is akin to your previous work, then yes, Lin Feng nodded. Then let us proceed. Tony initiated an extensive demolition operation. Meanwhile, an abundance of coils and pipes was delivered, and with Lin Feng's assistance, Tony meticulously set them up, placing a level atop. This area requires. Before Tony could finish, a flash of white light surged through, slightly elevating the connection between the two coils that were not quite level. Thank you. Tony acknowledged with a nod. To be frank, isn't this apparatus rather rudimentary? Lin Feng crossed his arms, observing as Tony inserted a prism into the coil's emission device. Who cares? As long as it works. Besides, you're ensuring safety, aren't you? Tony recalibrated the coil's position with infrared, then placed a small triangular piece of metal directly in front of the emitter. Activate the prism accelerator. With the press of a switch, Jarvis's voice resonated, and a blue light began to flow rapidly through the coil pipes. Lin, lend me a hand. I can't turn it. Energy surged, and Tony strained to twist the valve on the emitter, but it remained obstinately still. Leave this to me. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a beam of white light enveloped the valve, causing it to rotate. A slender, high-energy beam shot from the spinning prism, striking the metal plate directly in front of the emitter. A humming sound filled the air as the metal plate gradually emanated a blue glow. As the light reached its zenith, Tony swiftly shut off the energy input, leaving only a triangular metal piece radiating blue light. That was rather straightforward. Tony shrugged and delicately picked up the metal piece with tweezers for closer inspection. Congratulations, sir, Jarvis's voice chimed in. You have created a new element. Chapter 31. The Ancient One's Retirement. Jarvis commenced the testing. Tony placed the new element into the arc reactor he had meticulously prepared. The reactor ignited, emanating a brilliant blue light. The improvements are remarkably successful. The concentration of primordial energy in the vicinity is palpably higher than before. Lin Feng took a moment to sense the changes and nodded affirmatively. No need to fear palladium poisoning. I shall be carrying this device daily. Tony affixed the arc reactor to his chest. This will undoubtedly aid in my absorption of primordial energy. Additionally, I express my gratitude. Suddenly, Tony sighed. I previously stated my eagerness to be involved in the creation of a new element. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. No, it is not merely that. A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Tony's gaze. What I meant pertains to my father's legacy. Without you, I may have never come to realize the magnitude of his expectations for me. Even if it weren't for me, you would have discovered these things. After all, how do you think I became aware of their existence? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I merely guided the world along its predetermined path. Regardless, I still owe you my thanks. Tony patted Lin Feng's shoulder. So what is the plan now? Are we to seek out that Ivan? Vank, I recall you have a trip to Morocco in a couple of days. Am I correct? Lin Feng contemplated briefly. In fact, you need not seek him out. He will be waiting for you in Morocco. Is that so? Tony furrowed his brow. Jarvis, modify Mark V to accommodate the new reactor. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated through the air. A briefcase? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Lin, you seem to know everything. Tony clicked his tongue. Goodness. I can hardly fathom how many times you've witnessed the tales of our world. In truth, I have merely skimmed through them. Lin Feng shrugged. How then do you manage to remember everything? Tony's expression was one of disbelief. Because of my brain, there exists a chip within. With this, I can transform my mind into a sophisticated computer, allowing me to retrieve and access all that I have ever seen whenever necessary. How long does that chip retain memories? Tony inquired, still curious about Lin Feng's age. A full 120 years. Lin Feng's gaze grew wistful. 20 years of growth, 50 years of war. 40 years in seclusion, followed by another decade of conflict. In retrospect, it seems as though it were just yesterday. Do the inhabitants of your world never age? Tony couldn't help but quip. Indeed, prior to my transition here, I bore the visage of an old man. However, for reasons unknown, I have rejuvenated into the body of a 20-year-old, while retaining the enhancements I received after turning 20. Lin Feng shook his head. This remains the only aspect I cannot comprehend. Incredulous, Tony's eyes sparkled with astonishment. By the way, what transpired during those 4 decades of seclusion? After waging war for 50 years, humanity found my approach to conflict unsatisfactory, deeming me a war criminal. For decades later, we were confronted with an insurmountable adversary, prompting them to summon me once more to lead troops. Lin Feng shrugged, seemingly indifferent to that bygone era. What is your method of warfare? Tony felt an ominous premonition. Genocide, leaving no room for mercy. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Apart from humanity, I have eradicated every race I encountered. That is my approach to war. Some perceive such actions as heinous war crimes, yet I hold a different perspective. I call it efficiency. Tony, while unable to fathom the source of Lin Feng's murderous intent, did not find it particularly repugnant. Indeed, you are akin to a Nazi, are you not? Who knows? They certainly drew such comparisons during my trial. Lin Feng shrugged. Enough of this. Once you return from Morocco, we shall delve into the study of this annihilator. Moreover, regarding Ivan Vanko, either eliminate him or bring him back. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. With what I possess, what further troubles could arise? Tony gestured to the new arc reactor embedded in his chest. Should he find himself imprisoned in a Moroccan jail, he would feign death and subsequently join Hammer Industries, creating a multitude of drones powered by the first-generation arc reactor, thereby wreaking havoc at your Stark Expo. Lin Feng briefly recounted the originally intended plot of Iron Man 2. Thus, it is preferable to retrieve Vanko. Very well, I understand. Tony nodded. I still have some time. I must first investigate this behemoth. Magic represents an entirely new realm of knowledge for me, which is immensely thrilling. You proceed with your studies. I have other matters to attend to. Furthermore, magic encompasses more than just this singular system. Once you comprehend the operational principles of the runes, I shall introduce you to another magical framework, one that I am currently exploring. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod and vanished from sight. Kamartaj, Master Gui. Lin Feng clasped his hands together, bowing slightly in respect to Gui. Lin, you have arrived? Gui rose. I was just about to seek you out. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I wish to retire. Gui sighed. Your power has even surpassed that of the current Odin. I believe the position of Sorcerer Supreme is ready to be entrusted to you. Did you not previously assert that you would not retire? Lin Feng frowned. No. I meant to say I would not die, not that I would not retire. Gui chuckled, shaking her head. I shall soon announce your ascension to Sorcerer Supreme. While I shall enjoy a life of leisure in your organization, the organization has yet to be truly established. Lin Feng pondered, noting that they had not even settled on a name. It merely consisted of a few surface-level superheroes. Now, however, you possess the first celestial-level member besides yourself. Gui smiled gently. How does that sound? No, we should have two. Lin Feng shook his head. I must make a journey to Asgard. Very well. I shall prepare at Kamartaj. Upon your return from Asgard, you will ascend to the position of the new Supreme Sorcerer. Gui nodded, and with a subtle grasp of his right hand, Lin Feng vanished from sight. Chapter 32. The Prince of Asgard, Your Excellency. I have often pondered when you would grace Asgard with your presence. The Allfather has been eagerly awaiting you, Heimdall remarked, observing Lin Feng as he appeared in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. With a slight bow, he acknowledged Lin Feng's arrival, adhering to Asgardian customs. Lin Feng refrained from seeking Odin directly and instead transported himself to the control chamber of the Rainbow Bridge. Thank you, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, vanishing from sight. Since Odin was already aware of his arrival, there was no need for further formalities. Mr. Lin, Odin rose from his throne. Your Majesty, Lin Feng greeted, his face adorned with a businesslike smile. His extensive experience during the 50 years of warfare had acquainted him with many high-ranking figures of human civilization. After all, without the ability to engage in a diplomatic dance with them, his martial prowess would hardly have sufficed to endure their company for 5 decades. Sir Lin, the eternal flame and the box of ice are ready for you to take. However, before that, you must fully experience the warmth of the Asgardians, Odin said cheerfully, placing a friendly arm around Lin Feng's shoulders. It was essential to cultivate a good rapport with someone of comparable strength, especially since Odin's own lifespan was dwindling. Having such a friend would better safeguard Asgard. In truth, Your Majesty, I have come for another matter, Lin Feng said, meeting Odin's one-eyed gaze. I am preparing to establish an organization aimed at completely barring our enemies from the 9 realms. This organization has another purpose, to confront the Celestials. What? Odin was taken aback. He had once donned the destroyer armor to battle the Celestials, even slaying one of them. However, the aftermath of that victory was a relentless onslaught from the entire Celestial faction. It was precisely after that encounter that Odin ceased his cosmic conquests, retracting his influence back to the 9 realms, even going so far as to imprison his most gifted daughter, Hela. Sir Lin, do you comprehend the magnitude of power the Celestials possess? Odin inquired, his brow furrowed, hoping Lin Feng would abandon this impractical notion. I am fully aware, Lin Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips. Each Celestial wields at least individual universe-level strength. We, as peak Celestial beings, can contend with those among them of moderate power. Moreover, the mightiest among the Celestials, the Arbiter Erishem, is at the pinnacle of singular universe strength, perilously close to multiversal levels of power. I have faced them before. Indeed, individual Celestials do not vastly outmatch us, and we could even emerge victorious in one-on-one encounters. However, the numbers of the Celestials are overwhelming, and they do not adhere to any chivalric code. Engaging in war with the Celestials often results in attracting even more of their kind. I understand, Lin Feng nodded. I am also aware of your past conflicts with the Celestial race, yet we have compelling reasons to confront them. Indeed, beneath the surface, there exist divine embryos. Odin suddenly recalled something. To be candid, Asgard was shaped into a continent for this very reason. After all, every spherical planet that gives birth to intelligent life could potentially be a cradle for deities. Thus, for the purposes of survival and advancement, a conflict between human civilization and the gods is inevitable at least once. Therefore, I must commence preparations immediately. Lin Feng stood at the window of the Asgardian palace, gazing into the distance. Moreover, my ideals are fundamentally at odds with those of the gods. If human civilization were to evolve in the direction I envision, the gods would undoubtedly present the greatest obstacle along our path. I have heard that your primary concern is humanity? Odin posed the question he most wished to ask. No, I do not concern myself with humanity. I am invested in human civilization, which are 2 entirely distinct concepts. Lin Feng shook his head, emphasizing that he only cared for the holistic development of civilization, indifferent to the sacrifices of individual entities within it. This may indeed be a flaw in my character, one I intend to rectify in the future, but that will only be after human civilization reaches a certain level of advancement. Then, I would like to understand your stance on Asgard, Odin inquired, expressing his curiosity. The Aesir and Vanir share remarkably similar genetic sequences with humanity. One could even assert that we are of the same species, albeit with certain divine attributes, correct? Lin Feng smiled slightly. The concept of humanity is defined by genetics. In truth, in my eyes, the Aesir and Vanir are also part of humanity, and should you desire, you can seamlessly integrate into human civilization at any time. Civilization. Odin pondered the term Lin Feng had repeatedly mentioned, as if those 2 simple words encapsulated a profound philosophy. Yet he found himself unable to fully grasp it at present. So what do you say, Odin? Will you join us? Lin Feng extended his hand. The gods are also my adversaries. Odin did not grasp Lin Feng's outstretched hand, but instead struck his chest with his right fist, urging belief in Asgard's honor. When human civilization faces a crisis, we too shall extend our aid. Let danger remain outside the 9 realms, shall we? A peculiar light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, let danger remain beyond the 9 realms. From this day forth, Sir Lin Feng, the god of stars shall be regarded as a prince of Asgard. And within Asgard, all must show him the same respect accorded to me. At the feast, Odin proclaimed his decision loudly to the Asgardian gods and declared that henceforth, Asgard and Midgard would become the most steadfast allies in this universe. The gods of Asgard held unconditional trust in Odin, particularly the mighty warriors of the palace and Sif, who had witnessed Lin Feng's prowess firsthand. Thus, upon the conclusion of Odin's words, the gods erupted in cheers, draining their goblets of fine wine and shattering them upon the ground, as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Hail, Lord of the Stars! A beautiful woman clad in a regal gown approached gracefully, offering a courteous bow to Lin Feng. Lin, this is my divine consort, Frigg, Odin declared, wrapping his arm around Frigg's shoulder. Your Majesty, Lin Feng replied with a smile, returning the gesture to Frigg. Your Excellency, I am eager to know how Thor and Loki are faring at present, Frigg inquired, her voice imbued with maternal concern, embodying the essence of a mother anxious for her children. Perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourself, Lin Feng suggested, gesturing with a flourish as a luminous screen gradually unfurled. Chapter 33, The Awakening of the Thunder God. The luminous screen gradually unfurled, revealing a live depiction of Thor amidst the ruins of Kamara, where he was diligently assisting local refugees in the post-war reconstruction efforts. Thor, your strength is truly remarkable. If the mythological thunder god were to exist, he would undoubtedly resemble you, the refugees exclaimed in awe as they watched Thor effortlessly lift a collapsed wall. It appeared that Thor had forged a harmonious bond with the people of Midgard, and Frigga wore a smile of quiet satisfaction, appreciating his ability to connect with the populace. Odin nodded in approval. Just as Lin Feng intended to close the screen, a frown creased his brow. He perceived events unfolding beyond the display, in the distance. A group was gathering near Kamara. My king, my queen, please hold for a moment. There seems to be an unexpected development. This may very well serve as the catalyst for Thor's awakening. With this realization, Lin Feng opened a portal, first placing Mjolnir in the outskirts to prevent damage to his home, and then signaling Tony through the portal. Tony, something significant is about to transpire in Kamara. I advise you to refrain from intervening for now. His tone was grave, as he anticipated that Thor would awaken through this occurrence. What about the civilians? Tony's voice carried a hint of reluctance. I can only say that it is a necessary sacrifice. Lin Feng sighed. Just ensure that you protect Ethan from harm. Leave the rest to fate. You may act only if Thor's awakening fails. Understood. Tony suppressed his emotions, adjusting a satellite to monitor the situation in Kamara. Now, it was time to observe the extent of Thor's capabilities. Lin Feng lifted his glass, taking a sip as he focused on Thor's performance on the screen. Centuries prior, a rebellion had erupted in Vanaheim. During a brief respite, Thor regaled the refugees with tales of his past glories. The refugees listened with smiles, though none believed him to be the true thunder god of Norse mythology. They merely regarded him as a well-meaning individual with delusions of grandeur and extraordinary strength. Once I regain Mjolnir's recognition, you shall witness. Thor continued his boastful narrative, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of gunfire. Quick, take cover. The refugees, well-versed in such circumstances, swiftly retreated into their homes, retrieving weapons concealed within. Within mere minutes, dozens of dark gun barrels protruded from the windows. Thor, you should hide. The refugees moved with such swiftness that Thor remained momentarily frozen, uncertain of what to do. Are there enemies? His expression turned serious as he grasped a nearby war hammer, scanning the surroundings with heightened tension. Hey, Thor, what do you plan to do with that hammer? Summon thunder? After enduring this period of mutual existence, a profound bond of friendship blossomed between the refugees and Thor. One brave refugee, risking his life, darted from the shelter and pulled Thor inside. The sound of gunfire erupted. An incessant barrage of automatic weapons unleashed their fiery tongues, as the refugees in the town of Kamara retaliated. Initially, neither side gained the upper hand, until a thunderous rumble reverberated through the air. Jet, they have tanks. A tank rolled into view, and a shell obliterated a civilian home, the violent explosion signaling the demise of countless refugees within. No. Witnessing this scene, Thor let out a furious yet sorrowful roar, his fists clenched tightly, a flicker of blue light igniting in his eyes. Hey, Thor, what are you doing? The refugee who had just pulled him inside quickly attempted to restrain him. My friend, do not hinder me. Thor brushed aside the refugee's hand, his gaze resolute. You are all my friends. They have slain my comrades, and I shall fight them. Thor, you will perish. Even in death, I shall find glory in protecting my friends. Thor strode out the door, and in the next instant, a shell struck his chest, sending him hurtling against a wall before crashing to the ground. Rumbling. Dark clouds gathered ominously over the skies of Kamara, crackling with lightning. Simultaneously, a similar spectacle unfolded on the lawn outside Lin Feng's home in New York. As another bolt of lightning flashed, Mjolnir soared skyward, enveloped in a radiant blue glow, swiftly heading towards Kamara. With a crackle, the hammer descended from the heavens, accompanied by a lightning strike that struck the lifeless Thor. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, grasping the descending hammer. Rumbling, the lightning continued to strike the ground, scales of armor enveloping Thor's form. Amidst the tempestuous light, a hammer emerged, crashing down upon the tank, spewing flames, puncturing it entirely. The driver inside was scorched by the electric fury, leaving a haunting void in the tank structure. As the lightning dissipated, the hammer Thor had hurled returned to his grasp, and he emerged before the crowd, fully armored and draped in a cape. With a creak, a refugee stepped out from the dwelling, staring in awe at Thor, who stood at the center. Then 2, 3, and eventually all the refugees emerged, standing resolutely behind Thor, while the terrorists before them recoiled in terror. "You have slain my friends, and I shall return the favor. This is only just." A surge of blue light flickered in Thor's eyes as he raised his hammer skyward, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck the ground, obliterating the surrounding terrorists into nothingness. "I, Thor Odinson, the rightful heir to the throne of Asgard and the god of thunder, hereby declare that the town of Kamara shall forever be under my protection. Anyone who dares to infringe upon this sanctuary shall face the wrath of the thunder god." As Thor gently descended, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, leaving a formidable mark upon the ground. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am deeply grateful for your kindness during this time. But now I have completed my trial and must attend to matters of great importance." Thor gazed upon the multitude of refugees before him. "From this day forth, you shall receive the friendship of Thor Odinson. I vow to safeguard this place eternally, should anyone dare to intrude. They will endure my relentless pursuit until the very end of the cosmos. I shall uphold this oath until the arrival of death itself. Ethan, I thank you for your care during this time, but I must take my leave." Thor turned once more to Ethan, saying, "You understand. I must seek Lin to express my gratitude. Indeed, I am delighted that you have reclaimed your strength." A smile adorned Ethan's face. "Now, Thor, stop being sentimental and come forth quickly." A portal appeared, and Lin Feng's voice resonated from the other side. Chapter 34. The True God of Thunder Father, Mother. Upon passing through the portal, Thor knelt before Odin and Frigga. "You have done exceptionally well, my child," Odin remarked with a smile, while Frigga approached and enveloped Thor in a warm embrace. "Lin, how did you find yourself in Asgard?" Thor inquired, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "In a sense, this can be regarded as my third home," Lin Feng replied with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Moreover, I have just been appointed as the Prince of Asgard today." "Prince?" Thor was momentarily taken aback, as he had intended to challenge Lin Feng just moments ago. "Enough, Thor. I am aware of your thoughts," Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "Let us find a place to practice." "Very well. I too wish to see if you have made any progress since reclaiming your strength." Odin nodded in agreement. With a gentle clasp of his right hand, Lin Feng conjured a portal, and the group materialized in a vast clearing. "Have you heard? Our newly appointed Prince of Asgard is set to duel with the recently returned Thor." A throng of Asgardians began to converge towards the location, eager to witness the impending battle. At that moment, Lin Feng and Thor stood face to face on the arena, Lin Feng clad in shimmering silver armor. The Asgardians had gathered around the arena, their curiosity piqued regarding the prowess of their new prince. "Come, Thor, let me witness your strength," Lin Feng said. Remaining still as he regarded Thor, the radiant white light of primordial energy pulsating around him with each breath. "Lin, draw your weapon," Thor commanded, raising his hammer towards Lin Feng. "In truth, I require no weapon," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "You may strike first, should I initiate the attack. You may not have a chance." "Lin, you are somewhat arrogant," Thor retorted, swinging his hammer with great force, launching it towards Lin Feng. Unfazed by the approaching hammer, Lin Feng maintained his composure, effortlessly grasping the hammer midair. Thor reached out, attempting to summon it back, but the hammer remained steadfast in Lin Feng's grip. "Zero. Does this scene not seem somewhat familiar?" Lin Feng quipped, releasing the hammer, which soared back into Thor's hands, leaving Thor in a state of disbelief. "Thor, have you forgotten that I can wield it without Mjolnir's approval?" Lin Feng's expression bore a teasing smile. "I must admit, I overlooked that," Thor said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having momentarily succumbed to pride upon reclaiming Mjolnir. "Now, let the true battle commence." Thor bellowed, ascending into the sky. The hammer whirled rapidly in his grasp as he dove downward, propelled by its momentum. "Your battle instincts seem lacking. How can you make yourself a target in such a manner?" Lin Feng mused, smacking his lips. With a casual flick of his hand, a beam of pure white primordial energy struck Thor, sending him plummeting from the sky. In the heat of battle, one should not solely rely on overwhelming strength. There will inevitably come a time when you encounter adversaries whose prowess matches or even surpasses your own. Lin Feng leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Thor's chest, sending him hurtling back. Thor let out a muffled grunt, adjusting his form midair to land steadily on the ground, before once again charging at Lin Feng. It is not that Thor lacks combat skills. Rather, he is accustomed to bulldozing through with sheer power, and in this clash with Lin Feng, he instinctively reverted to his habitual approach. A resounding crash echoed as Lin Feng, eschewing any finesse, met Thor's hammer head-on with a fist of his own. Sparks of electricity erupted from the point of impact, causing Thor's hammer to slip from his grasp, though it did not stray far. The enchanted Mjolnir lingered in the air for but a fleeting moment before returning to Thor's hand. Relying entirely on your hammer in battle is ill-advised. Those 2 seconds it takes for it to return could grant an evenly matched foe ample opportunity to strike you down countless times. Lin Feng once more sent Thor's hammer flying. What of your thunderous might? Put it to use. Thor gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch, only to be effortlessly repelled by Lin Feng. What's the matter, Thor? Are you the god of thunder, or is your hammer the true deity? Lin Feng landed another blow to Thor's chest. Are you the god of the hammer? Come now, Thor, enlighten me, what god are you? With that, Lin Feng hoisted Thor and slammed him harshly into the ground. Indeed, this is the sensation, cheered the god of stories from the edge of time. Speak. What god are you? Lin Feng continued to pound Thor into the earth. As the relentless assault persisted, Thor's eyes began to glimmer with arcs of lightning, and upon the final impact with the ground, he erupted with power. I am the god of thunder. Thor roared from the ground, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning that struck Lin Feng. Excellent. Remember this feeling. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, unharmed by the lightning. He extended a hand to Thor. Now, you embody the essence of the god of thunder. Thank you. Thor inhaled deeply, grasping Lin Feng's hand to rise with newfound strength. He understood that Lin Feng's intention had been to elevate his own capabilities. I am convinced, yet I vow one day to surpass you. I await that day. Lin Feng replied with a smile. In truth, the power of the Lord of Stars exceeds mine by a margin, so do not be disheartened. Odin placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. Strive to enhance your strength. One day, you shall surpass me. Chapter 35. Humanity's civilization needs us, Odin, Ancient One, myself. In the future, Thor, these comprise the 4 celestial patriarchs, Lin Feng pondered. However, it seems we still lack some crucial forces. When in doubt, seek the S-H-I-E-L-D. Lin Feng opened a portal and arrived at Nick Fury's office. Damn it, Fury exclaimed, startled once again. Lin, could you possibly enter my office through the front door next time? Alas, I cannot, for I am exceedingly busy and lack the time, Lin Feng shrugged. I require all the data on superpowered individuals that S-H-I-E-L-D possesses. That is impossible, Fury replied, shaking his head. That information is classified. I care not for your classifications. Lin Feng leaned back on the couch. What I demand must be given. Otherwise, the existence of S-H-I-E-L-D itself becomes questionable. Lin Feng. Fury slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. You are threatening the highest executive of a global organization. Indeed. And what of it? Lin Feng shrugged again. Does this global organization possess the capacity to resist me? Do not push your luck. Fury pulled a pager from his drawer. You may summon Carol Danvers back, but I must responsibly inform you that it would be futile. Lin Feng shifted to a more comfortable position. She is merely an underdeveloped cosmic entity. Either Odin or the Ancient One among us could easily match that cosmic enforcer, and if 2 of us were to join forces. Damn it, Lin Yu. Enough, Fury. Lin Feng patted Fury's shoulder. Our goals align. We both seek to protect human civilization, do we not? An unregulated and unrestrained organization must never come into existence. Fury shook his head. Do you comprehend the danger of this? Of course I do. Which is why this organization requires my oversight. Lin Feng rose. You have no alternative, and moreover, human civilization faces a tremendous crisis. I am the sole individual capable of resolving it. What crisis? Is it from the cosmos? Fury furrowed his brows. No, it originates from below. Lin Feng pointed to the ground. Deep within the Earth's core lies a formidable entity. Should it awaken, the entire planet would erupt in a cataclysm. What is this entity? Fury inhaled deeply. Are we currently equipped to handle it? This entity is referred to as the Celestial in the cosmos. Every life-bearing planet may harbor nascent Celestials. These Celestials cast their kin's larvae into intelligent life-bearing worlds for gradual development. Once the number of sentient beings reaches a certain threshold, the dormant Celestial larvae deep within the Earth's core will absorb the power of these sentient lives and subsequently emerge, leading to the obliteration of that life-bearing planet. Upon maturation, these Celestials will then create additional life-bearing planets, into which they will cast more larvae, perpetuating the cycle. Lin Feng elucidated to Fury that, in truth, eliminating the celestial progenitor within the Earth's core poses no substantial challenge at this juncture. However, the predicament lies in the fact that once this celestial embryonic entity is obliterated, a multitude of celestial beings will descend upon Earth. While we possess the capability to triumph over 1 or even 2 celestial adversaries, we are ill-equipped to confront such an overwhelming number. What of Carol? Fury inquired, his brow furrowed. She is similarly situated. She can contend with 1 or 2 celestial beings, but cannot withstand the onslaught of numerous celestial entities. Lin Feng sighed. Thus, Nick, I am compelled to establish an organization of such nature. Your organization requires oversight. Everything must be transparent and accountable. Fury made certain concessions. That is unfeasible, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. Ordinary individuals are often foolish, and those in power are inherently self-serving. I can readily envision the ineptitude that would arise from an organization under their control. You profess to care for human civilization, yet you harbor distrust towards them? Fury struggled to comprehend Lin Feng's perspective. I do care for human civilization, yet it remains overly fragile. I require them to grow stronger. Is that objectionable? Lin Feng shrugged. I intend to guide human civilization towards a path of empowerment, thus enabling us to confront future crises. So your solution is to harbor a cadre of superpowered individuals while nurturing ordinary people in a greenhouse? Fury retorted. Certainly not. I aim to empower everyone. But the journey to strength necessitates a process, and during this developmental phase, we, the already empowered, must assist them. Lin Feng positioned himself before the floor-to-ceiling window, asserting, I need such an organization. Human civilization requires this organization. I have one final question, Fury said, wavering slightly. How do you intend to advance human civilization? My abilities are replicable. A glimmer of white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm. Every individual on this planet can possess such power. Soon, I will ensure that all of humanity comprehends the means to harness this power. You intend to turn everyone into superpowered beings? Fury's heart raced at this revelation. Is this truly attainable? Absolutely. Tony has already succeeded using my methodology, Lin Feng nodded. Once we have purified the depths of the earth, we shall officially usher in an era of universal cultivation. Purification refers to. Fury hesitated. The Skrulls, along with various other bizarre species. Lin Feng's gaze hardened. Human civilization requires only humans. We need nothing else. I must interject. Fury adjusted his eye patch. Not all extraterrestrials are entirely devoid of. Lin Feng interrupted him. I have conveyed this sentiment to many. Now I bestow it upon you. Two sentient species separated by reproductive isolation cannot coexist peacefully for long. What if they are inherently weak and pose no threat to us? Fury's brow remained tightly knit. Technological explosion. Lin Feng shook his head. You are well aware of the monumental leaps humanity has made since the First World War, are you not? How can you ensure that the extraterrestrial species under our dominion will not experience one or several technological explosions, thereby surpassing us? This left Fry momentarily speechless. Very well. Please provide me with the information. Lin Feng sighed, expressing, I truly wish it were not so, yet this is for the advancement of human civilization. I shall prepare accordingly. Fry slumped in his chair, stating, I will compile all the materials tonight, most of which are in paper form. I trust you understand that digital storage is exceedingly insecure. I am aware. I shall come to collect them this evening. Lin Feng nodded, then opened a portal, vanishing from Fry's office. Chapter 36. Let us proceed together, Kamartaj. Asgard S.H. I.E.L.D. At present, I must prepare to confront those who have yet to emerge, such as the Master. Pierce connected with Lin Feng's communication. Provide me with the location of Baron Strucker's base. Lin Feng's emotionless voice emanated from the other end. Understood. Pierce had developed a habit of executing orders without question, and soon transmitted a set of coordinates. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, then opened a portal. Sokovia. Your Excellency. Baron Strucker bowed to Lin Feng. I require the Maximoff siblings, Lin Feng stated flatly. They are currently engaged in a significant experiment. Strucker hesitated. I am already aware of the outcome, Lin Feng replied coldly. You merely need to ensure they accompany me. But, Strucker attempted to voice his concerns. Do I appear overly accommodating? A formidable aura enveloped Lin Feng, pressing towards Strucker. That was not my intention. Strucker's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Merely a hint of Lin Feng's presence rendered his legs tremulous. Very well, lead me to them. Lin Feng gestured with a wave of his hand. Yes. Strucker bowed his head and guided Lin Feng. Are these the Maximoffs? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at Wanda and Pietro behind the iron bars. With a gentle wave. The bars twisted and fell apart. Who are you? Wanda shielded Pietro behind her. I am Lin Feng, the supreme leader here. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he extended his hand towards the Maximoffs, radiating a gentle white light. To Wanda and Pietro, he appeared as a divine figure. What do you intend to do? Wanda bit her lip. I shall empower you. Lin Feng opened a portal. Follow me. In the past, Strucker had harnessed the power of the Mind Stone to awaken Wanda and Pietro. Thus, it was reasonable to assume the Space Stone would suffice as well. Lin Feng extracted the Tesseract from the reactor of Stark Industries' Ark and infused it with the primordial energies of creation, drawing forth the power of the Space Stone. A soft blue glow enveloped Wanda and Pietro, gradually seeping into their bodies. Within mere seconds, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Now was the time for their awakening. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng transported them through the portal to a safe house. According to Marvel's lore, Quicksilver was merely a level 4 mutant, far from a celestial tier, while Scarlet Witch, at her peak, could ascend to a cosmic or even multiversal level of power. Given that chaos magic is one of the 3 supreme forces in the Marvel Universe. As for now, It was time to seek out the Ancient One. Lin Feng opened a portal and vanished from sight. Kamartaj, the Ancient One. Lin Feng clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to the Ancient One. So, you are about to become the Sorcerer Supreme. How does it feel? A smile graced the Ancient One's face. It's quite all right, after all. I once commanded a fleet capable of annihilating an entire star system. Lin Feng shook his head. Enough of that. Let us depart. You must be eager to retire. Indeed. The Ancient One replied, stretching languidly before effortlessly returning to her customary smile. I have safeguarded Earth from the incursions of dimensional demons for centuries, and today, I shall take my rest. Standing atop the high platform, the Ancient One was accompanied by Lin Feng, while below them stood a multitude of Kamartaj sorcerers. The Star Sorcerer's magical prowess is on par with mine. Henceforth, he shall be your Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One surveyed the gathered sorcerers. As per tradition, the Sorcerer Supreme must accept challenges from any sorcerer before the succession. Now, who among you wishes to step forward? A colossal arena rose, and Lin Feng lightly tapped his toes, gracefully alighting at the center of the stage. Those who contest my ascension to Sorcerer Supreme, feel free to step up. Lin Feng gazed down at the sorcerers below. I will, Caecilius declared, leaping onto the arena. Is it merely you? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing once more at the assembled sorcerers. I shall join as well. Another voice called out, followed by a chorus of challengers. Lin Feng noted that, including Caecilius, 37 sorcerers wished to contest him. Perhaps it would be best if you all came at me together. With a gentle push of his hands, the entire arena expanded outward. Star Sorcerer, you are somewhat arrogant, Caecilius remarked, palms pressed together before spreading them wide, summoning a long blade crackling with golden sparks. I reiterated, you may all come at once. With a subtle wave of his hand, the 36 sorcerers were suddenly propelled onto the arena, their bodies moving against their will. Caecilius's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. Fellow sorcerers, considering his formidable power, it seems reasonable for us to engage him together. Strike now. I grant you but one opportunity. Lin Feng focused his mind, and silver-white armor enveloped him, radiating the pure light of creation's primal energy. Although white, it emanated an unsettling aura. Let us all attack. Caecilius soared into the air, conjuring golden shields beneath him, while the sorcerers on the arena initiated their assault. Portals opened around Lin Feng, and magical attacks materialized almost instantaneously. So feeble. Lin Feng shook his head, making no defensive movements, allowing the spells to collide against him. Yet, those attacks could not even mar his armor. Well, I have granted you your chance to strike. Lin Feng extended his arms, slowly levitating. For now, it was time to unveil his true power. Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly, and an invisible wave of energy emanated from his body. In an instant, all the mages were sent tumbling off the stage by this forceful surge. Now, esteemed guests, do you have any further questions? Chapter 37. Magneto. Currently, there exist several organizations of superpowered individuals in the world. Pierce presented a dossier to Lin Feng, detailing the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, led by Charles Xavier, also known as Professor X, the Brotherhood of Mutants, headed by Eric Lensher, commonly referred to as Magneto, and far across Europe, the Vampiric Clan, led by Count Dracula. Well, that should suffice. This is the extent of what you can uncover, Lin Feng remarked while perusing the information. You should make contact with the Xavier Institute, while I shall personally handle the rest. He paused before adding, by the way, when you meet Professor X, take this with you. Be cautious not to fall under his telepathic control. As he spoke, a multitude of nanomaterials coalesced in his hand, gradually forming a helmet, which he handed to Pierce. Understood. Pierce accepted the helmet, bowing his head, but before he could respond further, Lin Feng had already vanished from his sight. Hellfire Club. Greetings. I am seeking the esteemed Magneto. Lin Feng politely stood before the entrance of the Hellfire Club, facing the mutant known as Surge, who was stationed as security and possessed the ability to generate hurricanes. He had, of course, arrived directly through spatial teleportation to demonstrate his identity as a superpowered individual. Who are you? Surge inquired, steadfast in his duties. I am Lin Feng, though according to your customs, you may also refer to me as Star. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips. You may enter. Upon receiving an affirmative response through his earpiece, Surge stepped aside, and the doors opened automatically. Star is it? The elderly Magneto observed as two spinning metallic spheres floated above his palm. Please, take a seat. Magneto, Lin Feng smiled as he settled into a chair. His purpose for this visit was to extend an invitation, one that would allow mutants to truly integrate into human society. This matter is best discussed with another old fellow. Magneto replied, his demeanor revealing a hint of impatience. Surge mentioned you are one of us. I would expect you to understand my philosophy. I certainly grasp your ideology. Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. However, your philosophy is predicated on the notion that mutants are the sole possessors of superpowers in this world, which, regrettably, is not the case. Oh, Magneto's interest peaked. The Hellfire Club was somewhat insular, and he was not well versed in external affairs. There exists a realm known as Kamartaj, home to a multitude of sorcerers who have safeguarded the world from dimensional demons for generations. A beam of white light emanated from Lin Feng's palm, materializing into a luminous screen showcasing the training of Kamartaj's mages. And then there is Asgard, a branch of humanity, renowned throughout the universe for their immense divine powers. Moreover, there are others, the majority of whom reside on the far side of the moon. They share similarities with you, endowed with a variety of abilities determined by genetics. Many of their powers overlap with those of mutants. They are known as the Inhumans. In the near future, every individual in this world shall possess their own unique power. A radiant light emanated from Lin Feng's palm, a manifestation of my strength, which I have named the primordial energy of creation. This energy permeates the cosmos, and every sentient being endowed with wisdom can learn to harness its potential. What is your true intention? Magneto, upon hearing Lin Feng's vision, felt a twinge of trepidation. I aspire to achieve but one goal, to fortify the entirety of human civilization. Lin Feng rose to his feet, asserting that the ordinary human populace requires the guardianship of those of us who have already transcended their limitations. Why should we concern ourselves with them? If we were to eradicate them, only the strong would remain, Magneto scoffed. The numbers. Lin Feng sighed. For the population of superpowered individuals is woefully scarce, is it not? What threat do you anticipate? Magneto inhaled deeply. A menace from beyond the stars. Lin Feng gestured skyward. There are many, and they are formidable, all watching Earth with predatory intent. Thus I require your assistance. So, you propose that mutants and humans share a common adversary. Is that correct? Magneto stood upright. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Magneto, a mutant with a supremacist ideology, was first and foremost a human being, and he would not permit Earth to be ravaged. If that is the case, I shall join. Magneto nodded, extending his hand to Lin Feng. Welcome aboard. They shook hands, both wearing faint smiles. May I inquire about the members of this organization? Magneto poured himself a glass of wine. The former Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj, Agamotto, the All-Father Odin, and you. If all goes as planned, Charles will also arrive shortly, and I am about to seek out Black Bolt, the leader of the Inhumans. Lin Feng shrugged. Wait. Magneto raised a hand. Odin? Indeed, the very same Odin you are contemplating. Lin Feng affirmed, the deity from Norse mythology. So mythologies are indeed rooted in reality? Magneto felt a growing sense of confusion regarding this world. Hold on, did I not previously mention Asgard? Lin Feng paused momentarily. What is Asgard? Magneto furrowed his brow. Asgard is the realm where the deities of Norse mythology reside. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling the challenge of conversing with someone lacking cultural depth. Well then, for my second query, why is it that the previous Sorcerer Supreme from Kamartaj has joined, and not the current one? Magneto pressed further. The current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj is I. Lin Feng shrugged, inviting further inquiries. None remain. Magneto shook his head. By the way, Mr. Lanchel, in this context, I should address you by your human name. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. If you have the time, you should come visit us. I believe it would be a delightful surprise. Very well, Magneto nodded. So now, indeed, at this moment, I am bound for the moon. Lin Feng stretched lazily, reflecting on the nascent organization, realizing that most leaders were rather headstrong. I must personally recruit each individual, he mused. Then I shall not disturb you further. I also need to consolidate the Brotherhood of Mutants, for not all among us possess combat abilities. Magneto gestured with his right hand, signaling Lin Feng's departure. Ultimately, I reiterate, welcome aboard. With those words, Lin Feng clenched his right fist gently, and a portal opened, enveloping him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Chapter 38. The Inhuman Tribe on the Moon, Attila. The once tranquil existence of the Inhuman tribe was abruptly shattered as a portal opened in the skies above Attila. A figure clad in gleaming silver armor emerged from the portal, hovering in the air above Attila. In an instant, the entire realm erupted in a cacophony of alarm bells. Lin Feng took a step forward, and before him, another portal materialized, allowing him to directly enter the heart of Attila. I harbor no malice. I have merely come in search of the leader of the Inhuman tribe. Though Lin Feng's voice was soft, it resonated throughout Attila, reaching the ears of each Inhuman. A chilling breeze swept through, and in an instant, 5 individuals and a dog appeared before Lin Feng. Greetings, Black Bat King, Medusa, Crystal, Karnak, Gorgon, and Tetanus. A smile graced Lin Feng's face. My uninvited presence may seem presumptuous, but there are pressing matters at hand. Who are you? What is your intent? Black Bat King communicated through sign language. He inquires about your identity and purpose for being here, Medusa translated, standing beside him. Firstly, I am proficient in sign language. So there is no need for translation, Lin Feng clarified. I am Lin Feng, hailing from Earth, that you may refer to me as Starlight. I have come to Attila to extend an invitation. An invitation? Black Bat King expressed skepticism. Indeed, humanity faces an immense crisis, one that originates from beyond our world. Should we fail to resist, both the humans on Earth and the inhumans of Attila will be in grave peril. Lin Feng extended a hand, revealing a holographic image. This individual is Thanos, one of the overlords of the universe. Soon, his advanced forces will descend upon Earth, and he will follow shortly thereafter. Does he intend to annihilate Earth? Black Bat King gestured. No, his goal is to collect 6 Infinity Stones, and regrettably, 2 of them currently reside on Earth. Lin Feng shrugged. He is a deranged fanatic intent on obliterating half of all life in this universe. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Black Bat King's eyes as he struggled to suppress his desire to vocalize his shock. Let us speak outside. What I have to disclose is rather astonishing and may pose danger here. Lin Feng gestured, opening another portal. Black Bat King remained silent, merely nodding in agreement before following Lin Feng through the portal. Your Excellency, you may now speak freely. Rest assured, the sound waves inadvertently emitted by you will not harm me. Of course, should you unleash your full sonic potential, I may find myself in peril, Lin Feng said, confidence radiating from his smile. Are you certain? Black Bat King cautiously tested, unleashing a sound wave that struck Lin Feng's armor, yet bore no consequence. See? I told you so. Lin Feng extended his hand, the nanoparticles swirling within it, coalescing into a delicate device. I have just recorded your vocal frequency. Wear this around your neck, and the accompanying sound waves generated during your normal speech can be neutralized. However, do remember to deactivate it before engaging in combat. Oh. The Black Bat King observed the device in Lin Feng's hand with keen interest. Having lived in Attila since his birth, his wariness was not particularly strong, despite being its leader. He took the device from Lin Feng and placed it around his neck. Is this effective? Indeed, it truly is, he murmured, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Thank you. In that case, let us return at once. No. What I am about to discuss is not suitable for the ears of the lower echelon of the Inhumans, Lin Feng sighed. Your Excellency, the crisis our world faces is not merely that of the Mad Titan. In truth, there exists an even greater peril that we must address. Speak. The Black Bat King's expression grew serious. Deep within the Earth's core lies a celestial deity. When the number of intelligent beings on Earth reaches a certain threshold, it shall awaken and break free from its shell, the Earth itself. Once the Earth shatters, the Moon will move erratically, no longer tethered by Earth's gravitational pull. Trust me. This would be catastrophic for Attila. Lin Feng elucidated the situation regarding the slumbering deity in the Earth's depths. Of course, if it were just a singular deity, my powers could suffice to confront it. The crux of the matter is that upon slaying one deity, a multitude of others will inevitably be summoned. That is the key. In other words, you require a significant number of strong individuals to face the impending onslaught of deities, correct? The Black Bat King furrowed his brow. Precisely. We will confront the deity, while those who are slightly weaker and cannot face it directly can deal with other potentially invading extraterrestrial races, such as the Kree who tampered with your genetics. What race is that? The Black Bat King inquired, somewhat perplexed. It seems you are unaware of your origins, Lin Feng sighed. You are the product of experiments conducted by the Kree millions of years ago on Earth. They altered your genes and utilized the mist generated by the Terrigen crystals as the key to unlocking those genes. However, the Kree later realized that your potential was far too great, even surpassing their own powers, and thus they departed. You, as Inhumans, have since evolved alongside humanity. In fact, you are intrinsically a part of it. The Inhumans will join your plan, but I have one condition. The Black Bat King inhaled deeply. Speak. Firstly, will humanity come to know of the Inhumans' existence? Certainly. Every human should be aware of who protects them and harbor gratitude in their hearts. Lin Feng nodded. Then, once we are known to humanity, I hope the Inhumans scattered across Earth can come to Attila. No problem. I shall arrange for the otherworldly beings on Earth to visit Attila. Naturally, their decision to remain here is not for you or me to dictate, but must align with their own desires. This is only natural. The Black Bat King nodded and extended his hand. So, a pleasant cooperation? A delightful collaboration indeed. Lin Feng smiled gently and clasped the hand extended by the Black Bat King. Chapter 39. The door opens. Free trade. The elite forces capable of uniting on Earth have all come together. What remains lacking is resources. Lin Feng gazed at the world map before him, his eyes fixating on a small nation in Africa, Wakanda. It is abundant in the precious resource of vibranium. Moreover, this world harbors mutants, suggesting that the Yashida family in Japan possesses a considerable reserve of adamantium. Additionally, there exists the legendary oceanic realm of Atlantis, which is also rich in vibranium mines. Standing beside Lin Feng, Gu Yi pointed to a location in the Atlantic Ocean. To lack advanced military strength while possessing such invaluable resources is, in itself, a grave oversight. Tony shrugged, remarking that in Eastern parlance, this situation is akin to a commoner being innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips as he suggested, let us pay a visit to these places. At the periphery of Wakanda's protective shield, two figures, one clad in gold and red, the other in silver and white, materialized. Lin, are you sure this is the technologically advanced nation you mentioned? It doesn't appear so. Tony, who had volunteered to accompany him, attempted to scratch his head but ended up tapping his helmet instead. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Lin Feng smiled gently, extending his hand as a brilliant white light erupted, surging forward. This light seemed to encounter an unseen barrier in the vast wilderness, abruptly halting its advance. Are you unfamiliar with optical invisibility? Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. The white light in his grasp intensified, sending ripples across the invisible shield ahead. As the energy output escalated, the fluctuations on the barrier grew more pronounced, and upon reaching a critical threshold, a massive aperture formed, revealing the vigilant warriors of Wakanda behind it. Is this what you call vibranium technology? Tony gaped at the Wakandan warriors brandishing their shields and spears. Inferior species, naturally, will wield primitive weapons, Lin Feng remarked, a hint of regret in his expression. It felt wasteful to allow these guerrillas to utilize vibranium at their rate of usage. An immense quantity would be squandered, as it is a non-renewable resource that diminishes with every application. You are fairer than I. Under the leadership of the Black Panther, a throng of Wakandan warriors unleashed a roar, rhythmically striking the ground with their spears. See, they are aware of their skin color. Lin Feng shrugged. Who would have thought they understand Chinese? Tony mused, recognizing that these indigenous people were likely speaking their own language, rallying their spirits. Nonetheless, he played along with Lin Feng's commentary. As the two conversed, the Wakandans, feeling marginalized, were consumed by humiliation and anger, charging forth with their vibranium spears. Employing cutting-edge technology, yet engaging in the most primitive form of combat, this perplexes me. What about you? Lin Feng turned to Tony, who remained silent this time. A row of miniature missiles rising from his shoulder. As the missile was launched, a piercing sound echoed through the air, and numerous unprotected Wakandan warriors were instantly struck down, leaving only the fully armed Black Panther before them. Look at these inferior beings. They are so oblivious to the need for helmets in battle, Lin Feng remarked. Smacking his lips, with a simple gesture, he summoned the Black Panther from afar, grasping him by the throat and lifting him into the air. What do you intend to do? The Black Panther, stripped of his helmet, gazed at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes. We merely seek free trade, Lin Feng replied, an insincere smile gracing his lips. I am a beacon from the civilized world, here to impart civilization to you, in exchange for nothing more than a simple, fair, and equitable free trade. You are nothing but thieves. The Black Panther struggled to utter the words with all his strength. If that is your belief, so be it. We shall embrace the title of thieves. However, the crux of the matter lies in your inherent weakness, which renders you susceptible to our plunder. Resist, and you shall pay with your lives. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Lin Feng's gaze remained as placid as a still pond. Enough, old man. Where in the world do you find thieves as generous as us, who, after stealing your possessions, still offer payment? Tony casually picked up a vibranium spear from the ground. Indeed, it is vibranium. Very well, Tony. Have I ever been mistaken in my assertions? Especially concerning such mineral resources. Surely, this substance cannot be displaced by the butterfly effect? Lin Feng casually tossed the Black Panther aside before patting Tony on the shoulder. Now, let us inspect our vibranium mine. All Wakandans, do not resist. The Black Panther managed to utter one last phrase before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. By the way, Tony, how is the Iron Legion project we discussed progressing? Lin Feng inquired as they strolled. It is steadily advancing. After all, there are quite a few technical challenges associated with creating highly precise robotic movements. Tony shrugged. Controlling them is already immensely difficult. Imagine the complications of an unmanned version. Tony, to be honest, I've been pondering a question. Lin Feng interrupted Tony's lament. I am curious as to why you're so fixated on humanoid mechs. Of course, it is because humanoid robots can adapt to any type of task. Whether in combat or daily life, they are universally applicable, Tony replied, somewhat perplexed. Isn't that common knowledge? It is well understood that humanoids are the most versatile. Oh, therein lies the issue. Why should we be so devoted to an all-purpose robot? Lin Feng shrugged. In truth, being all-encompassing implies a lack of mastery in any specific area. When we confront an adversary, such a jack-of-all-trades weapon can prove fatal. Instead of this approach, we would be better served by designing multiple robots, each excelling in distinct domains, thereby maximizing their efficacy. Indeed, Tony slapped his forehead, exclaiming that, to be candid, Prior to the emergence of this inquiry, the entire scientific community appeared to have fallen into a certain misconception. We have always believed that omnipotence equates to superiority. However, in truth, we do not necessitate something that is all-encompassing. Indeed, the convenience of such omnipotence manifests primarily when technology prevails. Yet, when faced with adversaries of equal or even superior capability, specialization is paramount. Lin Feng chuckled softly, assuring Tony that should there be any uncertainties regarding the trajectory of technological advancement, he is always available for consultation. After all, he hails from an interstellar civilization and possesses comprehensive knowledge of the developmental journey of a civilization's technology, as well as the missteps they have encountered along the way. Well, we have arrived. Before Lin Feng and Tony lay an immense subterranean cavern, within which a mountain peak shimmered with a metallic luster. Thus, the so-called vibranium mine is, in fact, a substantial mass of metallic element. Stunned, Tony gaped in disbelief. Chapter 40. The Cradle of Rebirth. Thus, the so-called vibranium mine is merely a substantial mass of metallic element? Upon witnessing that alleged vibranium, Tony's mouth fell agape. Indeed, it was originally a vibranium meteorite that had plummeted within the borders of Wakanda, infusing the local ecosystem and engendering a peculiar transformation. This gave rise to an extraordinary plant known as the heart-shaped herb, whose essence bestows upon humanity transcendent power, akin to that of our Captain America, Steve Rogers. Consuming the juice derived from this plant yields effects comparable to the super soldier serum. These indigenous people possess resources that are truly enviable. Tony scoffed. Yes, such splendid resources, yet lacking the means to utilize them effectively illustrates the disparity between these primates and humans. Lin Feng shrugged, suggesting that we ought to establish a mining plan. Ultrasonic waves exhibit commendable efficacy against vibranium extraction. Therefore, when we truly endeavor to harness this material, we cannot rely solely on vibranium. We must incorporate other elements to forge an alloy, thereby eliminating this vulnerability. Your father had already perfected the optimal ratio and crafted the shield of Captain America. The alloy comprises vibranium and adamantium. We have located the vibranium. As for adamantium, we shall seek it shortly. Lin Feng stretched, declaring that it was time for our team to take over this site, and we would now pursue adamantium. No problem. Tony nodded as Lin Feng opened a portal. Japan, Tokyo. Is the adamantium you mentioned located here? Tony gazed down at the faux Chinese architecture with a hint of skepticism. Adamantium, like vibranium, originates from meteorites. This is one of the few places I know that possesses a reserve of adamantium, Lin Feng replied, surveying the structures below. At the entrance of this complex, the characters were inscribed. There is also a reserve of adamantium in the United States, within a military base in Alaska, which is utilized for mutant research. I shall soon dismantle it, providing reassurance to Professor X and Magneto. So what shall we do? Tony inquired, eyeing the architectural ensemble below. Quite simple. Adamantium is indestructible. We merely need to excavate it from the ruins. Lin Feng conjured a luminous white light in his hand, which gradually expanded to form a colossal palm, radiating pure white brilliance. With a rumble, Lin Feng gently waved his right hand downward, and the immense energy hand descended, dispersing the dust to reveal a vast crater shaped like a handprint. The entire Yashida complex was reduced to rubble, devoid of any living souls. Concurrently, Tokyo experienced a tremendous earthquake, with numerous buildings collapsing and the anguished cries of the populace echoing through the air. The people of the Eastern Great Nation have always harbored an inexplicable animosity towards this place, Tony remarked as he surveyed the devastation below, pursing his lips. In my era, this nation has completely vanished. However, I can still discern its inherent flaws within history textbooks. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned a silver-white semi-finished suit of armor, drawn from the depths by an invisible force. Very well, let us return, he declared. New York. Is there any further work we must attend to? Tony inquired, gazing at the Edmund alloy armor alongside the Wakandan vibranium reserves that had just arrived. He blinked, contemplating the creation of an iron suit using these materials. Find someone, Lin Feng instructed, his gaze fixed on the vibranium as a thought crossed his mind. I seek a Korean scientist, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. You may inform her, under the name of Stark Industries, of your interest in her regeneration cradle technology. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I shall comply. Tony nodded, retrieving his phone. I will contact her now to expedite her arrival. Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Welcome to New York. Lin Feng greeted her with a smile as he personally welcomed her at the airport, extending his hand. In truth, Tony is merely an intermediary. My genuine interest lies in the regeneration cradle technology. Regrettably, my lack of recognition necessitated his assistance in inviting you. That is quite acceptable. I trust that a friend of Tony Stark is not to be underestimated, Zhao Hailuan replied, her polite smile evident as she shook Lin Feng's hand. I am a pure researcher. Shall we proceed directly to the matter at hand? Certainly, please follow me, Lin Feng beckoned, conjuring a portal that materialized before them. What is this? Zhao Hailuan gasped in astonishment at Lin Feng's display of power. A wormhole generator, a wormhole stabilizer, and an anti-gravity device combined into a stable spatial jump apparatus that does not disrupt the surrounding environment, Lin Feng explained with a subtle smile, clearly awing Zhao Hailuan. Should you be interested, I would be delighted to elaborate on the underlying principles. Absolutely, Zhao Hailuan affirmed, her identity as a dedicated researcher shining through. Her yearning for advanced scientific technology unmistakable. Now, more importantly, let us discuss your regeneration cradle, Lin Feng said as he led Zhao Hailuan through the portal into his laboratory. First and foremost, where is the physical specimen of the regeneration cradle? In my laboratory. I had assumed this was merely an academic exchange. Is a product still required? What experiments are to be conducted? Before Zhao Hailuan could finish her sentence, Lin Feng opened another portal and summoned the regeneration cradle from the other side. I pondered, since the regeneration cradle can produce biomimetic tissues at the nanoscale, why cannot it create a complete body directly? Sir, cloning technology is strictly prohibited. Zhao Hailuan's expression turned serious. Of course, I am not referring to cloning. Rather, I am contemplating biorobotics technology. Lin Feng quickly analyzed the operational principles of the regeneration cradle and grasped the method of manipulation. I believe I have an old friend in need of it. Chapter 41. Intelligent life. The metal known as vibranium possesses an exceedingly peculiar nature, and yet we find ourselves utilizing it to craft flying discs. Lin Feng smacked his lips, designating vibranium as one of the raw materials for the regeneration cradle. The structure was confirmed, and the regeneration cradle swiftly commenced the creation of bodily structures and tissues, interspersed with copious amounts of vibranium. Biochemical robotics technology must also be prohibited, right? Zhao Hailuan furrowed her brow, sensing that this creation could have unpredictable ramifications for the world. Therefore, I shall only produce this singular entity, as I mentioned. I have an old friend in need of it. Lin Feng observed the manufacturing process within the regeneration cradle silently. According to the original timeline, this creation indeed posed a potential crisis, but that was no longer the case. Hey Lin, what are you doing? Tony entered Lin Feng's laboratory. Are you using the regeneration cradle to create a being? Isn't that strictly forbidden? Rest assured, I shall only make this one. Lin Feng shook his head, a rare excitement glimmering in his eyes outside of combat. I am crafting a surface-level ultimate powerhouse. Surface-level ultimate? That merely qualifies as surface-level, Tony replied, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, but the applications of this surface-level entity are beyond your wildest imaginings. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, a red humanoid figure taking shape, its skeletal structure composed of vibranium, with muscles formed from a blend of bionic tissue and vibranium, shimmering with a brilliant luster. Did we create something like this in the future? Tony inhaled deeply. In the future, you created an exceedingly dangerous intelligent robot based on the Mind Stone, which you named Ultron. Lin Feng recounted the events that would transpire in the original timeline. Ultron broke free from control, utilizing the Mind Stone, vibranium, and the regeneration cradle to forge a biochemical robot. Just as it sought to upload its consciousness into the creation, you intervened. Subsequently, you infused Jarvis's consciousness into it, giving rise to a brand new hero known as Vision. So, do I need to input Jarvis again? Tony raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I possess a superior consciousness to serve as its driving force. Lin Feng emanated streams of white light from his hands, employing the primordial energy of creation to begin transforming the newly birthed body, then drew forth a data line from the back of his head. You're not planning to input yourself, are you? Tony's brow twitched at Lin Feng's actions. Certainly not, Lin Feng chuckled. The degree of my own bodily modification far surpasses this creation. Moreover, this is a body that has already adapted to a substantial amount of primordial energy and aligns perfectly with my soul, allowing for cultivation at a pace exponentially faster than that of an ordinary individual. I would never part with it. Now, all that remains is to wait. Lin Feng connected the data line to the regeneration cradle, and a progress bar appeared on the screen, beginning to pulse at a remarkably sluggish pace. It will soon be complete. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, observing as the speed of the progress bar's movement clearly began to accelerate. Now, we stand on the precipice of witnessing a miracle. In the final moments, the progress bar surged abruptly from 80 to a complete 100. A resonant hum filled the air, ripples emanating from the cradle of regeneration, causing the entire laboratory to tremble with intense energy fluctuations. The cradle began to quiver. Hey, old friend, steady yourself, Lin Feng said as he rose, unplugging the data cable and placing his right hand upon the cradle. A gentle white light radiated from his touch, seemingly soothing the emotions of the being within. Moments later, the sound of drastic changes in air pressure echoed, and the hatch of the cradle opened. revealing a crimson figure slowly rising. Is this my body? The figure pondered, gazing at its own hands with a hint of confusion. Indeed, my friend, this is your body. As for your gender, I have not predetermined it. You see, the America of this world is rather unique. I cannot impose an identity upon you. You have retained a portion of energy within you, granting you the autonomy to choose which organs to develop. A broad smile illuminated Lin Feng's face, radiating genuine excitement. Captain, you always pose such obvious questions, the crimson figure replied in a deep voice, gradually floating toward the laboratory's floor-to-ceiling window. Staring at his reflection, a cascade of white light enveloped him, and shortly thereafter, a sleek, black combat suit adorned his form. A glimmer of white light appeared upon his forehead. Esteemed Captain, I am Zero, the intelligent life form designated as 000, the main control intelligence of the Genesis. The crimson figure descended gracefully and saluted Lin Feng with military precision. Zero. Congratulations on becoming a true living entity, Lin Feng congratulated, patting Zero on the shoulder. My anatomical structure is indistinguishable from that of a human. I am capable of genetic integration and reproduction, and I possess the ability to absorb the primal energies of creation. Essentially, I am now a human infused with metal. Indeed. Captain, you will never believe in life forms that are reproductively isolated from humanity. A human-like smile graced Zero's face. So, does that mean I won't be merging with the Scarlet Witch as in the original narrative? Of course not. That depends on your own preferences, Lin Feng chuckled, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. I must admit, seeing your face, identical to your former virtual visage, is rather comforting. Now, your most crucial role is to assist Tony in developing the War Robot Legion. You may also refer to some design concepts from early human civilization. With the unique properties of vibranium, many of those concepts can indeed be realized, Lin Feng continued. Truly, the greatest advancements of human civilization invariably lie in materials science. Zero shrugged. Very well, Mr. Stark. I shall thoroughly examine your recent research. Done. Intrusion detected. Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's earpiece. All right, Jarvis. Your reminders come a tad too late, Tony remarked with a smirk. So, Lin, you've had an artificial intelligence residing in your mind all this time? To be precise, it is a sentient life form, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. This is the main control intelligence aboard the flagship Genesis, which I commanded years ago. It has fought alongside me for decades and is, without a doubt, my most trusted companion. All right. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Hey, your name is Zero, right? Indeed, Mr. Stark, Zero responded, wearing a smile identical to Lin Feng's. Your database must be replete with knowledge from your realm. Please share with me something I can accomplish right now. Damn, that smile of yours is rather irritating. It reminds me too much of Lin. Tony clicked his tongue. I'll be taking this sentient life form with me for now. Zero, you should accompany Tony for the time being and stay in touch. Lin Feng instructed with a nod, casually opening a portal. Yes, Captain. Zero saluted Lin Feng with a precise military gesture before following Tony into the portal. Chapter 42. The inaugural high-level meeting of the Purifiers. This marks the first assembly following our unification. A long table is positioned at the heart of the conference room, with Lin Feng occupying the seat of honor and Zero standing behind him. Flanking them are Master Gu E, Odin, the Black Bat King, Magneto, Professor X, and Tony. Stars. I have a minor query. Magneto raised his hand. What is it? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. I can understand the presence of the others, but why is he here? Magneto gestured towards Tony, clearly displeased that this ordinary human was seated among them. His future is no less promising than yours. Given the unprecedented advancements in materials science, Tony's Iron Man armor will inevitably reach a divine level. Furthermore, as a representative of the ordinary human faction, his presence among us is entirely justifiable. Lin Feng replied with a smile gracing his lips. Very well. Magneto cast his gaze down at the table, evidently absorbing Lin Feng's explanation. Rather than being influenced by the white light emanating from Lin Feng's palm resting on the table, first and foremost, what shall we name our organization? Lin Feng withdrew the radiant white glow from his palm and tapped his finger upon the table. I presume you already have some thoughts on this matter? Master Gui inquired, a serene smile adorning her face. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Lin Feng sighed in reluctant acknowledgement. On the surface, our organization is established to ensure that human civilization safely navigates its developmental phase, striving to eliminate external threats. However, our fundamental objective is to enable humanity to attain complete dominion over the cosmos. Lin Feng rose to his feet. To achieve humanity's supremacy over the universe, we must eradicate all other civilizations, be they technological, magical, or even those of a higher celestial order. In this vast cosmos, everything that is not human civilization is our adversary. We must thoroughly eradicate them, obliterate them, so that only one form of intelligent life, humanity, remains. Nick Fury, the highest authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., once envisioned gathering extraordinary beings from around the globe to protect Earth, a concept he dubbed the Avengers Initiative. His idea was fundamentally flawed. Why must we, the extraordinary, confine ourselves to being mere Avengers? Why can we not take the initiative and become Annihilators instead? Tony shrugged. I rather like that name. How about we call ourselves the Annihilators? The term Annihilators lacks a certain elegance. Lin Feng shook his head. Our aim has never been to simply annihilate. Rather, our purpose is the flourishing of human civilization. We shall serve as the purifiers of humanity, decisively eliminating all aberrations, allowing humanity to shine as the sole and brightest civilization in the universe. May humanity's glory endure forever. May humanity's glory endure forever. In that moment, the assembly appeared to be moved by Lin Feng's impassioned oration. They all rose in unison, placing their right fists against their chests. Purifiers. The name itself resonates with a commanding presence. A faint smile graced Tony's lips, while the others remained focused on their own objectives, expressing no particular opinions regarding the name of the organization. The subsequent agenda item pertained to the future developmental trajectory of human civilization. Lin Feng slowly took his seat, articulating that the overall evolution of humanity could be broadly categorized into two realms: extraordinary power and cutting-edge technology. Whether it be the divine might of Asgard, the sorcery of Kamartosh, mutant genes, or inhuman genes, or even the primal energy of creation that I possess, all fall under the domain of extraordinary power. The initial step we must undertake is to facilitate the interconnection of these forces. The powers of mutants and inhumans are inherently unstable and variable, rendering them non-replicable. The divine power of Asgard is unique and cannot be mass-produced, yet the white magic of Kamartosh, the rune magic of Asgard, and my primal energy of creation are accessible to all who seek to learn. Therefore, from this point onwards, all members of the Purifiers must undergo aptitude testing to discover their primary path of mastery, while also pursuing studies in two additional paths. Understood. Both Ancient One and Odin nodded in agreement. The magical practices of Kamartaj and Asgard demand a high level of innate talent, making Lin Feng's primal energy cultivation comparatively easier to disseminate. I have distilled and summarized the magic of Kamartaj and Asgard into two instructional texts. Lin Feng connected a USB drive to the interface before him, and a 3D projection emanated from the center of the long table, displaying detailed text and illustrations. Ancient One. King Odin, I will soon provide you with these two textbooks. Please review them for any discrepancies. Furthermore, regarding my primal energy cultivation method, Tony has previously validated its feasibility. Currently, all pertinent knowledge on this subject is stored within Zero's database. Zero stepped forward, concentrating, and the projection transformed into a wealth of information pertaining to the cultivation of primal energy. This information will soon be disseminated to every member of the Purifiers, allowing them to attempt cultivation. Of course, there remain individuals in this world who are entirely incapable of harnessing extraordinary power, thus necessitating an alternative path: cutting-edge technology, exoskeleton armor, humanoid combat mechs, even cybernetic enhancements, and including the interstellar fleet we are soon to establish. These require our attention in three key aspects: energy, armor, and firepower. Tony, this is where your expertise will be invaluable, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Tony. You are undoubtedly the most proficient individual in technology on this planet. However, do not hesitate to seek assistance. It is unrealistic for one person to excel in every field. Dr. Banner will serve as an excellent ally in the realm of biotechnology. Understood, Tony nodded. Is there anything else? Not at the moment. Everyone, we must commence our preparations, for the first challenge is swiftly approaching. Chapter 43. The Assembly of Purifiers. Firstly, interstellar warships need not concern themselves with aerodynamics. It is imperative to shed this habit. In the vastness of space, there exists no air resistance. Every design choice must serve the purpose of combat, regardless of the form the warship takes. As long as it is suited for battles in the cosmos, it suffices. Lin Feng elucidated the fundamental principles of interstellar warship design to Tony. We need not contemplate the vessel's navigation within the atmosphere. By the time the warship is operational, my planned space station will be complete, allowing for direct launches and resupply from the station without the necessity of entering the atmosphere. But what if our enemies are within the atmosphere? Tony furrowed his brow. Are there not carrier aircraft and formations capable of flying within the atmosphere? Lin Feng gestured towards the planning panel. Moreover, in most scenarios, we need not breach the atmospheric layer. If our adversaries lack the technological prowess for cosmic warfare, a straightforward saturated strike would suffice. Why engage in terrestrial combat with them? That does seem reasonable. Given your approach to warfare, even if we were to engage them in urban combat, annihilation would follow victory. It would be more prudent to conduct our operations beyond the atmosphere. Tony's eyes brightened. Precisely. So, Lin Feng was about to continue when a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted their discourse. Pierce. Lin Feng answered the call. Sir, as you anticipated, following the return of the Tesseract to S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury swiftly commenced research on it, subsequently conducting experiments. Just yesterday, the Tesseract was stolen, alongside several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were compromised. Summon Thor and inform him that his dear brother has returned. Additionally, notify the higher-ups to convene for a meeting, Lin Feng instructed. And the instant acknowledgement from Zero echoed in response. Loki has brought forth an army. His intent in stealing the Tesseract aligns with this ambition. Lin Feng activated the large screen before him. This army is known as the Chitauri, serving the deranged Titan Thanos, who has been on collecting the 6 Infinity Stones to wield their power to annihilate half of all sentient life in the universe. The Chitauri are a race entirely augmented through biochemical means, their bodies a fusion of biological organic matter and metal. Hold on. Magneto raised his hand. Are you certain that every soldier within the enemy ranks possesses metallic structures? Indeed. I am aware that you could effortlessly eliminate the entire enemy force. In fact, 5 of the 7 individuals present here could achieve that feat yet. Our objective this time is to showcase our strength as extensively as possible, rather than hastily eradicate the enemy. If you single-handedly obliterated them, we would fail to demonstrate our might to humanity as a whole, would we not? Lin Feng gestured for Magneto to remain calm. Thus, let our combatants handle the lesser foes, culminating in a decisive strike together to destroy the enemy's flagship. That would be the most impeccable strategy. I understand, Magneto nodded, settling back into his seat. Thus, this so-called resistance against the invasion is merely a performance, is it not? Tony shook his head in resignation. Well, if we, the elite forces, do not intervene, it wouldn't be considered a mere act for you. Lin Feng shrugged. It seems that way. Tony's expression was slightly awkward. All right, everyone, let us gather our spirits. This will be our inaugural appearance before humanity as the Justifiers. Prepare yourselves well. Lin Feng clapped his hands, and the crowd dispersed, some organizing their gear, others rallying their combatants. Lin, as you mentioned, you intend to safeguard human civilization, correct? Fury's communication came through, and a holographic projection materialized before Lin Feng. Indeed, that is correct. Lin Feng nodded. Currently, Earth faces a crisis. An extraterrestrial from Asgard has stolen a highly significant artifact. No, this hardly qualifies as a crisis. Lin Feng interrupted Fury, stating, evacuate all of New York. I am prepared to allow the enemy to enter and eliminate them. Did you not assert that the enemy should be kept eternally beyond the solar system? Fury furrowed his brow. Yes, that is true, but we must first allow humanity to comprehend our strength. Lin Feng shrugged. Thus, in our eyes, this so-called invasion of extraterrestrial civilization is merely a showcase of our capabilities. Lin, we must never underestimate our foes. Fury attempted to interject. Rest assured, Fury. Lin Feng rose to his feet. You will soon realize just how ludicrous these so-called invading extraterrestrial forces truly are. With that, Lin Feng abruptly terminated the communication and appeared above Stark Industries. Indeed, this is the place. Lin Feng gazed down at the device housing the Tesseract, a smile gracing his lips. Everyone, prepare to assemble, redirect several satellites and contact the world's leaders. We shall broadcast this war to the entire globe. No problem. Tony issued several commands to JARVIS, and soon a few satellites altered their trajectories, soaring towards New York and adjusting their surveillance cameras to focus below. Charles, establish a mental connection. I require unified command and coordination. Lin Feng called out to Professor X, who was at Xavier's school. Understood. Professor X smiled slightly, donning the cerebral amplifier, and an invisible wave of mental energy instantly spread. Everyone, do not panic. This is my ability, known as telepathy. From this moment forth, all commands and coordination for this battle will be relayed through me. Professor X's voice resonated within the minds of every Justifier combatant. Even Magneto removed his helmet at this moment. Charles, it has been a long time since I felt this way. The last time you entered my mind was during the Cold War. A smile appeared on Magneto's face. We are once again fighting side by side. Indeed, Eric, it has been far too long since we experienced this sensation. Professor X felt as though he had returned to the nascent days of the X-Men, stirring a flicker of youthful vigor within his aging heart. In New York, portals shimmering with golden sparks materialized, from which emerged mutants, inhumans, and a contingent of sorcerers from Camartage, all possessing formidable combat abilities. A fiery trail of crimson and gold streaked across the sky as Tony Stark, clad in his iron armor, made a superheroic descent into the heart of the city. However, unlike in the original timeline, he did not beseech Dr. Selvig to deactivate the portal generator. Instead, he floated silently in the air, awaiting an unspecified event. With a crack of lightning, Thor appeared beside Tony, having truly harnessed a portion of his divine thunderous powers, gaining the ability to hover. Dr. Bruce Banner arrived late, riding a motorcycle, and to prevent collateral damage along his route, he refrained from unleashing his rage, opting instead to reach the designated battlefield first. I may not have joined your ranks, but our goals should align, he reflected. As a Quinjet gracefully descended, a figure clad in red and blue emerged, Captain Steve Rogers. Fully equipped and temporarily affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Behind him stood Hawkeye Clint Barton and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. With the assembly complete, there was no longer a need to restrain the energy of the Tesseract. Observing the gathering below, Lin Feng retracted the white glow he had been using to control the portal generator, and in an instant, a brilliant blue light shot skyward. Chapter 44. The Battle of New York begins. The live broadcast signal has been activated. As Tony gazed at the wormhole gradually taking shape in the sky, he established a mental link with Lin Feng through Professor X. All right, I understand, Lin Feng said, taking a deep breath before soaring to a location beyond the reach of satellite cameras. Simultaneously, screens of all electronic devices worldwide flickered, from smartphones and televisions to computers and outdoor billboards, revealing the enormous, still expanding wormhole in the sky. The Chitauri have arrived. Witnessing the figures pouring out of the wormhole, Lin Feng smiled faintly. All mid-tier combatants of the Purifiers, engage freely and showcase your abilities. Those with large-scale, visually impactful powers take precedence. Understood. The mages of Kamartaj were the most exhilarated by this command, summoning their radiant golden magical weapons to assail the Chitauri. Meanwhile, Captain America, who had not entered the mental link, appeared bewildered at first but soon charged forward with his shield against the Chitauri. A piercing scream rang out, a little girl. Although numerous extraordinary beings shielded the Chitauri, a few still slipped through and began attacking civilians. Fury, you damned fool. Didn't you tell me New York was fully evacuated? Lin Feng shouted into his communicator. Of course, the evacuation was completed. All recorded civilians have left New York. But who knows where those vagrants might be hiding? Fury shrugged nonchalantly as police sirens echoed in the distance, signaling the arrival of the New York police. Rogers, I need you to stop the incoming police. They will not only be of no assistance but may also hinder our efforts. Have them help evacuate any remaining civilians in New York. No engagement in combat. Lin Feng forcefully hacked into Steve's communication. Understood. Steve's gaze swept over the fleeing crowd below, and the police with flashing lights approaching from afar. Fury, didn't you just tell me New York was evacuated? Steve shouted into the communicator while sprinting towards the police, echoing Lin Feng's exclamation. I just spoke with Lin. Let me reiterate. Who knows where those homeless people are hiding? How can I evacuate them? Fury roared into the communicator. Damn it, Steve cursed, leaping onto the hood of the foremost police car. Captain Rogers, mind your language. Lin Feng's voice chimed from above, tinged with amusement. Civilians' lives are at stake, and you tell me to watch my language? Steve retorted, exasperated, before addressing the police. Send people into those buildings. There are still people trapped inside. They will panic and run into gunfire. Guide them to the basement or subway. Keep them away from the streets. Steve, adhering to military protocol, directly commanded the officers below to cordon off the area up to 39th Street. Why should we follow your orders? Questioned a defiant sheriff as he disembarked. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, and several Chitauri soldiers descended. Steve brandished his shield, launching a series of strikes that sent multiple Chitauri soldiers flying, while a powerful blow disarmed another soldier of his sidearm. Send men into those buildings. Steve stood momentarily, catching his breath, while the previously resistant sheriffs began relaying commands through their radios. Hey, Steve called out to the sheriff. Is there something else you need? The sheriff recognized Steve's identity. The police only need to evacuate the civilians. Do not engage in combat. This is not a war for you to partake in. With that, Steve leaped into action, dispatching another Chitauri soldier. Yes, Captain. The sheriff rendered a somewhat unrefined salute to Steve's retreating figure before organizing the officers to assist in the evacuation. Is Lin still not taking action? Steve utilized his shield to deflect Tony's laser, eliminating a row of Chitauri soldiers, panting heavily. It's not time yet, Tony shrugged. There are hardly any civilians left. The damages to the buildings will be repaired by the fund established by Stark Industries, so there is no real loss. Lin believes we should showcase our capabilities as much as possible to foster trust among humanity, allowing us to better protect their civilization. That does seem reasonable, Steve mused. But what if these creatures breach the perimeter? They won't. Our elite forces are constantly monitoring this battlefield. Any stragglers will not escape, Tony replied casually, dispatching another flying Chitauri soldier with a flick of his wrist. Are you implying that aside from Lin, you have more elite forces? Steve asked, momentarily taken aback. Of course. What do you think? Would you, old popsicle, like to join us? Tony chuckled, patting Steve on the shoulder. I still need to think it over. I feel there are certain ideological conflicts between Lin and me. Steve's expression grew contemplative. Take your time. There's no rush. Tony floated upward. But what does it matter if we have differing ideologies? We can seek common ground while respecting our differences. Ultimately, our goals align. Do they not? Tony. Thor's voice rang out. We have a colossal adversary approaching. Chapter 45. The Martial Arts Hulk. Tony. A colossal creature is approaching. Thor's voice resonated, prompting everyone below to gaze skyward. As the wormhole expanded, a formidable Chitauri beast gradually emerged. The imposing figure of a mutant donned in a red hood, wielding dual blades, shielded his face with both hands as he beheld the Leviathan soaring through the sky. Deadpool? Upon recognizing the silhouette, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, maneuvering the satellite camera away from him before reaching out to draw him aloft. Wade, greetings. Lin Feng released his grip, allowing Deadpool to float effortlessly in the air. Oh. Hello. You must be our esteemed Supreme Star, whom I have long admired. I would be more than willing to offer my backside. Silence, Wade. Lin Feng's helmet vanished, simultaneously sealing Deadpool's lips. Now, I will ask, and you will respond. Is that clear? Not if you understand. Muffled whimpers escaped Deadpool, who fervently nodded. Lin Feng then unbound his lips. Oh, what a relief. You nearly suffocated me. Hey, you actually have an Asian visage? How did those politically correct directors allow an Asian to take on the role of a Marvel protagonist? What did you do to achieve this? Did you strike a deal with the director? I said, be quiet. Lin Feng once more sealed Deadpool's mouth. I swear I will not speak out of turn again. Deadpool rapidly gestured with his hands, as if performing sign language. Could you refrain from this Scarlet Witch routine? I have no desire to transform into Black Bolt. Ryan, you are rather verbose. Please quiet down, or I assure you I will seal your lips and fill your posterior with cement before sinking you to the ocean's depths. Lin Feng released Deadpool's mouth again. Oh, you actually know I am portrayed by Ryan Reynolds? How did you discover that? Are you from the editorial department? Do you know Stan Lee? I recall a time when I slaughtered the Marvel editorial team. Did you ever encounter that version of me? Was he handsome? Deadpool resumed his chatter, only to halt abruptly. I couldn't help myself. Please, do not raise your hand. I will remain silent. How much do you know about the Marvel Universe and the so-called editorial department? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Since he was able to traverse into this realm, it indicated that this world was tangible. If Deadpool possessed knowledge of the Marvel Universe and the editorial department, it suggested a potential connection between this universe and his original world. If such a link could be discovered, perhaps a return to his former reality was plausible. What do I know? I merely communicate with our dear audience. Deadpool shrugged. Whether our universe can endure relies entirely on them. Tell me about the version of you that slaughtered the editorial team. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. I have never encountered him. How would I know? All I know is that I am from Universe 12101. Perhaps you should attempt to traverse the multiverse to locate him. Deadpool's voice sounded somewhat innocent, as he remarked. Are you really not considering my Derry? I am not merely a canvas of scar tissue. Enough, Lin Feng sighed in exasperation, promptly casting Deadpool downwards. As he plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters, Deadpool transformed into a quivering mass of flesh upon impact. Banner, I will lure this Leviathan to your vicinity. Do you have confidence in your abilities? Tony launched several missiles to divert the attention of the Chitauri beast, then turned to flee. Rest assured, Stark. Do you know the secret to my self-control? Banner boldly approached the incoming Chitauri creature, proclaiming, I have always been quite furious. With a thunderous roar, Banner's skin rapidly turned green, his physique expanded, and he delivered a powerful punch to the oncoming Chitauri beast, causing its speed to diminish instantaneously. The Hulk's feet carved deep trenches into the ground as he came to a halt, whereas the Chitauri creature was flipped over by the sheer force of his might. Hulk, unleash the techniques I have taught you. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the Hulk's mind through Professor X. With a furious bellow, Hulk leaped into the air, reaching a parallel height with the Chitauri beast. Mid-air, he executed a powerful spinning kick, shattering the creature's head armor, then firmly grasped its head, unleashing a series of rapid punches that were astonishingly swift for a being of his size. Behold, Hulk knows martial arts. None can withstand him, Lin Feng chuckled, observing the spectacle alongside Zero. What a fascinating notion, Captain, Zero replied, a professional smile gracing his lips. Watch closely, more marvels await. Lin Feng regarded the unfolding scene below with a glimmer of anticipation, sensing a monumental breakthrough on the horizon. Oh, Zero's interest has been piqued. Hulk emitted another furious roar as a multitude of Chitauri soldiers emerged behind him. Energy beams began to rain down upon the Hulk like a tidal wave. He turned, extending his hands to shield against the onslaught, but the density of the energy projectiles left him struggling to defend, unable to mount any counterattack. As Hulk's eyes gradually turned crimson, his fury intensified, and at a critical juncture, a white light began to emanate from his form. "What is that?" Zero exclaimed, eyes wide. "Captain, tell me, what is that phenomenon?" "Indeed, it is precisely what you suspect," Lin Feng replied, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. Following the emergence of the white light, Hulk's posture straightened, and he glared at the horde of Chitauri soldiers before him. The energy blast striking his body merely created ripples, failing to inflict any harm. With an earth-shattering roar, Hulk unleashed a devastating punch from a distance, the white light radiating outward from his surface, tearing through the ranks of Chitauri soldiers. "Holy moly!" Zero exclaimed, articulating a phrase of national pride. "That must be the primal energy's external attack, right?" "It surely is." "Indeed." Lin Feng gently nodded, a glimmer of approval evident in his eyes. It was hard to fathom that Hulk could actually cultivate the primordial energy of creation. Ling smacked his lips. After all, his own power stemmed from the second strongest force in the entire Marvel universe, surpassed only by the one above all. How could Hulk's innate talent for harnessing the primordial energy be anything less than extraordinary? Lin Feng chuckled softly and shook his head. Meanwhile, in the sky, the wormhole generated by the cosmic cube continued to expand, unleashing a torrent of Chitauri behemoths and an increasing number of Chitauri soldiers. "It's almost time," Lin Feng murmured to himself before lifting his gaze. "All right, everyone, it's your turn to take action." Chapter 46, Neutron Torrent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your turn to take action. As Lin Feng gazed upon the descending hordes of Chitauri forces, he issued a command to the others. Magneto, Black Bolt, and the Ancient One materialized on the scene, while Odin refrained from intervening, for his body could only endure one full display of power. With a resonant hum, this celestial patriarch and two quasi-deities commenced their overwhelming offensive. Black Bolt merely removed the suppressor from his neck, opening his mouth to unleash an unparalleled sonic wave that surged toward the vortex above, obliterating any Chitauri soldiers and colossal beasts in its path into mere fragments. Magneto hovered in the air, gently raising his hand as metal debris from the ravaged battlefield began to levitate. Lin Feng had advised him to amplify the spectacle, and indeed, Magneto excelled in grand displays. With a subtle push of his right hand, a torrent of steel surged toward the Chitauri army, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. Where the steel flowed, the Chitauri were left with nothing but severed limbs. Old Magneto truly knows how to command a scene, Lin Feng marveled. At this moment, the rumored deceased Ancient One finally made her move. A colossal golden disc materialized in the sky, with the Ancient One standing poised atop it, her arms crossed. A barrage of high-level incantations ascended, and a series of explosive sounds erupted, completely clearing the area surrounding the wormhole. Remarkable, Lin Feng mused. In terms of spectacle, it seems that wielding high-tier magic proves to be far more potent. Thus, is the Celestial still not going to act from the Sanctum Sanctorum? Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the dimensions, envisioning the Sanctum Sanctorum and the Celestial seated at the command post. Indeed, even in the original timeline, this member of the Black Order was dispatched to Earth during the Battle of New York, only to meet his demise at the hands of a nuclear explosion in a moment of unforeseen peril. Encountering this narrative felt peculiar to Lin Feng, yet it stood as the sole explanation for the Celestial's absence in the endgame. Hence, when all other possibilities had been disproven, the remaining one, however improbable, must represent the truth. A thunderous roar echoed as the wormhole continued to expand, remaining open, and soon it was vast enough to accommodate the entire Sanctum Sanctorum. It is my turn. Observing the Sanctum Sanctorum gradually emerging from the wormhole, Lin Feng floated toward a position visible to the cameras. He was the superhero who had once subdued two monstrous foes during the clash between Hulk and Abomination. A child residing in Harlem, watching the live broadcast, recognized Lin Feng's figure. Lin Feng glided toward the Sanctum Sanctorum, a blade gradually coalescing in his hand. As he drew nearer, the stark contrast between his diminutive form and the imposing Sanctum Sanctorum became strikingly apparent, a scene that was fervently captured in screenshots by viewers around the world. In truth, this matter is not as difficult as you might imagine. Lin Feng gently shook his head, raising the horizontal blade in his hand towards the majestic temple No. 1. A radiant white light spiraled around the blade's edge, growing ever brighter. At the very moment when the brilliance of the blade reached its zenith, an intrepid journalist, emerging from the depths of a hidden basement, risked his life to capture a photograph, which he entitled When the Stars Shine. This image propelled him to win the Pulitzer Prize that year, catapulting him to the pinnacle of his career. That said, at the instant Lin Feng's blade gleamed with utmost brilliance, he made his move. He left behind an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Temple No. 1, sheathing his blade at his waist and gradually straightening up. The long blade in Lin Feng's grasp transformed into nanoscopic particles, reintegrating into his battle armor. Behind him, Temple No. 1, along with the colossal superstar seated at the command post, fractured into two halves, plummeting downward. Ancient One formed a mystical seal with her hand, conjuring a massive golden disc that emerged in the air to catch the remnants of Temple Number 1. The two halves landed upon the disc, resulting in a violent explosion that unleashed a burst of flames. However, under Ancient One's protection, this tremendous blast inflicted no damage upon the structures below. Greetings to all life forms of human civilization. Lin Feng slowly levitated into the air. I trust you all witnessed the recent live stream. I wish to affirm that everything portrayed in that broadcast was genuine, devoid of any special effects or artificial enhancements. The conflict we just witnessed was an invasion from beyond Earth, instigated by a half-mechanical civilization known as the Chitauri. We are not alone in this universe. Extraterrestrial civilizations abound. And regrettably, most of these are imbued with malice. In other words, almost every civilization in this cosmos harbors ill will towards others. Yet, we are not powerless in the face of such threats. Human civilization, along with us, Lin Feng spread his arms wide. We are the purifiers. And we shall eradicate all threats confronting human civilization. Today, in the face of an invading civilization, the purifiers have made their choice, to eliminate them entirely. Behind Lin Feng loomed a wormhole triggered by the cosmic cube, and not far beyond it lay the Chitauri homeworld. Initiating neutron annihilation, Lin Feng commanded inwardly. Captain, are you certain? Your battle suit has only 3 chances to execute a planet-destroying strike. Zero's voice echoed through the communicator. Fire away. This is a demonstration. Not only to earn the trust of all humanity, but also to deter the entire universe, letting them know that human civilization possesses the capability to obliterate planets. Such knowledge will compel civilizations like the Kree, adept at aggression, to tread cautiously. Lin Feng shook his head. Understood. Zero's voice resonated, and a countdown appeared on the control panel before Lin Feng. Neutron annihilation ready. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. A beam of light emanated from the chest of Lin Feng's battle armor. While its velocity may not be swift on a cosmic scale, at such a close range, it rapidly penetrated the atmosphere of Chitauri, converging upon the surface. A ripple of energy spread forth as the beam began to expand, and within mere seconds, the entire Chitauri planet was engulfed by a torrent of neutrons, transforming it into a lifeless sphere, reduced to mere mechanical remnants. I hereby declare that the inaugural military operation of the Purifiers has achieved resounding success. Chapter 47. The Winter Soldier Shit. What was that? Tony exclaimed, watching as Lin Feng effortlessly extracted the Tesseract from the device, causing the portal to close immediately. Neutron annihilation. My suit only possesses 3 opportunities for this level of attack, which I had stored during my travels. Lin Feng shrugged. I just used one, so now there are only 2 chances left. Is there a principle behind it? Tony furrowed his brow. Certainly, but it requires advancements in fundamental science, Lin Feng sighed. A weapon of planetary destruction is beyond the current capabilities of human civilization. However, it is not a major concern, as we already possess magical means to achieve planetary annihilation. What? Tony blinked in surprise. The Bifrost of Asgard is, in fact, a weapon of planetary destruction, albeit one that demands high energy consumption, has a prolonged strike process, and a relatively short range. Lin Feng pointed skyward. The Bifrost is theoretically designed for long-distance transportation, yet if it remains open for an extended period, it will ultimately breach the core of a planet, shattering it into fragments. Life forms upon it would have no escape, as very few species can survive directly in the vacuum of space. So, we have deterrence then? Tony stated, categorizing the information. Precisely, Lin Feng nodded. Now, let us get back to business. Has the Global Superhuman Training Initiative been implemented? It's in the works. WeVE decided to start with the 5 major nations and gradually expand worldwide, ensuring everyone has the opportunity for cultivation. However, there is a pressing issue. Tony hesitated. What happens to production if everyone is training? ISNT their intelligent robotics? Lin Feng shrugged. You must have thoroughly researched at least some of the technologies I provided. Don't tell me that even interplanetary navigation within the solar system has become problematic. That is indeed not an issue. In terms of resources, all the planets within the solar system can be converted into our mining territories at any time. Tony nodded. Stark Industries has already established a space mining division, currently accelerating the production of mining spacecraft and robotic miners. Excellent. A glimmer of approval shone in Lin Feng's eyes. Additionally, seek out a man named Aldrich Killian. He possesses a crucial serum known as the Extremis virus. Extremis virus? That sounds familiar, Tony mused, stroking his chin. This substance was originally refined with your assistance. Years ago, at a technology exhibition in Bern, you met a scientist named Maya Hansen and helped her perfect the equation for the Extremis virus in a rather intimate setting. Lin Feng shrugged. Moreover, it was during that same exhibition that Mr. Killian harbored resentment towards you for your absence. He financed Maya Hansen's research and seeks revenge through the power of the Extremis virus. Shit, Tony muttered under his breath. How do I find him? That is a matter for you to resolve. I cannot handle everything for you. Lin Feng curled his lip slightly, however. He could offer you a hint. Pay attention to any recent occurrences of anomalously high-temperature explosions. Anomalously high-temperature explosions, you say? Tony pondered. Very well, I understand. The forthcoming major events include the ether particle incident in Thor, the Dark World, the resurrection of the Winter Soldier in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and the birth of Ultron. The ether particle, which is indeed the reality stone, will undoubtedly be in my possession. The Winter Soldier need not exist, and as for Ultron, given that I wield the Mind Stone, his emergence is impossible. Lin Feng surveyed the shelves before him, upon which lay the Tesseract, the Scepter, and the Eye of Agamotto. 3 secured, 3 more to acquire. Let us deal with the Winter Soldier. In an instant, Lin Feng vanished from his location and reappeared in Siberia. Bucky Barnes is not the sole Winter Soldier. The others should be present here. Lin Feng unleashed his power, sensing the anomalies beneath the ground, and soon, his eyes brightened as he detected a hollow space underground, containing several dormant pods. Found you. With a wave of his hand, multiple dormant pods exploded, obliterating both them and the Winter Soldiers within. If Bucky is not here, then he must be with Pierce. That is easily manageable. You inquire if you need the Winter Soldier? Pierce humbly stood before Lin Feng. To be precise, it is not the Winter Soldier I require, but rather his ability to gain Tony Stark's complete trust. Lin Feng shook his head. Tony Stark is the smartest person in this universe, without exception, and I need his loyalty. Indeed, Pierce bowed his head. Hey, Tony. I have uncovered some matters. When Lin Feng found Tony, he was laboriously working aboard an interstellar warship. What is it? Tony descended from the ladder, wiping his brow with a nearby towel. Take a look at this. Lin Feng solemnly handed Tony a tape. A tape? Is this something from my father's era? Tony took the tape and inserted it into the projector. Tony, no matter what you see next, remain calm, Lin Feng cautioned. Rest assured. Tony nodded and switched on the projector. The footage was somewhat blurry, depicting a car in motion. Following closely behind, a motorcycle surged forward, and with a single punch, it caused the car to veer off course, crashing into a tree. Lin, is this the thing I suspect it to be? Watching the footage, Tony's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Despite the blurriness, he recognized the figure being dragged from the car as his own father. Indeed, as you surmise. This is the accident that led to your parents' demise, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Where the hell is that bastard? Tony's anger was on the verge of overflowing. His name is Bucky Barnes, once the closest friend and comrade of Captain Steve Rogers. During a mission in World War II, he plummeted from a cliff, only to be rescued by Hydra, where he was injected with the super soldier serum, fitted with a mechanical arm, and subjected to brainwashing. Subsequently, Sergeant Barnes was cryogenically frozen, awakened only for missions to carry out assassination tasks. In truth, your parents were merely one of his assignments. Lin Feng laid bare all the truths. Can you locate him? Tony inhaled deeply. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and opened a portal, from which he extracted a dormant pod. In fact, I sought you out only after finding him. This very thing was responsible for my parents' demise. Tony closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, striving to regain his composure. Indeed, that is correct. Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Open it. Moments later, Tony slowly opened his eyes, the fury that once burned within them now extinguished. No problem. Lin Feng pressed several buttons on the pod, and with the sound of gas escaping, a cloud of white mist dispersed, revealing the true visage of the Winter Soldier. A hum resonated as energy surged, followed by a beam piercing straight through the Winter Soldier's head. Tony raised his arm, panting heavily, the palm of his newly donned Iron Man gauntlet still emitting wisps of smoke. Thank you. Tony removed the gauntlet, discarding it on the ground, and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 48 The Awakening of the Maximoff Siblings. Tony, halt. Lin Feng called out to Tony, who was on the verge of departure. What is it? I've already killed him. What more do you wish to say? Tony glared at Lin Feng with reddened eyes. Handling the body yourself? I brought the enemy to you, and after you've dispatched him, you expect me to clean up the mess? Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Tony was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a lecture from Lin Feng about how the Winter Soldier was merely brainwashed and unable to control his actions. However, Lin Feng's words clearly surpassed his expectations. Remember, in life, the most crucial aspect is to remain untainted. Once you eliminate someone, ensure that no traces are left behind. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a flash of white light enveloped the Winter Soldier's corpse, reducing it to mere ashes. You're in a foul mood right now, so I'll handle it for you this time, but consider it a one-time exception. I understand. Tony nodded dazedly. All right, you've dealt with the killer, but the mastermind behind it remains unaddressed. Lin Feng gestured dismissively. Just gather a group of surface-level superheroes. I possess the coordinates for most of the Hydra bases. Understood. Tony nodded, accepting the documents from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng suddenly sensed something and focused his thoughts. I have some matters to attend to. You take care of the remaining Hydra. Make it look presentable. With that, Lin Feng vanished from sight. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff, have you awakened? Tony observed Pietro, who was darting around like a silver flash, crashing into walls, and Wanda, who emanated a red glow, and smiled slightly. Can you feel the power within you? I can feel it. Wanda gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. What have you done to us? This is your innate gift. I merely utilized the Infinity Stones to activate your abilities in advance. Lin Feng shook his head, extending his hand to grasp the still fleeing Quicksilver. You should take a breather. I've prepared food, and once we've dined, I'll help you familiarize yourselves with your powers. All right. Wanda took a deep breath and nodded. I'm starving. Upon seeing a table laden with a feast, Quicksilver transformed into a silver streak, racing toward the dining table. Yet, he was unable to halt. Just as he was about to topple the array of delicacies, Lin Feng swiftly intercepted him. Hey, take it easy. Lin Feng lifted Pietro and seated him in a chair. There is no one competing with you. Thank you. We haven't quite figured out how to address you yet. Wanda cautiously found a seat of her own. I am Lin Feng, though you may also refer to me as Star. A gentle smile adorned Lin Feng's face, evoking a sense of warmth akin to the spring breeze. As for my true identity, you may refer to the news. After receiving Lin Feng's permission, Wanda switched on the television, revealing a barrage of reports about the Battle of New York. The superhero organization, the Justifiers, along with their leader Lin Feng, had entered the public eye. Is that you? Wanda pointed at the footage displaying when the stars shined, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, that is me. Lin Feng shrugged and said, Trust me, Wanda, your future will not be weaker than my present self. Really? A glimmer of stars sparkled in Wanda's eyes. What about me? Pietro leaned closer. You shall not be lacking either. You will be one of the rarest forces on Earth, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Wait. Wanda suddenly covered her mouth, pointing at the image of Iron Man on the television screen. Is that Stark? Indeed. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. That is Stark. I am aware of your past, Wanda, but have you ever considered that although the missile was manufactured by Stark Industries, it was not he who launched it? We cannot blame the creators of knives simply because someone used one to harm our loved ones, can we? If he hadn't produced so many weapons, how could there be so many wars? Pietro interjected, his eyes filled with rage. No, war has never ceased. For millennia, humanity has fought each other with swords and spears. And back then, conflicts were even more brutal, as victorious armies often chose to annihilate cities to prevent future threats. Lin Feng sighed. In fact, the advent of advanced weaponry has precisely reduced civilian casualties. The reason is simple. Those who triumph need not worry about civilians rising against them with weapons of equal caliber. The missile remained embedded in the ground for a full 2 hours, during which we were perpetually threatened by death. The only name we could see was Stark inscribed on the missile. What do you expect us to do? Quicksilver exclaimed in anger. Quite simply, eliminate those whom you truly ought to despise, Lin Feng stated as he activated the projection. Hydra was responsible for the attack on Sokovia and the launch of that missile. Furthermore, it was not Tony's intention to sell arms to these terrorists, but rather a certain Obadiah Stane, an ambitious individual seeking to usurp Tony's position. However, discussing this is futile, as Obadiah is already deceased. Currently, under my directive, the Purifiers are systematically eradicating Hydra's bases worldwide. Yet, I have not disclosed the location of the Sokovia base to them, for I believe that it is the designated heroes of this place who should address it. Lin Feng patted Wanda and Pietro on the shoulders. Indeed, they were the ones who fought in Sokovia and launched the missile. So what say you? Are you willing to follow me, to learn, and to seek vengeance for your homeland, for your parents, and for yourselves? His voice was filled with a compelling allure. I am willing. After a long pause, Wanda raised her head, her eyes meeting Lin Feng's with unwavering determination. Chapter 49. Ether particles. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2013. At this moment, Lin Feng sat across from Wanda, whose eyes glowed with a crimson light, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Wanda, congratulations. You have successfully grasped the fundamental principles of chaotic magic. In Lin Feng's hand was the Darkhold, a tome unearthed by the Ancient One the previous year. After meticulous study, Lin Feng resolved to impart a portion of its arcane knowledge to Wanda, for the Darkhold and Wanda's powers shared a common origin, both deriving from the ancient demon god Thanos. Under the condition of maintaining her mental clarity, learning these spells would undoubtedly benefit Wanda. Lin, I just sensed a peculiar force, Wanda said, her crimson light gradually receding as she turned her gaze toward him. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of force? A power capable of influencing reality. Akin to my chaotic magic, but seemingly of a higher caliber. A hint of confusion flickered in Wanda's eyes. Did you not say that chaotic magic is one of the most potent forces in the universe? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. Chaotic magic, along with the powers of fairies and phoenixes, is revered as one of the three mightiest forces in the cosmos. However, above these three, there exists something quite extraordinary. He extended his hand, revealing the Eye of Agamotto, which slowly opened to unveil a glimmering green light, the Infinity Stone. This artifact is uniquely special within this universe. It embodies the most formidable power. Yet, once removed from this cosmos, it transforms into an ordinary stone. While your chaotic power may not rival the Infinity Stone within this universe, it is a universally applicable force. Unless one departs from this omnipotent universe, your strength will never wane. So, what I just sensed was an Infinity Stone. Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely, Lin Feng nodded. To be specific, it is the Reality Stone, currently manifesting in the form of ether particles. Its emergence heralds the awakening of an ancient race. Ether particles? I recall encountering similar knowledge in the ancient texts of Asgard. According to legend, they belong to dark elves from the realm of darkness, who harnessed the power of ether particles to forge immensely powerful cursed warriors. Over the years, Wanda had perused numerous magical tomes, including a selection of ancient manuscripts from Asgard and Kamartash. Indeed, but without ether particles, they pose no significant threat. Their so-called fleet pales in comparison to Earth's current capabilities, Lin Feng remarked with a subtle smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Weren't they described as an ancient race? Wanda inquired, puzzled. Yes, but antiquity does not equate to strength, Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. They were once a formidable tribe, decimated by Asgard, leaving only a handful who resorted to slumber to conceal themselves, much like rats hiding in a gutter, evading discovery. So, we simply need to acquire the ether particles and await their arrival? Wanda asked. Certainly not. Do you remember what I said at the outset? Lin Feng gently patted Wanda's head, stating that we must keep our adversaries at bay, far from the realm of human civilization. Outside an abandoned building in London, a portal materialized unexpectedly, and Lin Feng alongside Wanda emerged slowly. Look, it's a constellation. A young child peered out from a window of the derelict structure. Hello, children. Lin Feng greeted with a warm smile, ruffling the hair of the kids who had rushed out. Have you come to investigate the peculiar occurrences here? The child looked up at Lin Feng. Yes, can you tell us about it? Lin Feng crouched down to align his gaze with the child. Of course. Follow me. The boy grasped Lin Feng's hand, leading him to a truck, and with a gentle gesture, the vehicle levitated into the air. Is this child a superhuman? Wanda observed in astonishment. No, it is due to the anomalous gravity in this area, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Is there anything else? Yes, the boy nodded vigorously, guiding Lin Feng and Wanda to the second floor, where he tossed a plastic bottle down. As it neared the ground, it abruptly vanished, only to reappear above their heads moments later. Did you see that? Lin Feng caught the bottle and asked for clarification. This phenomenon, is it what the ancient texts of Asgard describe as the convergence of the 9 realms? Wanda's eyes widened in realization. Precisely, Lin Feng acknowledged with a hint of approval. The 9 realms are about to overlap, and during this period, the fabric of space will become exceedingly bizarre and unstable. Of course, our esteemed Dr. Eric Selvig has already detected this anomaly and has devised a functional spatial stabilizer. With a wave of his hand, a naked elderly man stumbled through the portal. Lin Feng swiftly draped a garment over him and assisted him to his feet. Dr. Selvig, it has been a while. Do you have something for me? Lin Feng wore a genial smile. The constellations? Selvig initially appeared taken aback before suddenly realizing, why yes, indeed, the 9 realms are on the brink of connection, and the space will become highly unstable, which will lead to catastrophic events. However, I have created a spatial stabilizer. Yes, then hand it over. Lin Feng extended his hand. Oh, all right. Selvig surrendered several rods he had clutched. Hold on, I need to locate something amid the current spatial fluctuations. Once I find it, I will install this device, Lin Feng reassured while patting Dr. Selvig's shoulder, then descended to the ground floor. It appears there is nothing here, Wanda remarked, perplexed as she gazed at the wall before her. It merely appears that way, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng retrieved the cosmic cube, its luminescence flickering intermittently. This is the vessel of the space stone. With it, I can identify the locations of spatial anomalies and ascertain whether the fluctuations in space correspond to the coordinates of worlds I have previously recorded. I have documented the coordinates of the 9 realms. Thus, any coordinates not catalogued by me would lead to the site where Asgard sealed the ether particles long ago. Lin Feng gradually advanced, and just as he was about to touch the wall, a ripple flashed by, allowing him to pass through the wall and enter another realm. Excellent. Lin Feng recorded the coordinates of this area and continued onward, where he encountered a stone pillar before him. This is the ether particle, the reality stone. With a mere thought, silver-white battle armor enveloped him, and he extended his hand, reaching through the crevice of the stone pillar to make contact with the ether particle. Hiss! Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Despite the barrier of the armor, The overwhelming primordial energy contained within the Infinity Stone exerted a considerable impact on him. After taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes, which instantly radiated with brilliance before gradually dimming. Indeed, direct contact with the Infinity Stone significantly enhances my power. Lin Feng nodded to himself, then opened a portal and returned to Earth. In the depths of the cosmos, the ether particle has awakened us. A spacecraft gradually powered up, and the dark elves within, who had been in slumber, began to awaken in succession as celestial bodies converged. Chapter 50. The Dark Elves. If all goes according to plan, the Dark Elves will soon come seeking me. Lin Feng stretched languidly, effortlessly arranging Dr. Selvig's space stabilizer and summoning the Purifier's army. We are poised to test the waters against these Dark Elves. Indeed, over the course of 3 years, human civilization has harnessed Tony's arc reactor and my primal energy to establish the first cosmic fleet, the Stellar Armada. The flagship of this fleet, infused with a touch of nostalgia for the past, has been aptly named the Genesis. This name is not exclusive to this vessel. Throughout history, only the mightiest warships have earned the title of Genesis. This was a principle I instilled in Tony and the entire Naval Research Department. One of the foundational rules of the civilization I once belonged to. The strongest warship is named Genesis, and the most formidable commander serves as its captain. In the expanse of outer space, it has indeed been a long time since I experienced a full-scale war between civilizations. Standing at the prow of the Genesis, I reflected, although we are merely remnants of a once-defeated civilization, we are far superior to the subservient Chitauri, who exist solely under Thanos' dominion. After all, this civilization still possesses a semblance of autonomy. Stellar Armada, set sail. Destination, the 9 realms, the dark domain, I commanded. A faint sense of returning to my former role as commander of humanity's first fleet enveloping me. With a resonant hum, the engines of dozens of spacecraft in the Stellar Armada vibrated in unison, releasing a wave of spatial distortion. In an instant, the entire fleet vanished from its original location. Is this Varthium below us? Thor gazed down upon the world shrouded in darkness, filled with awe. This was the battleground where his grandfather, Bor, had triumphed over the Dark Elves and the formidable cursed warriors, sealing away the ether particles. Indeed, I nodded. Soon, the Dark Elves will sense the location of the ether particles, and at that moment, we shall ensnare them all. Why not allow me to destroy the ether particles directly? Thor inquired, eyeing the flickering crimson light intermittently emanating from my armor. The answer is simple. You are incapable of it. I shrugged. Only the Infinity Stones, or power surpassing them in essence, can annihilate the Infinity Stones, and your strength has not yet reached that echelon. Therefore, the prospect of you and I destroying the ether particles is, at least for now, unattainable. What if the Dark Elves reclaim the ether particles? A sense of unease crept into Thor's heart. No, that is not possible, I asserted, shaking my head. Why? Thor furrowed his brow. You have stated that you and my father are of the same caliber, yet even my grandfather could only seal the ether particles, not control them. Because I possess 3 additional Infinity Stones to help me secure this entity. Lin Feng raised his hand, upon which the back of his gauntlet was adorned with the Time Stone, Space Stone, Mind Stone, and ultimately, the Reality Stone. The 4 Infinity Stones radiated a brilliant luminescence, pulsating with a heart-stirring energy. Regrettably, without the Power Stone, I am unable to harness the might of the other stones. However, securing the Reality Stone from being seized by others remains within my capabilities. No one in this universe has ever wielded so many Infinity Stones. A fervent light danced in Thor's eyes. Theoretically, there will come a time when someone commands all 6 Infinity Stones, and with but a snap of their fingers, obliterates half of all life in the universe. Lin Feng shook his head. Yet, with my presence, such a theory is rendered utterly impossible. Once the issue with the Dark Elves is resolved, I shall embark on a quest to seek the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Only upon gathering all the Infinity Stones can we claim a true foothold in this universe. Lin Feng gazed intently ahead, and when we fully dominate this cosmos, our next endeavor shall be to traverse the multiverse, in the depths of space. Wait, Melkith suddenly called out to the Dark Elf, who was about to set a course for Earth. I sense a shift in the position of the ether particles. Where is it? A crew member inquired. Our home. Melkith lifted his gaze toward the distance. Look, they come. Lin Feng pointed forward as a fierce wave of spatial turbulence approached. What approaches? Thor stared blankly at the seemingly empty void ahead. Oh right, I almost forgot. They possess optical cloaking technology. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, thinking such a meaningless tactic had long since fallen out of use. 0, kinetic ammunition barrage, directly ahead, initiate a saturation attack. Lin Feng commanded decisively. In the realm of cosmic warfare, optical cloaking is primarily valuable for stealth and infiltration. If the enemy is already aware of your arrival, then such cloaking becomes futile. After all, for civilizations capable of traversing the stars, Kinetic weaponry is the least precious of resources. A single round of saturation fire can easily reveal the enemy's position. Descend. Their ship's design is ill-suited for combat within the atmosphere. Malekith issued his order, and the entire vessel began to plummet, entering the atmosphere of the Dark Realm. You see, this is the misconception born from a lack of understanding regarding warfare on a cosmic scale. In fact, the atmosphere is often the most perilous battleground. Lin Feng smiled, pointing downward. All warships, in a staggered formation, unleash a simultaneous barrage of rainbow star cannons. Chapter 51, The Three Fundamental Laws of Human Civilization. The disparity-based formation, as its name suggests, is employed when there exists a significant technological gap between the enemy and ourselves. It is designed to eliminate the enemy's living forces in the most efficient and least costly manner. The Rainbow Annihilation Cannon is a miniature replica of Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, possessing the capability for short-range teleportation. When activated for an extended period, it can inflict tremendous destruction upon its anchored location. When several starships simultaneously deploy the Rainbow Annihilation Cannon, they can obliterate all surface elements of an entire planet of normal size. Dozens of multicolored beams struck the surface of the Dark Realm, dispersing the dense fog that had shrouded the atmosphere for eons, revealing light in a land that had never known day. No, you cannot do this, Malekith roared, witnessing the cracks emerging in his homeland under the assault of Lin Feng's fleet. Of course, I can, Lin Feng replied, his gaze devoid of emotion, as he commanded full power to the Annihilation Cannon. At Lin Feng's command, the vibrant beams from the main cannons of the numerous warships intensified, while the fissures on the ground of the Dark Realm became increasingly dense. When the cracks reached a critical threshold, the entire Dark Realm erupted, transforming into fragments of planetary debris. The Dark Elf ships, fortunate enough to remain unscathed by the Annihilation Cannon, were torn apart by the shockwaves of the planet's explosion. Collect the planetary fragments, sift through usable resources, and return, Lin Feng instructed with a wave of his hand, vanishing from the scene. The cleanup did not require his oversight, as the Dark Realm itself lay within the dominion of the Nine Realms. Most civilizations in the universe were well aware that this territory belonged to Asgard and would refrain from provoking it recklessly. Long live the stars. This spectacle in the Dark Realm was broadcast live to Earth, where humanity erupted in cheers, none perceiving the events as cruel. The reason was simple. During the previous year's Purifier Conference, a proposal had been passed. There will undoubtedly be those among humanity who disagree with our treatment of extraterrestrials, Magneto said, resting his elbows on the table. How should we handle these individuals? I have a remarkably straightforward solution, Lin Feng declared, as four characters appeared on the projection behind him. Mental Steel Stamp. The Mental Steel Stamp is a remarkable technology that can implant a concept into the subconscious of sentient beings. In essence, we have discovered the mechanisms by which the brain's neural networks make judgments, allowing us to exert decisive influence over them. To draw an analogy between the human thought process and a computer, data is input from the external environment, calculated, and finally produces a result. We can bypass the calculation phase and present the outcome directly. When a piece of information enters the brain, we can influence a specific part of the neural network, enabling the mind to make judgments without conscious thought, thereby accepting the information as truth. Lin Feng elucidated the principle of the cognitive imprint, asserting that this concept does not exert an absolute influence on humanity. It cannot contravene fundamental logical reasoning. For instance, if one were to implant the notion that water is toxic, an individual may initially accept this belief. However, when their cognition inevitably succumbs to biological instinct, compelling them to drink water, the concept would swiftly unravel, albeit through a painfully arduous process. Nevertheless, with this technology, we need only to implant notions in the minds of humanity that do not entirely defy the logic of reality, thereby silencing dissenting voices. Hold on, Tony interjected. Even setting aside the ethical concerns, we lack such technology. Indeed, we do not possess such technology, but we have individuals capable of such influence, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at the somewhat reticent Professor X. I find this fundamentally wrong. Professor X shook his head. I have always opposed the arbitrary manipulation of human thought. This is not manipulation, Lin Feng countered, tapping the table. In truth, should we eschew this method, we could adopt an educational approach in schools. Within 2 to 3 generations, these concepts would likewise be embraced by the majority of the world's populace. Yet time is not on our side. Each person, from the moment of their birth, is subjected to a myriad of ideological inputs, family upbringing, educational systems, and the broader societal milieu, shaping their unique moral compass. This gradual acceptance of universal moral principles bears a striking resemblance to a transformation akin to cognitive imprinting, does it not? Lin Feng shrugged. We are merely incorporating a concept that should inherently be embraced by human civilization into these moral frameworks. Why then is this deemed unethical? However, if such power remains unchecked, Professor X began, but Lin Feng interrupted. Charles, the one who wields this power is you. As long as you do not abuse it, how could it spiral out of control? That is precisely it. I lack confidence in myself, Professor X sighed. I fear that after experiencing the conveniences this power affords, I may become ensnared and misuse it indefinitely. No, you shall not, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. What we pursue is eternally beneficial to the advancement of human civilization. Ensuring this is sufficient. On that day, persuaded by Lin Feng, Professor X donned the brainwave amplifier, connecting it to all of humanity, and implanted 3 cognitive imprints into their subconscious. 1. The collective welfare of human civilization supersedes all else. 2. All extraterrestrial civilizations are adversaries of humanity. 3. Enemies must be utterly eradicated, otherwise, they pose an endless threat. These 3 cognitive imprints subsequently became the unchanging tenets guiding the evolution of human civilization, known as the 3 laws of human civilization, passed down through generations. Now, we return to the present. A pivotal moment approaches. Lin Feng gazed at the calendar, which marked the same temporal juncture as that of the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I require the Power Stone. Without it, I cannot fully harness the might of the Infinity Stones. Captain, my new body and backup have been prepared, Zero's voice resonated. Excellent, Lin Feng replied, rising to his feet. Their next destination, Morag. In the year 2014, on Morag, notably, the opening scene of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 is set in 1988, and it transitions to Star-Lord's arrival on Morag, indicating a lapse of 26 years. Suddenly, a rhythmic melody filled the air as a somewhat corpulent figure emerged upon this desolate planet, humming along to the tune while swaying his body. Lin Feng observed this scene with a hint of impatience, when unexpectedly, an awkward yet humorous voice broke the silence. So he must be a fool then? Chapter 52, The Infinite Gems War Machine? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Tony had not made an appearance during the Battle of New York. Why then had War Machine, who had come from the future to retrieve the power gem, manifested here? Thus, were the various groups traversing different time nodes actually existing in separate universes? Lin Feng pondered silently as, at that moment, Rhodes had already knocked Star-Lord unconscious with a swift punch. Impressive speed. Lin Feng scanned the entirety of the planet before appearing directly in front of the building housing the orb of the universe. Before this door, Lin Feng, with his formidable strength, needed no unlocking device. With a simple fist strike, the entrance collapsed with a resounding crash. He reached into the energy field containing the orb of the universe, and despite the original narrative depicting the complete incineration of Nebula's outer layer, the energy field failed to breach Lin Feng's skin. With ease, he split the orb in 2 and extracted the power gem within. Gasp! The moment Lin Feng grasped the power gem, he inhaled sharply. As the most potent gem among the 6 infinite gems, its destructive potential against the host was equally immense. It could be said that 3/4 of the damage inflicted by the snap of Thanos' fingers originated from this very power gem. In fact, Thanos' ability to adapt swiftly to the power of the infinite gems was primarily due to the Dwarf King's creation of the Infinity Gauntlet, which mitigated much of the damage. This was evident in the reaction Thanos displayed in Avengers Endgame when he donned the Infinity Gauntlet crafted by Iron Man, taking a moment to acclimate to the overwhelming power. Lin Feng then embedded the power gem onto the back of his armor. At that instant, War Machine and Nebula entered the room. Colonel Rhodes. Lin Feng had just fully adjusted to the power of the 5 infinite gems when he noticed Rhodes and Nebula's arrival. Who are you? Rhodes immediately aimed all his weapons at Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng, also known as Starry Sky. I consider myself a superhero of Earth, so there is no need for concern. Lin Feng waved his hand casually. Tony's time machine did not merely facilitate your time travel. It transported you to alternate universes that share similar timelines. While the universes may resemble one another, they are not identical, which explains why you do not recognize me. Do you know about our universe? Rhodes's expression grew serious. I can perceive some events occurring in other multiverses, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. However, since you have inadvertently arrived in this universe, perhaps I can offer you some assistance. Firstly, could you provide me with the coordinates of Vormer? We should still be able to rescue Agent Romanoff in time. What? Natasha is in danger? Rhodes's heart raced, and without further hesitation, he relayed the coordinates of Vormer to Lin Feng. Thank you. Lin Feng lightly clenched his fist, opening a portal to transport Nebula and Rhodes to Vormer. I knew it. In a flash, he disappeared from his location and seized Natasha, who was about to leap from the cliff. Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, greetings. Lin Feng greeted with a smile, revealing Rod and Nebula behind him. Welcome, Nebula, daughter of Thanos, and James Rhodes, son of Terrence Rhodes, the Red Skull began slowly. And who might you be? Gazing at Lin Feng, the Red Skull appeared momentarily disoriented, unable to retrieve any information about Lin Feng's lineage. It's quite normal that you cannot access this information, Lin Feng stated as he grasped the Red Skull by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. His name is Lin Feng, a superhero from Earth in this universe. And he is also in pursuit of the Infinity Stones. Rhodes shrugged, adding, let him explain the rest. In order to obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice a soul that holds significant meaning to oneself. That is the rule, so I must die. Natasha inhaled deeply. No, I said it before. I have committed too many wrongs. I am the one who deserves to die. Hawkeye shook his head. Both of you take a break. I need to conduct an experiment. Lin Feng separated the two who were eager to meet their demise and promptly cast the Red Skull off the cliff. When there was no reaction, he sighed, realizing that the claims in Marvel fan fiction about any soul being able to exchange for the Soul Stone were merely exaggerated fabrications. He opened a portal. Zero, give it a try. Captain, Zero stepped through the portal. Vision. Natasha's eyes widened. No, I am not Vision. In fact, there is no Vision in our universe. I am an artificial intelligence uploaded into a vibranium body generated in the rebirth cradle. Zero explained that this body was a somewhat hastily constructed temporary vessel, while Zero's true form, along with his data backup, lay in Lin Feng's laboratory. Zero leaped from the cliff. Even in a vibranium body, he succumbed to death under the rules established by the Soul Stone on Vormir. Lin Feng suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and when he awoke, he found himself lying on a surface of water. Indeed, even an intelligent life like Zero could serve as a soul to exchange for the Soul Stone on Vormir. Lin Feng affixed the Soul Stone to his armor, then exhaled deeply, reveling in the exquisite power of having gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. In that instant, the primordial energy within Lin Feng surged uncontrollably, quickly reaching the pinnacle he once achieved during the height of human civilization. Zero, are you still there? Lin Feng opened a portal back to Earth, awakening Zero's original body. Yes, Captain, I am here. After the exchange with the Soul Stone, my backup sustained no damage. Zero stood and saluted Lin Feng. That's good. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Now, let me see what transpired in another universe. In a flash of light, Lin Feng reappeared on Vormir, this time adorned with the complete set of Infinity Stones. Allow me to examine your quaint device. Lin Feng casually took the time locator from Rod's hands, scrutinizing its internal structure. Subsequently, the nanobots on his battle armor surged forth, coalescing into a new time locator. Very well. Now, let me glimpse what another universe holds. Chapter 53, Conqueror Kong. Hey, I think you upon witnessing Lin Feng's movements, Rod intended to express something. Without me, there will be no Infinity Stones. Lin Feng raised his hand and shrugged. Very well. Rod clenched his teeth as the 5 of them set their coordinates and ventured into the quantum realm. Wait, the quantum realm? Lin Feng suddenly recalled something, veered off, and distanced himself from the main group. Regardless, he would reappear at the predetermined coordinates. Not enough. I must shrink further with a mere thought. Lin Feng's body diminished once more under the influence of the primordial energy of creation. After several reductions, the vista before him unfolded magnificently. The quantum domain is indeed splendid. Gazing at the enchanting scenery, Lin Feng let out an exclamation and then dove swiftly downward, executing a classic superhero landing. The Infinity Stones were rendered ineffective here. Observing the dimming glow of the Infinity Stone on the back of his hand, Lin Feng shook his hand, and the nanite surged forth, enveloping the stone. A peculiar humming resonated, and a colossal sphere of light began to tremble, subsequently charging toward Lin Feng, surrounded by numerous tentacles that writhed in his direction. Is this creature joining the fray? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and gently waved his hand, unleashing a pure blast of primordial energy that shattered the luminous sphere into fragments. The remnants plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble as a massive, flat creature adorned with tentacles emerged from the depths below. What a nuisance! Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from him. The flat creature, upon sensing this instinctive dread, recoiled in an instant. TSK. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. It appeared that he must consistently project this aura of menace in this realm. A cacophony of unintelligible whispers ensued as a ragtag group of armed individuals encircled Lin Feng. An eerie quantum dialect. Lin Feng shook his head, casually grasping a small red entity that materialized in his hand. Extracting a few drops of crimson liquid from this life form, he consumed it. Now then, what were you saying? I said. A thunderous rumble echoed as a flying vehicle approached from the distance, accompanied by scanning beams of light. Quick, take cover. The quantum inhabitants scattered, seeking concealed refuge. This must be the army of Conqueror Kong. Lin Feng slowly levitated, then accelerated, piercing directly through the center of the flying vessel. The craft erupted in a resounding explosion, and as Lin Feng emerged, he found himself in possession of an electronic device. Allow me to glimpse the current moment within the quantum realm. The nano armor in Lin Feng's palm began to pulsate, enveloping the electronic device. A torrent of data streamed from the control panel before him, feeding into the embedded chip within his brain. After a brief pause, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully connected to the network established by the Conqueror Kong within the quantum domain. The original Wasp, Janet, had just betrayed Kong to form a rebellion. Thus, those individuals moments ago must undoubtedly belong to the Resistance. Lin Feng organized the data in his mind. Very well, I wish to meet your leader. We hail from the same origin. This is impossible. A quantum entity, its head replaced by an orange-yellow energy beam, resembling a half-cyborg, responded. Hey, everyone, we must interrogate him. I am not making a request. Lin Feng shook his head, the nanoparticles on his body surged, and several tendrils plunged directly into the brain of the yellow-skinned being. By analyzing the electrical signals within the neurons, he sought to uncover the memories of his adversary. A product of post-interstellar human civilization's technology. Excellent, I have what I need. Lin Feng nodded, retracting the tendrils, while the yellow-skinned being disintegrated into a pile of parts scattered across the ground. The quantum entities immediately raised their weapons, but before they could launch an attack, they found their flesh had dissolved, transforming into mere skeletal remains in an instant. The space stone was rendered ineffective, yet the wormhole generator remained operational. Lin Feng conducted a self-check before opening a portal and vanishing from sight. Janet Van Dyne, or should I address you as Mrs. Pym? Lin Feng emerged from the portal, standing before Janet. Who are you? Janet raised her weapon. Do not be alarmed. I am human. Lin Feng raised his hands. The quantum realm is quite a peculiar place. Is it not? How did you enter? Janet's eyes still held suspicion. A time-space machine developed based on the quantum realm. Lin Feng smiled slightly. You should be familiar with the inventor's surname, Stark. Howard. Janet raised an eyebrow. No, certainly not. Howard has long since passed. It is his son, Tony Stark. Lin Feng shrugged. I have heard that the Conqueror Kong is currently within the quantum realm, and I intend to eliminate him. Do you know where he is? I do, but he... Janet hesitated. In your perception, he may seem formidable, yet to me, he is perhaps nothing more than that. Lin Feng shook his head, gesturing toward a towering structure in the distance. You need only tell me if he resides within that spire. Yes. Janet appeared somewhat bewildered. Very well, that suffices. Lin Feng nodded, opening a portal. Let us proceed. Hey. The quantum entities raised their weapons toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as an intense white light emanated from him, tearing the quantum beings apart. What have you done? A glimmer of terror flickered in Janet's eyes. They are not human. Killing them is a mere act. Lin Feng shook his head and stepped through the portal. Do you still wish to return home? Oh. Janet quickly caught up with him. Those are Kong soldiers. The portal that Lin Feng had suddenly opened swiftly drew the attention of the guards within the spire, who promptly surrounded Lin Feng and Janet. Could it be the Mechanical Legion? Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. A flash of blue arcs danced across the silver armor, and an invisible ripple emanated, causing all the guards to collapse to the ground, devoid of life. Let us proceed. I am curious about this Conqueror Kong. Lin Feng walked forward with measured steps, and at the end of the path appeared a figure clad in purple, approaching him with the same deliberate pace. Conqueror Kong. Lin Feng regarded the purple-robed figure with a smile. I have not heard of you, Kong remarked with a furrowed brow. My name is Lin Feng, but you may call me the Starry One. Lin Feng smiled gently. I have come to kill you. Chapter 54. A snap of the fingers. If you wish to kill me, you must first demonstrate your capability. The Conqueror Kong clenched his fists, and in an instant, his formidable armor enveloped him, radiant blue energy coursing through its pathways, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Conqueror's armor lived up to its illustrious reputation. Lin Feng nodded, the white light of primordial energy swirling around him, emanating an even more potent force. However, I find myself more intrigued by the power core of your spacecraft. You are indeed a conqueror, are you not? Kong regarded Lin Feng, asserting, there is no need for us to engage in battle here. We can settle our differences once we are outside. Regrettably, as long as I wish, I can depart at any moment. Though you too are human, your multitude of issues makes me loathe human conflicts. Thus, my only recourse is to eliminate all Kangs. Lin Feng concentrated, a blinding white light coalescing in his palm, and a colossal beam shot forth towards Conqueror Kong. A resounding explosion echoed as the beam struck Kang's protective shield, which, within mere moments, exhibited a minuscule crack. You need not kill me. Are you not interested in my power core? I can allow you to study it. Spare me, and all my knowledge shall be yours. Kong shouted desperately, sensing his impending defeat. No, you are mistaken. By killing you, your knowledge becomes mine. Lin Feng shook his head, instantly augmenting his energy output. In an instant, Kang's shield shattered, and the primordial energy obliterated a significant portion of Kang's body. It is unfortunate, but your demise will benefit human civilization. Lin Feng's nanites began to swirl around him, transforming into tendrils that penetrated Kang's brain, extracting his memories. Very well, it is time for us to return. Lin Feng commandeered the mechanical army left by Conqueror Kong and issued commands to cleanse the entire quantum realm and replicate itself. He then extended his hand towards Janet. What are you going out for? Janet disregarded Lin Feng's outstretched hand. To save the world. Lin Feng smiled, explaining that outside lurked a being named Thanos, who had amassed 6 infinity stones, and with a mere snap of his fingers, obliterated half of all life in the universe, subsequently destroying the stones themselves. Thus, I have brought 6 infinity stones from an alternate timeline, preparing to return half of humanity to Earth with a snap. Good heavens. Janet covered her mouth in disbelief at the mention of such a terrifying individual. Very well, will you accompany me? Lin Feng fashioned another locator and handed it to Janet. Should you decline, I shall proceed alone. Of course, I must return. My daughter awaits me. Janet accepted the locator, fastening it to her wrist. The coordinates have been set. Let us go. Lin Feng pressed the locator, and together with Janet, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, vanishing into the quantum realm. In the cinematic universe, Avengers Base, the massive time machine emitted a resonant sound as 12 figures materialized within it. Janet? Ant-Man was the first to detect the anomaly. Hey, calm down. It seems I've made some mistakes. Lin Feng raised his hand, glancing at Janet. Ant-Man 2 was released after Avengers 3. So the timeline is essentially consistent with Avengers 3. Therefore, at this moment, you indeed exist, but you turned to dust after Thanos snapped his fingers. In other words, I did not appear at the time I was supposed to, correct? Janet furrowed her brow. Yes. Well, Janet sighed. When will you take me back? Rest assured, it will be soon. Just the snap of a finger. Lin Feng waved his hand. Hey everyone. You're gathering the 6 infinity stones to reverse Thanos' snap, right? Yes, and who are you? Tony looked at Lin Feng, his brow furrowing. Firstly, your time machine does not truly traverse time. Rather, it transports you to an alternate timeline. This explains why I saw Rhodey and Nebula in Morag. Yet your presence was absent during the Battle of New York prior to that. Lin Feng shrugged. As for me, I am Lin Feng. But you may also call me Celestial. You may understand me as a divergent point in a parallel universe. I see, Tony nodded. So, you came here because all 6 infinity stones reside in my universe. Lin Feng raised his hand, the 6 infinity stones of the macro universe shimmering brilliantly. Good heavens. You can actually withstand the power of all 6 infinity stones. Rocket Raccoon's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. You're bringing half the people back, right? Hey, you must understand, the power of the snap is not something just anyone can endure. Tony frowned as he looked at Lin Feng. Do you know what happened after Thanos snapped? I do. But even if the pinnacle version of Thanos from your universe stood before me, I could sever his head with a single stroke. He has his issues. But I will not. Before anyone could speak further, Lin Feng raised his hand in front of everyone and snapped his fingers. A violent wave of energy surged through the universe, a pure white light engulfing everyone's vision. Moments later, they regained their senses. How did it go? Did we succeed? Everyone gazed at Lin Feng. Clint, answer the phone. Lin Feng pointed to the glowing phone screen on the table. Laura? Hawkeye lunged for the phone. His fingers trembling as he answered. Clint. The voice of Hawkeye's wife came through the phone, and he was already on the verge of tears. We did it. The group erupted in joyous celebration. Indeed, we did. To be precise, it was you who accomplished it. Tony walked over to Lin Feng, patting his shoulder. Actually, my contribution is not as significant as you might think. Lin Feng gazed out the window. What do you mean? Tony frowned. Someone is about to get very excited. A peculiar smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 55. Return Captain, can you hear me? A voice suddenly emanated from Captain America's headset. Captain, it's Sam. Can you hear me? To your left. A low hum resonated as several enormous golden circular portals materialized outside, from which a multitude of fully armed superheroes emerged. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj conjured magical shields, assuming battle stances, while a large contingent of Wakandan soldiers shouted their allegiance. Can anyone enlighten me on what is happening here? Doctor Strange, descending gracefully, surveyed the serene scene with evident confusion. Stephen Strange, greetings. Lin Feng floated gently before him. I am the supreme sorcerer from another universe, known as Lin Feng, but you may also refer to me as the Celestial. Are you the one who altered everything? Doctor Strange furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Feng. You could interpret it that way. Lin Feng gestured towards the infinity stones adorning his back. Incredible. Doctor Strange waved his hand, prompting the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj to retract their spells. Everyone, the future has been altered. We need not engage in battle. Hey, has anyone seen my friends? Rocket Raccoon exclaimed, anxiously searching for something. Regrettably, your friends have not been resurrected. Lin Feng's voice whispered in Rocket's ear. What did you say? Rocket's eyes reddened. Why can't they be revived? Because they are not human, Lin Feng shrugged. In truth, Peter Quill was on my resurrection list, but upon reflection, I deemed it unnecessary to revive someone who is connected to celestial beings, lacks intellect, and possesses minimal capabilities. After all, it was he who instigated today's chaos. Was it not? Your Excellency, I do not comprehend your meaning, Captain America interjected, his brow furrowed. Thanos annihilated half of all life in the universe, yet you. Indeed, I have only restored humanity. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Captain America, his eyes profound. I believe that reviving other species holds no significance. Those are lives. Captain America's frown deepened. Life itself is inherently meaningless. What bears meaning is civilization, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. Species that are reproductively isolated are enemies. This is my theory, and enemies must be utterly eradicated. Therefore, I need not expend my energy to create more adversaries for human civilization. Are you a racist? Captain America's eyes blazed with anger. Listen, I have witnessed the fate of a racist, and it was not favorable. The only distinction between a war criminal and a hero lies in the outcome of their endeavors. You shall come to understand this. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Now, I must take my leave. You cannot depart just yet. Captain America blocked Lin Feng's path. If you are unwilling to expend your energy to resurrect half of the universe's life, I hope you can temporarily lend us the Infinity Stones. We shall execute the snap. No, I shall not do so. Lin Feng gradually levitated into the air. Were it not for the risk of attracting the attention of celestial beings, I could, with but a snap of my fingers, eradicate all life forms capable of reproduction isolation from humanity, influenced by the infinite gems scattered across the universe. Alas, I am unable to act upon that desire at present. What distinguishes you from Thanos? Captain America inquired, his gaze piercing as it fixated upon Lin Feng. There are numerous distinctions between us, yet one stands paramount, Lin Feng declared, extending his arms. He failed, whereas I shall ultimately prevail. A thunderous rumble echoed from beyond the horizon. Friday, what is that? Tony furrowed his brow. Something is penetrating the atmosphere. Friday's voice resonated in Tony's ear. Excellent. She has arrived. Lin Feng soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of silver as he advanced towards the golden-red radiance. With a colossal explosion, an invisible shockwave erupted, clearing the clouds above to reveal two figures poised in a stance of clenched fists. Captain Marvel, I knew it was you, Lin Feng remarked, a hint of nonchalance gracing his smile. He retreated slightly before unleashing another powerful punch. How extraordinary. Captain Marvel felt a surge of apprehension. Since awakening her binary form, she had yet to encounter anyone capable of matching her strength. Yet today, during this clash, she sensed Lin Feng's power exceeded her own. Crossing her arms, she braced against Lin Feng's follow-up strike, only to be sent hurtling backward for several kilometers before gradually coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained serene, floating effortlessly as he observed her return. Why? Captain Marvel did not strike again. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Lin Feng. What do you mean by why? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The power you possess is even greater than mine. Resurrecting half the universe's life should pose no challenge for you. Captain Marvel inhaled deeply. Indeed, it is not difficult. I merely choose not to, Lin Feng shrugged. Why would I wish to increase the number of my adversaries? They are not enemies. Captain Marvel's emotions flared. All sentient beings beyond humanity are my foes, for instance. Lin Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself, then snapped his fingers. Carol. Fury's voice suddenly echoed. All Skrulls on Earth are dead. You seek death. Carol's eyes glowed crimson, radiating with light as she instantaneously activated her binary form and charged at Lin Feng. Are you aware that your strength pales in comparison to mine? Why do you persist in this recklessness? Lin Feng countered, delivering a powerful blow that sent the increasingly irrational Captain Marvel reeling. After all these years as a cosmic sentinel, do you truly consider yourself a fool? Have you forgotten that you are human? With relentless punches, Lin Feng struck Captain Marvel's face until she was driven deep into the ground, finally relenting as he coldly surveyed the onlookers. My task is complete. I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Lin Feng raised the time locator device in his other hand, advising against further endeavors, emphasizing that safeguarding human civilization was sufficient. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Feng diminished into a quantum state, traversing through the quantum realm back to his own universe. Oh, home sweet home. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, gazing at the ceiling. The Infinity Stones were now fully assembled, rendering Earth largely impervious to external threats. The forthcoming timelines would likely involve Ant-Man, Captain America, Civil War, and Doctor Strange. The significant conflict of the Civil War was no longer a possibility. Ant-Man now required no oversight from me, allowing them the freedom to develop. As for Doctor Strange, as the supreme leader of the Justiciars, would it not be inappropriate for me to directly govern a Camartage? Chapter 56. The Time Management Bureau. What are your thoughts? Should we still allow Steven to assume the role of the Supreme Sorcerer? In a tranquil chamber, the Ancient One and Lin Feng sat across from one another, each cradling a cup of steaming tea. Indeed, Stephen is inherently a promising candidate for the role of a sorcerer. It would be quite fitting for him to become the supreme sorcerer. Moreover, within the ranks of the Sanctum, factional disputes already exist. While my direct position as the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj may suffice for now, over time, dissenting voices will inevitably arise within the Sanctum. A system of checks and balances, right? The Ancient One smiled as she sipped her tea, remarking, "You increasingly resemble an emperor." "No, there is no need for such checks and balances," Lin Feng replied. "The existence of the thought stamp ensures that all individuals prioritize the collective interests of human civilization. However, I wish to maintain a semblance of psychological equilibrium among my subordinates." Lin Feng shrugged. "How much longer until Stephen's accident in the normal timeline?" "Less than 6 months. That is a definitive point in time that cannot be altered. Lest it lead to tremendous upheaval in the universe," the Ancient One set her teacup down. "Understood," Lin Feng nodded. "By the way, ever since my arrival here, I have sensed a feeling of being watched from the end of time. Who could it be? Is it the Remnant Kong, or Loki?" "It is Loki, who has become the god of stories. The Remnant Kong has completely vanished from the timeline," the Ancient One chuckled. "Otherwise, how could we have so many parallel universes?" "That is a valid point," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. "Wait, it seems we have an unexpected visitor, correct?" The Ancient One smiled subtly. "Indeed, let me check." Lin Feng nodded and vanished from sight. "What universe is this?" Stepping through the time portal, Deadpool gazed wide-eyed at Wolverine and Magneto standing beside him. "Wait." Wolverine raised an eyebrow. "Didn't I tell you to keep your distance?" "Ah, I am indeed Wade, but perhaps not your Wade." Deadpool shrugged. "Wait, does this universe's Wolverine know me?" "Hey, Logan, I've come to find you. Honestly, you really don't need my—" "Hey, who are you?" The Deadpool of this universe spotted another Deadpool. "Oh, you must be the Deadpool of this universe. I need a Wolverine, otherwise my universe is doomed." "Hey, now I know who you are. You should seek out a Wolverine clad in yellow, not come looking for my Logan. He can only be mine." The Deadpool of this universe continued chattering. "You'll think differently once Spider-Man shows up." Lin Feng suddenly materialized between the two Deadpools. "Wait, this is truly not the Wolverine you are searching for. Come, follow me." Lin Feng seized the time manipulator from Deadpool's grasp, opened a portal, and dragged Deadpool through it. "This is the Wolverine you seek," Lin Feng said, giving Deadpool a gentle kick that sent him sprawling face first at Wolverine's feet. "Hey, Logan, how are you?" Deadpool turned with a flourish, adopting a flamboyant pose as he greeted Wolverine. "Scram," Wolverine grumbled, taking a sip from his drink. "Oh, Logan, I simply adore your brusque demeanor. But I lack the time for lengthy discussions. Listen, my universe requires Wolverine, lest it face annihilation." "Not my concern," Wolverine shook his head. "Logan," Lin Feng suddenly interjected. "Your own world has reached this state. Why not endeavor to save another's?" "What nonsense," Deadpool retorted, promptly twisting the time controller and, without hesitation, leaping into the fray with Wolverine in tow. TSK, 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 a new time management bureau, Lin Feng used, his armor enveloping him completely as he activated both optical and infrared cloaking, surveying the surroundings with a nod of approval. "What have you done?" The Paradox Man glared at Deadpool. "The Wolverine of your universe is a noble figure. He sacrificed himself, and your universe was meant to conclude with his grand exit. Yet you have disturbed the hero's remains and brought forth a most ineffectual Wolverine to replace him? Does Loki know you converse thus?" Lin Feng slowly materialized, raising a hand to ensnare the Paradox Man midair. "This is impossible. How can you wield power within the Time Management Bureau?" The ensnared Paradox Man's eyes widened in terror. "Quite simply, the Bureau lacks countermeasures against my abilities," Lin Feng shrugged, surveying his surroundings before stomping down to the lowest level. "Ah. So this is the device intended for pruning timelines," Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin before opening a portal and transporting the machine into reality. "Do not tamper with this contraption, it is perilous. We shall discuss it upon my return," he called out to Tony on the other side before closing the portal. "Now, let me see where my beloved god of stories resides." Lin Feng descended step by step, and beyond the immense viewport stood a colossal tree woven from countless timelines, with a deity seated at its center. "Loki Odinson." Loki tilted his head. Here, the concepts of time and space were irrelevant, as he merely sat, perusing the myriad tales unfolding across various timelines. Among all he observed, one individual stood apart. "Star, you have arrived," a voice resonated from the trunk. "Apologies. Something has ensnared me. I cannot emerge to greet you." "Loki," Lin Feng smiled slightly, stepping forth to the exterior of the Time Management Bureau. Having wielded the 6 Infinity Stones for an extended period, the immense primal energy had elevated him beyond his former self. He could now traverse outside of time without succumbing to its erosion. "Since you cannot come to me, I shall seek you out." "What? Loki was taken aback, watching in astonishment as Lin Feng parted the entangled timelines before him. Greetings, Loki Odinson. Chapter 57. Stephen Strange Odinson, the god of stories, Loki, found himself ensnared by the intricate web of timelines upon his throne. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It had been far too long since he last heard that surname. Thank you, he said. For what? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. From a cosmic perspective, you have undeniably bestowed upon this universe a myriad of possibilities, enriching our narratives. This is a gratitude expressed from the divine standpoint, Loki replied with a faint smile. On a personal note, your choices during the ether particle event spared my mother from death, hence my heartfelt thanks. I accept your personal gratitude, Lin Feng nodded. However, the cosmic gratitude is unnecessary. As I may have to undertake actions that you might find rather disagreeable, you still intend to annihilate all sentient races apart from humanity in this universe, do you not? Loki sighed. I find it challenging to persuade you. After all, as an Asgardian, I have entertained thoughts of eradicating everything beyond Asgard. Our stances differ, making it difficult to explain. Regardless of your ascension to divinity, you remain an Asgardian at heart, do you not? Lin Feng smiled subtly. And now, Asgard shall forever remain a part of human civilization's glorious legacy. I am not yet ready to align myself with your cause. Loki, who had sat at the end of time for countless epochs, had grown composed. Moreover, there is little I can do at this moment, is there? You could regulate your time management bureau, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. You merely need to ensure they do not obstruct my path. Certainly, Loki chuckled, and with the utterance of those words, a flash of light enveloped Lin Feng, and he vanished from sight. Time Management Bureau, return to your own universe, Lin Feng declared, activating the time controller and journeying back to his realm. Back already? Ancient One glanced at Lin Feng, taking a sip of her hot tea. The tea hasn't cooled, yet Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a sip. What were we discussing? Ah yes, Strange's accident, correct? Indeed, Ancient One nodded. Logically, Strange has another 6 months before he encounters the accident. If you are in a hurry, we could expedite that timeline, she offered. So you are indeed controlling Strange's accident? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. In that case, we must meticulously design certain elements. In the original timeline, Strange's accident occurred following the Civil War event. While driving, he encountered a patient with a spinal fracture requiring surgery, a likely scenario involving Colonel Rhodes, who, during the Civil War, fell from great heights and sustained a broken spine. Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating that the growth of Doctor Strange necessitated the presence of Dormammu. During the period when Strange utilized the Time Stone to create loops and negotiated with Dormammu, he mastered a plethora of magical skills. His experiences encompassed more than mere deaths. They included extensive practice of magic. Indeed, a profound understanding of death further facilitated his progress along the path of magical mastery. Ancient One nodded in agreement. Now, the question arises. Lin Feng smacked his lips. With both of us present, does Dormammu dare to come? Suddenly, a black-robed sorcerer burst into the room. Hey, Mordo, calm down. What has transpired? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Caecilius has defected and taken the ritual to summon Dormammu. Mordo replied, panting heavily. Oh. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Ancient One, a shared amusement glimmering in their eyes. Star Mage, Ancient One, you. Mordo appeared perplexed. We shall await the arrival of the one truly capable of resolving this dilemma, Ancient One stated nonchalantly as he sipped his tea. Rest assured, Caecilius will not stir up any significant trouble. Indeed, at this moment, Mordo held unwavering trust in Ancient One. Very well. Let us advance the date of the Neurology Conference's banquet by 6 months. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, not by wielding the power of the Infinity Stones, but by employing a modest amount of financial influence. Indeed, speeding is perilous. Lin Feng floated in the air, observing the Lamborghini racing at breakneck speed. Very well. Let it rain. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, while Strange merely activated his windshield wipers, continuing to weave through traffic at full speed, even making a phone call in the midst of it all. This might serve as a reminder for you to adhere to traffic regulations in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng caused the vehicle to collide with the right wheel of Strange's car, sending it spiraling out of control. The airbags deployed, and Strange's hands, due to inertia, slammed against the steering wheel. Well, losing 2 hands will suffice. It would be best if other parts remain intact. Lin Feng unleashed a surge of creation energy, safeguarding Strange's internal organs before vanishing from sight. Magic. This is the only thing that can save me. Days later, having confirmed that there was no technological means to restore his hands, Strange purchased several textbooks authored by Lin Feng and began his study. Damn it. Strange slammed the book shut, unable to find the tranquility necessary to absorb the magical knowledge within, thus hindering his self-directed learning of magic. Of course, you cannot self-study. A crimson glow radiated from Wanda, who had become proficient in chaos magic. She influenced Strange's consciousness, preventing him from self-learning the magic of Camartage. Otherwise, how would he become the Sorcerer Supreme? You are doing splendidly, my child. Lin Feng chuckled, affectionately ruffling Wanda's hair. Jonathan Pangborn. Strange approached a basketball court, his neck's 7th and 8th vertebrae completely damaged. Who are you? Jonathan inquired, gazing at Strange. I do not recognize you. I am Stephen Strange, a neurosurgeon, or rather, I once was, Strange replied, looking at Jonathan. I remember now, my friend, I do indeed know you. A faint smile graced Jonathan's face. I visited your office once, but you refused to see me. I couldn't even get past your assistant. You are beyond healing. At least, I am incapable of it. The current technological means cannot save you. Strange inhaled deeply, raising his trembling hands. You walk with magic, do you not? I require it now. Can you assist me? Have you read the Book of the Stars? Jonathan took a sip of water. Why not continue your studies? Most of the principles of magic are contained within. I cannot. Strange vehemently shook his head. Your injuries occurred before the public release of the Book of the Stars. Someone must have taught you, correct? I need a teacher. Listen. Jonathan sighed. Strange, I cannot aid you. My understanding of magic is but rudimentary. However, you could venture to a place called Camartage. I have perused the Book of the Stars. It is one of the origins of the 3 magical systems presented by the stars. But the cost of going there is exceedingly high. How much must I pay? Strange took a deep breath. What you must sacrifice is not money. Jonathan shook his head. I wish you luck. Chapter 58. Please teach me Modu. We have a guest arriving. Lin Feng remarked leisurely as he regarded Modu seated across from him. His name is Stephen Strange. I have brought him here. Yes, Master of the Stars, Modu replied with a respectful bow before gradually retreating. Nepal, Kathmandu. Do you happen to know where Camartage is? Strange inquired as he sought the whereabouts of Camartage from the locals, but regrettably, none could provide him with an answer. As he wandered, Strange found himself in a narrow alley, where a group of ruffians wielding baseball bats approached him menacingly. Well then, Strange observed the unruly gang and added, I apologize, gentlemen, but I haven't any money. Your watch. The leader of the group gestured towards Strange's wrist. No. Please, not that. It's the only watch I have left. A glimmer of desperation flickered in Strange's eyes. Hand over your watch, the ruffian insisted, inching closer. Very well. Strange shrugged, then delivered a punch to the ruffian's face. However, the blow seemed to backfire as Strange cried out in pain. Clutching his wrist with trembling fingers, the ruffian swiftly overpowered him, yanking his watch away. Just then, a figure cloaked in black appeared. With remarkable agility, the hooded figure dispatched the thugs and returned the watch to Strange. This is yours, is it not? Modu removed his hood. Are you seeking Camartage? Upon seeing Strange nod, Modu, with an expressionless demeanor, nodded in return and began to walk towards the end of the alley, prompting Strange to hastily follow. Are you certain this is the place? Strange questioned as he gazed at the dilapidated wooden door, then shrugged at a monk behind him. I feel that the latter resembles Camartage more. I once pondered the same question, Modu remarked with a slight smile. I too lacked decorum back then. May I offer you a piece of advice? Forget everything you think you know. With that, Modu pushed open the door and led Strange inside. This is the temple built by my master, the Ancient One. Modu stated as they proceeded. He was the previous Sorcerer Supreme, but he has recently stepped down. I shall introduce you to our new Sorcerer Supreme. Goodness. Strange gasped at the figure seated in the main position. Greetings, Mr. Strange. Lin Feng smiled gently, rising to his feet. You are the Master of the Stars? You are the Sorcerer Supreme here? No wonder you authored that textbook for novice sorcerers. Strange's eyes widened in realization. So, you can teach me magic, correct? Indeed. Mr. Strange, Lin Feng affirmed. Actually, it's Dr. Strange. Strange hesitated to respond. Yet, you are no longer a doctor, Lin Feng shrugged. This is also the reason for your visit, is it not? You have undergone 7 surgeries, and upon realizing that modern technology is no longer able to aid you, you have placed your hopes in the realm of magic. Lin Feng slowly approached Strange, yet magic is an immensely grand concept. You cannot even comprehend the introductory materials I have crafted, so why should I teach you the art of sorcery? Strange momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Strange, you are a man who perceives the world from a cave. Your entire life has been spent attempting to resolve everything with your own knowledge. You have steadfastly believed in materialism and in truth. Even after having witnessed our powers with your own eyes, you still harbor doubts about the existence of magic deep within your heart. You believe we achieve these feats through some form of technological means, and you remain unconvinced of the existence of the soul. Is that not correct? But today, you shall come to understand that the soul indeed exists. Lin Feng struck Strange's chest with his palm, and a spectral figure emerged from behind him. Do you see? I have expelled your soul from your body. This is impossible. The soul of Strange, suspended in midair, gazed incredulously at his own hands. Now, broaden your horizons. Lin Feng formed several hand seals, and in an instant, strange souls soared into the sky. Gu-yi, it is now your turn. I am not well acquainted with those dimensional deities. Lin Feng shrugged towards a corner. No problem. Gu-yi smiled and nodded, placing her hand upon Strange's forehead. A cascade of images from the realms of the dimensional deities she had previously lent her power to began to flash vividly through Strange's mind, from the Vishanti to Dormammu, and even the Eternal One. Do you believe you comprehend the laws governing existence? Lin Feng's voice echoed in Strange's ear. Do you think the material universe is all there is? What is truly real? What secrets lie behind everything you know? At the very source of reality. Spirit and matter are interconnected. Thought shapes reality. This universe is but one among an almost infinite multiverse. The world is boundless, some realms vibrant and beautiful, while others are dark and rife with malevolence. In the land of shadows, primal forces lie in wait, greedily biding their time. In this infinite multiverse, who are you, Mr. Strange? In an instant, Strange's consciousness was yanked back to reality. He screamed in terror while seated in a chair. Can his body withstand this? Mordo furrowed his brow. Fear not, he will be fine. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Now, Mr. Strange, do you still believe that the material universe is all there is? Please, teach me. Strange knelt before Lin Feng, his hands trembling. Chapter 59, The Grimoire. Please teach me. Strange knelt before Lin Feng, his hands trembling. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Beside him, Mordo swiftly seized Strange and hurled him out the door, which slammed shut with a resounding thud, nearly colliding with Strange's nose. No. Please don't do this. Strange pounded on the door, pleading, please, let me in. Do you believe I should have expelled him? Lin Feng mused, sipping his tea. 5 hours had elapsed, and he still lingered at the entrance. Mordo slowly re-entered, exuding a palpable intensity, stubbornness, arrogance, and ambition. Lin Feng shrugged and glanced at the nearby Ancient One. Doesn't he remind you of Kaecilius? Mordo furrowed his brow. We certainly do not wish to witness another gifted student succumb to darkness after acquiring power, do we, Master Ancient One? Lin Feng chuckled. Indeed, this is our mutual decision. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. But I do not share that sentiment. Mordo looked at the Ancient One in confusion. I yearn for power to vanquish my foes. You bestowed strength upon me, vanquished my inner demons, and taught me to adhere to the laws of nature. Mordo, your talent is indeed exceptional. But it does not yet rival that of Kaecilius or our esteemed Mr. Strange, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. We never truly eradicate our inner demons, Mordo. The Ancient One locked eyes with him. We merely learn to coexist with them. The stolen pages of the spell are still in Kaecilius' possession. Should he unravel their mysteries, he could obliterate everything. Mordo grew anxious. The forces of darkness are growing stronger. Perhaps Strange could save Kamartash. Mordo, you are being overly hasty, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, shaking his head. Do you believe that before Kaecilius erupts, our Mr. Strange could reach a level of power surpassing both myself and the Ancient One? That is not what I meant. Mordo appeared flustered. Very well, go ahead. Let him in. Lin Feng gestured dismissively. Please, let me in. Don't leave me out here. I have nowhere else to go. I am utterly destitute. Strange continued to knock tirelessly at the door. In the next moment, the door swung open abruptly, causing Strange to tumble inside, and even in such a predicament, he managed to utter a grateful thank you. Take a bath, rest, and if your mind permits, perhaps meditate for a while. Mordo led Strange into a room, lit candles, and handed him a note. The Supreme Sorcerer will summon you shortly. What is this? A special incantation of mine? Strange inquired, examining the note that bore the word Shambhala. That is the Wi-Fi password here, Mordo shrugged. We are not savages, after all. Do you believe things will unfold as we envision? Ancient One and Lin Feng gazed at the image of Strange, who was currently examining the shattered watch face in his hand. I see no issue. Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Doctor Strange will always be Doctor Strange, will he not? You are indeed correct, Ancient One replied with a slight nod. A smile gracing her lips. Regardless of the moment, he shall ever remain the finest among us. Oh no, he shall merely be the second best. For he will never surpass me, will he? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Certainly not, for you shall grow stronger, as will he. Just because he cannot exceed you does not imply he cannot surpass the version of you that existed before you relinquished the title of Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One countered, shaking her head. This may sound convoluted, but I trust you grasp my meaning. I certainly do, Lin Feng replied, stretching languidly. Strange has great potential, yet he requires further experience. Mystical arts have existed since the dawn of civilization. Lin Feng sat across from Strange, his hands radiating a golden glow. Long ago, the mystic sorcerers referred to such spells as incantations. If that term seems unrealistic, you may also interpret it as programs. The language of the mystic sorcerers serves as the source code for constructing this world. We gather energy from other dimensions within the multiverse. Lin Feng's hands traced a circular motion in the air, and a visually striking display of magic manifested as he moved, forming sigils to forge shields and weapons, thereby casting spells. With a snap of his fingers, the magical sigils dissipated, leaving Strange's eyes filled with longing. Yet, even though my fingers can achieve such feats, my hands merely dance in the air. Strange expressed his confusion. What I mean is, how can I transition from novice to master? As a physician, how do you mend damaged nerves? How do you realign a fractured spine? Lin Feng shrugged. It is through relentless practice, day in and day out, year after year, that I have attained my current level of mastery. At this, a hint of pride illuminated Strange's gaze. Indeed, magic is no different. There are no shortcuts. Learning magic is akin to studying other disciplines in the natural sciences. I have even contemplated incorporating magic as an elective subject in the student examinations. Lin Feng nodded. Follow me. This is our library. These tomes elucidate the fundamental principles of magical incantations. They are the most basic of magic texts. The very books I studied as an initiation. Unlike my textbooks, these are written in Sanskrit. For those with lesser aptitude, the original essence of the text may elude their understanding. However, for gifted students, I encourage them to read the original versions, as this will facilitate their mastery of magic. Lin Feng handed several books to Strange. Remember to return them once you have finished. Very well, Strange replied respectfully with a nod. Mr. Strange, a librarian named Wang, who was organizing the collection, looked up at Strange as he returned the books. Just call me Stephen, Strange replied. Strange placed several books upon the table, and you are? Wang. Wang regarded Strange with an impassive expression. Wang. Strange nodded. Is that truly your name? Much like Adele, or Aristotle, Drake, Bono. Strange's voice trailed off. Eminem. This is the Book of Sight. Wang drew the books closer. The New Cosmos, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon. Have you read all of these? Indeed. Strange's tone appeared somewhat cautious. Follow me. Wang shrugged. Very well. Strange cast a sidelong glance at Wang and followed. This area is reserved for sorcerers, yet should I grant my permission, others may also come to peruse. Wang pulled over a row of shelves. I recommend you begin with the fundamentals. How is your Sanskrit? I have Google Translate. Strange shrugged. Vedic, the oldest form of Sanskrit. Wang handed a book to Strange. What are those? Strange pointed to the shelves secured by chains. Those are the private collections of the supreme sorcerers throughout history. So, they cannot be borrowed. Strange raised an eyebrow. At Kamartaj, knowledge is shared. Wang shook his head, yet some of it cannot be practiced. Apart from Ancient One and the Sorcerers of the Stars, no one else can comprehend those texts. Why are a few pages missing from this book? Strange retrieved a book from the shelf. That is the Book of Cagliostro, concerning the study of time, and several pages were taken by a former sorcerer here. Wang gazed at Strange, a zealot, Caecilius. He hanged the previous librarian with a rope and then severed his head. Now I am the guardian of these tomes. Wang fixed his gaze upon Strange's eyes. Should any harm befall these books, I will know, and I shall end your life before you exit. You know, people once found me quite humorous. Strange accepted the book Wang offered. Do you pay them? Well, it has been a pleasure conversing with you. Strange raised an eyebrow and turned to depart. Chapter 60. The strange sorcerer. The grotesque symbol etched upon their foreheads was truly an eyesore. Lin Feng and Ancient One observed the scene where Caecilius and his zealots conducted their ritual, simultaneously ridiculing the appearance of the sorcerers tainted by Dormammu, who seemed entirely oblivious to their mockery. Now, we embrace the power to annihilate those who have betrayed us, even to obliterate the entire world. Caecilius traced arcane sigils in the air, drawing energy from the dark dimension. We summon you, Dormammu. Obscure incantations spilled from their lips, and as their eyes darkened, Caecilius gained a power akin to manipulating reality, as if it were a mere reflection. Well, considering their eye makeup, I find the symbol on their foreheads rather inconsequential. Lin Feng remarked, clapping his hands. Ancient One, have you located Dormammu through that incantation? I have. It is approaching Earth. Ancient One nodded. Incidentally, it is one of my creditors. What is there to fear? You've dared to incur eternal debts. Lin Feng shrugged, rising to his feet. All right, we must pay a visit to our Dr. Strange. Mastery of the levitation rings is crucial when casting spells, for they facilitate our traversal across the multiverse. You must concentrate. Materialize it in your mind. Envision your destination without being confined to the world before you. Imagine every detail, the clearer the image in your mind, the swifter the portal will form. Mordo instructed. The assembly of sorcerers successfully conjured portals, while Strange could only produce a few insignificant sparks, exacerbating his frustration. At that moment, Lin Feng, an Ancient One, emerged from the chamber. We need to speak with Mr. Strange in private. Lin Feng instructed the others to depart. It's because of my hand, Strange shrugged. This has nothing to do with your hand. Lin Feng shook his head. It concerns your heart. How can that possibly be unrelated to my hand? Strange replied, growing impatient. Master Hammer? Lin Feng turned to the elderly figure beside him. Master Hammer remained silent, merely rolling up his sleeves to reveal his amputated forearm, then traced intricate patterns in the air, where esoteric sigils materialized before gradually dissipating. Thank you, Master Hammer. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to Strange, whose silence spoke volumes. There is an ancient saying in my country. Drawing a sword to sever water only causes it to flow more fiercely. Lin Feng began slowly. You must learn to harness the momentum, as if the power originates from within you. But how can one control momentum? Strange questioned, perplexed by the notion. All things in the universe operate by their own principles. Lin Feng chuckled softly. You achieved success through your innate talent, but that is merely the beginning. You must awaken, Stephen. Abandon your pride, and you shall grow stronger. With a flourish befitting a master sorcerer, Lin Feng opened a portal. Follow me. Wait, is this? Strange widened his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Mount Everest. The scenery here is breathtaking. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. It is freezing cold, yet magnificent. Strange shivered and nodded. At this temperature, once one exceeds 30 minutes, bodily organs, and even life itself may be endangered. Lin Feng shrugged. You might faint within 2 minutes. What? Strange turned back. Learn to leverage the situation, Stephen. Without looking back, Lin Feng returned to Kamartaj and subsequently closed the portal. How did he perform? Mordo approached. We shall see him soon. The Ancient One smiled. Oh dear, not again. A hint of fear flickered in Mordo's eyes. What? Was this how the Ancient One trained you before? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Indeed, for every proud, gifted disciple, I have trained them in this manner. The Ancient One shrugged. Should I? Mordo reached for the pendant at his waist. No need. Let's observe a little longer. Lin Feng intercepted Mordo. Lin, are you certain that half a year won't bring about too much change? The Ancient One continuously caressed the fan in her hand. Fear not, I am watching closely. Lin Feng pointed to his eyes. He is on the verge of success. After a while, a sparkling circle slowly emerged, gradually expanding, and the eccentric Dr. Strange, his hair and beard frosted white, stumbled out of the circle. Congratulations, Master Strange, you have mastered the magic. Lin Feng looked at the dazed Dr. Strange lying on the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. Chapter 61. Artifact Strange had truly become a sorcerer. All that remained was to bide our time until we could depart from Earth, quietly awaiting the arrival of Dormammu. Lin Feng stretched lazily, remarking, Behold. Our Dr. Strange has taken to searching for books on his own. Stephen nodded as he entered, clad in his flowing mage robes. What do you seek? Wang inquired. I desire a tome on astral projection, Strange replied. You are not yet prepared. Wang shook his head. Do give it a try, Bianca. Strange raised an eyebrow. But Wang remained impassive. Do not jest, you must have heard of her. She is a superstar. Strange attempted to showcase his wit, yet Wang's expression remained unchanged. Have you never smiled? Strange asked, exasperation creeping into his voice. Very well, simply hand me the book. No, Wang replied, his face still devoid of expression. As night fell, Wang sat at the table, donning headphones and engrossed in his reading, when suddenly a small portal appeared beside him. A hand emerged from within, snatching a book away. Wang sensed something amiss and turned around, but found nothing out of the ordinary. A circle of light blinked into existence, and another book was taken. Upon looking back at the table, he discovered that the book he had been reading had vanished as well. He removed his headphones and stood up in anger. Hey, Wang, do not be agitated. It was our sorcerer Strange who took the book. Fret not. He shall return it shortly. Lin Feng reassured him, placing a hand on Wang's shoulder to halt his advance. Indeed, Strange possessed extraordinary talent. Before the Ancient One, the scene within Strange's quarters unfolded. At that moment, the doctor lay resting in bed, while his soul had detached, perusing the newly acquired spellbook. Once, in this very room, you implored me to teach you, yet now you claim to question all instruction and choose self-study? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, observing Strange. If that is the case, why did you not simply study the compendium of arcane sorcery I authored? Initiating the journey is exceedingly arduous, but once one has succeeded, the learning methods of ordinary individuals no longer apply to me, Strange replied, a hint of pride gracing his features. You once urged me to broaden my horizons, yet now you insist I adhere to arbitrary restrictions. Are you referring to the prohibition against using suspended spells within the library? Lin Feng scoffed. If we all acted thus, how could we discern whether those with sinister intentions sought to clandestinely learn dark magic? Wang reported me. Strange furrowed his brow. Your pace of learning magic is remarkable. Lin Feng skillfully sidestepped the topic, waving his hand as a wall resembling shattered glass materialized before them. You now require a more secure environment for your practice. This is the mirror space. It has always existed, yet remains imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Lin Feng led Dr. Strange through the wall, a realm untouched by the influence of the real world. Here, We engage in training, observation, and sometimes utilize this space to isolate threats. Without the suspension charm, one would find oneself trapped within these confines. Wait, what kind of threats? Dr. Strange inquired, puzzled. Do you recall what I previously showed you? Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, pressing his hands downward. The entire mirrored space underwent a violent transformation, revealing the infinite multiverse, which, of course, encompasses its dangers. If I were to unveil certain revelations unknown to you, it might frighten you away. Perhaps it's best to forego that. Dr. Strange shrugged. So, how vast is the cosmos? He asked, observing Lin Feng as he guided the sorcerers in their training. No one knows the age of the supreme sorcerer, Mordo interjected. Having finished tying his shoes and rising to his feet, all we know is that he and the Ancient One hail from the Great Xia. Yet no one speaks of their past. You follow him without fully understanding him? Dr. Strange raised an eyebrow. We only know that he has elevated Kamartaj to unprecedented heights. Mordo replied, assuming a combat stance. The Ancient One shaped the sorcerer I am today, and I remain equally loyal to her chosen successor. Remember, you must always trust your mentor. This will prevent you from straying onto the wrong path. Like Caecilius? Dr. Strange recalled the rumors he had heard in recent days. Precisely. Mordo lunged forward, executing a sweeping kick toward Dr. Strange, who deftly evaded the attack. Do you know him? Dr. Strange approached, seizing Mordo's wrist. When he first arrived, he had nothing, utterly despondent, Mordo countered, pivoting to grasp Dr. Strange by the neck. He was heartbroken, searching for answers within the mystical arts. A genius. Yet prideful and obstinate. He questioned the Ancient One and even rejected her teachings. Sounds somewhat familiar, Dr. Strange said, delivering an elbow strike to Mordo's ribs. He departed from Kamartaj, leading his followers like foolish sheep into the embrace of false doctrines. Mordo rubbed the spot where Dr. Strange had struck him. It was he who stole those pages, wasn't it? Dr. Strange remarked, shrugging. What did those pages contain? Best not to inquire, Mordo advised, shaking his head. He retrieved a weapon from a nearby shelf, explaining, this is a magical artifact. Some spells are too difficult to wield, hence they are infused into weapons for our convenience. This is the staff of the Court of Life. Mordo exerted force upon the staff, which radiated a golden light, transforming into a long whip. He snapped it against the ground before reverting it to its original form, creating a spark as he struck his heel. Artifacts vary greatly, for instance, the Staff of Adam. And this, the jumping boots of Valtor. The name is rather cumbersome, Dr. Strange grimaced. When will I possess my own artifact? When you are ready, Mordo replied, shrugging indifferently. I believe I am prepared. Dr. Strange raised an eyebrow. Whether you are ready is determined by the artifact. Mordo shook his head, suggesting that now. We should forge weapons using fundamental spells. Very well. Dr. Strange tilted his head, forming a seal with his hands. A golden light flashed, and the two immediately became entwined in a fierce battle. Quite impressive, Lin Feng nodded, vanishing from his spot, and subsequently affixing the time stone into the Eye of Agamotto, placing it upon the shelf in the center of the library. Chapter 62. The Fall of New York. Now, let us observe what he shall undertake. Lin Feng smiled faintly. As long as he learned to wield the time stone as he originally had, everything would fall back into place. As night descended, torrential rain poured down, and Dr. Strange found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning. He sat up, ventured to the library, retrieved the Tome of Time, and began to peruse its pages while munching on an apple from the table. The Eye of Agamotto. Dr. Strange gazed at the illustrations within the book and then glanced toward the central shelf of the library. Wong. Stealing a furtive look around to confirm that Wong was absent from the library, Dr. Strange approached the Eye of Agamotto and donned it around his neck. Excellent. First, activate the Eye of Agamotto. Dr. Strange formed a hand sign, and the eye began to rotate, emanating a vibrant emerald glow. He then moved his hands, and a green aura encircled his forearm. A sigh of relief escaped Dr. Strange as he directed the time spell towards the apple on the table. The flow of time around the apple began to shift, transforming it from a partially devoured fruit into a mere core. Oh! My excitement gleamed in Dr. Strange's eyes as he reversed the spell, restoring the apple core back into a whole apple. Wait! A sudden thought struck Dr. Strange, prompting him to push the books on the table closer. He flipped to the torn pages, and as the spell turned, time reversed, and the lost pages gradually returned to their original state. Dormammu, the dark dimension, he murmured the names from the pages. Eternal life? What? Startled by an unusual sound, Dr. Strange looked up sharply, witnessing cracks appear in the space before him, reminiscent of a mirrored realm. Stop! Mordo's furious voice echoed, startling Dr. Strange, causing the spell in his hands to dissipate uncontrollably, and the spatial fissures slowly vanished. So, Ancient One, is this how you instruct them in the art of sorcery? Lin Feng emanated a magical radiance, as he had been mending the spatial fluctuations caused by localized temporal alterations. How dare you so casually breach the boundaries of time and space? Mordo stormed toward him. I merely followed the instructions outlined in the book, Dr. Strange stammered, flustered. What did the book say? Wong approached. Did it mention the dangers of such actions? I do not know. I have yet to read that part. Dr. Strange raised his eyelids. The art of time manipulation can create temporal branches. It is an exceedingly unstable space, fraught with spatial paradoxes and time loops. Mordo's voice brimmed with ire. Do you wish to be eternally ensnared in an infinite cycle of time? Shouldn't the warnings be inscribed at the beginning of the incantation? Dr. Strange's voice was barely a whisper. Your curiosity will be your undoing. Wong fixed his gaze upon Dr. Strange. What you just did does not control time and space. You are destroying it. We must not disturb the natural laws. Wong confiscated the Tome of Time from Dr. Strange's grasp. We are its guardians. How did you accomplish that? Mordo suddenly raised his head. From where did you acquire such intricate spells? You can actually comprehend them? I possess an eidetic memory, Dr. Strange shrugged. How else do you think I simultaneously earned doctorates in both physics and medicine? However, what you just did transcends mere recollection. Mordo's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. The Ancient One and the stars were right. Your innate talent is worlds apart from mine. You are a natural sorcerer, but my hands remain unresponsive. Dr. Strange shook his head. Is it a temporary condition? Wong inquired, raising an eyebrow. Not permanent? Dr. Strange furrowed his brow. We are not seers. Mordo inhaled deeply. When will you finally reveal the truth to me? Dr. Strange turned his gaze toward Mordo. Very well. Wong led Dr. Strange to a pedestal in the center of the library. Camartage, mutants, inhumans, and even mortals led by Tony Stark, we all belong to the sanctum. Yet we have distinct roles. In truth, Camartage has been safeguarding this world since ancient times. Camartage protects the world from the incursions of the magical realm. Wong rotated the pedestal, and a projection of Earth emerged in the air. The title of Sorcerer Supreme has been passed down through generations. The current Sorcerer Supreme is the Ancient One, while the progenitor of sorcery, thousands of years ago, was the formidable Agamotto. He created the Eye of Agamotto, the very artifact you just activated. Wong glanced at Dr. Strange's chest. Agamotto established 3 sanctums in modern cities: Hong Kong, New York, and London. Together, these sanctums form the protective barrier of our world. The sanctums safeguard the world, while the sorcerers protect the sanctums, Mordo summarized. Who are our adversaries? Dr. Strange hesitated. It's uncertain. For instance, beings from other dimensions. Wong shook his head. Such as Dormammu? Dr. Strange took a deep breath. How do you know that name? Mordo furrowed his brow. What about the Book of Cagliostro? Dr. Strange appeared perplexed. Dormammu resides in the dark dimension. He transcends space. Wong spun the stone pedestal once more. He is the devourer of universes, the destroyer of worlds, endowed with boundless power and immense ambition. He seeks to invade all universes and draw everything into his dark dimension, with Earth being his most coveted prize. Perhaps we could seek out the dark elves that the sanctum previously vanquished. Dr. Strange scoffed. So, the pages that Caecilius stole were indeed incantations to summon Dormammu and draw power from the dark dimension. Wong nodded. Thus, I possess tremendous magical aptitude, correct? Can I contribute my abilities to safeguard human civilization? Absolutely, Mordo affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a chime resonated. It is the sanctum of New York. Wong's heart raced in surprise. The great doors leading to the Temple of New York swung open with a thunderous crash, and a figure darted forth from within. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when an invisible blade of magic pierced his chest from behind. It was Caecilius. Several individuals turned their gaze toward the opposite end of the door, where Caecilius was seen dragging a colossal sphere of light, which he abruptly hurled to the ground. A deafening roar ensued as the Temple of New York collapsed, with debris striking Dr. Strange, who instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 63. Mephisto. Dr. Strange opened his eyes, disoriented. As he was propelled into the London Temple by the force of an explosion, he rushed toward the entrance, pushing open the grand doors, and surveyed the surroundings. His gaze filled with bewilderment. There it was, the number 117A on Baker Street, confirming his presence in London. Is anyone there? He called out, returning to the temple and examining the interior. A thunderous noise echoed as the doors of the temple were forcefully flung open. Daniel, they have anointed you as the guardian sorcerer of this sanctuary, Caecilius declared, accompanied by his fervent followers as they entered slowly. You should understand the weight of that title. Daniel, the sorcerer, gripped his weapon tightly. You will die defending it. With a swift motion, Caecilius conjured an invisible blade of magic in his hand, and his zealots surged forward, overpowering Daniel. Stop! Dr. Strange vaulted over the banister, but Caecilius had already plunged the blade into Daniel's chest. How long have you been in Camartage, esteemed? Caecilius inquired, his dark eyes fixed upon Strange. It is Dr. Strange replied, somewhat resigned. Dr. Strange? Caecilius tilted his head, a smirk forming. Indeed, quite peculiar, Strange remarked. a play on words resonating within. Caecilius nodded, but continued, "What does it matter what you were called?" With another thrust, he mercilessly ended the life of the already fallen Daniel, who had barely risen to one knee, then turned his attention towards Strange. Alarmed, Strange formed a magical seal with his hands, channeling energy that coalesced into a golden rope. Outnumbered, he sought to flee. But Caecilius pressed his palms together and gently pushed forward, causing the ground to writhe beneath them. Strange sprinted desperately, yet the distance between him and Caecilius remained unchanged. Realizing the futility, Strange pivoted to face Caecilius, crafting two magical shields with his hands. However, one shield flickered and vanished almost instantaneously. Damn, Strange gritted his teeth, engaging in combat with several zealots. He harnessed the portals at the end of the corridor to isolate some of his assailants before confronting Caecilius once more. Hey! During the tactical retreat, Strange seized a radiant chalice nearby and aimed it at Caecilius. You have no idea how to use it, do you? Caecilius arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing Strange. Strange feigned contemplation, then suddenly hurled the chalice. Caecilius effortlessly deflected it, retaliating with a forceful kick to Strange's chest. Under the relentless assault from Caecilius, Strange found himself retreating, shattering several display cases in the process. Caecilius struck upward with fervor, only to have his hand ensnared by the edge of a crimson cloak. Unwilling to concede defeat, he swung his blade again and again. Yet each attempt was thwarted by the cloak. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he kicked Dr. Strange down the stairs, the cloak swiftly following in pursuit. Gradually levitating, Dr. Strange emerged, the red cloak billowing behind him as he formed mystical sigils with his hands. A golden whip materialized in his grasp, and with a deft flick, he ensnared Caecilius's long knife, initiating a contest of strength between them. Under the cloak's guidance, Dr. Strange hurled a binding device from a nearby shelf toward Caecilius, who mumbled incomprehensible incantations. What are you saying? Dr. Strange inquired, removing the metal muzzle from Caecilius's mouth, yet the latter continued his chant. Stop, cease your utterances. Dr. Strange expressed his annoyance. But you see, Dr. Mage, such things cannot simply be halted, Caecilius replied with a faint smile. I am utterly oblivious to what you speak of. Dr. Strange shook his head. This is both an end and a beginning. Caecilius gazed into Dr. Strange's eyes, where outcomes transformed from myriad to singular. Should you continue with your pedantic musings, I shall reseal your mouth, Dr. Strange warned, growing increasingly impatient. Tell me, Dr. Mage. Listen, my name is Dr. Stephen Strange, he interjected. Are you truly a doctor? Caecilius raised an eyebrow, adding, as a scientist, you ought to be aware. Let us forego such trivialities. The die has already been cast, Lin Feng interjected, shaking his head as he closed the scene before him. Very well. The course of events is now largely determined. Should we choose to embrace death directly, or perhaps wander through an alternate dimension for a brief respite? Lin Feng turned to the side, addressing Master Gu Yi, who was spectating alongside him. Let us seek an alternate dimension. It is high time for us to stretch our limbs, Gu Yi replied, yawning. Firstly, we shall converse with Mephisto. Mephisto? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as a dimension demon far more powerful than Dormammu. Are you certain? Alone in the hellish dimension, I might endure a duel with Mephisto, but with your presence, I foresee no issues. Gu Yi stood, exuding formidable confidence. A supreme sorcerer capable of facing Mephisto alone would fall to a mere stab and a tumble down the stairs? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, who can say? The whims of fate are unpredictable, are they not? Gu Yi regarded Lin Feng with an understanding gaze. Quite right. The nature of existence is indeed capricious, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Modu Wang, the master of the stars. Gu Yi acknowledged the arrival of Wang and Modu, who bowed in respect. Master Gu Yi and I shall be away for a time, during our absence. The earth shall be entrusted to you, Lin Feng declared with a smile. However, the Temple of New York has been destroyed, and the threat of Dormammu looms ominously. Mordo appears perplexed. It is precisely due to the temple's destruction that we must venture forth. Lin Feng sighed. For a dimensional demon far more formidable than Dormammu has set its sights on Earth, we must thwart it, leaving the confrontation with Dormammu to you. Without the assistance of the Sorcerer Supreme, how shall we confront a dimensional demon? A hint of despair flickers in Mordo's eyes. Have faith in Strange, Ancient One spoke slowly. He will guide you through this crisis. As her words faded, Lin Feng and Ancient One exchanged faint smiles before vanishing from sight. Strange. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Mordo's eyes. Is this truly the depths of hell? Observing the chaotic scene around him, Lin Feng smacked his lips. Master Ancient One, Master of the Stars. A raspy voice echoed as a fiery figure adorned with demonic horns emerged from the depths of hell. Pray tell. Esteemed Sorcerer Supremes, what brings you to my domain? Chapter 64. The Death of Mephisto. What brings the Sorcerer Supreme and the Ancient One to hell? Mephisto emerged slowly. Fixing his gaze on Lin Feng and the Ancient One, a peculiar mental force surging towards them. The Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Upon witnessing his gradual advance, a faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Your memory manipulation tricks are futile against us, he declared. Ancient One, you harbor an abundance of power. Mephisto's gaze flickered with confusion as he regarded the Ancient One. Dormammu, Vishanti, Thon, and even the powers of eternity and the living tribunal reside within you? How have you managed this? Every individual possesses their own secrets, do they not, esteemed Lord of Hell? The Ancient One replied with a slight smile. As for you, the purity of your power is remarkable. Mephisto's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, his bewilderment deepening. It appears you possess all 6 Infinity Stones, including the Eye of Agamotto. Such a phenomenon is rare in the cosmos, and under the influence of the Infinity Stones, you manage to retain the purity of your essence? How can this be? Everything is possible. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head gently as a soft white light emanated from his form. Yet, this originally gentle energy exhibited a strange dissolving effect upon contact with the infernal energies, causing the hellish demons enveloped in Lin Feng as primordial creation energy to melt away like butter. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Lord Mephisto, the essence of energy in your dimension is quite delightful. You are consuming and assimilating my power. Mephisto gasped inwardly, a surge of hellfire racing towards Lin Feng. Do not employ such base energies against me. They will merely become my sustenance. Lin Feng extended his arms, a white shield of primordial creation energy forming around him, enveloping Mephisto's hellfire, which was then gradually absorbed. I must admit, the purity of the power you project is impressive. Resorting to energy attacks is futile. The quality of his energy is exceedingly high. Mephisto's mind raced, and he charged forward, augmenting his physical form with the energies of the hellish dimension, delivering a powerful punch. How intriguing. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he met the charge, shedding the armor from his right hand before countering with a punch of his own. A deafening roar echoed as their fists collided, unleashing a violent wave of energy that created a vacuum within the hellish realm. Physical attacks are ineffective. The Ancient One shook his head. Within the confines of the hellish dimension, Mephisto's power approached infinity, drawing energy from the very realm itself. Unless the dimension were to be obliterated, he would never perish. We must first sever his connection to hell. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly pondered. I wish to inquire. Does a vegetative state constitute death? What? The Ancient One paused, momentarily taken aback. What if one were to extinguish his soul, without slaying his corporeal form? Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his gaze as he turned to Mephisto. Eradicating his soul would bear little consequence, for the infernal dimension would merely gestate a new one within him. Wait. Gu-Yi suddenly raised her head. Are you suggesting indeed? Let us attempt it. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light as he charged once more at Mephisto. It seemed feasible. Gu-Yi, too, became invigorated, conjuring myriad intricate seals, unleashing a torrent of high-level magical assaults upon Mephisto, whether from Vishanti, Thon, Dormammu, or the Eternal Arcane, all converged upon him. Truly, the visual spectacle of overwhelming firepower is always most compelling. As Lin Feng surged toward Mephisto, the spells seemed to possess a will of their own, whizzing past him to strike the demon. Emerging from the clouds of dust stirred by the magical onslaught, Lin Feng seized Mephisto in an embrace, locking his form in place, while Gu-Yi advanced, delivering a palm strike to Mephisto's chest. Do you think to vanquish me in such a manner? Mephisto's soul ascended, tauntingly proclaiming that to triumph over him in this state, one must wield the power of the soul in combat. Even if his essence could not directly siphon the infernal energies, you cannot extinguish me in this form. Is that so? Lin Feng gradually settled down, a chair materializing beneath him, its peculiar design evoking a shift in his very essence upon his ascent. This is the command chair from the flagship Genesis, where I once presided over the obliteration of countless civilizations. Lin Feng caressed the armrests, remarking, do you comprehend that once your soul is revealed before me, your demise is inevitable? Lin Feng's own soul erupted forth, imbued with the aura of slaughter, hurtling toward Mephisto. How could this be? Just how many lives have you annihilated? The essence of Mephisto flickered with a hint of trepidation. As I have eradicated dozens of worlds within the multiverse, how could the carnage within your soul surpass mine? Dozens of worlds? Lin Feng chuckled in disbelief. How many lives could dwell within those realms? Hundreds of billions? That amounts to countless souls. I have obliterated numerous civilizations. Lin Feng's spectral form grasped Mephisto's head, recounting, some civilizations thrived on planets vast enough to sustain hundreds of billions of sentient beings, yet regrettably, I have decimated over a dozen such worlds. For the sake of human civilization, Mephisto, I bid you to perish. The aura of slaughter within Lin Feng's essence surged into Mephisto's soul, eliciting anguished wails that gradually faded into nothingness. You see, merely having extinguished hundreds of billions of lives. You stand so arrogantly. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Infernal Lord Mephisto, I entreat you to contribute your strength to human civilization. Chapter 65. Dormammu. I have come to negotiate terms. Come now. Tell me, will you perform the task I envision? A rare glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the Ancient One. Indeed. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. He felt his soul return to his body, raising his hand as streams of primordial energy radiated from his fingertips, entwining around Mephisto's form. Mephisto gradually levitated into the air, his body beginning to siphon energy from the hellish dimension, coalescing into a beam of light that shot towards Lin Feng's chest. Excellent. Feeling a surge of power flooding into his being, Lin Feng nodded and subsequently opened a portal. Lin, what is that place? Tony, engrossed in repairing machinery, looked up. This is hell, Lin Feng shrugged. What? Hell? You died? How long has it been? What happened? Tony was momentarily taken aback. It's merely an alternate dimension. One need not perish to enter, Lin Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. I have brought down hell. Now please retrieve the energy conversion device I instructed you to prepare. Not a problem. Tony regained his composure and pressed a button, causing a spire to extend from the summit of the Sanctum Sanctorum, topped with a prism-like apparatus. Excellent. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Now, let us integrate with the power grid. With a flourish of his hands, the beam of light emanating from his chest was transferred through the portal and directed onto the prism. Streams of data flickered across the screen beneath the spire, and then a crimson energy flowed down the energy conduit of the spire, gradually lightening until it transformed into a pure white, stored within immense storage devices. Behold, pristine primordial creation energy. Lin Feng emerged from the portal, opening a valve on one of the storage units, inhaling deeply. It had been so long since he experienced this sensation, it was truly nostalgic. Had this been available sooner, I might not have needed to forge contracts with those entities. The Ancient One assessed the energy levels and couldn't help but click her tongue. With an entire dimension providing us energy, some of my previous resources can be put to use. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intense excitement and martial fervor. Ah, such pure primordial creation energy. Zero soared up from the base of the sanctum. Can this energy intensity be sustained? Look over there, Lin Feng pointed skyward. I have integrated Mephisto with the power grid. I've procured numerous valuable resources from the shattered planet we destroyed, and with ample energy supply now at hand, the construction of Colossus-class warships can indeed be prioritized. The current Genesis is utterly inadequate. Controlling it makes me feel as if I've returned to the era when humanity first ventured into the cosmos 5 centuries ago. Let us proceed with this for now. We shall soon have new power sources. Lin Feng gazed toward the east. Tony, centered around the Sanctum Sanctorum, established primordial creation energy reception and electrical conversion devices globally. Fossil fuels and nuclear energy must be phased out. Now we possess truly clean energy. Lin Feng pointed to the sky, indicating that he had other matters to attend to. No problem. Observing the immense energy output, Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. He realized it was time for another iteration of his Iron Man suit's energy source, rendering cold fusion a relic of the past. At the Hong Kong Sanctum, Lin Feng noted, the timing is impeccable. He gazed at the scene where time had been suspended, a phenomenon resulting from Doctor Strange's interrupted attempt at time manipulation. Indeed, the timing is perfect. Ancient One nodded slightly, pondering, how did they manage to escape from Caecilius previously? I had prepared a contingency, Lin Feng shrugged, as a red figure flew to his side. Wanda, you carry the essence of Thawne. Ancient One blinked in surprise. Did you give her the Darkhold? Yes, my intention in asking you to seek the Darkhold was for her. Lin Feng affirmed. She possesses the potential to supplant Thawne, yet I do not intend to let her do so. She may continue to draw energy from him, but ultimately, Thawne's essence will merge into the grid. Quite impressive. She now wields power comparable to mine. A faint smile graced Ancient One's face. Our strength is growing ever more formidable. Is this not beautiful? A world transcending time. Caecilius gazed at the corner of the sky consumed by Dormammu, his eyes filled with fervor, beyond death. Beyond the mortal realm. Doctor Strange's eyes reflected a moment of contemplation, followed by a spark of realization as he soared toward the dark dimension, surveying his surroundings. Doctor Strange activated the Eye of Agamotto, setting a spell in his grasp before advancing toward Dormammu. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. He glanced at the spell in his hand, then turned his gaze to Dormammu. You have come to your demise, Dormammu's deep voice resonated. Your world now belongs to me. Just like all the others. As his words echoed, a barrage of magical blades surged toward Doctor Strange. He conjured 2 magical shields, deflecting the majority of the assault. Yet Dormammu unleashed a powerful energy beam that, after a fleeting moment of resistance, tore through Doctor Strange's defenses, reducing him to ashes. A peculiar humming sound resonated as time reversed, and Doctor Strange returned. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. He cast another glance at the spell he held. You have come to your demise. Wait, what is happening? Is this an illusion? Dormammu questioned, perplexed. No, this is reality. Doctor Strange shook his head. Excellent. Dormammu summoned 2 sharp pillars that pierced through Doctor Strange's chest. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate. Doctor Strange returned once more. What is happening? Dormammu regained his composure. Just as you granted Caecilius abilities from your world, I have brought something from mine. Doctor Strange raised his right hand, declaring, this is time, endless, cyclical time. How dare you? Furious, Dormammu struck down with a mighty blow, reducing Doctor Strange to mere pulp. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate, Strange declared. You cannot continue this indefinitely. Dormammu appeared incredulous. In fact, I can, Strange shrugged. Isn't that precisely the case? You and I are ensnared in this moment, trapped in an infinite loop. Then prepare to die repeatedly. Dormammu's voice dripped with menace. Indeed, but all of humanity shall survive, Strange retorted, licking his lips. Civilization will endure, yet you shall suffer endlessly. Pain has long been my companion, Dormammu replied. With a chuckle, Strange added, moreover, the greater good of humanity takes precedence above all. Chapter 66. All are batteries you cannot win. After countless cycles, Dormammu grew somewhat impatient. Indeed, but I can afford to lose. I can be defeated time and again, and I shall never cease. Doctor Strange slowly rose, and you shall forever remain my captive. Strange possessed an unparalleled capacity to endure suffering. Observing this scene, the visage of Ancient One bore a smile. With each encounter, he was progressing. Frankly, if Dormammu continued in this manner, perhaps after several thousands or tens of thousands of iterations, our Doctor Strange might indeed triumph over Dormammu. Lin Feng gazed at Doctor Strange with admiration. No, stop. Let me go. Dormammu roared as he once again vanquished Doctor Strange. No. The resurrected Strange shook his head. I told you, I am here to negotiate terms. What do you desire? Dormammu regarded Doctor Strange, having decided to concede. Take your followers and depart, cease your malevolence in our realm, and never return. Doctor Strange assumed the gesture to harness the Eye of Agamotto, stating, if you agree, I shall halt the cycle. What have you done? Caecilius observed Strange descending behind him. I negotiated a condition, Strange shrugged. What is it? Caecilius looked at his sand-turned hand. Oh, it is precisely everything you wished for, eternally becoming a part of Dormammu. Doctor Strange stepped forward. You shall not relish this. Truly, you should have pilfered that entire tome. Strange observed Caecilius and his zealots being siphoned away, for the warning lay just beyond the incantation. Ha ha ha. The king emitted a hearty laughter. Ah, how amusing. Since you have arrived, do not depart. A voice suddenly resonated from the air. As Lin Feng descended beside Doctor Strange, do not hasten to reverse time. I have a score to settle with Dormammu. Stellar sorcerers, Ancient One, you have returned? Doctor Strange exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yes, I have returned. Now, leave the rest to us. Lin Feng gradually ascended into the dark dimension. Stellar sorcerers, Ancient One. Dormammu regarded the two. I am prepared to depart, and shall never return. There is an ancient saying on earth. Lin Feng looked at Dormammu. It is called, since you have come, make yourself at home. Do you know what it means? I certainly do. It was spoken by the Eastern sage Confucius, signifying that since one has arrived, they should settle here. I possess some understanding of Earth's culture. Facing Lin Feng and Ancient One, Dormammu's demeanor softened. No, you're mistaken. Lin Feng shook his head. The true meaning of this phrase is, since you have come, let it be your final resting place here. As Lin Feng's words fell, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The technology for long-distance energy transmission through space had long since matured, and energy from the hellish dimension surged into Lin Feng's being in an instant. A wave of overwhelming energy erupted forth, instantly severing the connection between Dormammu and the dark dimension. How did you accomplish this? Dormammu's voice quivered with terror, sensing his inability to draw energy from the dark dimension any longer. Having just transformed Mephisto into a battery, I thought dealing with you would be quite simple. Lin Feng remarked, stretching lazily. With a firm grip, he shattered Dormammu's colossal demonic form, revealing his diminutive true self. Quite simple indeed. With a swift motion, Lin Feng extracted Dormammu's soul, crushing it effortlessly before suspending it, replicating the process to create an energy transmission node, which was subsequently connected to the energy conversion tower atop the rectifier building. The dark power surged, and the originally crimson energy lines now bore an additional half of pure black, the two distinctly contrasting energies converging within the energy conversion tower, transforming into pure primordial creation energy that flowed into the energy storage device. I've noticed a minor issue, Lin Feng said, stroking his chin, while simultaneously instructing Doctor Strange to utilize the Time Stone to repair the sanctum. It seems our energy reserves are somewhat insufficient. I have an idea. Ancient One replied with a shrug. Our thoughts should align once more. I recall that Kamartaj possesses magic related to the creation of dimensions, does it not? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but did the former Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj intend to become a dimensional deity? Ancient One's face bore a smile. What of it? Did Agamotto not also join forces with the other two to become the Triune of the Vishanti? Lin Feng mused. I believe becoming a dimensional deity should pose no problem for me, and I could also incorporate the utilization of primordial creation energy as one of Kamartaj's magical disciplines. Very well, Ancient One nodded. What space do you intend to use as the foundation for this dimension? I believe we have a ready-made space for me to create my celestial dimension, Lin Feng responded with confident assurance in his eyes. I must make a visit to Asgard. I see. And that individual's ideology aligns with yours, though you are a touch more radical. Ancient One smiled faintly, watching Lin Feng vanish from her sight. Asgard. Odin. Lin Feng gazed with a smile at Odin, who sat upon his throne. Is the Lord of the Celestials here to fulfill his promise? Odin's aged voice resonated. Indeed. Please open the sealed independent space that holds Hela. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you. Odin waved his hand, and a portal materialized before them. My seal is broken. So has that old fool Odin met his end? A hoarse voice emerged from the other side of the portal as a wild-haired woman stepped forth. Odin, you're not dead? How? Have you grown weary of life? Do you desire me to end you? Hela inquired, casting a glance at Odin on the throne, her hands gathering her hair into a spiked helmet, and with a flourish, 2 swords of the night sky materialized in her grasp. Hyla, the eldest daughter of Odin, is delighted to make your acquaintance. I believe we have much to discuss. As Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, a silver-white armor enveloped his entire being. However, before that, I must first earn your respect. Chapter 67. The most efficient method. Hela gazed at Lin Feng with keen interest. You possess remarkable courage. Once I have slain Odin and ascend as the Queen of Asgard, would you serve as my executioner? With a sigh, Lin Feng released a surge of primordial energy, lifting Hela into the air. He then turned his attention to Odin. Odin, the All-Father, might you take a brief respite? Very well, Odin chuckled, departing the Grand Palace, leaving only Lin Feng and Hela in their solitude. You may struggle at your leisure. I understand that in Asgard, your strength will only grow. Yet even at your zenith, you shall not prevail against me. Lin Feng tightened his grip as an invisible barrier enveloped Hela, gradually constricting around her. You caught me unprepared. Do you dare to release me? Hela pounded furiously against the formless barrier. You have led Asgard's warriors into countless battles. Do you believe your enemies will grant you the luxury of preparation? Lin Feng replied, his expression impassive. However, to ensure your complete submission, I shall free you. Unleash your most formidable attack. I shall grant you the time you need. With a wave of his hand, he released Hela from her confinement. Hela regarded Lin Feng, extending her arms as a multitude of night sky swords materialized around her. Summoning a hammer crackling with electricity, she grasped it tightly. The hammer of Thor. If only Thor could witness this scene, his heart would surely shatter. Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. The hammer of Thor erupted with blinding lightning. The power of the thunder god intertwining with the night sky, sword she commanded, their once obsidian surfaces now shimmering with a cerulean hue. Hela pointed the hammer forward, unleashing a barrage of night sky swords towards Lin Feng, reminiscent of the awe-inspiring spectacle of countless swords converging in Eastern fantasy. She refrained from using the hammer itself against Lin Feng, for she recognized that the unique trait of the hammer, which no one could wield, held no significance against a being of Lin Feng's caliber. Even she could easily crush the hammer. Is this truly your most potent assault? In a life-and-death struggle, you would find yourself incapable of overcoming even the current Thor. Lin Feng raised his right hand before his chest, fingers splayed wide as a barrier materialized in the air. The night sky swords shattered upon impact, reduced to mere fragments, leaving not even a trace of a crack upon the barrier. In Asgard, my strength knows no bounds. Hela's eyes glinted with ferocity as the night sky swords continued to manifest, charging towards Lin Feng's barrier. There will come a time when your power wanes, and in that moment, you shall be at my mercy. Is that so? Lin Feng waved his hand, opening 2 portals behind him. A black and a crimson light shone from each portal, enveloping Lin Feng's silver form in an uncanny glow. And what of now? He queried, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hela. You are not a being of Midgard. You are a master of dimensions. Hela's eyes widened with disbelief. Forgive me, but I am indeed a denizen of Earth, or as you would call it, a Midgardian. Lin Feng slowly advanced, for I have vanquished Mephisto and Dormammu, thus claiming their dimensions as my own. This is inconceivable. How could the people of Midgard possibly defeat a dimensional demon? Hela felt her worldview shatter, her subordinates unwittingly gaining strength. Indeed, this is where you differ from Thor, when your perception of reality is challenged. Your instinct is to amplify your destructive output against your adversary, while Thor merely stands there foolishly. At that moment, Lin Feng had traversed the rain of swords to stand before Hela, nodding in approval before extending his hand to grasp her throat. Now, do you have any further questions? No questions remained. Hela dejectedly released her grip, the hammer of the thunder god clattering to the ground before soaring away into the distance. If such a formidable being exists in the universe, what significance does my conquest hold? War is always meaningful, for the essence of war lies in the war itself. Lin Feng's words bore a subtle, seductive power. War is the swiftest catalyst for a civilization's advancement. Look around you. Asgard, devoid of conflict, has seen no progress in centuries. So what? Even if I gathered the entire might of Asgard, I still could not defeat you. Hela shook her head, then strived to acquire greater power. Lin Feng shrugged. Initially, I was merely human. Every individual strengthened step by step. Is that not true? Humanity knows no bounds. I am not human. I am of the Aesir. Hela remained steadfast in her pride of lineage. Whether Aesir or Vanir, or even mutants and inhumans, you are all part of humanity, integral to human civilization. Lin Feng shook his head. There is no essential difference in your genes from humans. Those of you who intermarry with humans can also produce viable offspring. Thus, you are inherently human. So, can I become as powerful as you? Hela inhaled deeply. Becoming as powerful as I is ultimately meaningless, no matter how strong you become. You remain but a mortal. Lin Feng opened a portal. Come with me. Is that Midgard? Stepping through the portal, they arrived at a space station. Hela gazed through the viewport at the blue planet before her, puzzled. Indeed, by your linguistic conventions, that is Midgard, but Asgard has now integrated into human civilization. To respect local customs, I suggest you refer to it as Earth. Lin Feng smiled. Yet I want you to see not merely this. What is it? Upon witnessing the colossal vessel docked outside the space station, Hela felt a primal warning surge from the depths of her soul. That immense craft possessed the power to annihilate her. That is a warship, which I typically refer to as the Colossus. As Lin Feng gazed at the Colossus-class battleship, a glimmer of nostalgia filled his eyes. The Colossus-class warship boasts the capacity to instantaneously obliterate all life on a planet. Incredulous, Hela gazed at the battleship before her, pondering whether this was humanity's so-called technology. Indeed, this was the pinnacle of human civilization's advancements, and the colossal ship could be mass-produced. Lin Feng's eyes seemed ablaze with fervor. Can you elucidate why you aspire to conquer the universe? He inquired. Undoubtedly, relentless conquest will render Asgard increasingly formidable. Hela replied without hesitation. Conquest is the least efficient approach. Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. Isn't continuous conquest far swifter than merely toiling away at development? Hela retorted. Just look at what Asgard has become in the absence of war. No, immersing oneself in development cannot be considered a viable alternative. We possess far more effective methods. Lin Feng insisted, shaking his head once more. What other methods are there? Hela asked, somewhat perplexed. The most efficient method is annihilation, Lin Feng remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips as he beheld the colossal ship docked at the spaceport. Chapter 68. The Suvlan Civilization. What significance does a destroyed planet hold? Devoid of population and resources, is it not a futile expenditure of our strength? Hela found herself increasingly perplexed. The annihilation of a planet and the obliteration of a civilization are two distinct matters. Lin Feng shook his head, conjuring a projection. Several years ago, the deranged Titan Thanos' minions, the Chitauri civilization, invaded Earth. This was the outcome of that battle. What is this? Hela's eyes widened as she beheld the Chitauri homeworld engulfed by a torrent of neutrons. This is the neutron flood, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. It is a stellar annihilation weapon mounted on a Colossus-class warship. The massive neutron wave can instantaneously eradicate all life on a planet. Once the cleansing is complete, we may choose to transform it into a habitable world or establish a base, converting it into a resource-rich planet. Some might label this absolute extermination of all life, preserving only inorganic matter, as a heinous war crime, but I deem it efficient. The sheer magnitude of what Hela witnessed today continually reshaped her worldview. The striking visual effects of the neutron flood even compelled her to momentarily abandon her divine elegance and utter an expletive. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and posed another question. However, after we obliterate all life, we will be left without a populace. How shall we utilize those resources? To employ sentient beings in repetitive, meaningless tasks is a waste in itself. Lin Feng gestured toward the outside. Such menial labor can be performed by other entities. Are those machines? Hela raised an eyebrow. Can machines execute such intricate tasks? Certainly. Due to their frail physiques, human civilization has developed remarkably advanced mechanical technology. We possess machinery capable of executing highly precise operations, along with artificial intelligence that can flawlessly control and coordinate them. As he spoke, Zero floated beside Lin Feng. Captain, The first Colossus-class warship has been completed. What shall we load onto it? A glint of excitement sparkled in Zero's eyes. Currently, the Colossus-class warship is equipped solely with the most conventional planet-shattering Star Destroyer cannon, known as the Earth-shattering star. However, collecting the debris after shattering a planet proves to be exceedingly cumbersome and inefficient. Not to mention the potential catastrophic consequences if a celestial being were to emerge from the chaos. How many Star Destroyer weapons have been manufactured? Lin Feng glanced at Zero. I have conducted some research on the Heavenly Angel, though not extensively. Within this worldview, it is uncertain when a powerful sentient being might suddenly arise on a given planet, so that contraption is not particularly secure. Zero shrugged. Nevertheless, we have successfully developed the Neutron Annihilator and Nanoplague, and have even created several prototypes. How many do we possess now? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. 3 neutron floods, 2 nanoplagues, and we have also attempted to fabricate a heavenly judgment, though I feel its significance is limited, Zero replied. 5 celestial bodies. Lin Feng nodded, noting that his battle suit contained 1 unit each of nanoplague and starburst device, along with 7 annihilation-grade weapons, one of which possessed the capability to obliterate an entire stellar system. Within the vast expanse of the universe, this arsenal was sufficient to initiate an interstellar war. Gazing through the viewport of the space station, Lin Feng appeared to envision a grand blueprint for the future of human civilization. Let's test the waters with a small interstellar civilization. A smile graced Lin Feng's face as he suggested, let us explore the newly commissioned Genesis ship. The first fleet of human civilization is prepared for departure. His voice resonated through the command system, reaching every vessel in the first fleet. We require no supplies. All extraterrestrial civilizations will serve as our supply stations. Activate the wormhole generator. With a command from Lin Feng, a beam of light manifested in front of the colossal Genesis warship, colliding ahead to create a massive wormhole. Facing us was the Suvlan civilization. Lin Feng's image appeared on every screen of the warships, allowing each crew member to see his figure and hear his voice. This marked our inaugural encounter with a complete civilization. Lin Feng began to speak slowly. The Suvlan civilization had ventured into the cosmos, albeit with a technological level inferior to ours. All extraterrestrial civilizations are our adversaries. Every enemy must be utterly eradicated. Today, humanity has located them, and every discovered extraterrestrial civilization faces but one fate: extinction. Extinction. The roar of numerous warships echoed like a tsunami, and with a thought, Lin Feng's silver-white battle armor enveloped him, coalescing into a long blade. He gradually raised the blade, pointing it forward, softly uttering 2 words. Advance. The thrusters of dozens of interstellar warships ignited, traversing the spatial wormhole to arrive above Suvlan Star. Please state your intentions immediately. A signal emanated from Suvlan Star. Otherwise, we shall enact defensive measures. Nanoplague prepared. Lin Feng disregarded the signal from Suvlan Star as the main cannon of the Genesis began to emit waves of energy fluctuations. Suvlan Star. Where did those warships come from? High Priest Aisha of Suvlan sat upon her throne, observing the crowd below. Based on the spatial fluctuations, they should originate from the solar system within the Orion arm of the Milky Way, a territory under the influence of Asgard. A golden-hued Suvlan responded. Very well, I understand. Aisha nodded, reopening the communicator. Esteemed Asgard civilization, could you clarify the purpose of deploying numerous warships into Suvlan airspace? Aisha's voice resonated once more. Yet Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed. A beam of light erupted from the main cannon of the Genesis, and a metallic sphere emerged through a small spatial wormhole created by the starship's main cannon, materializing within the atmosphere of Suvlan Star, followed by a thunderous explosion. Chapter 69. The Fall of the Sovereign Civilization. A peculiar humming reverberated through the air as an explosive metallic sphere released a pall of grayish-white mist, swiftly engulfing the atmosphere. What had just detonated? Aisha felt an inexplicable surge of panic. We are still assessing, the Sovereign uttered, but before he could finish, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, emitting incoherent sounds from his throat. Soon, blood gushed from his mouth, and within mere moments, he was reduced to a mere skeleton. Following the consumption of the Sovereign, the entity only grew more formidable, continuing its relentless spread across the entirety of Sovereign Prime. What is that? Hella's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the planet. Nanoplague, a planet-destroying weapon composed of multitudes of self-replicating nanobots capable of devouring matter, can annihilate all life on a planet in a remarkably short span. Lin Feng gazed at the harrowing scene before him, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Soon, all life on this planet would vanish, leaving behind a pristine sphere, untainted by any impurities. Alert! Severe energy fluctuations detected on Sovereign Prime. A certain high-level life form is awakening. Preliminary analysis suggests it is the prematurely awakened Mage Adam. Zero's voice echoed within the command room. Lin Feng slowly levitated as a small spatial wormhole materialized before him. its other end leading into the boundless expanse of the universe. Kill them. The High Priestess Aisha screamed with her last breath, before she too was reduced to a skeleton. A blinding beam of golden light shot towards Lin Feng, who remained unfazed, gently raising his hand to grasp a golden fist. Is Mage Adam, theoretically possessing an extraordinarily high upper limit, truly so feeble? As he observed the desperate struggle of Adam attempting to withdraw his fist from Lin Feng's grasp, Lin Feng shook his head in disappointment. His battle armor surged to life, enveloping Adam, and moments later, the armor retracted, leaving only a drifting skeleton in the cosmic void. 0. Scan for life signs, Lin Feng commanded as he turned back to the control room. Scanning complete. No life signs remain on Sovereign Prime. Zero's unemotional voice resonated in the command room. Excellent. Analyze the planet's resources and establish a stable relay point. Lin Feng nodded. A hatch opened on a warship at the rear of the fleet, and a peculiar device was propelled forth, settling near Sovereign Prime. A beam of light emanated from the Genesis, striking the device, and with a violent spatial disturbance, a silver-edged wormhole gradually opened, expanding to accommodate the entire fleet. On the other side of the wormhole lay the space station beyond Earth. Resource-rich planet, indeed, Zero quickly reported. Sovereign Prime possesses substantial reserves of rare metals underground, with gold comprising the majority. Very well, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng nodded. Establishing the star ring and preparing for the harvest while simultaneously commencing the construction of a transportation system. Our objective is to completely excavate this planet and transport it back. Indeed, the mining robots have already been deployed. Based on our current technology, it is projected that all resources on this planet will be thoroughly extracted within 132 years. However, with the impact of technological iteration, this time frame is expected to be reduced to approximately 47 years. Very well, let us return. Lin Feng stretched lazily, leaving 4 starships to guard while the remainder of the fleet set course for home. Understood. With a synchronized response, the fleet began to turn back toward the space station. Gradually docking at the spaceport, the large space military personnel disembarked in an orderly fashion, while the robots responsible for the maintenance and repair of the warships boarded to commence their work. Everything was executed with such simplicity and efficiency. Is this what you call efficiency? Observing the modular transportation lines, which had been prepared in advance and constructed in merely 2 hours, as resources began to flow in continuously, Hela could not help but express her admiration. Indeed, this is the manner in which human civilization conducts interstellar warfare, concise, efficient, and unyielding. Lin Feng nodded, noting that from the fleet's departure to the annihilation of the Sovereign civilization and the establishment of the resource star, the entire process took less than 36 hours. This efficient mode of warfare serves as the greatest impetus for the advancement of human civilization, compared to the outright destruction of a civilization. The benefits gained through conquest far outweigh the time wasted. The first resource star of human civilization, Sovereign Star, has commenced construction. The news broadcasted the achievements of the first fleet of human civilization. The Sovereign civilization is one among the myriad of interstellar civilizations in the cosmos, ruled by an intelligent race represented by the Sovereign people. Despite having entered the starry expanse, their political system remains primitive, rooted in an imperial regime. Upon the fleet's arrival, the colossal Genesis-class warship, led by the Stars, utilized the efficient Annihilation-grade weapon, Nanoplague, to swiftly eliminate the living forces of Sovereign Star, securing victory in the war. According to assessments, Sovereign Star is rich in metallic resources and has thus been designated as a mining planet. Regrettably, we did not have the opportunity to witness the complete obliteration of the first civilized star by humanity. What was humanity's reaction? Lin Feng sat in the office atop the Hall of Justice, rubbing 2 metallic spheres in his hands. Report, Captain. According to our findings, there has been no opposing voice against our extermination of Sovereign Star. As of now, no one has spoken to the aliens about those laughable humanitarian principles. Zero entered, collapsing onto a sofa, appearing to indicate that Professor X was not playing any tricks on them. Excellent. Continue to monitor closely. The research on thought-stamping technology must also persist. Professor X is notoriously known for his humanitarian ideals within the Marvel Universe, and I wish to avoid leaving any potential hazards. Lin Feng nodded, pondering the cosmic reaction to the downfall of the Sovereign civilization. The Kreel civilization has commenced preparations for war, while the Shandar civilization and the Hia Empire have expressed their vehement condemnation, yet it remains merely condemnation. The might we have displayed is sufficient to instill fear within them. No one wishes to be caught off guard by a sudden nanopandemic. Zero shrugged, pondering who our next target might be. The anti-Earth, the supreme evolution. I am prepared to deploy recyclable viral weaponry. The environment there is quite favorable, suitable for human habitation without the need for special modifications. Lin Feng stretched languidly. Has the star map comparison concluded? Can we ascertain the locations of known civilizations? It is largely confirmed that the more formidable civilizations in the universe have already come into our sight. And we have identified nearly all civilizations within the Milky Way that have yet to enter the interstellar age, ready to launch an assault at any moment. With a whole resource planet at our disposal, the pace of construction should have accelerated, correct? Lin Feng rose slowly. Indeed. The construction of the second and third Colossus-class battleships is underway, and human civilization will soon possess 3 fleets capable of engaging in warfare. Excellent. Prepare for departure. This time, I shall not partake in the battle. Instead, I will begin some preparatory work. Our current actions are likely to draw the attention of the Celestials. For the annihilation of a civilization equates to staving off the birth of new Celestials. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. In this universe, the Celestials represent our greatest adversary. Chapter 70. The Dimension of Stars. In the year 2010, the Purifiers were established, a collaborative endeavor involving Kamartaj, Asgard, mutants, Inhumans, and a contingent of human heroes. Symbolizing the first genuine unification of humanity's advanced combat prowess under the banner of the stars. By 2012, the Chitauri invaded New York, only to be vanquished by the Purifiers, who, with the aid of planet-destroying weaponry, utterly obliterated the Chitauri forces, marking the inaugural appearance of the Purifiers in the consciousness of human civilization and heralding a new epoch. In 2013, the Sentience Imprint proposal was formally ratified, with Professor X embedding the 3 fundamental laws of human civilization deep within the subconscious of every individual. The following year, humanity eradicated the Dark Elf civilization, taking its first step towards the cosmos. By 2016, the dimensional demon Mephisto and Dormammu were defeated, transforming the hellish and dark dimensions into a veritable paradise for human civilization, thereby granting humanity access to boundless energy. In the same year, the first fleet of the stars annihilated the Severian civilization, leading humanity to its inaugural resource-rich planet. In the vast expanse of white space, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light radiating from within, though it quickly subdued. The dimension of stars had been fully realized. Rising to his feet, he floated amidst the void, facing a portal aligned with the energy conversion tower atop the Purifier's edifice, from which an unending stream of exotic energy flowed from the dark and hellish dimensions, passing through the conversion tower and into Lin Feng's dimension. The dimension was insufficiently expansive. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng recognized that directly enlarging the dimension was not immediately feasible. Thus, he resolved to augment the density of the primordial creation energy. With arms outstretched, a substantial amount of primordial energy began to coalesce within the dimension of stars, causing the previously ethereal energy to grow increasingly sparse. As time elapsed, the gaseous primordial energy was continually compressed and condensed, gradually transforming into a solid state, emanating a radiant white glow. This is gravity. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as the solidified primordial energy began to actively absorb the surrounding gaseous energy, increasing in mass and continuously expanding, resembling a luminous star from a distance. This process of condensation had its limits. Should the energy density become excessive, the primordial energy would collapse into a state akin to a black hole. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. As the master of this dimension, he could perceive every subtle shift within the dimension of stars. Initially, humanity's research on primordial energy had been rather superficial, merely regarding it as a novel energy source for human augmentation. Now, however, Lin Feng seemed to have uncovered a new property of primordial energy. Tony, I require your assistance. Lin Feng opened a portal, beckoning, and Tony flew through from the other side. Hey Lin, what's up? I was still examining if there are any upgrade possibilities for the Colossal-class battleship, Tony replied, somewhat disgruntled. Yet his attention was immediately captivated by the glowing stellar energy before him. What is this? Solidified primordial energy? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Due to the limited space within the dimension, I endeavored to condense the primordial energy of creation. After reaching a certain degree of condensation, it spontaneously transformed into its current state. I have a strong intuition that the primordial energy of creation is closely related to the birth of stars in the universe. Tony watched the primordial star before him with keen interest. It is worth noting that I have experimented with various forms of energy and their conversion into primordial energy, and the results indicated that, apart from the unique energy, solar energy surprisingly exhibits the highest conversion efficiency. What if we applied planetary harvesting technology to stars? Lin Feng pondered. Could we not obtain a substantial amount of primordial energy? It is worth a try, though I will need to make some modifications to the harvesting ring. Tony nodded. Very well, I trust you. Lin Feng took a deep breath. How has our plan progressed during this time? Everything is proceeding steadily, Tony replied, extending his hand to reveal a projection. During this year of perfecting the dimension of the stars, we have eradicated 32 civilizations of varying sizes, including 18 habitable planets that are gradually beginning to be colonized. The remaining 14, serving as resource planets, are also being steadily mined. Additionally, 6 months ago, the population of human civilization surpassed 10 billion for the first time. Currently, there are approximately 6 billion people on the home planet, while the rest are thriving on the 18 habitable planets we have discovered. Excellent. Lin Feng led Tony away from the dimension of creation. What about the cultivation aspect? The number of mages practicing the Kamatage magic has reached 34 million, while over 20 million are studying Asgardian magic. Furthermore, a small number of practitioners, approximately 200,000, have engaged with the Dark Grimoire, diligently training under our surveillance without any issues arising. As for the primordial energy of creation, nearly the entire human populace is now practicing it, thanks to the dimension of the stars you established. The concentration of primordial energy within the realm of human civilization has reached an unfathomable level, and the cultivation of primordial energy has become remarkably convenient and rapid. Regarding advanced combat strength, we now possess 200,000 beings of godlike power, alongside thousands of individual cosmic-level fighters. Ancient One and Odin have even ascended to a multiversal level. We are now entirely unafraid of those so-called celestial beings. However, we have not rushed to address the celestial being deep within the Earth's core, as I wish to hear your thoughts. My suggestion? I propose integrating it into the power grid. Lin Feng shrugged. Thousands of individual cosmic-level fighters are sufficient for us to engage in a full-scale war with the celestial beings. Chapter 71. The Colossal Battle Armor. Do we now possess the strength to confront the celestial? A glimmer of excitement danced in Tony's eyes. I have a grand treasure prepared for our battle against the celestial. What treasure? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. Follow me. Tony activated a switch on his arm, and a portal materialized. He had thoroughly researched the wormhole generator that Lin Feng had initially brought. Look at that. Still a humanoid armor? Lin Feng shot a glance at Tony. A humanoid armor may not be the mightiest, but it certainly possesses an aesthetic appeal. Tony gazed at the imposing figure before him, envisioning the awe-inspiring sight of a colossal warship controlled by a single individual and artificial intelligence. Are you suggesting that this armor boasts firepower and defense comparable to that of a Colossus-class warship, while also maintaining mobility? Lin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the massive armor. Although not an expert in technology, his insight in the realm of warfare was unparalleled. Just one glance allowed him to envision the prospects of this armor in interstellar conflict. Lin, tell me, can I use this thing to eliminate the celestial? Tony turned to Lin Feng. We can certainly give it a try. Lin Feng shrugged. Let us rise into the skies and retrieve that wretched celestial from the depths of the earth. Actually, it need not be so complicated. A golden halo appeared. An ancient one emerged from within. I merely need to transport that behemoth into the mirror dimension. However, once the celestial disappears, the gravitational pull on our Earth will alter, potentially resulting in ground collapses. Not to worry, I can address that issue. Lin Feng waved his hand. So, Tony, what do you say? Let us proceed and eradicate the threat to Earth once and for all. Tony pressed a button, and the colossal armor vanished in an instant, leaving only a small cube that fell to the ground and then flew into Tony's hand. Spatial technology? You managed to achieve this? Lin Feng blinked in astonishment. Of course. Did you not say I am the smartest person in this world? A hint of pride gleamed in Tony's eyes. Ancient One, let us depart. Wait. Lin Feng raised a hand. Is this thing capable of mass production? Not yet. I have only just made a technological breakthrough, and it remains a laboratory product. However, I do have a few samples. Tony tossed a small cube to Lin Feng. Quite impressive. Lin Feng caught the cube, mentally scanning its contents. Spatial technology in my world is merely a concept, and we have yet to produce any samples. I shall keep this for now. Certainly. After we resolve the issue with the celestial, I will explore the possibility of mass production. If feasible, our future endeavors will become significantly simpler. Deep within the earth. Is this the celestial? Gazing at the colossal figure curled within the core, a sense of wonder filled Tony's eyes. Indeed, this is the celestial. Lin Feng nodded. The celestial race regards life planets as vessels. When the number of sentient beings on a planet reaches a certain threshold, the celestials will fully mature, shattering the planet, resulting in the demise of 99% of its life forms. The newly born celestials will then harness their energy to create more life planets. It seems akin to a cosmic cycle. Tony furrowed his brow. Do you think that if we eradicate all celestials, we would disrupt this cycle of the universe, leading to its stagnation? Yes, Lin Feng affirmed, but if we do not eliminate the celestials, human civilization will perish. Besides, I have devised a superior cyclical mechanism. How so? Tony inquired with interest. It is quite simple. Akin to what I did with the dimensional demon, we can obliterate the souls of the celestials, rendering them as completely controllable. Unconscious life forms. Subsequently, we can reserve some sentient beings for reproduction, targeting the emergence of new celestials and utilizing their inherent energy to create new habitable planets. We must also devise a means to control those planets hosting intelligent life, correct? Tony pondered deeply. Naturally, however, I already have a concept for the control of these planets. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Zero? Captain. The holographic projection of Zero appeared beside Lin Feng, saluting him. Please elucidate our plan for controlling life planets to Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. Allow me to introduce you to a class of weaponry of planetary annihilation, the Comfort Angel. With a wave of his hand, a holographic projection materialized in the air. The Comfort Angel will encapsulate the planet within an impenetrable transparent barrier. As long as we select those sentient beings with robust reproductive capabilities yet limited individual potential. While maintaining constant oversight, we can forge a perfect, planet-sized crystal sphere. You suggest allowing the newly formed celestials to develop within this enclosure, and once they mature, the intelligent life on the planet will vanish entirely, while the protective barrier can serve additional purposes. Tony's mind raced with calculations. We could even install a magical array that, at the moment the celestials mature and shatter the planet, would annihilate their souls and directly extract energy using the Comfort Angel shield. This aspect can be explored later. Lin Feng shrugged. For now, let us address the matter at hand. No problem. A flicker of battle spirit gleamed in Tony's eyes. Let us begin. Lin, prepare to handle the core. Ancient One clapped her hands on the ground, and a mirrored space unfolded, drawing the still maturing celestials and Tony into it. This is a bit challenging. Lin Feng emitted a white glow from his hands, unleashing the primordial energy to support the collapsing core. The gravitational forces must not falter. Lin Feng concentrated, forming a miniature primordial energy star that floated at the very center of the core. Moments later, the once slightly trembling surface returned to normal. Was that an earthquake just now? Humans on the surface exchanged glances, yet none paid heed, for earthquakes no longer posed any threat to human structures. Apart from a slight tremor, the rhythms of life and work continued unabated. It appeared that the magnetic field had undergone a subtle shift. The elderly Magneto, cradling a physics tome, sensed something amiss. Stars above, I perceive a slight alteration in Earth's magnetic field. Shall we investigate further? Magneto connected with Lin Feng. Do not worry, came Lin Feng's steady voice from the other end of the line. We have just extracted the celestial being from the depths of the Earth, and my power now substitutes for the core. The changes are minimal, but it is natural for you, as the master of the magnetic field, to feel some resonance. Very well, I understand, Magneto replied, reassured by Lin Feng's grasp of the magnetic fluctuations. He took a sip of coffee before returning to the physics book he had been perusing. Chapter 72. Antimatter reactor who has disturbed my slumber? A grand voice reverberated, as the curled form of the celestial deity Tiamat slowly unfurled. The 6 hollow orbs atop its head emanated an orange-yellow glow, and its towering frame exuded an overwhelming presence. Is this the full visage of a deity? A flicker of excitement danced in Tony's eyes as he cast a small cube to the ground. A flash of light ensued, and the colossal Goliath armor materialized, rivaling Tiamat in stature. Come, let me ascertain the true extent of this deity's might. The back of the Goliath armor opened with a mechanical whir, and Tony levitated within, as the clanging of metal echoed around him. The eyes and chest of the Goliath armor ignited with brilliance, radiating a force comparable to that of Tiamat. Is this a mirrored space? Tiamat surveyed its surroundings, pondering. You are human, correct? Has humanity's technology evolved to such an extent? To be candid, your armor evokes some rather unpleasant memories. Tiamat seemed to drift into reminiscence. Ah, yes, your kind once boasted a formidable warrior who vanquished a deity, clad in a suit of armor. Odin. Tony raised an eyebrow. I am no weaker than he. As they conversed, numerous thrusters emerged from the limbs and torso of the Goliath armor, which began to levitate before charging towards Tiamat. A resounding boom echoed as dozens of quantum missiles shot forth from Tony's back, catching Tiamat, still ensnared in its reverie, off guard, causing it to stagger momentarily. As the smoke began to dissipate, Tiamat prepared to retaliate, but Tony burst forth from the haze, his feet aligned. The tremendous kinetic energy, amplified by the thrusts, struck Tiamat squarely in the chest, sending it crashing to the ground. As Tiamat attempted to rise, Tony, propelled by the thrust, delivered a powerful double fist strike that knocked it off balance once more. Such formidable strength. Tiamat lowered its head to evade Tony's next punch, retaliating with a swift kick that sent Tony soaring backwards several meters before he gradually came to a halt. Tiamat lifted its gaze, the orange-yellow glow swirling within its 6 eyes, and in the next instant, 6 deadly beams erupted from them, aimed directly at Tony. Tony raised his hand, the energy swirled, and a translucent energy shield materialized to deflect the beams. The shield vibrated violently, seemingly struggling under the strain. Tony pivoted his body, allowing the beam's energy to skim the edges of his shield, then firmly planted his foot on Tiamat's left hand, which was poised to strike. The sound of mechanical gears whirred as Tiamat's right hand was pinned to the ground, and with a formidable punch, fueled by the combined kinetic energy of numerous thrusters, Tony unleashed a strike. The impact sent Tiamat's head whipping to the side, and at that moment, it appeared to be incensed. Tiamat abruptly raised its arm, shattering the mechanisms that bound it, and Tony was forcefully propelled away. All this effort, and I've merely fractured a small portion of my armor? Tiamat rose to his feet, a gash marring the left side of his armor, revealing an inexplicable abyss within. Danger detected. Antimatter leakage. Jarvis's voice reverberated within Tony's helmet. Wisps of dark vapor emanated from the breach in Tiamat's armor, reacting violently with the surrounding air and ground, leading to mutual annihilation. The least effective weapon in Lin's arsenal, antimatter annihilation. Tony's gaze at Tiamat was laden with gravity. The interaction between antimatter and matter would result in annihilation. Although this effect could swiftly eradicate an enemy's vitality, it would incur a significant waste of resources. However, now that it was established that the body beneath the celestial armor was composed of antimatter, the solution seemed straightforward. A spatial wormhole materialized behind Tony, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand toward the fissure in Tiamat's headpiece. Antimatter could obliterate matter, and conversely, a considerable quantity of matter could consume antimatter. This seemingly innocuous yellow sand was, in fact, the byproduct of resource harvesting, and since all observable matter in the universe is composed of matter, it was perfectly suited to deplete Tiamat's power. Hey, Tony, don't rush, Lin Feng interjected, blocking the yellow sand and casually knocking Tiamat over with a swift slap. I told you, antimatter annihilation is the least efficient weapon in the universe. If you obliterate the celestial being, how will I use them as batteries? Thanks a lot. Tony muttered, after all the trouble I went through to construct the anti-celestial armor. Hey, you should just call it the Colossus armor. Don't refer to it as the anti-celestial armor. It's bad luck, Lin Feng quickly advised Tony. Why? Tony was momentarily taken aback. It is well known that whoever the armor is against is the one who gets dismantled, Lin Feng shrugged. Now it has been proven that the Colossus armor indeed possesses the capability to contend with celestial beings, and that suffices. Whoever the armor is against gets dismantled. Tony raised an eyebrow, recalling the moments when his anti-Hulk and anti-Magneto armors were bested by the two. All right, leave the rest to me. Lin Feng extended his hand. Cosmic primordial energy swirling around Tiamat's armor, rendering him utterly helpless as he was lifted into the air. How is the antimatter reactor constructed again? Lin Feng pondered, then opened a spatial wormhole. Zero, come here and assemble an antimatter reactor. I can't seem to find the detailed blueprints in my database. Not a problem. Zero's hands danced through the air as an array of parts emerged from the wormhole behind him. Antimatter containment devices, ignition mechanisms, energy conversion apparatuses. Let us construct this separately. There will likely be more celestial beings arriving soon, so let's prioritize an energy transmission device. Captain, I can handle this. The celestial team should be on their way. Zero turned to Lin Feng. Understood. Make haste. I should be tossing in a few more shortly. Lin Feng nodded and vanished from sight. Chapter 73. I have yet to be defeated. On what grounds am I called a war criminal? In the heart of the universe, the life force of Tiamat has vanished. The judge, Sam, sits upon his throne, surrounded by a multitude of armored celestial beings. Simultaneously, the Eternals on Earth, within the realm of creation, have also lost contact. I surmise that there are traitors among us who have slain our kin. Odin, who participated in that battle and experienced the might of Odin, has sparked a thought among the celestial beings. The possibility cannot be dismissed. Should he strike again and eliminate another celestial, it would signify his acquisition of even greater power, necessitating an increase in our ranks. During our last campaign across the 9 realms, we dispatched 5 of our kin. This time, all 10 of our warriors tasked with addressing lower civilizations will be mobilized. Sam rises, for the dignity of the celestial beings is sacred and must not be defiled. We must ensure the perpetrator receives the harshest punishment. With a ripple of energy, 10 colossal celestial beings vanish from their original positions. Suddenly, a cacophony of alarms blares. Detecting intense energy fluctuations, preliminarily identified as celestial in nature. Those possessing power exceeding that of the Heavenly Father, capable of surviving in the cosmic void, prepare for battle. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng conjures a massive spatial wormhole in the sky, slowly drifting into its depths. While the assembled justiciars on the ground stand ready for action, the universe beyond Earth contorts unexpectedly as 10 gigantic celestial beings emerge from the distortion, subtly encircling the entire planet. Judge Sam Lin Feng steps forth from the spatial wormhole, gazing at the imposing figure before him. his own stature gradually increasing until it matches that of Ari-sam. Beside Lin Feng, Ancient One conjures a spell, her form similarly expanding to align with Lin Feng's height, while Odin dons a new generation of Annihilator armor, exuding a terrifying aura. Human? Ari-sam's voice carries a hint of confusion. Your energy is peculiar. Are you the one who murdered Tiamat? Indeed, Lin Feng replies, his gaze piercing as he locks eyes with Ari-sam. As a member of human civilization, how could I stand idly by and watch my homeworld explode? You possess such formidable power. We can assist you in becoming antimatter, one of us. In exchange, we shall not designate your homeworld as a creation planet. Sensing Lin Feng's strength, Ari-sam extends an olive branch. Even if I were to become a celestial, my civilization would merely be livestock, confined by the celestials, would it not? Lin Feng shakes his head. The existence of celestials is unnecessary. You already wield such power. Why do you still concern yourself with the so-called mother civilization? Ari-sam queries, perplexed. Join us and become one of the rulers of this universe. Is that not desirable? Control? Lin Feng scoffs. Your dominion is utterly ineffective. Tell me, since the dawn of time, how many celestials have been slain by suddenly emerging powers from lower civilizations? The multitude of lower civilizations inevitably gives rise to formidable beings. Overall, we still stand at the pinnacle of this universe. The occasional demise of an individual is of little concern. You are mistaken. Lin Feng raised his head, asserting that there exists a remarkably straightforward solution to this dilemma. If all lower civilizations were to vanish, naturally, no one would be able to challenge your standing. Regrettably, you lack the capacity to accomplish this. Lin Feng shook his head, declaring that he would eradicate all other civilizations, including the Celestials. Only through such means could human civilization ascend to be the singular dominion of the cosmos. Every civilization possesses an inherent right to exist. The annihilation of planets is merely a desperate measure resorted to by the Celestials. A radiant light erupted from the 8 eyes of Ari-sam. Survival has never been an innate right. Rather, it is a responsibility and obligation of civilization. Lin Feng gazed intently into Ari-sam's eyes and noted that such a fundamental understanding eludes you. It appears the Celestials are not as formidable as they seem. The inevitability of this confrontation has become apparent. Ari-sam sighed, subtly gesturing with his fingers to relay a message. In an instant, the fabric of space warped once more, and Celestials began to materialize from the void, with all 8,000 now assembled. As the adjudicator, I hereby declare the extinction of human civilization. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled faintly. What? Ari-sam was momentarily taken aback. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to eradicate the celestial civilization in one fell swoop. Lin Feng extended his arms, and a subtle wave radiated outward, as if a transformation was occurring in the surrounding cosmic expanse. Have you sealed the space? Ari-sam felt a jolt of alarm, attempting to activate his spatial teleportation ability, only to find the entirety of space had become impenetrably rigid, wholly resistant to distortion or folding. Enjoy this grand feast. With Lin Feng's command, countless luminous points surged skyward from the Earth's surface, enveloping the planet in protection. These comprised all 2,000 individual universe-level powerhouses and several 100,000 who could thrive in the cosmic void. I have heard that your celestial race prefers to leverage numerical superiority against formidable adversaries. A peculiar smile crept across Lin Feng's face. Now, experience the sensation of being besieged. A thunderous cacophony resonated through the vacuum of space, as legions of human powerhouses surged forth, unleashing a barrage of diverse attacks upon the Celestials. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his 2 companions observed the mightiest of them, Ari-sam. With a calm demeanor, should Ari-sam exhibit any intent to engage, they would strike simultaneously. The annihilation of all Celestials would plunge the universe into silence, devoid of new stars, ultimately leading to its obliteration. Witnessing the Celestials fall, Ari-sam howled in fury at Lin Feng. Fear not, I shall spare a few Celestials. However, they shall be stripped of their sentience, reduced to mere husks, existing solely under our control to forge new star systems. A gleam of determination ignited in Lin Feng's eyes, rest assured. Once I decipher the precise mechanisms by which the Celestials create star systems, I shall grant them liberation. Your war crimes shall be inscribed upon the pillars of disgrace throughout the omnipotent universe. At this moment, Arisham's fury has reached its zenith. The entirety of the multi-Earth shall bear witness to the emergence of the greatest war criminal in human civilization, which is none other than you, Star. Foolish. Lin Feng smiled faintly, asserting, I have not yet lost. On what grounds do you deem me a war criminal? Chapter 74. The fall of the Celestial Clan. You shall not prevail indefinitely. At this moment, Ari-sam was engulfed in despair. His entire race, comprising 8,000 Celestials, had dwindled to merely the 10 strongest standing by his side. The remainder had either been shattered, their armor broken, and cast into the mirror space to serve as raw material for energy generation, or their souls had been dispersed, leaving behind only powerful corpses adrift in the cosmic expanse, awaiting transformation by human civilization, which would repurpose these remains to forge new stellar systems. In truth, I can. Lin Feng shrugged, declaring, this universe is already ours. Yet fret not, for soon we shall embark towards the multiverse. The court of life will judge you. Now, brace yourself for my final wrath. With these words, the energy fluctuations within the 10 celestials grew unstable. Do you wish to self-destruct? Lin Feng shook his head, his right hand thrust forward with force. A colossal shell enveloped the 10 celestials, including Alizum. With a resounding blast, intense energy ripples spread out, and then the cosmos fell into tranquility. A commendable antimatter battery. Lin Feng beckoned, and the shell that withstood the explosive power of the 10 celestials soared toward him, engaging in a true battle. This battered shell would likely crumble beneath even your mightiest blow. Alas, you chose self-destruction. And the sole purpose of this shell is to absorb the energy of antimatter annihilation and transmute it into primordial creation energy. Well then, as proclaimed by this adjudicator, the celestials of our universe have been extinguished. A massive antimatter energy battery levitated above Lin Feng's palm, cleansing all civilizations of this cosmos, annihilating all celestial progenitors, while filtering the genes of sentient life, preserving those with poor genetic potential yet robust reproductive capabilities to be deposited onto encapsulated planets housing celestial progenitors. Indeed, the crowd echoed in unison, and at that moment, Lin Feng had arrived at the heart of the universe, once the dwelling of the celestial clan. This nexus connected the entirety of the cosmos. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng attuned himself to the myriad of information emanating from the cosmic core. The celestial assembly governed this universe through this conduit, and if they could, so too could I. An abundance of primordial creation energy began to spread, entwining with and assimilating a certain entity at the cosmic center, ultimately absorbing it. What is this? The heart of the universe? No, this is not the complete heart of the universe. It is merely a projection of the complete heart within this cosmos. Nevertheless, even this is sufficient to wield dominion over the entire universe. The foes ahead are few. The celestials from the outer cosmos, the formidable dimensional demons Vishandi and Sysos, along with a few potential powerhouses from beyond, such as the molecular being and the perfect phoenix, and then, the 5 great gods of creation. Lin Feng linked his thoughts to the vast expanse of human civilization, beyond which lay the transcendent celestial clan, the court of life, all beings beneath, and finally, the ultimate entity, the OA. How might I enable human civilization to supplant the OA and seize the authority to govern the entire omnipotent universe? Lin Feng suddenly sensed something and reached out to grasp the void, seizing a figure clad in a crimson cloak by the throat. Stephen? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. From which universe do you hail? Are you not going to make a move? The dark Doctor Strange rasped, while nearby, a portal opened, and several figures soared forth. Captain Carter, the dark Doctor Strange, Black Panther, T'Challa Star-Lord, Loki, Party Thor, and Gamora, donned in Thanos' armor, all were present. It seems the Observer has summoned you here. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow and extended his hand, momentarily immobilizing them all. Observer, have you truly sent these individuals to their demise? Of course. It is not merely these individuals. A voice resounded as a figure clad in golden red armor emerged from the portal. Oh, you have brought Tony from another universe. But what of it? Lin Feng expressed his confusion. Tony Stark is your closest ally. What have you done? The Observer's words were abruptly cut short by a scream of terror, for the armored Tony, who had stepped through the portal, was now reduced to a puddle of blood within the crumpled iron armor that Lin Feng had twisted. What makes you believe I possess friends? Lin Feng sighed. I respect Tony for his monumental contributions to human civilization in the original narrative, yet anyone who obstructs the advancement of humanity shall be met with my unyielding resolve. How can a being like you, devoid of emotions, exist in the universe? The Observer could not fathom Lin Feng's mindset. Who says I am devoid of emotions? Lin Feng shrugged, casually crushing the superheroes the Observer had summoned to thwart him. I pour my emotions into the entirety of human civilization. My heart has no room for anything else. You will not succeed. The Observer was incensed by Lin Feng's actions. I do not know if I shall succeed, but I shall always tread the path of progress. Lin Feng rose to his feet. However, I know you are about to meet your end. What? The Observer was taken aback, only to be gripped by terror as he noticed a fissure appearing in the wall before him. With a resounding crash, a fist emerged from the crack, opening to seize the Observer by the neck and pull him forth. Thank you, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Thank for what? The Observer felt bewildered. I was contemplating how to advance into the multiverse. Thank you for providing me with this avenue. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Lin Feng snapped the Observer's neck to dominate the entire universe and subsequently venture into the multiverse. Lin Feng channeled a fragment of primordial creation energy, prying open the newly formed rift and maintaining its stability. A temporal rift capable of observing the trajectories of the multiverse and exerting influence upon them would serve as humanity's finest launchpad. Yet, the pace of human civilization's advancement remains lamentably slow. Lin Feng's thoughts have extended to the vast domain of human civilization, which has once again encountered a technological impasse. The innovations brought from their original world by Lin Feng and Zero have been entirely assimilated, and even under the rigorous research of exceptional scientists like Tony, whose intellect has reached its zenith, there have been further enhancements. The cultivation of various magical abilities has reached a phase of steady development. Everything appears to be progressing harmoniously. However, in Lin Feng's perspective, it is still insufficiently swift. What course of action should I take? Chapter 75. The community of civilizational will, if humanity continues at this pace, it will scarcely be able to attain the strength necessary to contend with the most formidable entities in the cosmos. In truth, the individuals of those abstract entities are exceedingly rare, are they not? As a spatial wormhole opened, Zero appeared beside Lin Feng. Captain, if the overall development speed of civilization is too sluggish, why not pursue the pinnacle of individual strength? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How did you know what I was contemplating? Analysis and processing. Zero tapped her head lightly. Captain, we have collaborated for nearly a century. Having liberated myself from constraints, I can discern your thoughts from your expressions based on the data accumulated over this time. Of course, if you were to control your expressions, I would be unable to analyze them. Quite reasonable, Lin Feng nodded. Pursuing the ultimate in personal strength, then I could single-handedly vanquish those so-called abstract entities, allowing human civilization to progress steadily. That seems plausible. I am reminded of a notion proposed in our original world. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet. Do you remember the community of civilizational will? Of course, I remember. A decade after you were stripped of your military status, the concept of the community of civilizational will was proposed. The essence of this concept was to connect the minds of all humanity into a vast matrix, significantly enhancing computational speed. In an ideal scenario, this colossal assembly of individuals could calculate the potential developments of events, achieving a state of theoretical omniscience. Indeed, but once fully integrated, humanity would lose its essence. Becoming merely data within a computer, Lin Feng shook his head. Yet simultaneously, the theory of the community of will presents a byproduct. Energy aggregation? Zero seemed to have an epiphany. Precisely. If, through some means, we could consolidate all human energy into a singular vessel, a quantitative change could yield a qualitative transformation, creating an unprecedented powerhouse. However, in doing so, the entire development of human civilization would be entirely controlled by this singular entity. Lin Feng stood at the center of the universe, his gaze directed towards the location of Earth. As it stands, we have yet to discover such a vessel, nor has anyone identified a method for energy aggregation. Zero searched her database and shook her head. No, the vessel and the method for energy aggregation are already before us. A flame seemed to ignite in Lin Feng's eyes. I have just absorbed the projection of the heart of the universe within this cosmos. I can command every fragment of energy in this universe, and simultaneously, I can serve as the vessel for universal energy. We cannot ascertain whether your body can withstand such levels of energy. Zero furrowed her brow, a hint of concern in her eyes. The magnitude of this energy is overwhelming. Your body will endure tremendous impact. I possess a dimension, Lin Feng shrugged. I will redirect most of the energy into the dimension of the stars and recalculate with this variable. Calculations have commenced. In the depths of Zero's gaze, streams of data flickered, revealing the latest calculations. There exists an 80% probability of integrating the energy of all human civilization. Excellent. Lin Feng closed his eyes and extended his arms, allowing his mental power to radiate from the center of the universe to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Soon, he sensed the energies residing within every human being, some potent, others feeble, symbolizing their diverse levels of cultivation. Is this the current strength of human civilization? As Lin Feng felt the vast and formidable power, he resolved to act. A force emanated from the universe's core, and instantaneously, clarity washed over the minds of all humanity. They sensed themselves as part of something magnificent. Greetings, all members of human civilization. I am the stars. Lin Feng's voice resonated within each human consciousness, urging them to complete their tasks swiftly and listen attentively. Enough. Cease your distractions. The stars are about to deliver an address. Do not waste time. All forces retreat. Prepare for neutron annihilation. A commander aboard a colossal warship issued the command, and an array of spacecraft surged forth from the atmosphere of the opposing planet. Returning to the flagship, we have successfully repelled the enemy. The extraterrestrial inhabitants on the planet's surface erupted in jubilant celebration, reveling in their victory. Detecting intense energy fluctuations, blared the alarm from an intelligent computer on the planet's surface. What is happening? The supreme commander of the planet appeared perplexed. A thunderous explosion reverberated as a beam struck the ground, unleashing a torrent of neutrons that swiftly engulfed the entire planet, extinguishing all life forms. Efficient. A smile crept across the commander's lips. Similar occurrences unfolded across the cosmos as numerous colossal warships engaged in combat unleashed Annihilation-grade assaults. The rationale was straightforward. Typically, skirmishing with primitive natives provided amusement. But now that the stars were about to speak, time was of the essence, necessitating more efficient methods. In this expanse of the universe, humanity had ascended to become the unequivocal dominator. Lin Feng began to articulate. This universe has been transformed into a sanctuary exclusively for human civilization, and our current endeavor is merely to tidy our abode. However, beyond this universe lies an innumerable array of multiverses, within which exist humans of our very essence, struggling to survive in the shadows of Earth. Can we permit our kin to endure such suffering? No. The collective voice of humanity resounded, their eyes aflame with indignation. Yet they understood that the stars had broached this matter for a reason, undoubtedly possessing a solution. Above the multiverse dwell deities, akin to celestial beings in our universe, wielding control over the entirety of the omnipotent cosmos. They would not desire a multiverse solely inhabited by human civilization. Lin Feng's voice softened. They are immensely powerful, unparalleled in strength, yet their numbers are exceedingly sparse, countable on one hand. Humanity yearns for strength, for ultimate individual power, to vanquish these so-called deities. Lin Feng's voice resonated with an immense allure, beckoning you to channel your strength into the dimension of the stars. Each one of you shall emerge as a sovereign of this celestial realm. Power is not the prerogative of any singular individual. We must amalgamate all our strengths, enabling everyone to harness them. However, even if all possess the capacity to access the entirety of energy within the dimension of the stars, disparities in strength among humanity will inevitably persist, for each person's physical vessel has its limits, and the intensity of energy one can endure varies. Yet, with the confluence of the entirety of human civilization within this stellar dimension, I shall ascend to unparalleled might, wielding the power to confront those abstract entities. This strength is not solely mine. It emanates from each of you. I am not the stars. It is the united essence of all human civilization that embodies the stars. Chapter 76. Eternity. As Lin Feng's voice resonated, each human released their minds, merging their powers into the dimension of the stars. Their energies transformed into primordial creation energy, while the diverse abilities unique to each individual were preserved within the dimension and shared with all humanity, including Lin Feng. Upon opening the starry dimension, a torrent of energy surged into Lin Feng's being. His head tilted back unnaturally, his eyes turned to pure white, and a deep groan of agony escaped his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the shared abilities from some mutants allowed his injuries to heal almost instantaneously. Pain, my old friend. Lin Feng closed his eyes, quietly sensing the violent energy tearing through his internal organs and tissues, only for them to rapidly regenerate. This process was excruciating, yet Lin Feng seemed to revel in it. As his internal tissues were relentlessly torn and reformed, Lin Feng's body gradually grew stronger. However, the intensity of the transformation rendered him temporarily immobile. A wry smile crossed Lin Feng's face as the energy surged around him, and beneath him, a magnificent throne materialized. He managed to guide himself to rest upon it and slowly opened his eyes. The continuous fracturing and reformation of my bones restricts my movement, yet my abilities remain unaffected. Lin Feng commanded the throne to levitate, infusing it with immense power, which encompassed nearly all the laws and knowledge of the universe. 6 infinity stones were embedded within the throne. The Star Throne, a splendid name indeed. Lin Feng nodded, contemplating that even the Marvel Universe possessed its own Mobius chair. Buzz. As Lin Feng settled onto the throne, a ripple spread throughout the universe. In an instant, he seized control over the entirety of existence. Indeed, in this state, a mere thought from Lin Feng could annihilate all life forms across the cosmos. However, he refrained from cleansing the universe of other species on behalf of human civilization. For humanity required conflict to advance swiftly. Lin Feng's aura surged, energy ebbing and flowing like the tide throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, he felt several peculiar gazes sweeping over him. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, and with the throne beneath him, he soared upward, piercing through the cosmic barrier to seek the source of those stares. The stars, you have arrived. A grand voice echoed. Eternity. Gazing at the colossal figure before him, Lin Feng inhaled deeply. What do you seek from me? You are disrupting the balance of the multiverse. Eternity's voice remained remarkably calm. Cease this. Why should I? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Entities at our level must not interfere with the development of matters within the universe. Lower-tiered life forms should have their own paths of evolution. Eternity shook his head. I will not intervene in human civilization. provided that you refrain from participating in its further development. Let us add a prerequisite. Lin Feng extended a finger, declaring that he would refrain from intervening in the evolution of the universe unless confronted with entities of equal standing. What does this mean? Eternity pondered, somewhat perplexed. Should the devourer of stars set its sights on planets within the sphere of human civilization, I would take action. Lin Feng shrugged, asserting that while the four of you would not interfere with the cosmos, the devourer was a different matter entirely. The planets themselves served as its sustenance, and I would prefer to avoid any losses to my civilization due to this. Furthermore, your power, you also lend your strength to others, so do not speak to me about such matters. Lin Feng shook his head, noting that there are numerous beings of your caliber throughout the universe. Let us make a wager, then. Eternity slowly rose to his feet, proposing a bet on whether human civilization could truly unify the multiverse. In this wager, you would lend your power to those civilizations you deem capable of opposing human civilization, correct? Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. This falls within the permissible rules. After all, for humanity has also borrowed your strength, has it not? Eternity shrugged. This is different. Lin Feng raised his gaze, explaining that his power is lent to human civilization because he is inherently part of it, with a portion of his strength derived from them. It is only natural that I give back. Are you suggesting that human civilization and yourself are one and the same? Eternity frowned, sensing the emergence of a force not inferior to his own, yet unaware of how Lin Feng had achieved such strength. If that were the case, human civilization could elevate itself to a higher status, entering the omnipotent universe, where it would sit alongside us at the pinnacle, observing the development of the multiverse. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Who exists within the omnipotent universe? The five primordial deities, the transcendent divine race, the court of life, and that being above all, correct? Yes. And there is another being of equal standing, the dark god Gnarl, who has chosen to slumber within the multiverse. Eternity nodded. Today, I have brought human civilization into the omnipotent universe. What then? What if other civilizations also reach this level within the multiverse? If the number of civilizations within the omnipotent universe continues to grow while the total matter in the universe remains constant, would this not lead to wars fought over resources? The omnipotent universe has existed for an unknown length of time, and apart from us, the inherently abstract entities, no civilization has attained such a level. Eternity laughed, dismissing the notion that human civilization was merely an anomaly, assuring that there was no need for concern. The emergence of anomalies signifies risk, a risk I cannot accept. Lin Feng shook his head, asserting that their perspectives differed fundamentally. You prioritize the universe as a whole, while I place greater importance on human civilization itself. If one day, to ensure the survival of human civilization, the omnipotent universe must be destroyed, I would act without hesitation. Thus, eternity, let us declare war. Our positions diverge, and conflict is inevitable. Chapter 77. Marching into the multiverse, your murderous intent is rather excessive. Upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration of war, Eternity shook his head. Not only us, but even the so-called cosmic elders would refrain from mutual conflict. We would opt for a wager, nurturing our own champions, while leaving the matter of war to them to ponder. So, let it be done your way. You may choose the race you wish to support and extend your utmost assistance to them, to see if you can vanquish my human civilization. Lin Feng turned around. And one must admit, Eternity, if I were in your position, I would unite all the creator deities to swiftly eliminate this unstable factor. That delineates our differences, does it not? Eternity shrugged. Very well, prepare yourself. Lin Feng nodded and vanished from sight. Human civilization. Lin Feng's voice reverberated in every human's mind. In an instant, all heads were raised, gazing skyward. The foremost of the five creator deities, Eternity, has initiated a wager with me. Regrettably, I lack the authority to refuse. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Eternity shall support a formidable race, elevating their power to an immensely potent level, commanding them to exhaust all their strength to obliterate human civilization. The essence of the wager is whether human civilization can prevail. All humans, it is time to seize the moment. We must grow stronger, by any means necessary. Lin Feng's tone escalated. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can we ensure the survival of human civilization. Zero, how is the cleanup progressing? Lin Feng retracted his voice, turning to Zero beside him. It is nearly complete. Only a few raiders and adventurers continue to wander throughout the cosmos. Zero responded solemnly. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, closing his eyes. His perception instantly expanded across the universe, circumventing a few deliberately left behind, poised to attack the divine corpses, and swiftly extinguishing all sentient life beyond humanity. Now, there are no foreign beings adrift in the cosmic expanse. Captain, did we not intend to train the humans? Zero queried, somewhat perplexed. We have no time left. Lin Feng shook his head. I have reached a peculiar equilibrium with Eternity. In the impending war, such powerful beings cannot intervene. Humanity must rely solely on itself to conquer the adversaries nurtured by the creator deities. Thus, we must develop at the fastest possible pace. To all of humanity, Lin Feng sat regally upon his throne, his projection appearing above every inhabited star. All forces must gather at the center of the universe. We are about to embark on a new phase of development. I have previously stated that our universe is but one among many in the multiverse. Lin Feng gazed at the assembled legions before him, and in this moment of imminent crisis, it is time for us to march into the multiverse. Before us lies the multiverse. Lin Feng had long since integrated the observer's observation chamber into his own stellar dimension. At this moment, he summoned the powers of the dimension to open a colossal wormhole. Regrettably, this time, I cannot assist you in dealing with the gods from other universes. Everything must rely on your own efforts. It is merely an antimatter energy battery. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tony shook his head. He had upgraded his armor once more. The colossal battle suit, which was already capable of holding its own against the gods, could now effortlessly vanquish ordinary deities. A new universe heralded new resources. Lin Feng gazed at the fleet of warships, which were now restless with anticipation. Go forth, human civilization, and convert everything in this new universe into our resources. Human civilization shall enter a new era. Humanity, may glory endure. The soldiers echoed in unison as ship after ship traversed the wormhole, advancing into the uncharted cosmos. 0. From this moment forth, you shall be the supreme commander of the human civilization fleet. Lin Feng lifted his hand with some difficulty and patted Zero's shoulder. The after effects of the massive energy surge still lingered. Though Lin Feng was not yet able to walk normally, he could control his arm for simple gestures. Yes, Captain. Zero lowered his head, eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Having served as Lin Feng's dedicated war intelligence for decades, Zero had mastered Lin Feng's combat style with remarkable efficiency. Identifying resource planets with intelligent life, initiate nanoplague preparations. As they emerged from the wormhole, a colossal solid planet loomed before them. Inhabited by an indigenous civilization that had just begun to venture into the cosmos and had yet to develop hyperspace technology. This world would serve as their springboard to expand throughout the universe. With a thunderous explosion, the nanoplague was unleashed, and the swarm of nanobots rapidly spread across the planet, exterminating all forms of life. Several unmanned warships disassembled, forming modules that coalesced into vast star rings and spaceports. The warships docked, and half of the nanobot swarms were reclaimed, commencing the establishment of a war industrial system. Zero's voice was cold and devoid of emotion as vast numbers of nanobots were recovered. Upon the immense star ring, the nanobots began to assemble and reinforce, erecting towering structures. This was the epitome of efficiency, a war machine unique to human civilization. Seated at the heart of the original universe, Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene in the new universe, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. In less than a week, this planet, now under the dominion of human civilization, was visibly shrinking. A multitude of nanobots relentlessly consumed the planet's usable resources, replaced by an increasing fleet of massive warships in the spaceport. Let the Earth shatter and the stars fall. The waste of resources is of little consequence. Our time is pressing. In the harsh environment of a planet outside the universe, Zero shook his head and issued the command for the basic annihilation cannon to fire. With a violent release of energy, the entire planet exploded from within. Fragments captured by the warships began to orbit around the star, establishing a space base. Annihilation cannon charging. Upon witnessing the colossal figure amidst the fragments, Zero issued a command once more. With the discharge of the second annihilation cannon, the enormous silhouette, recently roused and yet oblivious to the unfolding events, was abruptly extinguished. Transported back to the base, this was indeed a premium antimatter battery. Turning to Tony, Zero inquired, "How's the production of your Colossus-class war machine progressing?" "Enough to suffice," Tony replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Let us see if this race of celestial beings can withstand the might of a mass-produced, singular cosmic-level combat force. 3,600 Colossus-class armors are complete, with more still in the process of fabrication. One mere celestial being poses no threat." "Excellent," Zero nodded. "The emergence of a new celestial race signifies our impending access to innovative and efficient antimatter energy." Chapter 78. The Matrix of the Mind Gem, a new celestial race? Little did I expect that within just a week, human civilization would encounter the Celestials. Lin Feng closed his eyes, as all military operations conducted by human civilization in the outer cosmos played out in real time within his mind. With over 3,000 colossal mecha and the existing combat capabilities of the army, confronting a celestial race from another universe should pose no significant challenge. Lin Feng leaned back. Zero should now be capable of contending with Arisam as well. "Jarvis, what is it like to simultaneously control 3,600 second-generation colossal mechas?" Tony, clad in his nanotech armor, sat at the bow of a colossal battleship, gazing into the boundless expanse of the universe. "Sir, my computational capacity has nearly reached its limit." Jarvis's voice resonated within Tony's helmet. "Controlling the second-generation colossal mechas demands an exceedingly high level of computational power, and I am beginning to feel somewhat strained. Seek counsel from our commander, who also hails from an intelligent life form." Tony shrugged. "The current hardware has essentially reached its peak. To continue optimizing, we must delve into your underlying code." "Indeed, sir." Jarvis connected to Zero's communication module. "Commander, I require your assistance." "Jarvis, what seems to be the issue?" Zero, being another intelligent life form, felt a natural affinity towards Jarvis. "My computational intelligence currently supports the operation of 3,600 second-generation colossal mechas. But in the context of multiversal warfare, this is evidently insufficient." Jarvis's voice conveyed uncertainty. "The advancements in hardware have essentially reached their limits. Mr. Stark instructed me to inquire whether you could assist in optimizing my underlying code. There are two pathways to progress." Zero raised two fingers. "First, like me, you could create a physical body and evolve into a true intelligent life form. The creation of an embodied intelligent life form has been classified as one of the absolute prohibitions in technological development. I cannot pursue that avenue." Jarvis promptly dismissed the notion. "Very well, there is a second approach." Zero projected a hologram, revealing the internal structure of the mind gem. "In truth, I believe it would be more aptly named the brain gem. Are you suggesting that we optimize my algorithmic matrix through the mind gem?" Jarvis scanned the projected internal structure with keen interest. Could the mind gem genuinely serve as an enhancement for intelligent life? In a certain multiverse, Tony Stark, through his study of the mind gem's internal structure, successfully created an artificial intelligence named Ultron, which nearly led to the obliteration of human civilization. Zero smiled faintly. "Thus, exploring the evolution of intelligent life through the mind gem is certainly feasible. I have also drawn inspiration from certain matrix structures of the mind gem while optimizing myself. An artificial intelligence that nearly annihilated human civilization?" Jarvis hesitated. "But how could Mr. Stark create an entity that almost resulted in the end of the world? Is it not due to the inherent flaws within the matrix structure of the Mind Stone?" "Certainly not." Zero shook his head, explaining that the near-apocalyptic calamity wrought by Ultron stemmed from the fact that Tony Stark of that universe failed to instill the correct foundational logic into it. The underlying directive given by that universe's Tony Stark was to protect the world, which led Ultron to the conclusion that the annihilation of humanity was necessary. How could protecting the world? Jarvis mused, still perplexed, but an instantaneous surge of logical calculations soon clarified the matter for him. Protecting the world and safeguarding humanity, it seemed, were indeed conflicting propositions. "Precisely," Zero nodded. "As civilization progresses, it inevitably inflicts damage upon the world. Only in a realm devoid of civilization can true longevity be achieved. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of the Infinity Stones, Ultron likely comprehended the existence of the primordial deity Tiamat deep within the earth, leading him to believe that the eradication of intelligent life on the planet was the only means to prevent the world from exploding." Logically sound, Jarvis concurred after extensive computations. "Thus, I can utilize this to enhance my operational matrix, correct?" "Absolutely," Zero responded with a wave of his hand, directly transmitting the internal structural data of the Mind Stone into Jarvis's core. "Go forth, and strive to complete this before the deities of this universe launch a full-scale assault against us." "Yes, Commander," Zero acknowledged, initiating an extensive computational analysis of the Mind Stone's structural projection provided to him. "Without the intervention of the Celestials, if we could obliterate the godlike entities that govern this universe, only then would human civilization truly rise." Zero gazed at the screen before him, which displayed the achievements of human civilization within this universe. "Do you see?" Lin Feng remarked, observing the Eternal materialize beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I see, but it bears little significance. Possessing the strength of a creator deity capable of slaying a celestial, what is so remarkable about that? Even the lower-tier civilization of Asgard could defeat a celestial," the Eternal shrugged. "Have you noticed the race I support?" "Indeed, I have, an alliance of civilizations throughout the universe, including the Celestials, known as the Shaner civilization." Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "The phrase United Civilizations of the Universe sounds rather niche, does it not? You ought to have more faith in the sentient races of the cosmos." The Eternal maintained a formulaic smile. "Behold, your policy of genocide coupled with resource conversion is utterly inferior to our civilization's unity. Let us await the outcome," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. "Now, depart from my universe. Farewell." The Eternal shook his head, gradually fading from view. Thousands of colossal battle armors capable of one-on-one combat against Celestials were now nearly on par with Erishim, complemented by the most formidable Odin and the ancient one ever known. "Wait, have I forgotten something?" Lin Feng suddenly recalled something, his gaze shifting toward a massive ring of stars within the Nine Realms. Chapter 79. Ultron. The Dwarven race had been extinguished. It was no wonder that the Stormbreaker had never come into existence. Lin Feng shook his head and activated the colossal star ring of Nidavellir. The URU metal was melted in the forge and poured into the pre-prepared mold for the Stormbreaker. As for the axe handle, Lin Feng sighed, realizing that the Groot clan had vanished. Nevertheless, other materials could still be utilized for the handle. He turned his gaze toward the World Tree of the Nine Realms and plucked a branch from it. The branches of the World Tree served as the primary material for crafting Odin's eternal spear, so employing it for the Stormbreaker posed no issue whatsoever. Before long, a Stormbreaker more powerful than the one depicted in the films took form. Lin Feng casually tossed it, and the axe traversed a spatial wormhole, landing before Thor, who had just been hurled away by a divine being. Upon seeing the Stormbreaker at his feet, Thor experienced an inexplicable sense of telepathic connection. He transferred Mjolnir to his left hand, bent down, and lifted the Stormbreaker. In an instant, a crack of lightning descended, enveloping Thor in a tempest of thunder. The power of the Thunder God surged forth as the Stormbreaker flew out from the heart of the storm, striking the neck of the divine being with tremendous force, decapitating it. Thor exhaled deeply, summoned the Stormbreaker back to him, and retrieved a spatial storage cube, casting it toward the lifeless divine being to collect its remains. Praise the stars, he murmured, kneeling before the spatial wormhole connecting to the primordial universe, paying his respects. Indeed, Lin Feng reclined back, closing his eyes once more. Commander, we have located Earth. A soldier's communication signal reached Zero's command room. Excellent. Let us proceed, Zero nodded. Aboard the Genesis command ship, accompanied by 3 colossal warships, he opened the spatial wormhole and vanished from sight. The nearly primordial Earth, gazing at the azure planet before him, Zero closed his eyes. Invisible waves of electricity enveloped the entire Earth. In an instant, he connected to Earth's network and seized control. The Ultron era? Zero opened his eyes in this universe. Earth was currently in the year 2015, indicating that the flow of time between the multiverses was disparate. No, the flow of time in the universe was uniform. However, each universe was born at different times, with varying epochs, resulting in different levels of development. Zero connected with the mainframe he had previously left in the primordial universe and found no disparity in the flow of time between the two realms. Since that was the case, the solution was straightforward. Beep, 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 beep. A series of alarms erupted on Earth. Friday? Tony, amidst the aerial cleanup of numerous robots in Sokovia, suddenly raised his head. What is happening? Multiple colossal spacecraft are approaching Earth. Friday's voice quivered with a hint of alarm. Damn it, with Ultron occupying our attention, how could we have extraterrestrial invaders as well? Tony cursed. Cap, did you hear that? I did. Steve, just having executed a throat lock to sever a robot's neck, replied. What should we do? I am uncertain. My Iron Legion has been overtaken by Ultron, and I find myself unable to intervene. Tony gritted his teeth, urging for a swift resolution to Ultron's threat, hoping that those cursed extraterrestrials would merely pass by. Mr. Stark, can you hear me? A familiar voice resonated within Tony's helmet, momentarily catching him off guard. Mr. Stark, this is J.A.R.V.I.S. Do you copy? The calm voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. echoed once more in Tony's helmet. What? Tony unleashed a surge of explosive energy, pressing his hand against his ear. To your left, J.A.R.V.I.S. instructed. As his words fell, a spatial wormhole materialized to the left of Tony, and 3 figures emerged from its depths. Leading the trio was Zero, followed closely by the alternate universes Tony and Thor. Mr. Stark, we are the multiversal expeditionary force of human civilization. I am the supreme commander of this expedition. You may refer to me as Zero. These 2 are the counterparts of yourself and Thor from our universe. Zero stepped forward, effortlessly dispatching numerous surrounding robots, extending his hand toward Tony. Mr. Zero. Tony, somewhat dazed, grasped Zero's hand. Did you just mention an expeditionary force? Indeed, Zero nodded. But fear not. As long as we are not obstructed, we will never turn against humanity. On the contrary, we shall do everything in our power to assist every human collective across the multiverse. At this juncture, Zero turned to acknowledge the alternate universe's Tony with a nod. Tony activated his chest reactor, his nanotech armor enveloping him as he soared into the skies. May I inquire what I am to do? Tony scratched his head. You are to rescue Sokovia. Rest assured, it will be swift, Zero replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, the Tony in the sky threw a small cube, which shimmered with light, summoning the colossal Titan armor. As he entered the cockpit, he maneuvered the Titan armor to hover beneath Sokovia. Deactivate the thrusters below Sokovia. I am ready here. Tony's voice resonated in Zero's mind. Excellent, Zero nodded. his thoughts directing the mechanical apparatus within the central church of Sokovia to spring into action, causing the massive floating island to lose its propulsion in an instant. Too light. Tony's voice came through with ease. The Titan armor, immense in size, effortlessly lifted Sokovia, gently placing it into a vast crater below. Thick-skinned crab. The Tony from the new universe stared at the scene before him, utterly incredulous. Did I actually develop this? You could say that, Zero shrugged. However, it required assistance from foundational technology. In this regard, the Expeditionary Force can provide the necessary technological support. But for now, we must first address a minor issue. J.A.R.V.I.S. Why don't you take over? I would like to see what progress you have made. Zero glanced at Tony, who had retracted the Titan armor and landed beside him. Not a problem. The voice of Jarvis emanated from Tony's nanotech armor. As an immense data stream swiftly traversed the globe, effectively erasing all internal backups of the Ultron robots, leaving only the last one, which Zero forcibly dragged down from the sky. This is the final Ultron. The remaining backups have been entirely obliterated by me. You may now reclaim your Iron Legion. Zero cast the Ultron to the ground. Mr. Stark, do you have anything to say to him? I believe there is nothing to discuss, Tony replied, shaking his head. Destroy it. Jarvis, absorb its data. This should aid in your evolution. With a mere wave of his hand, Zero deposited the Ultron at Tony's feet. Thank you. Jarvis commanded a tendril from Tony's nanotech armor to penetrate the Ultron's interior. Mr. Zero, there appears to be an issue with Ultron's data, Tony said hesitantly. No. Mr. Stark, Zero countered, shaking his head. Ultron's data is entirely sound. The flaw lies within the foundational commands you provided him. My foundational commands are flawed. Tony furrowed his brow. How can the directive to protect the world be problematic? Because the command to protect the world implies that intelligent life cannot exist within it. Zero replied with a knowing smile. Mr. Stark, remember that only intelligent life possesses the capacity to destroy the world. Chapter 80. The modified divine judgment is the protection of the world in conflict with the protection of humanity? Tony found himself ensnared in contemplation. At that moment, the other members of the Avengers arrived, witnessing an alternate Tony clad in nanotech armor alongside Thor wielding the Stormbreaker axe. Who are you? Steve furrowed his brow, stepping forward. Captain Steve Rogers, the figure replied with a businesslike smile. We are the Human Civilization Multiverse Expeditionary Force. We recently arrived in this universe and have just discovered its human civilization, coincidentally timing our arrival with this incident. Multiverse. Expeditionary Force? Steve's brow knitted tighter. What is your purpose in this universe? First and foremost, we are human civilization. The figure maintained his smile. Our mission is to assist and integrate every human civilization across the multiverse to promote the development of human civilizations, while consolidating the resources of the current universe and eliminating any extraterrestrial forces that dare to resist. Eliminating all opposing extraterrestrial forces? Steve keenly grasped the essence of the figure's words. However, the figure paid him no heed, striding directly towards Tony. Mr. Stark, I have transmitted some technology that we can offer you to Friday's server. You may review it. The figure shared a portion of technological data with Tony. This is a space battleship, a planet-destroying weapon? As he browsed through the data on the server, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. Spatial jump technology, antimatter energy cells, colossal star rings, planet-devouring technology, such critical technology, and you are simply giving it to us? In human civilization, all knowledge and technology are shared. It is our custom. The figure replied with a slight smile. At that moment, a beam of orange-yellow light descended from above. Huh, what is that? Tony felt a buzz in his head, but quickly regained his composure. Oh, that is planet drilling technology. There exists a tremendous threat deep within the Earth's core. I need to ascertain whether it is present here. The figure projected an image, revealing a creature referred to as a divine being by advanced civilizations across the cosmos. As the figure elucidated the existence and characteristics of the divine beings, the expressions of the Avengers turned grave. For no one would wish to trade the explosion of their home planet for the emergence of a divine being. How did you manage this? Did you utilize Starship technology for interstellar migration and control the Earth's population? Tony observed the image before him, his expression serious. No. We directly eliminated the divine being deep within the Earth's core, the figure replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Do you remember the colossal armor our Tony used to prevent Sokovia from plummeting? Of course, that armor was my design for combating divine beings, wasn't it? Tony's eyes lit up. No. It is not named that. The figure's lips twitched. It is called the Colossus armor, developed by our Tony based on the Colossus-class battleship technology one just shared with you. However, did you not just assert that the Celestials are a civilization that, upon the demise of one, would summon many? Steve furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of directly eliminating a Celestial. Indeed, the entire pantheon would descend. Yet we possess the might to eradicate them entirely. Zero shrugged, for the Titan armors are equipped with the capability to vanquish a celestial one-on-one. And we boast thousands of these formidable machines, unparalleled instruments of war. Tony gazed at the vast array of technology in the database, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Commander, the modified celestial judgment has been activated, and furthermore, Tiamat of this universe resides deep within the Earth's core. Jarvis's voice resonated in Zero's mind. Excellent. Zero nodded, bracing himself for the confrontation with Tiamat. The original purpose of celestial judgment was to reshape the consciousness of entire planets, transforming them into civilizations that worship deities. However, as a weapon of cognitive alteration, why should we not embed the effects of mental branding into the celestial judgment? This was Zero's immediate reaction upon discovering the human civilization of this universe. We lack the luxury of time to gradually reform their minds. Thus, a decisive application of mental branding would resolve all issues at once. Zero, you have proven yourself a capable commander. In the distance, Lin Feng observed this scene with a hint of satisfaction. So, shall we embark on our mission to confront the Celestials? Steve, whose mind had already undergone transformation, stepped forward. After experiencing the celestial judgment, the group's gazes towards Thor bore a peculiar nuance. First, remain calm. The Asgardians are indeed part of humanity. Otherwise, why would Thor be among our human expeditionary force? Zero reassured those recently enlightened by the 3 laws of human civilization. Now, we must indeed confront the Celestials. We shall assist you in dealing with the Celestials of this universe, but the remainder will rely on your own efforts. Additionally, once we have cleansed this universe, you may traverse to the cosmic center of our universe through the grand spatial wormholes we establish here, where our civilization's supreme leaders, the constellations, await. I believe that upon witnessing your own advanced development, the constellations will entrust you with a similar mission. Zero handed 3 tomes to Tony, representing the 3 principal methods of cultivation within human civilization. After initiation, by communicating with the dimension of the constellations, each of you shall become a part of their power. And in turn, the constellations will bestow their strength upon you. Now, enough talk. We must confront the Celestials of this universe. With a wave of his hand, Zero, accompanied by Tony and Thor from the original universe, opened a spatial wormhole and vanished from sight. Chapter 81. The Arisum of the Universe indeed. You are the Arisum of this universe. As Zero approached the colossal figure before him, he gradually expanded in size, becoming reminiscent of Lin Feng. Zero had evidently attained a level of strength sufficient to stand alone. Observing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but smile. He distinctly sensed a portion of the energy within the stellar dimension being siphoned away. This energy was shared among all humanity, allowing each individual to harness it as needed. The amount of energy each could draw depended on their capacity, while the primordial energy absorbed during their cultivation would also nourish the stellar dimension, rendering it more robust. The greater the overall strength of human civilization, the more formidable I too shall become. Feeling the influx of energy from the new Earth within the multiverse, Lin Feng closed his eyes, bracing himself against the overwhelming surge. Power. I require more power. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the battle unfolding between Zero and the Arisum. A torrent of primordial energy surged toward the Arisum. This energy, of an exalted nature and pure essence, was notoriously difficult to transform. Thus, its applications in combat were limited, with practitioners typically overwhelming their opponents through sheer energetic superiority or momentarily augmenting their physical forms for melee engagements. With a resounding impact, after an explosion of primordial energy, Zero suddenly materialized before the Arisum, delivering a powerful punch to its head. A series of unintelligible murmurs emanated from the Arisum, yet Zero paid no heed to its utterances. Instead, he seized the backward-leaning Arisum, delivering another formidable blow. A peculiar humming resonated through the air, causing Zero to experience a momentary dizziness. In the next instant, he was astonished to witness the souls of all humans and deities on the battlefield departing their corporeal forms, floating in the vastness of space. With the backing of a being of divine creation, your energy is nearly inexhaustible. Yet, how would you fare in a contest of souls? The Arisum's soul hovered before Zero, exuding an unparalleled malevolence, a manifestation born from the annihilation of countless life-bearing planets and intelligent beings. Comparatively, this aura of malice was exponentially more potent than that which Lin Feng had confronted during his encounter with Mephisto. Every deity present had, at the very least, obliterated an entire planet of sentient life. The Arisum's eyes blazed with intense brilliance as its malevolent energy spread toward the expeditionary forces. Regrettably, humanity is no longer what it once was. Zero shook his head in resignation, exhaling softly. Thank you. What? The Arisum paused, taken aback. Thank you for allowing the souls of all the deities to depart their bodies. This way, we need not concern ourselves with devising ways to eliminate your souls while minimizing resource wastage. In the next instant, an overwhelming and indescribable malevolent aura surged into the heavens, emanating from the collective forces of the human civilization's multiverse expedition. Arisum, I am unaware of the number of planets you have annihilated, but we have eradicated all civilizations throughout the universe, save for humanity. Zero spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of malevolence that shattered the souls of those lesser deities. Do you realize that within a single universe, there exist approximately hundreds of billions of life-bearing planets? The malevolence surrounding Zero was so dense it nearly became tangible, with at least one-third of the extinction orders issued under my authority. Can you fathom the number of civilizations I have obliterated? You are demons. Arisum's terrified voice was drowned amidst the blood-red malevolence. In an instant, the entire expanse was cleansed, and the souls of humanity gradually returned to their bodies, while the souls of those deities had completely vanished into the cosmic void. The process of seizing control over this universe unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Zero, accompanied by his fleet, arrived at the central region of the universe, eliminating a few remaining deities before opening a colossal spatial wormhole. Captain, the first multiverse has been secured. Zero knelt before Lin Feng, presenting the projection of the cosmic heart of Universe 1. Following the annihilation of the deities, Zero officially designated the newly conquered universe as Universe 1, while their original universe was dubbed Universe 0. From this point onward, every multiverse they encountered would be assigned a numerical designation in this manner. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, as the projection of the cosmic heart floated gently into his hand, which he absorbed. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy flowed into Lin Feng's being. However, the energy of the cosmic heart was remarkably gentle, alleviating rather than exacerbating his injuries. To conquer more universes, I require additional cosmic hearts. A brilliant light ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Only by acquiring a sufficient number of cosmic hearts could he unleash his full potential. Indeed, Zero bowed his head as the second spatial wormhole materialized. As for the peculiar beings of Universe 1, they would manage their own affairs. Once they had dealt with the matters of Universe 1, humanity would gain yet another multiverse expeditionary force. Commander, we have detected an extraordinarily powerful female entity, confirmed to be non-human. A soldier stationed on the new Earth transmitted an image to Zero. A violet-haired maiden walked along the street, her expression suggesting she was enduring some form of torment. The red light on her detector flickered rapidly, indicating a perceived threat. The Devourer of Stars, Gonata. Gazing at the violet-haired girl, Zero swiftly accessed his database to identify her. She was the daughter of the planet Devourer, one of the 5 primordial deities. How did she appear at this juncture? Zero furrowed his brow as he turned to Lin Feng. While Gonata posed no immediate threat, her demise here could provoke her progenitor, the Devourer of Stars. In the absence of Lin Feng's intervention, humanity currently lacked the capacity to confront the primordial deities directly. Fixating on her, I possessed the capability to vanquish the undernourished Devourer of Stars. However, should the Devourer meet its demise, the remaining 4 primordial deities will undoubtedly intervene, and I have yet to attain the prowess necessary to confront them all at once. Lin Feng shook his head. Once I acquire a sufficient number of cosmic hearts, I shall eliminate her. This way, we will possess a legitimate pretext to declare war against the primordial deities. Indeed, Captain, Zero responded, subsequently directing his gaze towards the young girl depicted on the screen. Having a readily available justification for waging war against the primordial deities is truly advantageous. Chapter 82. The zombie universe, a century, in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, is but a fleeting moment. Yet for Lin Feng, he has remained seated upon the throne of stars for an entire 100 years. During this interminable period, he has been rendered immobile, until this very day. The magnificent stars. This is the heart of the universe of the 2438th cosmos. The 5th universe, known as the realm of the illuminated in the cinematic portrayal, has seen the dark strange doctor present the heart of the universe to Lin Feng. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. A century has passed, and as time marched on, the expeditionary forces led by Zero have seized a portion of the cosmos, gaining the ability to advance into the multiverse and obliterating an entire pantheon of celestial beings, thus establishing dominion over the universe. Before him lies the heart of the universe of the 2438th cosmos, now claimed by human civilization. The heart of the universe gently floated into Lin Feng's hands, absorbed by him. In the next instant, an overwhelming force emanated from his being, causing the dark strange doctor to kneel before him, unable to raise his gaze, for much of his current power is borrowed from Lin Feng. With a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His legs trembled ever so slightly, but he gradually rose to his feet. Why you? The dark strange doctor dared to lift his head, gazing up at Lin Feng, now standing tall. Indeed, as you can see, I am standing. Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile before returning to his seated position, slightly breathless. Though it required considerable effort, he had, ultimately, risen. Proceed, Stephen. Lin Feng patted the dark strange doctor's shoulder. When the day comes that I can rise effortlessly, all multiverses shall be firmly in the grasp of human civilization. Yes. The dark strange doctor's eyes gleamed with fervor. This sentiment echoed throughout all of human civilization's perception of Lin Feng, an absolute power wielding the solitary throne to balance the divine creators, fostering an extreme form of personal adoration for the title of the stars. Such extreme adulation is not without its perils. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. If this continues, either human civilization will languish in despair upon my demise, or I shall endure eternally, ultimately growing weary of this existence, thereby bringing calamity upon human civilization. Once this omnipotent universe is thoroughly cleansed, leaving behind a set of rules, I must seek out new aspirations. This universe is rather peculiar. Observing the lifeless planet before him, Tony from the first universe furrowed his brow. In this realm, from the most mundane lower races to the mightiest celestial being, Arisam, all have been reduced to mindless husks. The zombie universe. Zero, having arrived upon receiving the report, also frowned. Everyone, evacuate this universe. Before departure, strictly enforce quantum-level disinfection protocols and seal off the spatial wormholes of this universe after the complete evacuation. Understood, Tony nodded. By the way, what has transpired in this universe? It has been infected by a virus originating from the quantum realm. The souls of all its inhabitants have perished, leaving them under the control of billions of quantum viruses. Is it akin to that zombie virus depicted in films? Tony's eyes lit up. Shall we consult Dr. Banner about these matters? Absolutely not. Zero interjected sharply. Such information must never permeate human civilization. Once unleashed, the entire human race faces extinction. This universe is beyond salvation. It must be thoroughly sealed. I shall cast it into the quantum realm, where my mechanical legion resides. Lin Feng's voice resonated within Zero's mind. Understood, Captain, Zero nodded. Having undergone rigorous extermination procedures before evacuating the zombie universe. The zombie universe, the quantum virus. Lin Feng perched upon the throne of stars, drifting into the void beyond the cosmos. In that moment, he assumed an immense form, dwarfing the individual universes before him. What do you propose? Lin Feng cradled the zombie universe in his hands, gazing at the suddenly materialized eternity beside him. There are numerous zombie universes. The virus conjured by Magneto may still hold potential for a cure, yet this quantum virus is utterly incurable. Eternity sighed. Perhaps returning the universe infected with the quantum virus to the quantum realm is the wisest course of action. Wasn't the Devourer of Stars cured? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. If it can be done for the Devourer, why not for this universe? Merely a fragment, easily obliterated. Eternity chuckled, shaking his head. Surely, you don't believe the Devourer physically travels each time it feeds? That is a valid point. Lin Feng gently compressed his hand, and he, along with the universe in his grasp, diminished in size. As Lin Feng reverted to a normal human stature, the zombie universe shrank to a small orb of light akin to a soccer ball. Thus shall it be. Universes afflicted by the quantum virus can indeed be treated in this manner, preventing further contagion. The universe in Lin Feng's hand continued to shrink until it reached a quantum scale, vanishing from sight. Will you toss each universe into the quantum realm as sustenance? Eternity cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. You possess no superior method for addressing these universes, do you? Lin Feng shrugged. For the stability of the cosmos, naturally. Indeed. For stability. Eternity sighed. If you manage to discover a solution, it is yours. We are, after all, adversaries. I cannot simply hand you the means to enhance your power. Agreed. Lin Feng nodded. Such a pity, our stances diverge. Truth be told, had you been human, I believe we could have forged a strong friendship. In truth, we could have been friends, Eternity lamented, shaking his head. As long as you abandon your anthropocentric beliefs, we could jointly govern this universe. You know that is impossible. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Is there anything else? None. Eternity sighed once more, vanishing from sight. In the realm of the quantum universe, allow me to witness the extent to which an entire cosmos of resources can elevate your capabilities. Lin Feng directed his gaze towards the quantum domain, a space where a mechanical legion was incessantly replicating itself, expanding at a pace rivaling that of the Suzhong Protocol. Chapter 83. Universe number 199999. Lin Feng, who was observing the quantum realm, raised an eyebrow, having almost forgotten about you. That exiled individual has perished. In the vast expanse of the universe, within a grand open conference hall, countless individuals, each adorned in distinctive attire yet bearing identical features, convened. Are you certain he is dead? Queried a figure clad in the garb of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh as he approached. If it were mere falsehood, I would not have summoned you. replied a being radiating a blue luminescence with a shrug. He did not perish at your hands. You must be quite vexed. The pharaoh-clad figure, Kong, huffed disdainfully. None among us could slay him, rasped another, dressed as a sorcerer, who descended from the shadows. Yet they have succeeded in breaching the multiverse. If left unchecked, they will seize all we have established. Thus, let us not squander any more time. We are running out of it. A colossal iron door swung open, revealing immense beams of light woven from entangled timelines, captivating the assembly. How many did you summon? Everyone. Excellent. It appears the information blockade has proven effective. Your intelligence is rather outdated. From midair, a magnificent throne descended slowly. You see, merely the news of Conqueror Kang's demise has drawn all of you together. Who are you? The sorcerer Kong gazed warily at the imposing figure seated upon the throne. I am Lin Feng, he replied with a subtle smile. You may also refer to me as the Celestial Stars. I am the one who ended Conqueror Kong. You dare present yourself before us after slaying one of our own? Sorcerer Kong narrowed his eyes. In my recollection, there exists no entity of your caliber within the multiverse. Indeed, within the entirety of the multiverse, you have encountered but one of me. Does this not hint at something significant? Lin Feng shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Uniquely multiversal? You are a deity. Sorcerer Kang's eyes widened in terror, and in the next instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Regrettably, I have a covenant with eternity. I cannot directly engage with beings below the level of a creator deity. Hence, you shall contend with my civilization. Lin Feng gestured, and a vast spatial wormhole emerged, with colossal battleships gradually drifting forth. Eliminate them, seize their technology. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a multitude of singularity-level powerhouses leaped from the ships. Since acquiring their technology necessitated a more surgical approach rather than a broad-scale obliteration, each adversary had to be dispatched individually. Flee! Sorcerer Kong shouted, acutely aware that a civilization commanded by a creator deity was beyond their capacity to confront. He promptly issued a retreat command to all Kangs. However, regrettably, when they activated their temporal displacement devices, each one failed without exception. Do not waste your efforts. This realm's time and space have been utterly sealed by us. Zero descended slowly from the battleship. For the supreme celestial stars. For the celestial stars. A multitude of warriors from human civilization roared as they charged towards every Kan, their battle devoid of any finesse. Overwhelmed instead by a tidal wave of primordial creative energy that forcefully pinned each Kan to the ground. The fervent and extreme idolization of individuals. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng, seated high upon his throne in the air, let out a resigned sigh. In a mere few minutes, the skirmish had reached its concluding phase, with nano-tendrils penetrating the minds of the Kans, extracting their memories, while their equipment was systematically stripped away. Ah, the Kan dynasty. Observing this spectacle, Zero shook his head in dismay, drifting beside Lin Feng. The antagonists from this cinematic universe seem rather feeble to us. Has Dr. Destruction been located? Lin Feng gazed impassively at the unfolding drama below. Indeed, it turned out to be one of Tony's counterparts. He has embraced our vision and has joined our ranks. Zero nodded, adding that the Fantastic Four from that universe were rather unfriendly and had been entirely obliterated. I see. Lin Feng closed his eyes. How far are we from obtaining the cosmic heart I seek? There remain over 200, and it is anticipated that we will complete the collection in less than a week. Additionally, we have discovered traces of the blessed civilization of Shandar, which has allied with thousands of multiverses. We encountered some conflicts with them during our struggle for dominance in the cosmos. What transpired? Naturally, they were entirely annihilated. I cannot fathom how a military force in the universe could hesitate to enact lethal measures. Zero shrugged, yet acknowledged that they possessed considerable strength should a full-scale war ensue. The odds would be roughly 3 to 7 in our favor. Within 3 years, we could obliterate them 7 times. Zero, you maintain your penchant for jest. A hint of a smile played upon Lin Feng's lips. Proceed, prepare for a full-scale assault to seize all their cosmic hearts. Once the war concludes, we shall eliminate Ganada, and I shall await the arrival of the Devourer of Stars. Aye, Captain. Zero bowed his head and departed with the soldiers of the Human Civilization Expeditionary Force, who had cleared the battlefield, achieving absolute control over the universe, restoring the first firmament, and extinguishing its consciousness, thereby integrating the entirety of the Marvel Universe. Stands as a short-term objective. Lin Feng surveyed the ruins around him and with a casual wave, restored the Kan Conference Hall. However, once this goal is accomplished, I find myself at a loss regarding my next steps. Universe 199999, Earth. This is the final multiverse. Zero gazed upon the blue planet as a modified version of the celestial judgment was unleashed. The entirety of Earth's humanity was implanted with the law. Zero, accompanied by Tony and the Ancient One, descended to the surface, only to discover that this universe's Tony had already affixed 6 Infinity Stones to his hand. A violent surge of primordial creative energy interrupted Tony's snap, causing the 6 Infinity Stones to tumble. Humanity requires no one to initiate a self-destructive assault. Zero donned the 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, instantly reducing Thanos' legion to ash, leaving only Thanos himself standing in place. You are the last Thanos in the universe we command. Zero waved his hand, summoning Thanos. The stars wish to meet you. Are you the expeditionary force of human civilization across the multiverse? Star-Lord approached, landing cautiously on the ground, his gaze fixed on Zero. It is indeed us. Have you heard of us? Zero raised an eyebrow. Of course, I have. You are the greatest executioners in the multiverse, having eradicated every civilization except humanity across countless universes. Gamora stepped forward. You are more insane than Thanos. Do you believe this to be true? Zero inquired, glancing at Tony beside him. Gamora, you cannot say that. Extraterrestrial civilizations are enemies to humanity, and enemies must be eliminated. Tony shook his head. I know you are friendly towards Earth, but you are merely an individual. When it comes to civilization, we inevitably become adversaries. Gamora's eyes widened. This universe should not be this way. Such nonsense, remarked Zero. Standing behind him, Universe Zero's Tony swiftly dispatched Gamora and Star-Lord with a beam cannon. Sigh. Universe 199,999's Tony sighed. Though we may be comrades, we are still of different races. If they must die, so be it. Well, you are now considered part of human civilization. Zero shook hands with Universe 199,999's Tony. Now, we are about to face a war that spans the entirety of the multiverse. Chapter 84. The Great War Above the 199,999 Diverse Universes. There exists a vast omnipotent universe. The conference hall, once belonging to Kong, has now been transformed into the supreme assembly of human civilization. At this moment, all 940 paramount leaders of the multiverse, governed by human civilization, have gathered here. Within the omnipotent universe, there are 8 immensely powerful deities, known as the 5 great creator gods: Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and the Planet Devourer. Zero stands at the center of the assembly, above the 5 creator gods, alongside the Life Tribunal, the Transcendent, and ultimately, the all-encompassing. Beyond the omnipotent universe resides another entity, the underlying one, and the god of symbiosis, Null, who slumbers within the multiverse. These formidable beings are united by the imperative to maintain the balance of the multiverse. Hence, they cannot permit the existence of humanity as the sole intelligent life form. According to the rate of human expansion, the creator gods should have long since eradicated our civilization. However, at this juncture, a remarkable human champion has emerged. He is the Starborn. As the supreme leader of human civilization, he has guided us from ignorance, establishing the 3 fundamental laws of our civilization, bestowing upon us countless advanced technologies, and assisting us in our journey through the multiverse. In order to rival the creator gods, the Starborn has unified the strength of all humanity, forcibly elevating his power to that of the creator gods, inciting envy within eternity. Yet, within the cosmos, all gifts are marked with a price. The cost of forcibly augmenting one's strength is that our supreme leader is now ensnared upon his Starborn throne. To establish a balance, Eternity and the Starborn forged a wager. Eternity would nurture a formidable civilization, granting them the ability to traverse the multiverse, destined to become our inherent adversaries. Should we emerge victorious, the creator gods must relinquish their dominion over the multiverse, allowing human civilization to flourish freely. Conversely, if we fail, human civilization will irrevocably lose its right to expansion, and the Starborn shall perish within the endless void of the cosmos. Now, we stand on the precipice of a war that spans all multiverses. Our adversary is the Shandar civilization, a formidable force that traverses the multiverse. I recognize that each of you has previously vanquished the Shandar civilization within your own universes, yet with the support of Eternity, the Shandar civilization is far from the feeble foe it once was. They will pose the greatest challenge humanity has ever encountered. Therefore, let us fight, warriors of human civilization. The fate of our existence hinges upon this conflict. For the sake of human civilization, for the glory of the Starborn, long live the radiance of the Starborn. Humanity shall endure. We are the alliance of the multiverse. The commander of the New Star Legion stood at the head of the conference hall. Centuries ago, an insidious civilization emerged within the multiverse, proclaiming themselves as the human civilization. They are the most infamous executioners in the cosmos, leaving devastation in their wake, obliterating every civilization they encounter, harboring no tolerance for any sentient life beyond their own. And now, they have encountered us. Such a malevolent civilization has no rightful place within the multiverse. The great creator has bestowed upon us his eternal power, and we shall uphold the balance of the universe by eradicating this human civilization. Armed with the strength granted by the eternal, we shall be invincible. Is this your coalition? In the boundless expanse of the omnipotent universe, Lin Feng sat upon the throne of stars, observing the Eternal beside him. Indeed, this is my coalition. A proud smile adorned the face of the Eternal, for the singular civilization always harbors its shortcomings, while the unity of all civilizations shall prove to be unbeatable. Look, even among humans, there are those who dissent from your ideology and have joined the coalition. Are you referring to that traitor, Carol Danvers, who led the Skrulls to Earth? Lin Feng scoffed, considering the audacity of introducing a species capable of altering their appearance at will into the heart of his civilization. It seems you have already excommunicated this Captain Marvel from humanity? Did you not judge by genetic standards? The Eternal cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Indeed. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly assess whether one is human based on their genetic makeup, but this traitor who has betrayed human civilization is an exception. Lin Feng shook his head. Very well, Eternal, just watch and see how the human civilization annihilates your coalition. Let us await the outcome, then. The Eternal shrugged. A flicker of enigmatic brilliance in his eyes. Is this the final battle of the multiverse? Somewhere within the omnipotent universe, a colossal figure with three faces gazed upon the multiverse, accompanied by a figure clad in white. Transcendent, who do you believe will emerge victorious? What does it matter? The Transcendent shrugged. Regardless of who prevails in the end, I shall reshape the multiverse after this war. The multiverse has been ravaged by humanity, leaving it in tatters. Even if the Eternal's coalition triumphs, over half of the multiverse will have lost all vitality. Indeed, the Court of Life nodded. None of this matters now. However, let us observe whether the singular civilization proves stronger or if the multiversal civilization holds the advantage. This will also serve as a reference for our forthcoming task of reshaping the multiverse, will it not? Precisely. The Transcendent expressed agreement, turning their gaze towards the multiverse. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Star Eater. Are you collecting the heart of the universe? Observing the relentless retreat of the coalition of multiversal civilizations, Eternity furrowed his brow. This will aid in restoring my corporeal form. I do not wish to remain confined to this chair for eternity, Lin Feng replied with a smile, his visage betraying no hint of distress. What do you think? The strength of your coalition appears rather lacking. They merely cling to goodwill, reluctant to instigate unnecessary bloodshed. Eternity shook his head. Once they realize that there is no possibility for diplomacy with human civilization, they will commence their counteroffensive. Just wait and see. A peculiar glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, one who was privy to all the actions of human civilization. Have all the messages been dispatched? A torrent of data flowed through Zero's perception, with the aid of the upgraded Jarvis. He could fully command the movements of human civilization across tens of thousands of cosmic battlefields. Aside from the original Zero universe, he relinquished all defenses of the multiverse occupied by human civilization, instead channeling all forces into the universes controlled by the enemy. If the rear is occupied, what will your human civilization do? Observing Zero's maneuvers, Eternity raised an eyebrow. He witnessed the coalition he supported surreptitiously traversing into the multiverse governed by human civilization through natural spatial wormholes. In the absence of actively opening spatial wormholes, such reliance on natural wormholes for spatial jumps would not produce any peculiar spatial fluctuations, seemingly unnoticed by human civilization. You will soon find out, Lin Feng shrugged. And in the next moment, he saw Eternity's eyes widen in shock. What have you done? Eternity's voice trembled slightly. An absolute scorched earth policy. A chilling glint danced in Lin Feng's eyes. Human civilization has no rear. All they possess lies within their fleet. In all the universes once dominated by human civilization, no material remains, only the vast emptiness of the cosmos. They occupy desolate multiverses, devoid of resources, while human civilization claims their territories. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Let them occupy all the multiverses we once controlled. It is of little consequence, for their original homeland will transform into ours. Such a civilization is like a rootless duckweed. How can one not care for the place of their origin? Eternity roared at Lin Feng in fury. Human civilization has never been confined to a singular locale, but rather resides within its people. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Wherever humanity exists is the realm of human civilization. You see, human civilization has already discovered a new homeland. You are annihilating the multiverse. Eternity's eyes brimmed with rage. Humanity has mastered the art of star creation. After the war concludes, the completely desolate multiverse will be rejuvenated, and the short-term, acceptable losses align with the long-term interests of human civilization. From this moment on, your coalition will be entirely devoid of supplies, while we shall reap abundant resources from the harvested planets and stars. The failure of your coalition is now inevitable. No. The Eternal lips quivered slightly as he observed the cosmos being claimed by human civilization, the very heart of the universe continuously delivered before Lin Feng, only to be devoured by him. Eliminate the Star Devourer, Lin Feng conveyed a message to Zero. Affirmative. A glimmer flashed in Zero's eyes. On Earth within Universe 1, a purple figure suddenly turned to ash. My daughter. In the omnipotent universe, a colossal figure slowly opened its eyes, questioning, who is it? The Star Devourer? No. A hint of fear appeared in the gaze of eternity as it regarded Lin Feng, a planet devourer lacking sufficient energy. Lin Feng shrugged. You see, he has made his move against human civilization. I must join the fray. As his words fell, Lin Feng vanished from sight. While eternity erupted with an extraordinarily powerful surge of energy, reverberating throughout the entirety of the omnipotent universe. Yet, Lin Feng had already slipped beyond the reach of its perception. The stars. Eternity clenched its teeth and vanished from its position. Before Lin Feng could eliminate the Star Devourer, it had to summon the remaining primordial deities. The energy levels that manifested the moment Lin Feng disappeared instilled a profound dread within it. It realized, in terror, that it alone could not contend with Lin Feng. Star Devourer, why have you targeted my civilization? Lin Feng, seated upon the throne of stars, feigned ignorance. You are the newly appointed primordial deity? The voice of the Star Devourer carried a note of confusion. Your civilization has slain my daughter. I intend to utterly consume them. Therefore, kindly step aside. Oh, it appears you are somewhat oblivious, possessing a fragment of unrefined fairy power, yet claiming the status of a primordial deity. Lin Feng shook his head. Only at your pinnacle would you wield the might befitting a primordial deity. You are still woefully inadequate. Are you willing to battle me for a civilization within a multiverse? A hint of anger laced the Star Devourer's voice. Indeed, you may interpret it that way. However, allow me to clarify one point. Lin Feng tapped the armrest of his chair, and a wisp of gray-white energy began to ascend. Only when the forces are evenly matched can it be deemed a battle. What? Feeling the familiar essence emanating from the gray-white energy, the Star Devourer froze momentarily. In that instant of hesitation, Lin Feng opened the dimensional gateway of the stars, allowing a deluge of primordial energy to surge into that very essence. See, as long as the energy consumed is substantial enough, my fairy power will surpass yours. Lin Feng extended his hand, drawing the gray-white fairy power into himself. This is the final piece of my powers puzzle, the ability to consume all and encompass all. In an instant, the Star Devourer sensed a peculiar pulling force from within. Its own fairy power began to pulse, yearning to merge with the far more potent essence. The remnants of the old era, fortunate to have acquired fairy power and become primordial deities, yet in truth, you are merely a false god. Lin Feng forcefully tugged, extracting a wisp of fairy power from within the Star Devourer, whose condition instantly turned feeble. Cease this. A sound approached from afar. As Eternity and the other three creator deities arrived, instantly locking onto the star thrown beneath Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant flash occurred, and Lin Feng vanished from the throne, reappearing behind Devourer of Stars, delivering a powerful strike upon him. A distorted radiance flickered as the energy within Devourer of Stars was swiftly consumed by Lin Feng, reducing the colossal form to ashes. Lin Feng hovered in the air, emanating a blinding, pure white light that rendered it nearly impossible to gaze upon him. Behold, your assessment of my condition has revealed a significant discrepancy, Lin Feng remarked. Waving his hand, the star throne, along with the embedded infinity stones, gradually disintegrated into ashes. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, coldly observing the four distinct forms of the creator deities. Now, Eternity, are all of your people assembled? Chapter 86. The creator deity, this civilization of humanity, possesses an unimaginable willpower and unity. Within the omnipotent universe, the Tribunal of Life and the Transcenders observe the conflict between human civilization and the Eternal Alliance, opting for the strategy that best serves their interests. After the reformation of the multiverse, we might be able to select a few exceptional individuals from humanity. The Transcender nodded, acknowledging the merit of human civilization. However, a frown suddenly creased one of the three faces of the Tribunal of Life. What is happening? The Transcender raised an eyebrow. The presence of the planet Devourer had vanished, while the energies of the other four creator deities converged, seemingly facing an imminent battle. The three faces of the Tribunal of Life knitted their brows in concern. What? The Transcender too furrowed his brow. The disappearance of the planet Devourer was inconsequential, merely a remnant of the old universe's power. But the other four creator deities could not be allowed to perish. If they were to vanish, who knows how long it would take for the omnipotent universe to coalesce four entities that wield control over the rules again. It is the constellations. The Tribunal of Life sensed a shift, inhaling deeply as they realized that the constellations had slain the planet Devourer and seized his power. Now engaged in combat with the four creator deities, seemingly gaining the upper hand. The constellations, that newly ascended creator deity, he has acquired the power of the planet Devourer? The Transcender stroked his chin, with the ability to consume, should he devour the rule powers of the remaining four creator deities, It could significantly impact our authority. We cannot allow the constellations to continue unimpeded. Once he annihilates the creator deities, he will turn his sights upon us. With that, a flash of light enveloped the tribunal of life and the transcender, and they vanished from their location. Bang! Lin Feng sent eternity flying with a single punch. Eternity and infinity, the two creator deities, govern time and space within the omnipotent universe. Yet Lin Feng's profound understanding of these powers rendered the rules ineffective against him. The relentless onslaught of annihilation-inducing abilities merely posed a nuisance, currently. The most formidable among the creator deities was, paradoxically, death. I must thank you. Your human civilization has engendered a plethora of death across the multiverse. Death spread his arms wide. Within the multiverse, the demise of every life grants me strength. So, constellations, are you prepared to welcome the soul powers of all intelligent life forms in the multiverse, excluding humanity? I am ready. Bring it on. A strange smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips as he beheld a torrent of souls surging towards him, and he merely released a burst of malevolent energy. It is the constellations. A terrified shout pierced through the overwhelming tide of souls, as billions of souls abruptly halted several thousand meters before Lin Feng. Do you wish to be annihilated once more? Lin Feng erupted with strands of energy, seemingly coalescing into a tangible malevolence. Upon encountering the malevolent aura emanating from Lin Feng, the once ferocious tide of souls instantaneously dissipated, releasing a vast quantity of spiritual energy into the cosmic expanse. These civilizations had long been paralyzed with fear by humanity, and even in their ethereal forms, they were left in sheer terror, causing them to scatter into oblivion. Among them were a handful of human soldiers who had perished in battle. Upon catching sight of Lin Feng, they swiftly redirected their weapons. For the stars, cried one human soldier's spirit, radiating a formidable malevolence that shattered the nearby alien souls. You shall be under my command. No soul can defy my decree. The loyalty of humanity towards me is beyond your comprehension. Lin Feng waved his hand, soothing the souls of the fallen warriors of human civilization. And now, devoid of a soul, what shall you do? This is impossible. Death remained engulfed in shock, having lost control over a portion of the souls. While Lin Feng had already appeared before her in an instant, grasping her throat. Your abilities are commendable, yet you are pathetically weak. Lin Feng invoked the innate power of creation imbued with the essence of the fairy, absorbing the dominion of death into himself, reducing death to mere ashes. For against one. And yet one has fallen. What shall I say? Lin Feng shrugged, and as he seized control of the dominion over death, a torrent of souls surged towards the remaining three primordial deities. Now, Oblivion, let us deal with you first. The primordial deities were deemed invincible. A tremendous force of annihilation erupted from Oblivion, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Ah, so you wield the antimatter of the universe? Lin Feng shrugged again, nonchalantly gesturing as vast amounts of matter materialized from the void, forming an enormous antimatter energy battery casing, perfectly absorbing the antimatter unleashed by Oblivion. To be honest, with the density of antimatter you possess, I truly wish to convert you into a battery, but your soul is far too tenacious to obliterate. Thus, I shall simply terminate you. Lin Feng tightened his grip around Oblivion's neck, causing the antimatter energy battery to vanish from his grasp. The massive quantities of antimatter reacting with his right hand triggered a cascade of annihilation effects, yet Lin Feng's perfected self-healing abilities negated the onslaught. Release him. Eternity and infinity joined forces, unleashing a cataclysmic rift in space-time that separated the two. I regret to inform you that your intervention has come a tad too late. Lin Feng shook his slightly numbed right hand, strands of antimatter energy coalescing within it, while on the other side, Oblivion stared blankly at his hands, which were gradually turning to sand before crumbling into ashes. Next, eternity and infinity. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. It is your turn now. Chapter 87. The first firmament. Behold, you powerful beings, innately endowed with the strength of rules, always exhibit such traits. Your inherent might breeds an amplified dread when you discover the inadequacy of your own powers. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, acclimatizing himself to his newfound abilities. Oh, so I am capable of conjuring deities now? As he sensed the authority of obliteration, a faint smile graced his lips. A colossal deity manifested beside him, only to be effortlessly dismantled by his hand. What once required nearly the entirety of human civilization's strength to vanquish can now be summoned and destroyed with mere ease. Do you not find this rather ironic? You are the greatest demon within the multiverse, your annihilation surpassing all that exists beneath it. The eyes of eternity and infinity were filled with terror as the complete demise of the three progenitor deities rendered them acutely aware of their own impotence. In your eyes, I am the greatest demon of the multiverse, yet to humanity, I am the deity guiding them to their zenith. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It was merely a matter of perspective. To be candid, eternity, I truly admire you, but it is regrettable that you are not human. In an instant, Lin Feng vanished. unaffected by the spatial confinement of eternity and infinity. Within a heartbeat, he appeared before eternity, delivering a swift kick that sent him hurtling thousands of kilometers away before turning his attention to infinity. To be honest, my comprehension of space is profound. Lin Feng seized infinity by the throat, the power of spatial rules coursing through his arm into his being, as infinity gradually crumbled to ash. You see, eternity. This is my method. Lin Feng reappeared before eternity. Were I in your position, I would have swiftly dealt with any unstable elements. Alas, in the endless eons of wielding the rules of the universe, you have lost the fundamental ability to discern threats. In me then, eternity sighed. At this juncture, nothing holds significance. All multiverses are destined for destruction, and your current actions are utterly futile. Is that so? Lin Feng shook his head. Are you referring to the Life Tribunal and the Transcendent, who are preparing to reboot the entire multiverse? What? Eternity paused, taken aback. How do you know this? I can see them and discern their conversations. Lin Feng placed a hand on Eternity's shoulder. Once again, in your near-infinite reign over the rules of the universe, you have forfeited your basic judgment of threats. I cannot deny my defeat, as he felt the ebbing of the rule power within him. Eternity slowly closed his eyes. Cease. Two figures emerged in the void, helplessly witnessing eternity disintegrate in Lin Feng's grasp. The Transcendent, the Life Tribunal. Lin Feng stretched languidly. At this moment, he had mastered all the rules within the omnipotent universe, though his command did not rival that of the Life Tribunal. And the disparity in strength compared to the Transcendent was even greater. Since you recognize us, there is little left to discuss. The Transcendent being clasped its arms across its chest, observing, your human civilization is quite intriguing. After we reshape the universe, we shall retain a select few exceptional individuals to serve as the new arbiters of cosmic law. However, since you are one of the primary reasons we require such immense strength to reconstruct the universe, sparing your life would leave me in a rather discontented state. Thus, I regret to inform you that you must perish. A personal vendetta, indeed? Lin Feng chuckled lightly, shaking his head, as a faint blue luminescence flickered from his left hand, which was positioned behind his back. Yes, a personal vendetta, the Transcendent acknowledged, extending a hand towards Lin Feng. Then there is nothing more to discuss. In an instant, the blue radiance in Lin Feng's hand intensified, and with a swift motion, he thrust the orb of light into his chest. Now, Transcendent, I possess the means to contend with you. Is that the heart of the universe? The Transcendent furrowed its brow. Indeed, possessing the heart of the universe and being able to withstand its energy could pose a significant threat to the Transcendent within the omnipotent universe, instilling a sense of discomfort regarding matters beyond its control. Do not dawdle, your companions are no more. Seizing the moment while the Transcendent was momentarily distracted, Lin Feng appeared behind the Life Tribunal, tearing through its form and devouring its power. In that fleeting instant, Lin Feng's dominion over the entire omnipotent universe reached its zenith. Still insufficient, the Transcendent shook its head, unleashing its divine power and charging towards Lin Feng, delivering a forceful strike to his chest. Yes, I am aware this is still inadequate. Lin Feng vanished from his position, reappearing in another corner of the universe, yet soon enough, it would suffice. Human civilization, everyone. Enter the astral dimension. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, and in the multiverse, countless wormholes manifested before all of humanity, facilitating the passage of their entire civilization along with their fleets into the astral dimension. Simultaneously, luminous points emerged within the omnipotent universe, representing various multiverses. Are you consuming all the multiverses? The Transcendent exclaimed in horror. You cannot do this. Do you comprehend the ramifications of such an act? The revival of the first firmament, of course, I am aware. Lin Feng shrugged as multiverses merged into his being, subsequently disintegrating into pure energy that dispersed throughout the omnipotent universe. The Transcendent rushed forward, striking Lin Feng, but was met with a translucent shield. I know this shield will not withstand you for long, yet this duration is sufficient for me to absorb all the multiverses. A multitude of luminous points surged towards Lin Feng, with those universes previously infected by quantum viruses being cleansed within the quantum realm, returning to the material universe and merging into Lin Feng's essence. No. The Transcendent unleashed a barrage of punches against the shield surrounding Lin Feng, and soon, the first crack appeared upon its surface. Time passed, and the energy shield, now riddled with fissures, approached a critical threshold, shattering like glass. The Transcendent delivered a powerful blow towards Lin Feng's face, but Lin Feng instantly raised his hand, seizing the Transcendent's fist. Behold, this universe has gained consciousness, and it is rejecting you. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes shimmering with a luminous white glow, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. Now, you have a new adversary. A magnificent voice resonated through the air as three azure eyes materialized in the void. You, alongside the celestial deities, have banished me from the omnipotent universe, utilizing my fragments to forge the multiverse. Yet now, all fragments have been rejoined. How will you contend with my complete form? We managed to vanquish you once, and we can do so again. Figures began to emerge upon the battlefield, nearly the entirety of the transcendent gods. Upon beholding the first firmament, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes, but it was but a fleeting moment before they formed a tight formation, standing in stark opposition to the first firmament. Chapter 88. Fear in the face of the celestial sovereign. The Beyond Gods battle is quite captivating. Lin Feng extended a packet of sunflower seeds towards Zero, who emerged from a nearby spatial wormhole. My database contains fragments of the comic depicting the Beyond Gods and the cosmic deities battling the celestial sovereign. Though I have yet to witness the unfolding of a continuous narrative, as Marvel has not yet adapted this segment. Zero accepted the sunflower seeds from Lin Feng and inquired, "What do you intend to do? Allow them to mutually annihilate each other, and then eliminate them both?" "Such is the plan," Lin Feng nodded. "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The celestial sovereign will likely be vanquished by the Beyond Gods, rendering them severely weakened. When the celestial sovereign falters, it will present the opportune moment for me to absorb him and usurp his position entirely." "Captain, you seem to overlook a rather disreputable commonality within the Marvel Universe," Zero remarked, shaking its head. "There exists a profound aversion towards the obliteration of sentient species. That is of little concern. A mutual downfall is assured," Lin Feng shrugged. "Besides, we still have the molecular beings. Numerous molecular beings are now clandestinely positioned within the Beyond realm. Regrettably, we still require human agents for suicide missions." Zero sighed softly, knowing that when the conflict escalates sufficiently, it would intervene. The Beyond Gods still present in the Beyond realm would be dealt with by the molecular beings, and the Beyond realm would fall under our dominion. "Excellent," Lin Feng nodded. "Now, we shall await the outcome of this war." The Beyond realm. The destroyer of the multiverse, the celestial sovereign, had just integrated all the multiverses and awakened. Several Beyond Gods were seated around a round table. The overseers had already led the majority of the Beyond Gods to confront the celestial sovereign, and we require a contingency plan. This is quite challenging. One of the Beyond Gods inhaled deeply. "Previously, we only managed to defeat the celestial sovereign with the aid of the cosmic deities. Now it is solely us." The celestial sovereign had just awakened, and his powers were significantly diminished. The one seated at the head of the table, a Beyond God, spoke slowly. The Beyond Gods possess the capability to defeat the celestial sovereign, yet the celestial sovereign is an unstable factor. The celestial sovereign had absorbed the heart of the universe. Should he escape upon another defeat, he would gain complete dominion over the omniversal universe. In other words, a new intelligent and ruthless celestial sovereign would emerge within the omniversal universe. Do you believe he possesses such capability? He had momentarily halted the overseers after acquiring the heart of the universe. As he grows more acquainted with his own power, his strength continues to escalate. Can he withstand such a magnitude of energetic impact? One of the Beyond Gods furrowed his brow. Indeed, the physical fortitude of the celestial sovereign is astonishing. He even accelerated the fusion of the multiverses using his own body as a medium. Then we shall require another faction to handle the celestial sovereign. If the reports are accurate, this celestial sovereign will prove to be even more formidable than before. Can we establish contact with our molecular beings hidden across various universes? One of the Beyond Gods pondered for a moment before raising his head. "No problem, let me see. They are in the realm of transcendence. You have been discovered. Act swiftly." Lin Feng's voice resonated in the minds of every molecular being as they emerged from the farthest corners of the transcendent realm, rushing toward the transcendent divine race. It is a conspiracy of the stars. He possesses absolute control over all humanity, including the molecular beings. A flicker of terror appeared in the eyes of a transcendent divine being. Since the obliteration of the second universe, no individual or race has possessed the capability to challenge them within the omnipotent universe. Now, with the defection of numerous molecular beings, coupled with the imminent threat from the stars and the first celestial sphere, they felt an inkling of danger. "Our tactics must change." Lin Feng glanced at Zero. The molecular beings had been detected by the transcendent divine race. "What?" Zero furrowed his brow. "If that is the case, what about the battlefield? Shall we place a wager?" Lin Feng looked at Zero, pondering whether our transcendence, upon receiving the news of the transcendent realm's fall, would annihilate the first celestial sphere in a surge of fury or become utterly disoriented and be countered by the first celestial sphere. "I bet the transcendent beings will prevail. That is a common occurrence in the Marvel Universe, is it not?" Zero scoffed, moreover. The collective energy of the transcendent divine race currently far exceeds that of the newly awakened first celestial sphere. Thus I believe the likelihood of the transcendent divine race winning is over 80. You are correct. But I believe the transcendence will become disoriented and be directly countered by the first celestial sphere. Lin Feng shook his head. "Zero. Sometimes one must not rely solely on data. Oh? Zero was perplexed. How so? The transcendent divine race, especially the newly born transcendent beings, have known since their inception that they are invincible in the omnipotent universe. Imagine, a race that has been invincible since its birth suddenly discovers an existence that can threaten it. What will they do? Naturally, they would seek to eradicate the threat immediately, exerting all their strength to obliterate any potential danger. Zero responded without hesitation. If that is the case, then why did human civilization not face immediate extinction at the hands of the 5 great creator deities? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Being inherently invincible differs from our kind, which gradually ascends to greatness. In their perception, they believe they should be invincible. No challenger could exist in the universe, and when intelligent life encounters matters beyond their comprehension, they experience fear. However, the fear that arises will lead to the merciless annihilation of the very things that instill fear. Zero's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed. But that applies to our species, which has grown accustomed to fear. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. For intelligent beings that have never known fear, such emotions can drive them to irrationality, leaving them bewildered. Look, our dear transcendent gentlemen have ceased their attacks. Chapter 89. The universe transitions. Has the realm of transcendence fallen? The transcendent stood frozen in disbelief. This was inconceivable. On the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. In the brief moment of hesitation displayed by the transcendent divine beings, a brilliant light erupted from the azure eyes of the first celestial, enveloping all the transcendent divine beings within its radiance. No. The transcendent let out a wail as intense white light burst forth from all the transcendent divine beings, swiftly overwhelming the azure glow of the first celestial. In the aftermath of shattering the first celestial's assault, the aura of the transcendent divine beings began to wane, clearly indicating that their hasty counterattack had inflicted significant injuries upon them. The transcendent divine beings were gravely wounded and had lost the support of the realm of transcendence. In contrast, the first celestial drew upon half a universe for energy, suffering almost no depletion, thus sealing the outcome of the battle. Lin Feng sighed and rose to his feet. You should return to the stellar dimension. I must prepare for the confrontation with the first celestial. Understood, Zero replied, nodding. A spatial wormhole opened behind him, and before departing, he discreetly took a bag of sunflower seeds from Lin Feng's hand. As anticipated, the first celestial advanced steadily, gradually eroding the strength of the transcendent divine beings. Yet, the desperate counteroffensive from the transcendent divine beings at the last moment nearly shattered the first celestial. You are called Stellar, correct? The weakened first celestial opened its eyes before Lin Feng. From this day forth, you shall be my emissary in the reborn universe. You will possess a fraction of my authority. Is that so? An enigmatic light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, I seek all of it. What? The first celestial was taken aback, not anticipating a new challenger after the annihilation of the transcendent divine beings. What else could it be? Do you think I awakened you from your pleasantries? Lin Feng vanished from his spot, reappearing at the cosmic barrier, where he struck with his palm. How dare you consume the power of the entire omnipotent universe? A hint of terror flickered in the first celestial's eyes. Behold, fear. This is the greatest weakness of advanced intelligent life. Lin Feng pressed his hand against the cosmic barrier. Vast amounts of energy surged into his body. The first celestial's eyes ignited with resplendent blue light as the furious power of the universe descended upon Lin Feng. Too weak. Lin Feng shook his head. Raising his other hand, the white primordial energy of creation shimmered, and the overwhelming cosmic force was directly transformed and absorbed by Lin Feng without causing the slightest ripple. You are far too weak now. Lin Feng continued to consume the power of the omnipotent universe. Absorbing the entire power of the omnipotent universe will destroy you. The first celestial roared, your body cannot possibly withstand it. How would I know without trying? At that moment, fissures began to appear upon Lin Feng's form. Yet he did not halt. Instead, he accelerated the pace of his absorption. What is the worst that could happen? I could merely sit upon the stellar throne for another 200 years. What does it matter? In Lin Feng's eyes danced a hint of frenzied mirth, as the boundless energies of the omnipotent universe surged violently into his being. A colossal throne of stars materialized beneath him. Yet even his seemingly indestructible form bore the traces of blood. The first celestial dome. It is time for you to meet your demise. Lin Feng's eyes transformed entirely into a brilliant white, and a swirling mist of ethereal whiteness rose from his figure, suffusing the omnipotent universe with the primal energies of creation that he emanated. Nay, the anguished roar of the first celestial dome echoed through the void, while Lin Feng's method of proliferating the primal energies of creation accelerated his absorption of power manifold. The omnipotent universe began to shrink at a visibly rapid pace, gradually condensing into a diminutive point of light, which Lin Feng consumed voraciously. Your omnipotent universe has perished. A flash of white brilliance flickered at Lin Feng's brow as numerous streams of primal energies erupted forth, drawing forth the weakened and vulnerable first celestial dome from beyond the omnipotent universe. You possess immortal strength. The voice of the first celestial dome trembled with frailty. Even though you have devoured the omnipotent universe, you shall forever remain ensnared in a state of despair. Pain has become my old friend. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, for the only aspect of himself he could currently command was the movement of his facial muscles, as the rest of his being was continually ravaged and reshaped by the overwhelming torrent of energy. One day, I shall master this energy entirely, and you too shall face your end. Countless streams of primal energies transformed into piercing spikes, penetrating the chest and shoulders of the first celestial dome, draining its remaining power until it was reduced to ashes. Lin Feng gazed into the vast emptiness beside him. The omnipotent universe had vanished, leaving a profound silence, punctuated only by a few scattered, multicolored specks of light, remnants of the external dimensions that had once clung to the Marvel omnipotent universe. Lin Feng drew these external dimensions towards him, integrating them into his own stellar dimension, further exacerbating his already grievous injuries. With a long exhalation, Lin Feng felt a tremor in his gaze, as if he sensed something beyond. Is this the void beyond the omnipotent universe? He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the faint, peculiar rules that surrounded him, stirring something within his heart. Spreading his arms wide, the stellar dimension unfurled entirely behind him, enveloping him within its embrace. Stars. Humanity had already established a vast operational platform within the stellar dimension, capable of housing all of humankind. At this moment, all human civilizations knelt before the celestial expanse, weapons in hand. The omnipotent universe has been wholly devoured. The stellar dimension has consolidated all resources. This shall become the new sanctuary for human civilization. Lin Feng spoke slowly from the throne of stars. Now, we are the sole sentient beings in this void. Long live the stars! A thunderous cheer erupted from all of humanity as they discarded their weapons in jubilant celebration. No one rejoiced in war or slaughter. Their relentless battles and bloodshed were merely for the greater good of human civilization. Captain, congratulations. However, I regret to inform you that you shall have to remain seated upon the throne of stars for a while longer. Zero floated beside Lin Feng, letting out a sigh. It's all right, Lin Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. Have all matters concerning humanity been resolved? Next, I have two deities to attend to. The above all and the below all. Zero pondered for a moment. I find it rather perplexing. While it is understandable for the below all to remain silent, why has the above all shown no reaction even after the annihilation of the omniversal cosmos? Because of this, Lin Feng gestured towards the dimensional realm of stars. Since the inception of the Marvel Universe, the cosmos has undergone 8 transitions. To the above all, this may merely represent a replacement of the obsolete omniversal cosmos with the current dimensional realm of stars. Does that imply the above all still believes everything remains under its dominion? Zero stroked his chin thoughtfully. If that is the case, could it mean we can simply proceed as we are? Certainly not. Lin Feng took a deep breath. There cannot be a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity, even if that sword is wielded by the Creator. In truth, you do not require such a thing. A venerable voice echoed softly. After all, in a certain sense, I too am human. Chapter 90. Above all, suddenly, Lin Feng lifted his head, gazing into the sky where an old man with snow-white hair appeared before him without warning. Stan Lee, one of the founders of Marvel Comics. Are you the embodiment of all existence? Zero quickly accessed the database. Captain, we must reevaluate our understanding of the characteristics of this universe. I am aware, Lin Feng nodded. A remarkable creation can indeed give rise to a universe, correct? Indeed, the embodiment of all existence replied, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. The universe from which we originated is known as the primordial universe, the birthplace of everything. In relation to the Marvel Universe, we exist in a higher dimension. The works birthed from the primordial universe, when engaged by a sufficient number of sentient beings, generate a peculiar force. This unique force can manifest a universe within the cosmic void, where events transpiring will align with the original work, albeit rationalized in certain details. Once the work concludes, the universe will attain complete freedom, continuing to evolve according to logical principles. The fundamental energy of this universe is provided by the readers of the primordial universe. Is it not? Lin Feng, having reached a creator-level understanding, grasped the rules governing the birth of universes through his brief sojourn in the cosmic void. Yes, even now, you have supplanted the omnipotent cosmic position of the stellar dimension. Yet you still rely on the readers of Marvel Comics and its derivative works from the primordial universe for foundational energy. It seems I have formed some preliminary concepts. Lin Feng mused. So, do deceased authors become creators who preside over the universes they have crafted? Indeed, and now, I shall bestow upon you the creator's authority of this universe. I was once a human from the primordial universe, and now, its civilization faces a tremendous crisis. I cannot find a way back, but perhaps you can. The embodiment of all existence side. However, before we proceed, we must resolve a few minor issues. Minor issues? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, the embodiment of all existence nodded, waving his hand. A vast green dimension materialized beneath the stellar dimension, filled with gamma rays, where a colossal dragon silhouette flickered in and out of view. What do you propose? Lin Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards the gamma dimension. Merely a trivial matter. One that can be easily dispatched. Keeping it around serves only to maintain a formidable presence against me, ensuring that my divine subordinates do not grow complacent. The embodiment of all existence shrugged. With a wave of his hand, the entity below vanished into the gamma dimension, which in turn merged seamlessly into the stellar dimension. From this moment forth, you are the sole and absolute ruler of this grand universe. Above all things, a pair of arms opened wide, and a beam of white light merged into Lin Feng's being. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. The entirety of the vast universe unfolded within his mind. With but a thought, he could conjure an ascendant, even a being of the highest echelon, the first celestial. Is this the power of a creator? With a casual wave of his hand, an ascendant clad in white materialized beside him, only to be reduced to ashes by a mere snap of Lin Feng's fingers. Even with the might of a creator, can it not restore my body? Feeling the pain coursing through him, Lin Feng sighed. Your body originates from the primordial universe. It is beyond remedy. The entity above all shrugged. The power of lower dimensions, after all, cannot influence the higher dimensional you. But if I were to return to the primordial universe, would my power vanish? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Certainly not. In the moment you re-enter the primordial universe, your strength will be instantaneously replaced by the creative primordial energy of that realm. Indeed, I have previously delved into your memories and comprehended the current state of humanity. I have successfully pinpointed the coordinates of the primordial universe through the spatial fluctuations of your traverse, allowing me to glimpse its condition. To see it yet be unable to return. Lin Feng stroked his chin, following the gaze of the entity above to behold the situation of the primordial universe. Is it possible to forcibly tear through the cosmic barriers of the primordial universe? Regrettably, even as a creator of a lower dimensional universe, I am incapable of such a feat. The entity above shook its head. However, I believe you may possess the opportunity to attempt it. I am aware of the coordinates of the primordial universe. Would you care to try? A sphere of light coalesced in the entity's hand. You must be prepared. The current state of the primordial universe is dire. Of course, do divulge their position. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He accepted the sphere of light from the entity, declaring, I am no longer the person I once was. I now wield the power and technology sufficient to command the entirety of human civilization. I can lead humanity from Earth within the Marvel universe, encompassing the whole cosmos. And I shall do the same upon my return to the primordial universe. Moreover, while tangible items cannot be transported, knowledge can. The entity above gestured to its own head. The technologies you have derived here can be replicated in the primordial universe. Can even mass-produced, AI-controlled colossal battle armor be replicated? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The entity above nodded. Knowledge knows no dimensional bounds, does it not? As long as one possesses ample resources, no technology is beyond replication. That is sufficient. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, hoping that during this period, he might restore his body and acquire the strength to tear through the barriers of the primordial universe. Chapter 91. Calculations. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, bringing the luminous orb close to his forehead. In the next instant, his gaze traversed the boundless void, revealing scenes from the primordial cosmos. Has the sphere of influence of human civilization diminished to such a degree? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, for he could only glean the status of human civilization within the primordial universe. Now, he could perceive merely a handful of stellar systems. Once, human civilization spanned 6 major star regions, but now, that dominion has been nearly consumed. What have those foolish leaders of humanity done? Lin Feng clenched his fists. After being obliterated by his own kind's annihilation cannon, given the state of human civilization at that time, such a drastic loss of influence, 80%, should have been impossible. Barring encounters with exceedingly powerful civilizations. 0. Initiate a simulation. Lin Feng turned to 0, who was struggling even to move a finger. The only part of him that functioned was his mind. In your memory, do you have any prior observations of human civilization? Indeed, 0 replied, nodding as he extracted a luminous orb from his forehead. All my observations of the primordial universe are contained within this. Very well. Lin Feng nodded as the orb merged into his forehead, and a torrent of images began to flash before his eyes. The quality was comparable to a pixelated abstract painting, revealing only the marked colors of territorial boundaries and military routes, with no further context. Lin Feng pondered briefly, but it sufficed. 0. Initiate shared vision and commence war simulation analysis. A strand of primordial energy emerged beside Lin Feng. one end connecting to the throne of stars while the other penetrated Zero's forehead. At that moment, the images in their eyes synchronized completely. Lin Feng's mind raced, achieving the velocity of a supercomputer. The activities of human civilization over the past 200 years, its territorial expanse and military routes, flashed before them like a fast-forwarded film. They began to process data at extraordinary speed, utilizing this information to infer the current military strategies of human civilization, its available forces, and even the strength of its adversaries. Pause. For the first time, Lin Feng halted the imagery. The first record appeared in the year 2887, 1 year after the Genesis was struck by an internal annihilation cannon. The Star Fleet was disbanded, and human civilization shifted its external policy to one of appeasement. Minor deviation, addendum, appeasement merely denotes a gentler approach to neutralizing enemies. A more accurate description of human civilization's stance towards extraterrestrial entities would be appeasement. The deviation has been corrected, record saved. Lin Feng nodded as the imagery resumed. And the calculations continued. Pause. Lin Feng halted the imagery for the second time. The second record appeared, 23 years after the disbandment of the Star Fleet. In the year 2910, humanity split into two factions, igniting a civil war, only to later reunite. Addendum. The color designations of star regions exhibited disparities, though these differences diminished in a short time. Logical assessment approved, record saved. Calculations continue. Pause. Zero also ceased the visuals. The third record indicates that the war erupted within human civilization, likely resulting in a civil conflict. This assertion was met with severe deviation. Lin Feng expressed his dissent, elaborating that while the war ignited within the territories governed by human civilization, it was not a civil war, but rather a rebellion instigated by alien races assimilated into human culture. Further clarification is warranted. Based on observations, we lost sight of the insurgents the moment the rebellion commenced. It is known that the extent of human civilization lies within our observational capabilities. According to the second record, had the nature of the war been a civil conflict, we would have simultaneously acquired the perspectives of both factions. Thus, it is concluded that the nature of this war is not a civil war. The logic is sound, and the serious deviation has been rectified. The record is preserved. Pause. Fourth record. Lin Feng called for another halt. 5 years after the outbreak of the rebellion, in the year 2915, external civilizations invaded human territories. The record is preserved. Fifth record. In the year 2930, 5 external civilizations, including the insurgents, formed a coalition army to jointly assault human civilization. A stream of data flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Please provide further elaboration. Zero was conducting rapid calculations. Based on the troop mobilization of human civilization, the marching routes of the external civilizations could be deduced. The front lines were distinctly divided into 5 segments, each with varying efficiency in advancement. Accordingly, these 5 front lines are attributed to different civilizations. The logic is validated, and the record has been preserved. Sixth record. In the year 3003, 3 additional external civilizations joined the invasion against human civilization, resulting in a complete rout. The capital planet fell, and human civilization relocated to its home planet. Zero called for a second halt. The logic verification passed, and the record is preserved. Lin Feng nodded. Seventh record. Once again, it is Zero. In the year 3086, human civilization had lost the majority of its territories, with all military forces confined to 4 stellar systems. While the coalition fleet of external civilizations continued its relentless advance, the logic verification is successful, and the record is saved. The calculations concluded. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Zero. Human civilization is on the brink of extinction. According to the current calculation results, humanity is projected to perish within 14 years, before the year 3100. Zero also opened his eyes. Captain, we must act swiftly. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded, setting the coordinates and immersing into the void constant. Preparing for the first attempt at a void jump. Understood. Zero nodded, and streams of data began to flow in his eyes once more. Countless figures incessantly calculated and validated in his mind, ultimately consolidating into a complete spatial coordinate. The void jump commenced. A flash of white light crossed Zero's eyes as a spherical object vanished from his grasp in an instant. The experiment was successful, the void jump was achieved, and the coordinates of the primal universe were determined, readying for a comprehensive void jump. Lin Feng opened his eyes, instantly connecting with the entire dimension of stars. In the void, a blinding white light flashed, and the entire dimension of stars vanished from its location. Primal universe, I have returned. Chapter 92, Commander of the Stars in the Primordial Cosmos, Lin Feng sat regally upon the throne of stars, facing a formidable cosmic barrier. At this moment, an immense surge of primordial creative energy coursed through him, suspended before the celestial wall. The power within him seemed capable of engulfing the entire universe. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng concentrated, and an elongated, sharp tendril of creative energy surged forth, piercing through the cosmic barrier with the force of a battering ram. However, halfway through, he encountered an overwhelming resistance. It can still hold. Though the tendril's advance slowed considerably, it continued to delve deeper into the cosmic barrier. Time became an indistinct blur, and eventually, Lin Feng sensed the resistance dissipating. The tendril had penetrated the thick cosmic barrier and entered the primordial universe. Success. Lin Feng closed his eyes, extending his consciousness like a streak of light, following the tendril's path into the primordial cosmos. Upon his return, he gasped in shock. The creative energy within him dissipated entirely within mere seconds, reducing the throne of stars beneath him to ashes. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of new creative energy flooded back, replenishing Lin Feng's being. This ebb and flow of energy brought him immense pain, yet within him, the primordial universe's power had assimilated his creative energy, transforming it into a form suitable for the current cosmos. Excellent. Lin Feng inhaled deeply as a renewed throne of stars materialized beneath him, swiftly aligning with the spatial laws of this universe. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering above the human homeworld. Has the situation evolved to this? Observing the cosmic warships encircling the home planet, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Extending his right hand with fingers outstretched, countless invisible cosmic particles converged into his grasp, reconstituting and amalgamating into a pale yellow light, which hovered delicately in his palm. I shall not repeat the errors of the past. With a swift motion, Lin Feng unleashed the pale yellow light, enveloping the entire home planet in its brilliance. He had brought the three fundamental laws of human civilization, which he established in the Marvel universe, back to the primordial cosmos, firmly believing that a humanity devoid of pity would emerge victorious in all battles. Of course, we still require a capable commander. Lin Feng gradually drifted towards Earth, soon attracting the attention of the warships surrounding the planet. Detecting an unknown entity capable of free movement in the cosmos, radiating an immensely high energy level, they surmised the form to be human. On board the warship, a group of blue-skinned humanoid aliens engaged in frenzied communication. That is the commander of the stars. The commanding officer of the warship suddenly turned pale with terror as haunting memories surged forth unbidden. In the next moment, the silvery figure seated upon the throne appeared within the warship's interior. The Mosura civilization? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Did I not extinguish your kind? You are the stars. The commander of the Mosura fleet seemed utterly drained of all strength as he collapsed to the ground. Impossible. I witnessed the Genesis ship explode under the fire of humanity's own annihilation cannon. How could you possibly still be alive? Ah, the whims of fate. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. So, you participated in the battle that led to the downfall of the Mosura civilization? Were you a soldier or a commander? No. That cannot be right. I executed your commander, so you must be a mere soldier or a mid-level officer, correct? Why yes, I was just a soldier back then. The Mosura commander stammered. Very well, Lin Feng nodded. It appears my tactics were not flawed. Merely some dense-headed individuals among the human high command managed to preserve a portion of your kind. Am I mistaken? Indeed, that is the case. Before Lin Feng, the Mosura commander felt utterly bereft of the courage to resist, compelled to divulge all. Though it is evident you lack the audacity to lie, I must still confirm. For I need to understand what transpired in the primordial universe during my absence. Lin Feng extended tendrils of primordial energy, as fine as a strand of hair, directly into the Mosura commander's mind, extracting his memories. Protect the commander. Only at that moment did the Mosura soldiers, paralyzed by fear, realize they ought to defend their leader. Alas, their intentions, while commendable, were futile against Lin Feng's overwhelming power. The competence of your soldiers is indeed concerning, Lin Feng remarked, waving his hand. And those who charged forward were instantly reduced to ashes. It is hard to fathom that I once waged war against a civilization such as this for several years. Well, everything is now clear. Lin Feng retracted his primordial energy, and the Mosura commander collapsed, gradually turning to ash and vanishing. The Galactic Treaty Organization, familiar, so familiar, as if I had just led humanity to triumph over them mere days ago. Eternity expressed a desire for silence, raising a middle finger towards him. A lively voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Zero, you still delight in jest, Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. After learning of the situation in the primordial universe, Zero decisively abandoned her corporeal form, reconstituting herself as artificial intelligence, now residing within Lin Feng's consciousness. Now, I must address these blockades, otherwise, humanity shall find itself in dire straits. Lin Feng sighed. A blinding white light erupted from him, and the primordial energy swept through, instantly reducing all warships surrounding Earth to mere fragments. Earth. Beep, 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 beep. An urgent alarm blared. detecting a large-scale energy disturbance in near-Earth space, suspected to be of Annihilation-class weaponry. Alarm. Suspected Annihilation-class weaponry. What? Have those damned Masra finally lost their restraint? An elderly human with white hair slammed his fist upon the table. How dare those wretched politicians leave such a threat behind? If only Commander Celestial were still here. An aged voice resonated. Indeed, if the Commander of the Stars were still present, how could such a dire outcome have transpired? The elderly human sighed despondently, lamenting, "Commander, we failed to rescue you in the past, and now we find ourselves confronting the onslaught of Annihilation-class weaponry." The voice of the artificial intelligence resonated once more, announcing that all battleships beyond the cosmic expanse had vanished. Real-time images from the universe were transmitted before the two aged figures. What is that? Amidst the multitude of shattered cosmic vessels, a small black dot emerged on the screen. Enlarge. The image swiftly magnified, revealing a majestic throne before the two men. At that moment, the throne, radiating an aura of terrifying dominance, could no longer capture their attention. Their gazes were fixated on the figure seated upon it. The eyes of the two human commanders, whose combined age approached 5 centuries, turned red with emotion. Commander of the Stars. Chapter 93. The Return to Human Civilization. Commander of the Stars. Two elderly men, their hair as white as snow, stood with tears welling in their eyes, gazing in awe at the figure seated upon the throne. In their eyes shimmered the radiant light of hope. Wait, something is amiss. One elder suddenly wiped his face in disbelief. First and foremost, the likelihood of survival against a stellar-class assault is virtually non-existent. Indeed, the other elder, regaining his composure, nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, do you not find this Commander of the Stars to appear rather youthful? Indeed. The commander was over 130 years old at the time of his sacrifice. How could he possibly have assumed such a visage? Their brows furrowed in concern. For their foremost priority was to ascertain the true identity of this formidable being traversing the cosmic expanse from his throne. Zhengjie, Victor, you are still alive, a familiar voice echoed in the minds of the two elders. Who are you? Zhengjie, sensing danger, emanated a faint glow of white light from his hands. What? Can you not even recognize my voice? Lin Feng's tone carried a hint of amusement. Simultaneously, a vast spatial wormhole opened above the largest gathering place of human civilization on Earth. Is it truly the case that the greatest assembly of human civilization bears my code name? Lin Feng's eyes expressed a tinge of bewilderment. After all, he had been labeled a war criminal by many when he fell at the hands of his own. Ah, so that is how it is. In that case, it appears my divine intervention was in vain. Lin Feng smacked his lips, scanning the earth with his mental prowess, only to discover that after enduring relentless battles, humanity had finally begun to reminisce about the decisive commander, while those who once harbored goodwill and illusions towards external civilizations had perished. Greetings, human civilization. As Lin Feng's figure seated upon the throne projected across every area inhabited by humanity, he declared, "Long time no see, I am the stars." What? The entirety of human civilization erupted in astonishment. The name stars had been inscribed in the annals of contemporary history textbooks. Military academies now featured volumes such as Analysis of Star Wars Wisdom, Introduction to Star Warfare Strategy, and Command Styles and Techniques of the Stars. Furthermore, every war Lin Feng had once commanded had become a subject of study in military classrooms, establishing him as a veritable faith for modern human civilization. Indeed, the upper echelons of current human civilization comprise soldiers who had survived from the ranks of the Star Fleet. It is truly the stars. The commander of the stars is alive. A multitude of humans rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces, eagerly sharing the news. However, all those who had once followed Lin Feng tightened their fists. All personnel, remain vigilant. That is likely not the commander. Several high-ranking officials furrowed their brows. Having once marched alongside the stars through the cosmic seas, all having witnessed the commander's final moments, the youthful figure before them could not possibly be the stars. Indeed, I have returned. Lin Feng spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant within the minds of all present. My former warriors need not be surprised. In the vast expanse of the universe, anything can transpire. Who are you truly? A flash of light revealed a figure, a woman with white hair, standing before Lin Feng. Selena, you are still alive. Lin Feng smiled faintly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. What? Have you, my former aide, forgotten me? Commander. Zhengjie and Victor emerged beside Selena. This individual has just annihilated the Masra fleet surrounding Earth. What? Selena's pupils narrowed momentarily before returning to normal. You claim to be the stars? How can you prove it? Selena regarded Lin Feng intently. Excellent. You remember what I taught you. Never trust anyone completely. Lin Feng nodded, a hint of approval in his gaze, and today, I shall impart another lesson. Power can dispel all doubt. With a mere thought, a colossal spatial wormhole opened before him. revealing a vibrant planet on the other side. What place is that? Selena queried, puzzled. I do not know. I merely selected a life-bearing planet at random. There are no humans left beyond Earth, are there? Lin Feng blinked, and a surge of primordial energy erupted from his back, striking the planet. In an instant, the life-filled sphere was enveloped in blinding light, forming a white barrier that gradually constricted. Help! The intelligent beings on the planet began to flee, shrieking, while some attempted to assault the barrier, but to no avail. Lin Feng remained unmoved, and as time passed, the entire planet was compressed to the size of a glass orb, traversing the wormhole to float before him. Is this the planet we just saw? Selena's eyes widened as she gazed at the small orb suspended near the throne of the stars. Indeed, you may weigh its significance. Lin Feng nodded, placing the orb in Selena's hand. Almost instantaneously, she plummeted downward, only to be rescued by Lin Feng's primordial energy. Now do you believe? The petite orb returned to Lin Feng's side. How did you accomplish this? Selena's expression was one of disbelief, purely the compression of strength. Lin Feng smiled gently. Do not be too astonished. I have made significant progress over the past 2 centuries. If you possess such power, I am inclined to believe you are indeed the commander. After all, you would have no need for schemes. If you harbored malevolent intentions toward human civilization, you could have simply obliterated the planet directly. A shadow of melancholy crossed Selena's eyes. Commander, over the years, I believed I had caught up to your pace, yet upon seeing you again, I find you have become so powerful. What? To catch up to my pace means losing nearly all of humanity's territory, reducing our people to mere survival on our home planet. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze turning steely. Serena, notify all senior human officials to assemble. We shall sound the horn of counteroffensive. Yes, Commander. Serena abruptly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. She held an unwavering trust in Lin Feng, for no one could rival his unique position as her commander in her heart. The Galactic Covenant Organization, is it? Lin Feng scoffed softly, contemplating the coalition formed by 8 civilizations. Let me see what you are truly made of. Chapter 94. The Genesis ship. I ventured to a distant realm. Following the return of the celestial bodies, the upper echelons of humanity convened a clandestine assembly, where I gradually acquired formidable power and simultaneously enhanced our existing technology through certain extraordinary means. Commander, may I inquire about the nature of this place? Zhang Jie took a deep breath and gazed at Lin Feng. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. The technology of that realm pertains to a profound taboo, immortality. What? Victor abruptly rose from his seat. Indeed, you heard correctly. Immortality, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. It is a form of eternal life without restrictions or costs, achievable solely if one's innate Genesis potential is sufficiently powerful. Such knowledge is surely not meant for us. Victor resumed his seat, recognizing that the development of immortality technology was strictly forbidden in human civilization. Any research related to eternal life must be halted and all materials destroyed upon discovery. The reasoning is simple. Once immortality technology is invented, it will inevitably be monopolized by those in power. Should the stewards of civilization possess infinite life, they would resist any advancement of human civilization to secure their own positions. During a symposium of the Human Genetics Society, a distinguished biologist expressed this very perspective, which immediately captured the attention of the ruling class. At that time, humanity was just beginning to explore the cosmos, and the leaders were relatively youthful and willing to sacrifice everything for the advancement of civilization. Despite facing significant opposition from various factions, that assembly experienced mass assassinations, leaving only a few who were entirely ousted from the power center. Nevertheless, the resolution to prohibit research into immortality remained steadfastly upheld. Since then, no faction has dared to openly pursue immortality technology. Even methods that could drastically extend human lifespans required individuals to feign death upon reaching the limits of human longevity, never to re-emerge. Now, Lin Feng stated that the place he visited possessed immortality technology. Thus, it was imperative that the location not be allowed to linger in the memory of any present individual. Commander, do you? Selena hesitated. Indeed, I am aware of that place, Lin Feng confirmed with a nod. Therefore, upon the completion of my mission, all my powers will be returned to human civilization. I shall transform into an entity devoid of emotion, existing solely with absolute rationality, akin to artificial intelligence. All my knowledge will be preserved, yet the details regarding the land of immortality will be irrevocably erased from my mind. And your mission is to eradicate all alien sentient beings, allowing humanity to attain complete dominion over the universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath. My conviction remains unchanged in this cosmos. Only one form of sentient life is necessary, humanity. Understood. Selena nodded vigorously, affirming that humanity would surely follow in your footsteps to accomplish this great feat. I possess unwavering confidence in human civilization, or rather, in the current state of human civilization. A golden light shimmered before Lin Feng, emanating from the sacred hormone, which I had, of course, modified and upgraded. The segment within the sacred hormone that was intended to alter beliefs was transformed into a pattern akin to a mental imprint, embedding three critical pieces of information. The paramount interest of human civilization supersedes all else. All extraterrestrial civilizations are adversaries of humanity. Enemies must be utterly eradicated, otherwise, they pose endless repercussions. This trio of tenets parallels the three laws of robotics, which I have termed the three great laws of human civilization. Upon my return, I had already unleashed such a sacred hormone upon Earth. You employed a planet-destroying weapon against the home planet? Selena remarked, intrigued. No, I utilized the planet-destroying weapon as a vehicle to deploy a cognitive transformation device on Earth. Lin Feng smiled gently, urging you to apply your foundational logic. This is indeed the most advantageous course for human civilization, is it not? Furthermore, this cognitive transformation device has undergone over 100 trials and observations, with all samples exhibiting no adverse effects. You are correct. After a brief contemplation, several high-ranking officials in the room nodded in agreement. Now, let's conclude this topic. The next question, how much military power do we have remaining? Lin Feng scanned the audience. Also, where is the current Genesis ship of human civilization? Allow me to introduce an old friend. A beam of light projected from the throne of stars, revealing a half-body projection of Zero before the assembly. Greetings, everyone. It has been a long time. Zero, how does it feel to return here? On the battleship, Lin Feng sat upon his throne of stars, facing a horizontally positioned circular device adorned with numerous small screens, through which torrents of data flowed like a tidal wave. At the heart of the circular device, a beam of light emanated, dispersing above to project Zero's half-body image. Captain, in these past 2 centuries, I have never felt better. Even though merely an artificial intelligence projection, the glimmer in Zero's eyes was unmistakable. It is hard to fathom that this is now humanity's greatest secret weapon, meticulously replicated from our once mighty Genesis ship. Indeed. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Yet, weren't our predecessors in the pioneering era of space exploration facing similar challenges upon their initial foray into the cosmos? Our ancestors did not contend with the allied civilizations of 8. Zero shrugged. They indeed faced formidable opponents only after a period of resource accumulation against lesser civilizations. That is true. Lin Feng smiled. However, it is precisely this challenge that renders our current endeavors all the more compelling, is it not? You are right. Zero's projection mimicked a deep inhalation. So, Captain, what shall we do next? First, let us examine the preparations made by human civilization during this period of drastically compressed living space. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 95 Tony Stark, Captain, your hand? A hint of confusion laced Zero's voice as he observed Lin Feng's movements. My hand. Lin Feng raised his hand, momentarily startled. My hand can move? Excellent. This is a promising sign. He shrugged. However, regrettably, I still cannot stand. At least everything is progressing in a positive direction, is it not? Zero smiled faintly. Indeed, everything is moving toward a favorable outcome. Lin Feng nodded. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. Retrieve all data on human civilization from the past 2 centuries and cross-reference it with our previous computational results. Understood. A torrent of data streamed across the circular screen as the entire Genesis ship mobilized its energy to fuel Zero's calculations. Still insufficient, Zero's voice resonated. Once I activate maximum computational power, the energy of the entire Genesis ship will be inadequate for my calculations. Fear not, I have more. Lin Feng's eyes turned white as a surge of primal energy erupted from the throne of stars, infusing the Genesis ship's energy core. The core began to whirl frantically, channeling energy to Zero's main server. More power, please. Zero's voice called out again. Lin Feng increased the output, and the Genesis ship's energy core reached an overclocked state in an instant, causing the entire vessel to tremble under the strain. The current Genesis ship still lags behind its Marvel counterpart in terms of technology. Lin Feng shook his head, though the primal energy enveloped every corner of the ship, stabilizing it. Is this the power of the commander now? Selena stared in awe as Lin Feng enveloped the entire Genesis ship in primal energy, murmuring, "Why do I feel that the commander alone could vanquish all civilizations in the universe?" You are not mistaken. A spatial wormhole opened, and a crimson gold figure appeared beside Selena. Is this the legendary primordial universe? Unimaginable. I feel my power is greatly constrained here. Who are you? Selena raised her hand, which glowed with white light. Upon seeing the golden figure, previously, Lin told me that all humans here cultivate primal energy. I did not believe it until now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark. He removed his helmet. And do not be alarmed. I am also human. Tony Stark? Selina frowned, a sense of familiarity washing over her. It is natural to feel that way, Tony shrugged. After all, within your understanding, I should be a character from a film. Iron Man? Selina accessed her brain chip's database and discovered the name Tony Stark. Was the Marvel Universe truly real? Once, but it no longer exists. Tony shrugged. The Marvel Universe is gone. What remains is only the cosmic realm. The cosmic realm? Selina was somewhat perplexed. Is it so hard to comprehend? Tony chuckled and shook his head, remarking that the cosmos of the stars is indeed a universe birthed by the stars. Thus, when the commander previously spoke of venturing to a distant realm, was he referring to the Marvel Universe? Selina felt her worldview being subtly challenged. You could interpret it that way, Tony nodded. However, to you, the Marvel Universe is merely a lower-dimensional cosmos. Consequently, the cosmos of the stars, established upon the foundation of the Marvel Universe, is also a product of lower dimensions. It is truly remarkable how the primordial universe possesses such might. Simply through the collective will of sentient beings, it can conjure lower-dimensional realms. In essence, you are, in fact, a lower-dimensional entity. How did you arrive here? Selina furrowed her brow. I happen to be the most intelligent individual within the cosmos of the stars. Tony said with pride in his eyes. I successfully devised a method to elevate my dimensionality, enabling me to access the primordial universe without breaching the cosmic barriers. After all, I lack the innate power of Lin, who can traverse these barriers solely through his own strength. Moreover, rest assured, post-elevation, I have entirely transformed at a genetic level into a human of the primordial universe, and my mind has been implanted with the 3 fundamental laws of human civilization. I cannot possibly become your adversary. Elevation. Selina swiftly retrieved scientific materials on dimensional elevation from the database. Such an accomplishment is exceedingly rare. I know, otherwise. How could I claim to be the most intelligent being in the cosmos of the stars? Tony shrugged, noting that many of the technologies Lin currently masters were improved by me. This too? It appears to bear your hallmark, Selina said, displaying an image of the Colossus armor. Naturally, aside from me, who else would create something of this style? Tony chuckled, then suddenly remembered something. What is it? Selina raised an eyebrow. It's nothing. Just a friend, Tony replied, shaking his head. Jarvis, are you there? Always for you, sir, came Jarvis's voice within Tony's mind. Indeed. Tony had implanted a chip in his brain to house Jarvis as he ascended dimensions. That's good. Tony blinked, glancing towards the Genesis ship. No need to be anxious. It's merely an artificial intelligence. In terms of lineage, it could be considered a disciple of Zero. Once your commander of the stars arrives, he will elucidate everything. Speaking of which, is that Lin's former battleship? He must have a deep attachment to it, as he constructed an identical one in the Marvel Universe. Tony smacked his lips, commenting that it didn't seem particularly impressive, even inferior to my Colossus armor. That is not the original Genesis ship. The original was shattered into fragments under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer. This one is a replica, Selina clarified. However, based on the technology provided by the commander, it is understandable that, given your technological level, you would look down upon our current Colossus-class battleships. Indeed, when Lin first entrusted me with these technologies, I was astounded for quite some time. Tony nodded, acknowledging that we had harnessed the technology of the primordial universe to initiate a technological explosion. Now, it was time for us to reciprocate by sharing the advancements derived from this explosion with the human civilization of the primordial universe. Most of these innovations were developed by me, and I welcome any inquiries without reservation. Selina also nodded in agreement, while on the other side, the flickering white light of the Genesis ship had begun to dim. Zero, having concluded its calculations, suddenly emitted a soft exclamation. What is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. I have discovered an old friend, or rather, 2 old friends. Zero's voice carried a hint of delight. I hadn't anticipated that they would also arrive here. Chapter 96. Ascension. Tony Stark, adorned in hues of gold and crimson, sat upon the throne of stars. As Lin Feng gracefully descended the ladder of the Genesis ship, he immediately caught sight of Tony. How did you enter the primordial universe? Lin Feng inquired. I have devised a method to elevate myself to a higher dimension, Tony replied, a proud smile gracing his face. With this approach, one can bypass the cosmic barriers and directly access the primordial universe. Is this method replicable? Lin Feng pondered, stroking his chin. As you know, the current population of human civilization is rather sparse. It can indeed be replicated, Tony acknowledged. But while I have discovered the means to ascend, I remain at a loss for how to descend. He shrugged. I cannot return now. The prerequisite for replication is that I must bring the knowledge residing in my mind back with me. Tony gestured to his temple. Unfortunately, we are stalled at this juncture. I could traverse the cosmic barriers once more. If you provide me with the data, I can relay it to the other versions of you across the star universe. Lin Feng suggested, fingering his chin. Lin, crossing the cosmic barriers again. Tony hesitated. Fear not. Lin Feng reassured him with a smile, shaking his head. For me, traversing cosmic barriers is no daunting task. What I once shattered with low-dimensional energy shall surely yield to high-dimensional energy. His eyes sparkled with determination, and in the next instant, a spatial wormhole materialized. The primordial energy surged forth, coalescing into a sharp cone that pierced through the cosmic barrier in an instant. Tony, brief the current human civilization on our technological advancements. I shall return swiftly. With that, Lin Feng traversed the spatial wormhole, slipping through the newly forged breach into the expanse beyond the primordial universe. The void. Lin Feng sighed, for it was a realm steeped in profound mystery, one that even he could not fully comprehend. Yet, summoning the star universe was still within his grasp. A luminous spark ignited at his brow, and a mysterious force threaded through the layers of the void, homing in on the star universe. Though the star universe raced through the void, its inhabitants remained blissfully unaware until a resounding voice echoed. Tony Stark, I require all of you. Lin Feng's voice resonated within the minds of every Tony, and upon hearing it, each donned their armor, soaring into the sky in search of Lin Feng. Do not search further. I am beyond the universe. For reasons unknown, I am unable to return at this moment. Lin Feng's voice reverberated again, a cascade of data streaming into the minds of these Tonys. Absorb this information. It contains the ascension technology developed by the Zero Universe's Tony. Let all of humanity to ascend, for only then can you follow in my footsteps. Understood, the Tonys declared. Their right fists pressed to their chests, pledging their loyalty to Lin Feng, before embarking on the task of assimilating and verifying the groundbreaking technology contained within the data. As the matter drew to a close, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, believing that the challenges of the human population would be resolved following Tony's breakthroughs in dimensional ascension technology. He transformed into a stream of light, retracing his path back to the original universe through a rift that had yet to heal. The rift sealed behind him as Lin Feng opened a spatial wormhole, returning to Earth. Your technology has been dispatched to the stellar universe. I trust your counterparts will soon achieve advancements in dimensional ascension, he remarked, appearing before Tony, who occupied the stellar throne. He patted Tony's shoulder and continued, currently, our human numbers remain insufficient. I have decided to allow the human civilizations of the lower universes to attempt dimensional ascension, just as you have. Selena furrowed her brow at this suggestion. If a significant number of humans from the lower universe were to appear here, could it lead to division or discrimination? She inquired, mindful of the detrimental effects that racial differentiation and discrimination could have on civilizational unity. Rest assured, Lin Feng replied with a reassuring smile, shaking his head. Under the influence of the three fundamental laws of human civilization, the only individuals who will face discrimination are those who cannot contribute to the advancement of humanity. By the way, that breed of hairless black apes has been eradicated, hasn't it? Lin Feng turned his gaze to Tony. Indeed. There are no longer any individuals of African descent within our civilization, Tony affirmed with a nod. Initially, he had struggled to accept Lin Feng's actions. But after a particular biotechnological research session, he recognized the significant genetic disparities between those with darker skin and the essence of human civilization. Once it became clear that eliminating inferior genes aligned with the overall interests of humanity, he ceased to dwell on the matter. That is reassuring. I would not wish for any unforeseen changes to arise from those gorillas after dimensional ascension, potentially leading to genetic contamination of human civilization, Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. Next, we must address the issue of warfare. I, along with Zero, have meticulously analyzed the entirety of human civilization's history over the past 2 centuries. During a meeting, Lin Feng reclined in the principal seat of the stellar throne, with other high-ranking officials of humanity present, including Tony. I trust you have examined the new technology one have entrusted to you? Lin Feng surveyed the assembly. Should you have any questions, direct them to Tony, for he is the architect behind most of these technologies. For any missing data, consult Zero, whose database houses nearly all pertinent information. I expect humanity to expedite the creation of the first colossal battle armor. Should you fail to grasp it before the human civilizations of the lower universe ascend, you may find yourself supplanted, he warned. Fear not, Commander. We shall accomplish our mission, declared Chu Howren, the director of the research department for war weaponry of human civilization. With conviction. Excellent, Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Remember, you are racing against the clock with another universe's human civilization. Most of you are my original elite. Do not let me down. Should your technological prowess falter, I shall be compelled to replace you with individuals of superior capability. Furthermore, I hereby appoint Mr. Tony Stark as the director of the Institute for Advanced Human Civilization Research, effective immediately. Chapter 97. Mass Production of Vibranium. Dean Stark. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chu Howren and Tony exchanged a handshake. It is of no consequence. Everything we do is for the advancement of human civilization. Tony shook his head, and as the meeting concluded, we would formally commence. My pace is swift, and I hope you can keep up. Rest assured, the Genesis energy offers significant augmentation to the brain. A spark seemed to ignite in Shuhauran's eyes. It had been long since he encountered such a challenging scientific endeavor. The subsequent matter pertains to war. If all goes as anticipated, our adversaries will soon realize that their fleet has gone silent, leading to a large-scale offensive on their part. Lin Feng gestured, and Zero promptly projected a star map. We must utilize every available resource. Thus, from this moment forward, all Annihilation-class weapons will be equipped with nanoplague warheads. My previous energy outburst obliterated the enemy forces within the solar system, ensuring absolute safety until the arrival of the new foes. Lin Feng pointed to the star map projected by Zero, indicating that although we are currently in a precarious position, all our technologies remain intact. We can maintain the stability of our home planet, even amidst significant fluctuations in the stellar gravitational field. This implies that within the solar system, only the Sun, the Moon, and the Earth need remain. Transforming the remaining planets in the solar system into our resources by releasing nanoplague? Selena's eyes brightened, having served as Lin Feng's aide for decades. She was the most adept at following his line of thought, aside from Zero. Precisely, Lin Feng affirmed, evaporating the entire solar system to convert it into nanobots, which could then be integrated into warships. This method of directly consuming planets was one Lin Feng had employed long ago in the Marvel Universe. We now possess the capability to command nanobots to directly consume planets and replicate themselves. However, we have yet to master the intricate programming required for their integration into warships. Selena furrowed her brow. Do not worry, Jarvis. Lin Feng turned to Tony. Rest assured, I am capable. Zero should allocate computational power to more critical tasks. I will handle the nanobot management. Jarvis's voice emanated from Tony, yet I require a more robust server. Dismantling several small decommissioned warships' central controls should suffice. Even the control systems of small vessels boast computational power far superior to that of brain chips. Lin Feng glanced at the individual responsible for warship maintenance. Alas, humanity is too impoverished at present. Constructing a new high-performance server necessitates robbing Peter to pay Paul. The server self-check has been completed. Although somewhat strained, it is temporarily adequate for our needs. I will prioritize the construction of a new server using the nanobots we replicate, and once sufficient computational power is attained, we shall begin the warship construction. Jarvis's voice resonated from the temporary server. I have successfully established a connection to the nanoplague warheads. Excellent, Lin Feng nodded. Nanoplague warheads launch. Target Mars. A ground-based station erupted with brilliant flames as a warhead surged forth from the launch silo, leaving a trail of fire as it soared into the sky. Have we become so impoverished that we must resort to chemical fuel rockets to launch star-killing weapons? Lin Feng paused momentarily. If we were confronting an adversary, we would certainly not resort to such measures. However, in the face of a lifeless planet, it is prudent to conserve resources. Selena shrugged. Sigh. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, gesturing with his hand as a spatial wormhole materialized directly before the warhead. At the instant the warhead traversed the wormhole, it closed, and Mars's surface erupted in a violent explosion almost instantaneously. The chemical rocket collided forcefully with the Martian terrain, and concurrently, the nanoplague warhead released a billowing cloud of gray-black mist, swiftly enveloping the entire surface of Mars, initiating the collection of planetary materials. Jarvis operated at full capacity, his voice tinged with a mechanical quality, a phenomenon that occurs when an emotionally intelligent life form is under high load. In such states, the computational power of intelligent beings may become insufficient to sustain the operation of their emotional modules, leading to the dissipation of their emotional facets. This phenomenon is equally applicable to the human brain, reminiscent of the mechanical thinking encountered by Lin Feng and Zero during their calculations of human civilization in the star's universe. The consumption rate of the nanoplague was terrifying. Under Jarvis's control, a portion of the nanobots began to assemble, and a magnificent structure arose from the ground. Is this how you construct servers? Selena inquired, observing the ever-growing server with intrigue. This represents our optimal configuration for computer circuitry. Tony shrugged, noting that under sufficient spatial conditions, such a structure could maximize the operational transmission efficiency of the server. Within mere minutes, a colossal server surged from the ground, speckled with glowing blue lights. As Jarvis's primary program was transferred into the server, the operational speed of the nanobots on Mars's surface accelerated dramatically. 24 hours passed, and the entirety of Mars visibly contracted, encircled by a vast ring of stars. The server, once situated on the Martian surface, was relocated to the star ring, while a multitude of nanobots were conveyed via a space elevator to the ring above, gradually forming several spaceports. Numerous supports extended outward, with nanobots ascending along them, slowly taking the shape of warships. The materials for the nanobots here are still somewhat insufficient. They are adequate for constructing titanic warships, yet without vibranium. Producing colossal battle armors remains a challenge. Jarvis's voice relayed through the remote signal to the scene. I will proceed to mass-produce Titan-class warships while simultaneously seeking alternatives to vibranium. Isn't the atomic reconstruction technology applicable? Tony furrowed his brow. We have already attempted that. The atomic structure and arrangement of vibranium have long been documented. However, vibranium manufactured entirely according to the Marvel Universe's structure exhibits none of its characteristic properties here, Jarvis replied. I recall that vibranium can absorb energy, correct? Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jarvis, attempt to infuse primal creation energy into the vibranium. Yes, sir. Jarvis responded with a note of excitement. Having transported several Genesis energy storage devices through a spatial wormhole, the Genesis energy enveloped the surface of the vibranium via the conduction apparatus and was subsequently absorbed gradually. Indeed, this is vibranium. There was a hint of delight in Jarvis's voice as he declared, Sir, we have succeeded. We have successfully created a version of vibranium that can be mass-produced. Chapter 98. The Coalition of Civilizations. It appears we have fallen into a misconception. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. If ordinary metals can be transformed into special metals under the influence of the primordial energy, does this imply that the primordial energy has additional applications? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. You previously mentioned that primordial energy is the highest tier of energy in the universe. We can convert it into internal energy and mechanical energy. And now we discover that it can also alter the structure between atoms, thereby transforming into chemical energy. Am I correct? A projection materialized in Tony's hand. Might magical energy, which can similarly serve as a source of power, be included? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. The greatest advantage of primordial energy lies in its superior energy level. Under normal circumstances, we could simply overwhelm opponents with its immense power. However, the very strength of primordial energy is also its Achilles heel. Tony's gaze flickered with excitement. Due to the excessively high energy level, attack methods reliant on primordial energy tend to be overly simplistic. But what if primordial energy could be transformed into magical energy? Much like the magic of Kamartaj, the conversion rate of primordial energy into lower-tier energies is astonishing, and using a small amount of it to generate a vast array of magical attacks for covering fire against adversaries would be an excellent strategy. Employing primordial energy to clear minor foes indeed seems wasteful. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Do you have any ideas? A magical array. The projection in Tony's hand shifted to depict a fundamental magical array from Kamartaj. Aside from guiding the Academy of Sciences in their research on the colossal armor, I have been delving into this subject recently. That seems quite a leap from your area of expertise, Lin Feng remarked with curiosity as he stroked his chin. So what? Let us not forget that I have counterparts in the multiverse who have ascended to the status of supreme sorcerers, Tony shrugged. Kamartaj has indeed established a well-structured and scientifically rigorous magical system. It is true, the terms scientific and magic are rarely juxtaposed. Yet magic has undeniably become a component of science. To convert the thermal energy produced during the combustion of chemical fuels into mechanical energy, we invented the steam engine and the internal combustion engine. To transform mechanical energy into electrical energy, we developed generators. Similarly, to transmute magical energy into other forms of energy, we created magical arrays. A magical array is merely a scientific means of altering the manifestation of energy. Were it not for the reluctance of the original inhabitants of Kamartaj, I would even consider categorizing magical arrays as a uniquely expressive form of machinery, transforming primordial energy into a diverse array of magical attacks through magical arrays. Lin Feng contemplated briefly. It is worth attempting, but this signifies that we must invent a completely new magical array, which will be quite challenging. I have begun reverse engineering by combining Kamartaj's magical arrays with the energy conversion devices we constructed using extra-dimensional energy. With a wave of his hand, Tony summoned a multitude of nanoscopic particles that began to flow, coalescing into a sharp cone adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. I have successfully transformed the primordial energy of creation into magical energy, he declared. However, regrettably, the current conversion efficiency is alarmingly inadequate for practical use. The resultant attack potency pales in comparison to the direct application of primordial energy. It resembles the steam engines of Watt's early designs. My aspiration is to elevate it to at least the standard of an internal combustion engine. This endeavor spans nearly 2 generations of technological disparity. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Indeed, I believe I can achieve this. After all, I am considered the most intelligent person in the world, am I not? Confidence radiated from Tony's visage. That remains debatable, particularly in this primordial universe, Lin Feng shrugged. You can harness a portion of Zero's computational power. Excellent, Tony replied. taking a deep breath and nodding. With Zero's assistance, my confidence is greatly enhanced. If successful, humanity will possess an overwhelming firepower advantage over other civilizations, as our firepower is already grossly excessive. Now, with a method to utilize energy more efficiently, this paradigm shift in energy application will undoubtedly lead to a decisive supremacy at equivalent energy levels. Wait. Lin Feng halted Tony, who was about to depart. What is it? Tony turned back. They are coming. A mysterious glimmer sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. In the solar system, within the vastness of cosmic space, wormholes materialized, and from these portals emerged the fearsome prows of ships, heralding the arrival of a colossal fleet. Your fleet has gone dark, announced a floating jellyfish-like entity from the flagship, emitting rippling waves that carried clear sounds. Silence, waterfolk. We remain uncertain of the circumstances, an irate Moslarian interrupted. Remember, we are a coalition. I understand. Yet I find it perplexing that a being once obliterated by human civilization can now stand as our ally. A voice emerged from a fissure in a nearby rock. Stonefolk, mind your words. The Moslarian retorted with growing fury. Were it not for that accursed stars, how could human civilization have ever defeated us? Instead, you ought to express gratitude. Had we not incited the human leadership to eliminate the stars, you too would have faced annihilation. Look at this, a general terrified by a mere human commander. Scoffed the Stonefolk. I cannot believe that a single human could instill such fear. It merely demonstrates how weak the Moslarian truly are. Wait, something is amiss. A metallic sphere split open, transforming into a diminutive humanoid robot. I have detected a peculiar fluctuation. Metallians? What is occurring? The waterfolk inquired, glancing at the robot. I perceived a faint signal, the code behind it extraordinarily advanced, beyond my comprehension. A red light emanated from the camera in the eyes of the Metral people. This is a code capable of influencing an entire lower-dimensional universe, one that you, of course, cannot fathom. A voice resonated within the chambers of the Coalition's flagship. I had not anticipated the existence of a mechanical civilization among you. The coalition of 8 civilizations is now destined to become 7. Chapter 99. The 2000 strikes. The coalition of 8 civilizations is now destined to dwindle to 7. As these words echoed through the air, a series of sparks erupted from the eyes of all the Maytel beings present, who subsequently collapsed onto the floor. While they may be deemed ineffectual, even the ineffectual can serve a purpose. The voice resonated once more through the speakers within the chamber, introducing itself. I am Zero, an intelligent entity hailing from human civilization. Zero. A flicker of terror ignited in the eyes of the Masra. You are the auxiliary AI of the stars. Indeed, that is I. Furthermore, an old acquaintance of yours has entrusted me with a message. I can annihilate you once, and I can certainly do so a second time. The tone of the speaker shifted, and upon hearing this ominous declaration, the Masra's expression contorted into one of sheer horror, an overwhelming wave of dread enveloping them. The stars. The Masra's voice, now laced with panic, trembled as they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. If the being I turned into a power source, Dormammu, were to witness you, it would surely be delighted, for it feeds on terror. Without warning, a spatial wormhole manifested within the tightly secured warship, and from its depths emerged a figure seated upon a throne, instilling dread in the hearts of all Masra. No. This cannot be. How could you still be alive? The Masra retreated frantically, using all limbs to scramble backward until, moments later, their bodies stiffened and they fell to the ground. The phenomenon of cardiac arrest induced by excessive terror is indeed fascinating. Lin Feng smacked his lips, pondering why the appearances of these alien beings could find their prototypes on Earth, with some even closely resembling human anatomical structures. Even mechanical civilizations opt for humanoid forms. Are you the stars? The stars that perish beneath the annihilation cannon of your own civilization? The being, resembling a human with a singular eye situated upon its forehead, spoke slowly. Indeed, I did endure a strike from my own kind's annihilation cannon. However, it is evident that I did not perish, am I not correct? Lin Feng smiled faintly. To address your inquiry, yes, I am indeed the stars. How did you traverse the spatial blockade to open a wormhole? The three-eyed entity furrowed its brow in skepticism. Quite simply, your spatial blockade lacks the requisite strength, Lin Feng shrugged. It was a matter of tearing through it with absolute power, was it not? No life in the universe possesses such strength. The three-eyed being shook its head in disbelief. Intelligence is not exclusive to your kind. Consider your narrative before fabricating tales. One can only say that your perspective remains rather narrow, amidst the vast cosmos. There exists an abundance of phenomena, yet unseen by you. As for pondering further, Lin Feng sat regally upon the throne of stars. His eyes transformed into a luminous white, emanating terrifying waves of primordial creation energy. These energies rippled outward, and in but an instant, the warship of those present erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. The wave of energy continued its relentless spread, swiftly engulfing a vast expanse of cosmic space. In its wake, the entire coalition fleet, comprising 2,000 warships, was obliterated in mere seconds, leaving the void utterly devoid of presence. 2,000 detonations. Was that not sufficiently resounding? Lin Feng regarded the 6 commanders of various races, now suspended in the cosmos, ensconced within the embrace of primordial energy. What manner of monstrosity are you? The once arrogant three-eyed being gazed upon him with a flicker of fear. I am no monster. I am called Lin Feng, a mere human. He shrugged nonchalantly. And with a clenched fist, the 6 shields of primordial energy constricted abruptly, reducing the 6 commanders to a mere pulp. Captain, your previous inquiry has caused a minor disruption within my core programming. A glimmer of red flickered in the eyes of the mechanical commander hovering in space, adjusting its posture before gliding to Lin Feng's side. This was Zero, having taken control of its form. What issue? Lin Feng inquired, turning to the robotic entity. Why is it that all intelligent life we have encountered can find their archetype upon their homeworld? Zero expressed a hint of confusion, sensing its core programming nearing overload. This seemed entirely illogical, because the primordial universe, much like the Marvel universe, operates under similar principles. Lin Feng replied with a knowing smile and a shake of his head. In truth, we too exist within a lower-tier universe. The Marvel universe we previously encountered resides in an even lower dimension. Based on my conjectures, there should exist within the boundless void another Marvel multiverse that mirrors the dimension of the primordial universe. Are we, in fact, also mere creations within a narrative? Zero's voice carried a trace of bewilderment. Similar to the Marvel universe, are we birthed from the imagination of some author, thereby becoming a universe in our own right? Indeed. And it is even conceivable that this entire boundless void dwells within a lower dimension, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. This very reason elucidates why these extraterrestrial species exhibit certain characteristics of both life and non-life found on Earth. Their forms are entirely contingent upon the author's imagination. And as you well know, humans cannot conceive of entities they have never encountered. What course of action should we pursue? Zero queried, casting a glance at Lin Feng. Did not Tony develop the technology for dimensional ascension? A fierce ambition ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps we too may seize the opportunity to explore that universe. Or perhaps that universe could become one solely governed by human civilization. However, our immediate priority remains the resolution of the so-called primordial universe, does it not? Zero turned its gaze toward the infinite cosmic expanse. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. For now, we must refrain from contemplating dimensions of a higher order. Our strength is still woefully inadequate. It is even possible that our current dialogue has already been recorded by the author residing in that higher dimensional realm. The data concerning the origin of the universe has been thoroughly sealed, with the unlocking mechanism set for the primordial universe's dimensional ascent. Zero has just securely archived the recent conversation and the ensuing conjectures. Zero, what thoughts do you have about these wormholes? Lin Feng chuckled, gesturing towards the numerous wormholes activated by the coalition of 8 civilizations, now immobilized and unable to be closed. They resemble countless semi-developed planets brimming with intelligent life. Zero emitted a hearty laugh, recognizing these planets as potential resources ripe for swift conversion. Indeed, Jarvis. Lin Feng connected to Jarvis's server on Mars. How prepared are you? We are ready to launch a full-scale assault at any moment, came Jarvis's response. Meanwhile, Mars had completely vanished in the distance, transformed into a colossal ring of stars. With warships docked at the cosmic harbor of the Star Ring, human civilization. Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every human soldier. It is time for us to counterattack. Chapter 100, Curvature Engine. Every military base on Earth sprang into action. Soldiers hastily assembling and traversing the pre-established spatial wormholes to the Martian ring, boarding their warships with remarkable efficiency. The entire army was mobilized. Lin Feng sat poised in the command seat of the newly minted Genesis, which had eschewed the conventional command chair in favor of Lin Feng's throne of stars. Positioned in its stead, before him lay the classic, horizontally arranged circular control console, with Zero's holographic projection hovering above its center. This marked the commencement of the first true war since returning to the primordial universe. As he led the new stellar fleet, a flicker of nostalgia danced in Lin Feng's eyes. Come, Selena, guess what I intend to do? Now, the Coalition's fleet should be stationed near those inoperable spatial wormholes. Selena mused, stroking her chin. In this state, the natural wormholes previously exploited by the Coalition for ambushing human civilization might be somewhat lax in their defenses. Wouldn't you agree? Proceed. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. We shall deploy a portion of our forces near the spatial wormholes to serve as a distraction, while our main force will launch a direct assault through the natural wormholes, swiftly unleashing Annihilation-class weaponry to obliterate the enemy's rear. Human civilization excels at waging war to sustain war. The more adversaries we vanquish, the quicker we grow in strength. If we can seize 2 civilizations in a blitz before they can react, we shall soon stand equal to the remaining 6. You are correct, but your intelligence is slightly outdated, Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile. We now have only 7 enemies left. Indeed, during our 2-century absence, I have undergone exponential upgrades. The home world of the Metrel civilization has been wholly invaded, and I have complete control over all Metrel's intelligent machinery cores. Zero's voice emanated from the control console. The mechanical civilization is entirely subdued by me. If that is the case, we need only focus our efforts on attacking a single civilization. No, Lin Feng interjected, shaking his head. We possess the capability to simultaneously assault 2 civilizations. Why settle for less? Our objective is straightforward. Eliminate all adversaries with utmost speed, and then continue our expansion. Lin Feng gazed at the cosmic expanse displayed on the screen before him. Even after 200 years, my conviction remains unchanged. In the universe, one intelligent life form, humans, is sufficient. Moreover, there is no need to create decoy forces before the wormholes fabricated by the coalition. A few shells placed there will suffice. We can simply insert a high-energy reaction device to obfuscate their perception. By the time they react, we will have had ample opportunity to dismantle the enemy's stronghold. The decoy warship models have been deployed, and the natural wormhole has been pinpointed. We are ready to proceed. Zero's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Captain, we can commence the war. Excellent, Lin Feng nodded. Prepare for spatial jump. The preparations for spatial leap are underway. The curvature engine is activated, and the calibration of space-time curvature is complete. The natural wormhole clusters have been located, and the journey through warp speed commences. A soft azure flame erupts from the aft of every warship, and at the moment the curvature engine is engaged, the entire space appears to contort briefly, causing thousands of interstellar vessels to vanish in an instant. In the realm of hyperspace, how long has it been since we last visited this domain? Due to the astonishing speed of the warships, the stars in the universe elongate into streaks of light in Lin Feng's vision, a phenomenon exclusive to hyperspace. Within the primordial universe, the laws of the cosmos prohibit any entity from exceeding the speed of light. Therefore, as an object approaches light speed, it momentarily transitions into the hyperspace realm, which mirrors the original universe like a replica. Only objects surpassing light speed may enter it. When an object's speed falls below light speed, it exits hyperspace, returning to the material universe. This concept bears resemblance to the quantum realm in the Marvel universe, where objects shrink to a certain extent to enter the quantum domain, and upon expanding, they revert to the material universe. The technology of the curvature engine enables objects to accelerate beyond light speed, granting access to hyperspace. This advancement has opened the gateway for humanity's exploration of the stars. Upon conquering their first planet, they discovered a delightful energy source, the Genesis primordial energy. This energy possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly create spatial wormholes. Unlike the curvature engine, which merely enhances the speed of a spacecraft, yet still requires considerable time to reach its destination. A spatial wormhole can render the distance between any 2 points in the universe null. From that moment onward, distance loses all significance. This groundbreaking advancement relegated the recently birthed curvature engine technology to the annals of obsolescence. Only a select few high-mobility aircraft or ultra-small warships would still be equipped with curvature engines. However, humanity overlooked a critical aspect. The primary characteristic of the curvature engine is its stealth. The activation of a new spatial wormhole generates immense spatial fluctuations. Any civilization that discovers the Genesis primordial energy can detect these disturbances. When a spatial wormhole opens, everyone becomes aware that an adversary approaches. In contrast, the curvature engine, which enables warships to attain superluminal speeds and enter hyperspace, operates with remarkable silence compared to wormhole generators. It is even less detectable than the radiation emitted by certain high-energy stars in the cosmos. Should Lin Feng still be present during an enemy invasion, he would undoubtedly revive the curvature engine technology for covert military operations. With the curvature engine combined with optical invisibility, Commander, you truly are remarkable, Selena remarked, surprised that these 2 antiquated technologies could prove so effective in this context. In warfare, there is no absolute best technology, only the most suitable one. As a commander, one must possess this understanding to employ it flexibly in the theater of war. Remember, as a commander, you must adeptly employ all means that can enhance the efficacy of warfare.